about to move into a Super Sedan now. We have Jimmy Raptors down there for Go Logistics in the Dodge Dart in the airflow lane. A very, very pretty car taking on Dean Zammit from Mackay in Queensland.
Crikey.com, what a long way to travel. Welcome, dear. Young Dean, part of the Zammit clan. Very indebted family of racers here at Supercharged. Slade Point Mechanic. In the TC Cortina, 434 cubes on Cleveland on board from him, all the way from South Australia. So fantastic to see Dimos here, running for RPM Racing, SBH Engineering, taking on Victor Satligianis, one of our local hopes here in the BH. Sorry, the LH Very, very closely matched, side by side, all the way down the racetrack here. And the Cortina will get there first, a 9:24 with a 0, 145 miles an hour to a 9:40 with a 0 for Satligianis in the Tirana. Just short of 0.2 seconds there, Steve. Very, very close. They all augurs well for competition later on in the day. Chevy Taylor, Carl Chevy Taylor from Freshwater in New South Wales in that beautiful Chev bubble top, running a 409. What a stout motor that is as well. It's also sponsored by Taylor Marine Exhaust Solutions, BK Race Engine, Pro Trans Automatics, and up against Leo Georges. He used to be the fastest bus driver in the ACT, but his good mate Dave Gruber now holds that. Certainly Leo has retired down at Long Beach. Sponsored by Rocky Lamatina and Sons, Queanbeyan Engine Service, and NB Designs. Leo there in the aeroflow lane.
Big burnout from Chevy Taylor in the rocket lane. Keep your eye on the Escort. If we can get a shot of the car in the braking area, the parachute is actually green. I'm guessing it's a special order, and I love the way that ties into the Escort van being yellow and sponsored by Lamatina. Of course, Carrots and Sons is the business. So hopefully we can see that on shot. If not, just keep your eye on the car in the aeroflow lane, the big screen side. You'll see the green parachute pop out of that little black bag at the just at the rear bumper, and hopefully bring Leo to a safe stop. Of course, these two cars have raced each other plenty of times here at Sydney Dragway. Very tough competitors. They've won their fair share of trophies and silverware.
Yeah, Leo George, well, he's just been, he's no longer #1 in the Super Sedan ranks in the circuit that goes around Australia. But no, he streaked out in front, an 0.69 up against an 0.48. Yeah, Leo's just got that good power to weight. Runs a 9.021 at 149 and a 10.26 at 131 for that big bubble top Chev Bel Air over in the Rocket Lane. So the guys getting right into it, Steve. They've got good reaction times too. We don't have too many that are in the 2 3/10. It goes 10 hundredths, and then the last one is in thousandths, and then sometimes if it goes to 4 decimal points, it's in the 10,000ths. And Rob Oberg was always good at. He liked it when that sort of happened. Oh, Jack Moreau, Wombelin in New South Wales, out there in the rocket lane, hasn't he got? No, he's Michael Vlazakis from Point Cook in Victoria. He goes through 8.65 at 158, and for Jack Moreau a 990?
960, I think it was, Les. But
yeah.
Jack Moreau left the start line there with a perfect reaction time. This is the second one we've seen today. so far. And I know at our last track championship event here, which was a couple of weeks ago, we had probably, I reckon, off the top of my head, 5 or 6 triple O lights.
Really?
And a host of races that were won by tens of thousands of seconds. So
wow.
certainly some very tough racing. Now, speaking of tough races, this is probably to the cream of the crop sitting on the start line now. We have Sean Maher in the HB Tirana for St Mary's Race Engines, taking on Jimmy Denaro in the Ford Cortina for a AAP Performance Automatics. And Denaro Shaz is, of course, his own business, little 363 cubed Windsor on board in the Cortina, to a small block Chev in the Tirana, 414 cubes. These two race each other plenty of times. Denaro goes 001 red, leaves by 1,000th of a second too soon. Sean Maher, ever reliable, 022 on the tree for him, and a good side-by-side race, 88 10,000ths of a second across the finish line. 9:37 with a 5 for Maher, and a 9:39 with a 0 for Jimmy Denaro in the Cortina.
Oh, I'm not going to even attempt to pick a winner there at the end of the day. That's far too close, and there's some great drivers here. Brett McNiff now from Werrington Downs in the Rocket Lane in the Valley of VGs, runs a Chrysler 426. That's a 426 wedge, not heavy. Paul Rogers Transmissions. Adam Hunter from Narell and Vale, Hunter Race Engines, and he's got the Ford Falcon with a Windsor 430 in it. It's just beautiful blue colour down there over in the Aeroflow lane.
It is a very nice blue, and it's fantastic to see Brett McNiff back at the racetrack, where he's been missing a little bit, spending a bit of time with his son Jeffrey in junior dragster, but good to see him got the car back on the racetrack. And
there he goes.
For McNiff.
Look at that. He's out in front there. He crosses through for a 9009. Oh, he's banging on that 8-second door. 148 miles an hour and a 958 at 141 for Adam Hunter in the Aeroflow lane. Big wheels up. That was two feet up.
It was. Speaking of big wheels up, keep your eyes on the XT Falcon sitting down there in the Rocket Lane, which is, of course, the grandstand side. This thing, first, second gear, I won't say guaranteed, but I've definitely seen it drag the bumper on at least one occasion, taking on Naomi Dyson down there in the Aeroflow lane for B&S waterproofing in the Pontiac Firebird. Violaris, unfortunately, I think spun the wheel a little bit on the start line there. We can see some black marks, and he's having some issues as he makes his way down the racetrack. Dyson will get there first, 913 with a 7, 150 miles an hour. Sounded like there was a number of issues there for Violaris in the Go Logistics Falcon there.
Yes, it's for Peter there, but I'm sure the crew will get it back and make a pretty hard thrash to get it sorted out, whatever the problem may be.
I'm sure they will. Of course, all of our sportsman categories here will only be running one round of qualifying, because they're actually going into a Chicago shootout this afternoon. They'll have 3 rounds of racing where they'll come back, win, lose or draw. They'll come back and race all 3 rounds.
Oh, even better. So for those brackets, there isn't a that's it. Like you get eliminated and you have to cook lunch for the rest of the crew. That won't be the problem. But I love watching Rob race. It's just it's green's my favourite colour, even though it's a Ford, but it's just a sharp car. He's very, very capable. Oh, 1/1000. Gee, we're getting them all over the place.
That's 2 in Super Sedan alone have gone 1,000 too early on the start line. 9:03 with an 8 les, 149 miles an hour across the finish line for Rob Cardham there, all the way from Noble Park in Victoria.
Oh, it's great to see. And once again, welcome all our interstate, and if there's any overseas competitors, particularly from, I guess, New Zealand, and if there's any of them there, what a great event this is going to be. Look at this. This looks like SG Supergas with that fixed 990 index.
Yes, of course, this category a little bit different to what we've just seen. All 6 amber lights will flash on the start line, and they run what, as Les just said, what they call a fixed index. So all these cars are set up to run 9.9 seconds or as close to, and the racing is heads up.
Yes.
So what we see is a lot of the cars can actually run a fair bit quicker than the 990. And what they do is they run a throttle stop. So they'll leave the start line and then they'll almost look like there's something wrong, and then they'll accelerate again away. So the car down there, the Mark 1 Cortina, it actually runs a manual gearbox. So John Summerarch down there, he's in the little Cortina with the 302 Windsor on board, taking on Nicholas Polito in the Ford Probe in the Rocket Lane. John's Cortina is manually shifted, as I said, so he has no electronic aids in that car. There's no throttle stops. He's driving off the car in the other lane, and he's got to make sure that he's just in front of it. I'm not sure what's happening now. Our racetrack just out on the Rocket Lane there.
It's a car into the sand pit, I think. See all the dust there? No. Okay. Yeah, they've got young Adam there. He's flapping around like a fish out of water. But no, it's not. So, JB, he spends a little bit of time up here as well.
That he has, Les. Of late, he's been working the tonsils, coming up here and doing commentary with us for our sportsman categories, but has decided today that he wants to don the helmet and the race suit and go chase.
Oh, good.
The points on order for today. Of course, in that all-little Ford-powered Cortina, little 302 that could for West End Performance and SRC race cars, his own business. Polito in the Rocket Lane, taking on for Motorsport Parts and Services. Polito Automotive, ETS Race Fuels. 028 on the tree for JB in the Cortina. Oh. Here comes the Ford Probe. The Probe out in front goes a little bit too fast. 987 with a 7, 150 miles an hour, but a 10.01 with an 8 at 133 for John Summerarch. Will get him in the field.
And as from that pass just there, he's dining at the head of the table.
Yes.
Number 1 qualifier. So it's the deal is to try and get as close to that 9.90 as you can. And we have had over the years, Rusty, Steve, and I have always watched there to see who completes it in 9.9 seconds. There's been quite a few over the time, but sometimes it's not their day. And Joe Catanzariti from Mountain Ann. He'd like a sponsor, but that big Pontiac Firebird, it's got a big engine in it. Oh no, it's got the 376 this time. I think I might be thinking of the Perry car. 0.109 red light, runs it through for 995 and 163.
And that concludes Supergas qualifying. I think those guys will be running eliminations here this afternoon, so they'll be out a little bit later. We're going to move into a modified bike now, and we have Darren McGregor down there on the Honda CBR, taking on Donald Hagen. Pair of interstate riders on the start line now. McGregor from Victoria, Hagen from Queensland.
Yes, it's Monto in Queensland. I'm not quite sure where that is, but I know where Mildura is. There we get out there, McGregor over there in the flow lane, a 0.136 red light. Zinging past goes Donald Hagen. And he runs a 945 with a 3 at 147 miles an hour and a 1035 at 129 miles per hour for Darren McGregor. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, our next pair up, Mitchell Woodford from Mango Hill in Queensland, running for Custom Motorcycle Addiction. And Wisteri Hair Design, taking on Michael Riches down there in the Rocket Lane. Riches racing for Formation Riders, Team Digger Motorsports, Crux Leathers. 022 on the tree for Riches. Woodford left the red light, but Riches is going to take this to the finish. 875 with an 8, 154 miles an hour to a 986 with a 4 at 151, Les.
Yes, that's fairly stout racing there. You'll notice that these bikes are devoid of wheelie bars, so getting away from the line cleanly takes a lot of practice and a very special technique without lifting the front wheel up. Jesse Barnes in the Rocket Lane from Chipping Norton, the Suzuki GSX 1300. DeWood Interiors helping young Jesse along. Phil White from Macleay Island in Queensland down in the Aeroflow lane there, in the Kawasaki ZX 14R, 1441cc. We've got a 107 reaction time for Barnes and a .274, but the Phil White, he's gone. He runs it through down the bottom end down there, 9.55 at 153 miles an hour. And for Jesse Barnes, a 10.23 at 137.43 miles per hour. So that puts them in 3rd and 5th, respectively. Sean Ricketts. Sean's just about won everything there is to win around Australia, including at the Bend as well. He travels a bit, but he's backed off a bit lately. That's Sean over there in the Aeroflow lane, heavy duty magazine, Kawasaki ZX 12R. He runs him from Castle Hill in New South Wales, up against Dale Marshall from Yangari in Queensland. Oh, Sean. Oh, Sean goes a 002, but Dale Marshall, he's going to run right through to the top end, runs an 8.59 at 155 miles an hour and a 9.45 at 143 for the national champion Sean Ricketts. Over there in the Aeroflow lane, I'm not quite sure what happened there. Never mind. Lucas Negale from Stanhope in Victoria, also a Stanhope in Queensland. Suzuki GSX R1000, that's Lucas in the Aeroflow lane up against Jeff Marshall from Yangari, also in Queensland. Suzuki GSX, Dave Oliver Motorcycle Tyres. Gets out 2 red lights there, an 015, but for Marshall, he runs an 8.74 at 155 and a 9.23 at 147. For Lucas over there in the Aeroflow lane, they're coming thick and fast.
I tell you what, there's a lot of competitors from interstate here today for modified bike. I am very surprised to see and how good it is to see so many competitors making the trek to Sydney Dragway. Check out Ricky McDougall's motorcycle in the Aeroflow lane, that gold leaf lettering on his leathers with the purple paint. It looks really, really cool.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, that's a knack in itself, the gold leaf.
Well, I think that's what it is, I'm not sure. But a 326 light on the tree for Ricky, and Doug in the Rocket Lane. The better reaction time, but he got ridden around by Ricky in the Aeroflow lane, an 8.72 with a 4, 153 miles an hour, to a 9.70 with an 8 at 141 mile an hour for the Rocket Lane.
Yes, even though he had the better reaction time over there in the Rocket Lane, gee, that didn't take long for the his opposition to round him up, so to speak. But yeah, that's just the way drag racing goes. Maybe he may have missed a shift or something, but through the sound, it sounded if he was on song all the time.
Oh, definitely. I mean,
on the accelerator.
All machines are set up slightly different, and of course, some produce horsepower at different parts of the racetrack. It looks as though, Les, we're going to be moving into the future of the sport, and that is, of course, Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike. These competitors will run over the 8th mile, so we just need to put in place a couple of safety implements at the top end of the racetrack. But meanwhile, while we wait for our junior dragster competitors to move forward and move into the startup box, there's a couple of our racers here from Australia heading to the US of A next year for a USA drag racing tour. The tour has been called the Kanga Kids, and they are looking to race in the NHAR Junior Dragster League in 2026. Now, as part of that, the Kanga Kids is what they've named the tour. There's a Facebook page called Kanga Kids. If you want to check out their driver profiles, there's merch for sale there as well, all done through Wild Ink. Jump online, check out thekangakids.com. What they are also running is an opportunity to score a custom painted Simpson Bandit race helmet in your size.
Oh, super.
And your design. The tickets are just $50 or 3 for 125, and the helmet is drawn on the 8th of December. But tonight only, win one of 3 start line experience double passes right here at the Nitro Nationals. Just $5 a ticket, or 3 of them for 10. So what a fantastic way to get behind the kids that are heading to the US of A next year to be part of the NHRA Junior Dragster League in 2026. Now, I believe that event has something like 650 junior dragsters racing at it, and goes for a number of days, of course. So the competitors that that have been selected to go, I'm sure will do Australia extremely proud, and these kids are going to have a chance of a lifetime here to promote the tour of next year. But I'm sure they're very much looking forward to getting on that plane and racing in a new atmosphere and a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Oh, that's fantastic for the kids. Fancy getting invited to go to the US.
Yeah, so a very special moment in their racing career. But on track now, Les, we have our first 2 competitors have fired up, and we have Neville McDougall from Queensland for SVO Transport and Towing in the aeroflow lane, taking on Nixon Cannuli in the rocket lane. Nixon out first with an 0.56 light. Again, only racing to the 8th mile. Nixon runs through for a 7.76 with a 3.85 miles an hour, and McDougall an 8.05 with a 7 at 81 mile an hour.
Yes.
So these junior dragsters, single cylinder side valve. They run a centrifugal clutch, a belt-driven centrifugal clutch, up to a chain and sprocket on the rear axle. Now, gone are the days when we can say these were, inverted commas, lawnmower engines, because they're not. Go down and check them out. They are as purpose-built race engines as what you see in a top fuel dragster. Everything billet, pretty much. There's not many, not any races that I'm aware of now that still run a cast block. But maybe some of the C junior dragsters. The category split into 3 subcategories, or 4 now. Double A for the older kids, they can run down to a 760, and then there's A, B, and C. Now the class designation is to do with the driver's age and experience. Obviously, the C juniors are limited to a 12 flat. The younger kids, the idea is they learn the ropes in controlling the car safely. As they get a little bit older, the rules change and they're allowed to run a little bit quicker and a little bit quicker. 0.05 on the tree for Alex Rafalo there in the rocket lane. A very good reaction time. Paige King in the aeroflow lane, a 8.74 with a 5.75 miles an hour across the finish line. Rafalo a 7.71 at 85 miles an hour for him, so a very good pass.
Gee, that's really honking.
Yes.
At 85 miles per hour.
Yeah, I think we worked out last race meeting, 85 mile an hour is about 130 odd kilometres an hour. So certainly moving. You think because they're so small, oh, they're slow.
Slow.
They're not. No. You put them up against a Commodore or an XR8 Falcon, they'll see you at the finish line by quite a fair way. Yes,
they'll be sitting there with their foot on one of the tyres. So they are very, very sharp, and they go like a scolded cat. Tegan Smith now in the rocket lane from Albion Park in New South Wales. That's Tegan down there in the rocket lane, a bright black and yellow car, up against Alexis Attard from Greystanes in New South Wales, which isn't very far from here. In the ITF Hire Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications dragster and Tegan stops slow traffic control at JM Auto Repairs. Oh, Tegan gets there first.
Yeah, she does. 0.92 on the tree, but a 7.79 with a 9.83 miles an hour to an 8.26. 8.29 with a 6, I beg your pardon, at 79 mile an hour for Attard in the aeroflow lane.
Okay, next pairing up, we've got in the rocket lane, Zane Condello, our national #1 in the A Junior Dragster from Berwick Heights in New South Wales, Fineland Motorsports, assisting the Condello machine, Carl Schultz from Corona Downs in Queensland. What's happening in Queensland? Is there a bomb scare or something? They've all
maybe they've all evacuated. All the drag races have anyway. So Carl Schultz, AA JD for SCG Race Parts.
down there in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Zane Condello. I know Schultz, a very tough racer, but Condello, he's our repeat Australian champion. I think the first to get Australian champion 2 years in a row.
Back to back, yeah.
So he hasn't got too much longer left in JD. He was out here racing his grandmother's Corolla the other night at the Aeroflow Race Real Wednesday night.
Did Grandma know?
I think so, yes. Yeah. Well, she knew as soon as she went out to get in the car and it wasn't there. 0.36 on the tree for Condello in the rocket lane. He will cross the finish line first. No, he doesn't.
No, that...
8.01 with a 3, 83 miles an hour for Condello. Looked like he was a mile in front, but Schultz comes around at the top end. 7.77 with a 5 to bring the win line up on his side of the racetrack.
Oh, and they were very close in the mile per hour too, Steve. They're very, very close. Savannah Condello now on the rocket lane from Barrack Heights in the Fine Line Motorsports Junior Dragster. She's down there in the rocket lane. Amelia Wright from Yarrabilda in Queensland, Plunketville at Tambourine, and Alicia Auto Electrical helping Amelia down here at this particular event, all the way down from Queensland. Yeah, there is a lot, isn't there? So great to see. I don't mind junior drags. I've always said it since the day I started. It's good to watch these little youngsters. Not so a lot of them are like 6'17".
Yeah, well, I know we've just seen Zane run. I think he's like 6'4". So a little bit of a man mountain. But anyway, it's all about the kids getting at the racing experience, getting them into the sport, and seeing what they can do. An 8.08 with a 6 there, 81 miles an hour for Condello through the finish line, and some issues on the racetrack for right there. We see our start line crew just mopping up a little bit of something there. Now, the junior dragsters don't hold a lot of fluid. I think around 600 mil or thereabouts. Well, no, that's what my car used to hold, so I assume it's probably fairly similar.
Right, we're just waiting for that racer to Butte turned off there. Alex Rottenbury now from Picton in New South Wales. Hunter Race Engines, sponsored MLJ Constructions and Brian Lake Scruffy. So good on you, Scruffy. Up against Jacob Longo in the rocket lane from Gillaby in New South Wales. The Trackside Automotive sponsored Little McGee 50. I guess that might be 500. It looks as if it should.
Yeah, well, I think around the 500 cc is about what we call a big lock in junior dragster, I guess. There might be one or two that are slightly bigger than that, but that's certainly getting up there for a single cylinder.
Yeah,
of course, methanol fueled.
Of course. Gee whiz, you know, they had a far cry from the old lawnmower. Yeah, you go down and have a look at it, folks.
028 on the tree for Rottenbury in the Aeroflow lane. He's out in front, the double eight. JD will cross the finish line first. 7.70 with a 6, 85 miles an hour to an 8.28 with a 3, 79.9 mile an hour for Longo in the rocket lane.
Oh, wow, look at that, a 7.70 and an 8.28. Both, the Aeroflow lane was the double A one, so it could go quicker. So we've got Riley Ito in the double A JD in the Aeroflow lane, so can get down to that 760 in competition, but they're only allowed to qualify at 770.
That's correct. So at the moment, I'd say Rottenbury is certainly he'd be in the top 3 for qualifying. Now, we see on track now Riley Ito in the Aeroflow lane taking on Piper Bennett in the rocket lane. If you go down to the pits to check these cars out, make sure you have a look at Bennett's machine. The paintwork on this thing it's a showpiece. There's ghosting in the flames. There's beautiful paint scheme on this car, and also in Piper's helmet as well. She's one of the Kenga kids heading to the US next year. 147 on the tree for Bennett to a 113 for Ito. Keep your eyes on Ito a little bit later on today. He's come into a bit of form here at Sydney Dragway in recent times. 7.74 with a 0, 83 miles an hour, crosses the finish line first. Bennett with an 8.03 with a 7 for A Junior Drag, so that's certainly going to put her in a good qualifying spot for the Chicago shootout a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yes, it'll be it'll be their time slip they'll look at, and then they'll nominate their dial in. As we watch Benjamin Attard now from Greystanes. Gee, that family's getting pretty involved as well.
They sure are.
So helping them is ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications. Benjamin in the Rocket Lane. Emma Leafting all the way down from Oxley Island. Well, it's around that Taree area, I'm sure. And sponsored by Speedflow Products. So that's Emma in the Aeroflow lanes. But Emma's a seasoned competitor here in the B Junior Dragster, so she'll be just a little bit slower than Benjamin Attard in the Rocket Lane there. So she's got, Emma's got a McGee 330, and the previous racer had a McGee, I'm sure it was 500.
029 red on the tree for Attard. Certainly going to get there first. 802 with a 9, 80 miles an hour. To an 869 with a 1. 76 miles an hour for Leafting in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, look at that. Gee. Oh, from Mildura in New South Wales, we have Declan McGregor in the B Junior Dragster in the Rocket Lane. Mum and Dad are the financiers, aren't they always?
Yeah, generally there's some input from the bank of Mum and Dad, as they say.
Yep, and Georgia Leafting. So the Leafting's well represented from Oxley Island in New South Wales, Speedflow Performance Products, Junior Dragster. And Georgia Leafting in the Aeroflow lane. And Declan McGregor up against it's the boys versus the ladies in this particular run. Just got holding up something down there. Gee, that wind's strong. Oh, no, it's probably a jet, is it?
No, there's a little bit of a breeze out there. Well, track mics, I think, picking that up. 022 on the tree for McGregor in the Rocket Lane. Leafting away out in front. 8001. She's looking for an 800, so I think that's our #1 qualifier there for Georgia Leafting. Of course, that will be confirmed by our race control in the room next door. 048 on the tree for her, and Declan McGregor runs on through for an 888 with a 3, 77 miles an hour in his B Junior Dragster.
Well, someone in A Junior Dragster is going to have to qualify 8 000s to beat that. Steve.
I'm fairly certain that that's what's going to happen. And on the start line now, we have Jacob Schultz for SCG Race Parts. We saw Jacob's brother run a little bit earlier in the field. We can see his car on the burnout pad down there, the matching yellow paint scheme. 020 red for Jacob. On a solo here to run out for Junior Dragster, 8007.
Ooh, see there?
Nearly there. We're 7 thousandths away from a perfect pass.
Yeah.
And an 81.96 miles an hour across the finish line.
Oh, what a great effort.
Jacob.
What a great effort. There we go. And one of the two crew members there have got the yellow sport shoes just to match the car. Terrific. Oh, now Junior Drag Bike.
Yes, of course, this is one of the newest categories in drag racing in Australia is, as Les just said, Junior Drag Bike. This is for the kids that prefer their racing action with 2 wheels instead of 4. Same format, they run over the 8th mile. They run a dial your own format, so it's handicapped. But we do see some fantastic racing in Junior Drag Bike. And we have Kai Badcock in the Aeroflow lane for Pro Cycle Dyno. Left with a 368 line, taking on Blake Hagan down there in the Rocket lane. Badcock will get there first. 10:52 with a 663 miles an hour to an 11:01.62 for Hagan in the Rocket lane there.
Yeah, both riders there competing in the B Junior Drag Bike category. So they'll have, well, we've Jaden Badcock now is in the aeroflow lane from Slacks Creek in Queensland. Pro Cycle Dyno, Yamaha R3. Oh, I thought it might have been an R2, or it wouldn't be an R1, let me tell you.
No. I think Jaden wishes it was an R1, but it's not. Of course, we do have to keep the kids' safety in mind, as we'd say. Yeah, here's an R1, off you go.
Yeah.
So taking on Lillian Hagen down there in the Rocket Lane. Our current champion leaves with an 018 red light. Looking fairly evenly matched, but I think Badcock will take the win. Yes, 863 with a 3, 78 miles an hour, and Hagen's 872 with a 9 at 78 mile an hour.
Yes, both those races there, very, very attentive at the lights. We've got some great colours for the racing suits around. You know, like these kids are, they're not quite like high-vis things, but they're even better.
Well, speaking of high-vis, we can see the race leathers for McDougall down there in the aeroflow lane, very much brightly coloured, as is for Christopher Davidson from East Maitland over there in the Rocket Lane. Davidson left a little bit early, but that's okay. Only qualifying at this point. Our winner will be Neville Dougal, 9.22 with a 7.78 mile an hour. And Davidson's 9.52 with a 3.
Oh, well, between the McDougalls and the McGregors in junior drag bike, the young Davidson there, he's the odd man out.
At the moment he has been, but we're going to see two differently named surnames on the start line. We have Lincoln Delios down there in the aeroflow lane. He's on the Honda CBR, leaves with a 112 light, taking on Anastasia Lucky on the Kawasaki Ninja in the Rocket Lane. Lucky with the performance here, and we'll run on through first. 10.27 with a 3, 74 miles an hour to a 12.71 at 51 mile an hour for Delios.
Yes, that B junior drag bike up against Anastasia. Hers was the A junior drag bike, but they'll pick their dial-ins later on, and with the slower ones will probably pick a quicker or a slower, which means that their opposition will have to hang around the start line just a little bit longer.
That's exactly right. You test your patience, but as with all of our sportsman categories here today, they're all handicapped. So the idea is it's neck and neck across the finish line, and it's a good equaliser for performance levels, budgets, and skill.
Yeah.
So and that's one of the beauties of drag racing in the sportsman categories, is that you can be just as competitive on a slower vehicle or motorcycle than you can be on a quicker one. We're about to get a little bit faster here now, Les. Our next category up will be a modified eliminator.
Oh, one of my favourites.
And certainly this category provides a good mix of different styles of race car. We see on cam there 2 rear-engine dragsters at the front of the tunnel. They'll move forward to the startup box. But this category also caters for altered, so centre steer with the engine in front. There's rear-engine dragsters, front-engine dragsters. There's the occasional hot rod, like an A-model Roadster generally seems to be the pick of the bunch. There's Fiat Topolino-style funny cars. There's all sorts of things. Again, this category is a dial your own and incredibly tough. They run, most cars run what they say is a delay box, so the reaction is actually done electronically with a button on the steering wheel. Aids the driver in cutting a good line. Doesn't make it easy. You still have to react. But what it does mean is that we see so many killer lights in this category, and also the cars are super consistent as well and super fast. A lot of them running big cube, big box Chevs now. So we're talking 620, 550, 620 cubes. The car's capable of running high sixes, 200 mile an hour in some instances. Not everybody's at that level, but they don't have to be.
No,
because as I said before, it's dial your own.
Dial your own, and in the difference between the main difference between here in the US, this category doesn't really have tow cars. They have a radiator on the top of the engine, and they drive them back to the pits, because there might be 40 or 50 competitors in there, you
Yeah.
know. So I'd imagine it'd be a great line of tow cars coming back after each run. But anyway, now we're just waiting for the screen to change so we can update the information for all the race fans out there. What a stupendous looking crowd it is too.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's building, of course, moving towards our opening ceremony at 1 p.m, of course, and then we'll be getting into those very fast and loud top fuel dragsters, and of course the Nitro funny cars as well, Les.
Yep. Oh yes, of course they're here, and the Nitro fuelers. Whoa. Wow, yeah, no wonder the crowds come in. Oh, that's great to see. Alison Stewart in the Aeroflow lane from Queanbeyan East in New South Wales. LA Race Lubricant sponsored. Scorpion Racewear, Cackling Pipes, Photography, Jeff's Race Engines and Denaro Chassis helping Miss Ellison. Adriana Cartledge from Kilmore in Victoria. There are a lot of races from that Kilmore. It must be sort of like a breeding ground, you know, down there. Pro Street Towing and Transport, Racebacks Direct, ETS Race Fuels, Wildlick and APD Carburettors. Look at Adriana Cartledge.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. 711 with a 189 miles an hour out of that 600 cube big block for Cartledge in the rocket lane there.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's a name I haven't seen for a while, Fiona Crisp. She was doing some, she competed at a couple of the last New South Wales champs, and I think 2 of them while I was here.
Yep.
So she's making the effort to come back. She's in the rocket lane.
Yeah, in the Spitzer Bantam Altered. It's the second time I think we've seen her in competition in the Altered. Typically, Fiona preferring the dragster, but
yeah.
I've heard she's pretty fond of this this new ride that she's got. And of course, Fiona has done a little bit of racing over in the US as well, so has been a busy bee.
Yes.
Taking on Jess Turner down there in the Aeroflow lane. For ETS Race Fuels and Wilding, the Spitzer rear engine dragster with the 430 cube small block Chev powering this machine. No nitrous on board for Jess here today. She hasn't been running that for a little while now, but the car's still very quick considering its relatively small cubic capacity compared to the other cars in the category.
Oh. Yeah, well, see, here's the variety here. We've got a rear engine dragster up against an Altered.
Jess leaving a little bit early there, but still will get the time. But a 001 on the tree for Crisp in the rocket lane. She runs through first, 764 with a 176 miles an hour to an 806 at 162 mile an hour for Turner in the Aeroflow lane there.
Yeah, well, that was, she got out of the hole quick too. Liesl Gowes. From Redland Bay in Queensland, SCG Race Parts Dragster, sponsored in the Aeroflow lane, up against Chelsea Smith from Albion Park in New South Wales in the rocket lane. Stop, slow, traffic control, APM, Liquid Clothing, Plicker Racecraft and Tony Smash Repair. Some of these people, these racers have been very busy going around, must be door knocking and asking for sponsors. They've done really well.
I think in today's economic climate, with how expensive some stuff is, you do need to try and rack up as much support as you can, especially if you want to travel a little bit. You know, the traveling just adds quite an expense to the whole racing exercise, and you know, it's fantastic to see these businesses getting behind the races, and within due course we try and promote them as best we can. Of course, today will be on a national level once we switch to our 7+ coverage a little bit later on this afternoon from the opening ceremony.
Oh, great.
Both cars about to accept the green. Smith away with a 141 red light. Gowes with an 012 green. Smith will take the stripe first, 759 with a 0, 178 miles an hour. To an 867 with a 151 mile an hour for Gowes in the Aeroflow lane there.
Yeah, Chelsea Smith she must be fresh out of JD.
No, she's been running the modified dragster for a little while now.
Oh, has she?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Now we've got Corey Dyson from Kilmore, the Mobile 1 statewide oil-sponsored Mullis dragster, running a Chevy 400, also sponsored by Glass Protect, up against Lucas Holes, up at Mount Gravatt. I know where that is in Queensland, in the T-Bucket Altered LS3 6.3 litre, sponsored by the Holes Group Transport, and that's Lucas in the Aeroflow lane. So we've got a front engine Altered and a rear engine dragster again. This is just part of the variety you can have in modified eliminator. They're usually all open type vehicles, except for if you get some of the hot rods can be just hot rod, if you like.
Yep, they'll be pre-1948.
Yes, and they have to maintain certain aspects of their original parts.
That's correct. All right, both races into full stage now. The tree will count down 015 to an 018. There's 3,000s in the start line, but that dragster 112 to the 60 foot. Look at it go at the top end. 778 with a 173 miles an hour to a 932 Les at 142 mile an hour for Holes in the Aeroflow lane.
Yes, that was two pretty sharp races, those two. Corey Dyson, well, he's been around racing for a while, Corey Dyson. And Lucas Holtz, they were the pair that just went down. Okay, now the pair we have here is Daniel Badan Carranza from South Morang in Victoria, up against Michelle Morrison from WA. Is there any farther west you can get than that?
No.
Gee, Alexander Hodge, gee.
Yeah, I was going to say not in Australia. There's not.
Yeah, well, talking about the you know, our precious continent. No, as it goes up towards the point there and then turns back, but you know, like that's a great effort. And Denani Hotshots, you know, they're well known over here as well. We see a lot of West Australian competitors come over for various national events that we do host here at Sydney Dragway. So that's a familiar name, particularly with the Wild Bunch and of course Door Slammer, some of the West Australians from over there. So now in the rocket lane, Daniel, who's got that big block Chev 615 cubes behind him, sitting. Gee, a lot of red lights too. But oh, look at the Altered.
Yeah, 632 cubes in the Altered, 725 with a 175 miles an hour for Morrison through the finish line.
Issues with the Carranza car.
Yes.
Because it got to just past half track, and then it went from 109 miles an hour down to 97 miles an hour at the finish. So you can bet your bottom dollar there's something going wrong there. Oh, we're into Top Sportsman.
We're going to move into Top Sportsman now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to switch off commentary, switch over to Rusty Gregory. I'll be back with you very, very soon.
Good afternoon, Les. Good morning. No, it's almost afternoon. We're only
almost away. Very, very short time.
It's afternoon Rusty. Somewhere. How are you, Les?
Very, very well, mate. Good to see you back. Good to have you back here, and even better working alongside you.
100%, mate. Great to be back. And big crowd starting to roll in here at the Nitro Nationals, presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. We've got a big day of racing ahead of us. Lots of Nitro coming your way, but right now we're in Aeroflow All-Stars qualifying, and it's Carl Davies taking on Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Daniel Jones in the rocket lane from Taylor's Hill in Victoria. A touch of class in Melbourne, sponsoring Daniel. And Carl's is the RCE in the Chevy Monza and running a Chevy 363. It's only a little engine.
The really, really cool thing about this event, Les, is because we've got races from all over the country, it's basically, it's an invitational, this race.
Yes.
So from a sportsman point of view, we've got a lot of races here that we might not necessarily get to see at Sydney Dragway all that often. So it's very, very cool. Two races that we don't usually see all that often just went down the racetrack, and we've got plenty down there in the pits as well. It's going to be a great day of racing, that is for sure. But this is Top Sportsman qualifying. Right now it is Pete Hamilton taking on Lisa Sargent. Pete Hamilton, the Profection Automotive from down your way, Hugh. him at the ACT.
Yeah, down here.
And taking on Lisa Sargent, who's a relative newcomer to racing, but she's doing a pretty damn good job, just quietly.
Yeah, mate, it's fantastic. I've been coming to the announcing at the monthly championships that we have here, and hubby doesn't go too bad either. But the dreaded pirate Pete Hamilton down there, he was becoming a bit notorious for doing wheels really high.
He's becoming a bit of a pest for that, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of spray of the giggle gas in it now, and the nitrous assisted VH Commodore. I bet you that's not what they had in mind when they designed it, but nitrous assisted VH Commodore 366 cube Chev underneath the bonnet, and running the TSAA class designation. This is qualifying, and the interesting thing about this race is that it is a Chicago shootout. So this is really just about seeding the first round of racing. Once we get through this round, it's pretty much just going to be absolutely flat to the floor all day long. And Chicago shootout means we get to see these guys come back 3 times throughout the afternoon. 8:44 for Pete Hamilton there, 160 miles per hour to an 8:03 for Lisa Sargent, I should say. Pretty solid side-by-side race on both sides of the racetrack there.
Yeah, very close there, Rusty, and that's good hard racing. I think Peter's found his place in top sportsman as Paul Partridge there in that distinctive green little Ford Mustang, running a Ford 605 cubic inch. That's only getting up to sort of like 9 and 10 litres.
Yeah, it's definitely big. It's a few bottles of milk, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Thomas Leake rolling up to the line now. A young man that we're more used to seeing in Pro Stock these days.
Yes, he's doing.
He's just completed his first full season at Pro Stock, and just quietly did a pretty damn good job. I reckon Bruce has got his work cut out for him getting back into the seat just quietly. Yeah. And Paul Partridge, on the other hand, a long-time sportsman racer, has been doing this for a very, very long time. He's won everything there is to win, that is for sure, and there is a reason why he is perennially at the top of the championship standings. 815, 164 miles per hour for Pardo in the Mustang. 816, so a pretty good side-by-side race there. Thomas Leake, 816. Maybe running a little bit off. We're used to seeing that car pretty close to the 7. So I'd say it's maybe just gone away a little bit at the top end of the racetrack, although it is very, very humid out there at the moment. So for any cars that don't have any kind of boost, whether it be, supercharging, turbocharging, nitrous assisted, if you're purely relying on the atmosphere that we've got out there at the moment, there's not a lot of oxygen to burn. It is very, very wet, the air.
Yes.
It's going to be tough going for some of these guys, but at the same time, we're still going to see some good racing. Next up, we've got a couple of cars that have got some very, very healthy doses of nitrous on board, and that is Brett O'Connor, the Chevy Camaro, the Jenkins Performance Engines, 632 cubic inch KB between the frame rails of that one, and on screen you can see young Josh Boscovich, which is the XA Ford Coupe, but a little bit of an unusual combination in this one, being a 427 cubic inch Fontana engine, but he loves pulling the gears in this thing. It's still manually shifted. It's got a very healthy dose of nitrous in it, and watch this thing jump around. Oh, I've put the mockers on him here. I've put the commentator's curse on Josh. If anyone's asking, my name is Matt Kavanagh.
Yeah.
We'll go with that. 716 on the other hand for Brett O'Connor. No problems him. 012 on the tree, 716 at the big end of the racetrack, and 196 miles per hour. I think that might be good enough for the #1 qualifier as it stands at the moment. When our screen ticks over in here, we'll be able to confirm the qualifying list, but that is very un-Boscovich-like of young Josh.
Yeah.
Usually that car is I don't like to say the word bulletproof, but it is pretty much close to it.
It's very consistent.
Extremely consistent, extremely reliable package. And so whatever it is, obviously, they'll take it back to the pits and hopefully get that sorted out. But with that, I think we have still got a few more cars left in Top Sportsman, looking at what we've got coming through the tunnel. Very, very neatly presented Holden Calibra rolling through, and I can see Bruno Madijasevic not too far behind as well with a big orange HG, so that means there's some Supercharged Outlaws action coming your way.
Okay, Tony Wyatt from Pine Mountain in Queensland, in that beautiful Holden Calibra, big block share, 582 cubes. Look at that, nice smoking. Well, yes, the drive has been altered to the rear because this car was originally a front engine.
I'd love to see 582 cubes of
Yeah.
big block Chev go through the front wheels.
Yeah.
Tony White been racing for a very, very long time. Very experienced racer out of Pine Mountain in Queensland, as you touched on, racing for Hercules trailers. And the Calibra, a very, very aerodynamic car. This car was very...
027.
Yeah, it had a very good coefficient of friction, I think.
That's it.
Coefficient of aerodynamics, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I'm not a scientist, just in case you can't tell. But I know that when they brought it out, the reason that this thing was so popular on drag strips is because it absolutely slices through the air.
Very good, and they run straight too, Rusty.
Absolutely. Tony White, 019 on the tree. Expect to see some really, really sharp reaction times today. A little bit of a puff of smoke at the finish line, but a 7.97 up on the boards for Tony White there. So that will put him into the top sportsman field pretty comfortably. Don't have any details as far as the qualifying list goes. They've taken that off us pretty quickly, but I believe we will be moving into some supercharged outlaws action in the not too distant future.
Right.
Can see Bruno Magic rolling through as we just turn around Josh Boscovich down there. And it is absolutely phenomenal to be here this weekend, of course, with the NDRC, the final round of the Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Car Championships this year. Of course, it is the Nitro Nationals presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. It's a one-day show, which is something we're not really used to seeing here at Sydney Dragway. It's pretty cool, but as we touched on, we'll be kicking off with the big show from about 1 o'clock this afternoon. We've got our opening ceremony, and then we move into the first and only round of qualifying for X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car and, of course, Top Fuel as well. And if you haven't already checked it out, you're probably aware that those cars are down in the pit area, but did you know you can actually go down and look at them up close? Probably right about now, they're going to be warming these cars up, getting them ready for the first round of qualifying, the only round of qualifying. And you can actually go down, stand right next to these cars when they fire them up, get all the senses, a surreal experience where it just absolutely blows you away. You can smell the nitro, you can feel the noise, it hits you in the chest. It's the closest thing to a religious experience you can have, let me tell you. I'm talking from personal experience. So make sure you get down there and check it out in the Sydney Dragway pit area. Right now, though, it is Supercharged Outlaws time, and Bruno Magic taking on Chris Denny. Chris Denny, a little bit of a pedigree in drag racing, or married into some pedigree in drag racing, we should say. This is the one, the only, Mr. Bob Shepherd, the quarter-mile smile son-in-law. So, Amanda's husband. So,
okay.
Or maybe we should call him Mr. Amanda Shepherd. I'm not sure. we could go either way with it, really.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be... no, he wouldn't be offended.
No, I don't think he would be. I mean, when your wife is a former Top Fuel racer, it just comes with the territory. But in a nice tribute, this car is actually called the Gambler 3.
Oh, is it?
So, yeah, that's a nice little tribute to Bob Shepherd. Car looking absolutely spectacular out there in the Sydney sunshine.
Yes.
And Bruno Magic from West Wodonga in Victoria, down there on the border. He's almost in New South Wales, so we can almost claim him.
He could stand on the bridge there and just have 1 foot on one side and 1 foot on the other side.
Pretty damn tough racer as well. The HG Holden. Been doing this for a long time. It's not a light car, this. No. It's a big, heavy piece of machinery. And he gets down there pretty comfortably deep into the 6-second zone at well over 200 miles per hour, all things being equal. Yes. Chris Denny running with the relatively small cube 350. It's only a small block. Supercharger up on top, but it does the job. Runs pretty low 7-second runs with this thing, and you know, it's just a bunch of fun, and that's really what it's about for the family, going out and racing with the family. So both cars in stage now.
Oh, look at Bruno. He's out of there. I don't want to be back there, he says. He runs it through a 192 reaction time of 427 at 227 miles an hour with a 7.3 on the end of it, at 280.
In the heat of the day, that's actually a pretty stout pass. So 642, 227, 788 at 160. It sounded like Denny's car didn't want to shift.
Yeah, well,
it sounded like it hung in gear a little bit there. I'm not sure whether I was hearing things, but it definitely sounded like it might have hung in gear, at least first gear, for a little bit longer than what they would have wanted. Can see some of our Nitro racers coming out, having a look at the racetrack as they get ready for the qualifying session. How's it looking, guys? Thumbs up, thumbs down? They're not even listening to us.
No.
It's all right, I'm used to it.
Yeah. Oh,
It comes with the territory.
Well, yeah, it must have. How have you enjoyed, Rusty? How have you sort of enjoyed your trip around, you know, to all the big tracks and things like that?
I've been doing a lot of travelling, that's for sure, this year.
Yeah.
Done a lot of the NDRC events throughout the countryside, and, you know, whoa, big sideways burnout down there for Greg Angus.
Yeah.
You know, it's absolutely awesome. You know, drag racing is alive and well. It's thriving at the moment. And, you know, when you've got new venues coming on board, like what we've got down in Adelaide with Dragways Bend, you know, that place is still, we keep forgetting, that place is, you know, only 2 years old. It really hasn't even hit its stride yet. So, you know, once they really start to make some inroads into things, you know, drag racing's in a great spot.
Well, fantastic. That's good to hear.
And that's the most important thing, definitely. So right now, good old-fashioned Ford versus Holden battle. The HJ Coupe for Greg Angus down there. Again, relatively small cubes on board for a big, heavy car, 372 cubes.
372, yeah.
Tim Gruber, he's gone with the comparative big block with the 410 in the TC Cortina.
Yeah.
But a very aggressive tune-up on this car. Tim Gruber generally leaves with the front wheels dancing in the air.
Yeah.
Don't forget, as well, as the crowd rolls in, that means that the merchandise is going to start selling very, very quickly. If you're here at the venue, make sure you do grab your Nitro Nationals and NDRC merch. The van is up there near the entry gate. Greg Angus getting really close to the centre line down there, and he pulls it back pretty nicely and goes 796. A little bit late on the shoots down there, and a 769 for Tim Gruber at 180. As I was saying, you can grab your Nitro Nationals and NDRC merch from Wild Inc. They're up there near the entry gate, the spectator entry gate, so make sure you do grab it. I'm telling you now, it's going to sell out pretty quickly. They've got a lot of stuff up there, but I'm telling you, it's going to sell pretty quickly. So if you want to make sure you get it in your size, if you're a more curvier gentleman like myself, the big sizes do tend to go a little bit quickly, so make sure you do jump in and grab that.
Yes, but Rusty's talking about the horse blanket size.
Oh, geez, shots fired in the commentary box. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that. I thought we were mates, but all right, that's how it's going to be for the rest of the day. No problem. David Escort now from Dandenong South taking on Jeff Sargent. We saw Lisa Sargent go down the racetrack earlier. This is Jeff. This is Mr.
Nice.
Lisa.
Yeah, nice, interesting sort of fellow to speak to, and yeah, from Sargent's Roofing. From Mount Rankin in New South Wales, up against David Estcourt, sorry, from Dandenong and the Dandies. South Victoria. Oh, beautiful. Wow.
Stout burnout.
Yes.
Jeff Sargent has certainly got the burnouts under control.
Oh, mate, he's very good at it. And this is another great class, Supercharged Outlaws, because that was the four-bearer before. It's Supercharged Outlaws, then there was, of course, Wild Bunch, and then you progressed further into, you know, the was Wild Bunch for a while, and then it went on to become bigger and better.
Look, any class that's got funny cars in it, I'm on board. Any class that's got superchargers in it, and of course you can also run injected nitro now in Supercharged Outlaws, which is pretty cool. So I don't know that we've seen any down here in Sydney, but I know we've definitely had some up in Queensland. So certainly something to keep your eye on over the coming years. But David Escort, this car is a consistent 6-second 200-mile-an-hour plus car. Jeff Sargent with a Keith Black and a big supercharger hanging out of it. I'd say you'd expect this thing to run pretty deep into the sixes as well. So should be a stout run here. Now, if it is your first time to a drag race, first of all, welcome. You've picked a great one to come to. It's going to be an absolutely wicked day of racing, but this is what we call sportsman racing. This is part of the Aeroflow Sportsman All-Stars, and this is all about consistency. It's about knowing your car, knowing your racecraft. The red light on the tree doesn't matter in qualifying. It's only a baby one though, 002 red. And David Escort, the chutes come out and the car goes quiet. 695 at 195 miles per hour for Jeff Sargent. That's a pretty solid pass for him. But an 837 with the chutes out very early. I'm wondering if maybe it tossed a blower belt or something for David Escort, because it just went quiet for no real discernible reason from the outside here. So hopefully he's got enough momentum to make his way all the way through the the braking area down there, and we can keep on rolling with things. I can see Super Comp rolling through the tunnel as well, so we're not too far away from moving into some of our index-based classes.
Yep.
But it's not just drag racing that we've got here this weekend.
No,
we've also got Corey Creed's FMX High Air. Now, if you've been down to the pits already, you've seen it all set up.
Yeah.
It's ready to go, and they're ready to send it sky high here at the Nitro Nationals. It is multi-time X Games medalist. He's going to thrill fans with jaw-dropping motocross stunts, launching over 40 feet into the air in a display of pure skill and fearless control. Get ready for gravity-defying tricks, massive airtime, and non-stop entertainment as Creed brings his signature high-flying action to the drag strip. Catch the High Air team down there opposite the Top Fuel pits at 3 times this afternoon. So we've got 3:15, so it's in about 3 hours from now. 3:15, 5:45, and 8:15. And the crew here at the NDRC have actually tried to time that with the Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Car fire up, so you can get bang for your buck.
Right.
You get kill 2 birds with 1 stone down there. So,
and they're in very close proximity to each other. The Nitro cars and the stunt show. When I saw the second jump, that's the one that they'll probably land on, but there's a huge big one there, and that'll take the impact. But the run-up one, mate, it's just like a rocket taking off.
Yeah, that's look, I'm all right on a motorbike, but that's not my idea of a good time. I like my motorbike to be in contact with the ground, not flying through the air. You know, if a motorbike was meant to fly, it'd have wings.
Had wings on it, yeah.
That's just me. Everyone get your kicks in different ways.
Good
but
on you, mate.
Peter Lay now from Labrador in Queensland. The Peter Lay Custom Imports Nova Funny Car. Very, very cool thing, this. Known, I think it's still called Super Bad, this car. It's just a really, really cool thing. You know, another 6-second car up against Paul Wood. I haven't seen a lot of this car before, but Paul Wood out of Valentine in New South Wales, running big block Chev underneath the hood. But again, very much the Pro Mod door slammer style of car, this one. And he would be looking to lock down some solid numbers here in the first and only round of qualifying that we have got in Supercharged Outlaws here today. So after this, we go pretty much straight into racing. It is Chicago Shootout here this afternoon.
Yes, and the good thing, folks, about Chicago Shootout is that the cars don't get eliminated. They come out 3 times.
And that's the beauty of it. It's all about entertainment here at the Nitro Nationals, presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. Both cars in now, set for a start. Pretty lazy on the launch for Paul Wood, but it's coming to life further on down the racetrack. The funny car, though, no problems for him. 666 with a 4, 207.3 miles per hour. And Peter Lay will get solidly into this field as they take the screen away from us very, very quickly.
Yep. Yeah, and what a great side-by-side run that was as well in Supercharged Outlaws. Now the next competitor will be it'll be a solo run from Peter Wheeler from Emerald in Queensland.
Indeed.
Out there west in the well, you can't say the far west in Queensland because there's not much. Well, there's a few things past Emerald, and that's just about it. So it's a nice little town, Emerald.
It is a lovely little place.
Yeah.
The irony of it is it's not very green. It's pretty dusty at Emerald.
Yeah.
So you know, it's maybe an ironic name, I don't know. But Peter Wheeler, the JPP dragster big block Chev between the frame rails, and very, very nicely presented car, this one. Just waiting for the fire up signal before we kick the tyres and light the fires here. It is the Nitro Nationals here at Sydney Dragway. As we touched on, we are kicking off this afternoon at around about 1 o'clock with their opening ceremony with the first qualifying session for Top Fuel and X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car at about 1:15 this afternoon. So if you're watching online, I know we are streaming on Facebook at the moment. If you're watching online and you're thinking, you know what, that's looking like a pretty good time out there. If you happen to be here in Sydney, jump in the car, get on down here. We've still got plenty of space available. Plenty of space available because it is going to be a cracking afternoon, and we're running all the way through into the night. And you know what that means? Nitro at night. What does that mean, Les?
Big flames shooting out the sides.
Big flames. Flamage is well and truly alive.
And it looks spectacular. You can see the firing. You can almost see the firing order. The flames coming out of the exhaust. And they're all individual, and they just a fantastic show at night time. That's best. the best I can say for one of my favourite parts of the Nitro cars is watching them at night time.
That's that was a really aggressive burnout from Peter Wheeler. The thing was right up in the rev range, like in about, you know, a couple of tenths of a second. Really nicely presented car, this one, as we touched on, out of Emerald in Queensland. So it's a fair way down here to come racing at Sydney Dragway. So we appreciate them coming down, and I'm sure they're looking forward to I think this is their first trip here to Sydney. Yeah, well, I haven't. Or at least it's their first in a long time, because I haven't seen them for a while.
No. Oh, would they be racing at would they race at Gladstone or a bit further up north, up and around Townsville?
Could be any. It's actually, funnily enough, pretty central to a lot of the different racetracks up there, because there is quite a few in central Queensland and up the coast.
Yep.
So we'll see what Peter Wheeler can deliver here this afternoon. Very much the top alcohol style car, this one, with the Chevy power plant as opposed to the Hemi that we usually see in these cars. Fairly lazy off the start line, but still gets down into the sixes at over 200, 697 at 203 miles per hour. And remember, it's not about outright performance here. It is about consistency. So you really got to know your car, know your driving style, and exactly what it can deliver. Looking at the qualifying list, the 9 cars that we've had down the racetrack, Bruno Magijasevic is your #1 qualifier and will lead us into race day. 4 cars in the 6-second zone, and it is going to be a very, very good afternoon of racing when we roll into Supercharged Outlaws. Right now, though, it's time to go index racing, Les.
Yes.
And it is Supercomp.
Supercomp. And Supercomp, I'm really a fan of the Supercomp and the system that they work under, where they race against indexes. There's no dial your owns in this competition. There's no dial your owns. You can't break out. You can. The penalty for breaking out is that you have to make sure that everyone else, when they come up, here we go.
So, Peter Pizzolitti's now. Little technical problem there, apologies. Altona, from Altona in Victoria, has been racing this car everywhere lately. I've seen him in Adelaide, I've seen him at Willowbank, I've seen him here in Sydney. He's just getting around the place. Yeah. I don't know if he's, just got nothing to do and just wants to go racing. I don't know, but he's doing a lot of it, that's for sure, and he's taking on Mitchell Oxley from the beautiful Riverina region. Down there, actually comes from Leeton. He's down as from Stanbridge in New South Wales, but does come from Leeton down there in the Riverina region. And one half of the Oxley family racing team, the other half is his dad Ray, who runs Pro Stock and running for Luisi Race Engines. Now, the interesting thing about this, these cars are not dial your own, so they're not nominating their own handicap. These cars are built to a rule book, and that rule book for that class has their own indexes. So in this case, it runs off national records. Peter Pizzolitti's running off a 6:41 record. Mitchell Oxley off a 7:15. Now, the idea being, in qualifying, you run it absolutely out the back door, get after it, go as hard as you can. When you roll into racing, it's a little bit different. So they're running off national records. So if anyone goes under the index, they effectively reset the national record. That's right. And so
that's what they have to race against. Mitchell Oxley there, 4:40 reaction time. But
6:36. That's a really, really solid run. 6:36 at 236 miles per hour for Peter Pizzolitti. 7:20 for Mitchell Oxley. So for Pizzolitti's, that's actually under the AAPIA national record. We did see Pizzolitti's go down into the 6:20s down in Adelaide a couple of weeks ago. So 6:36 is a solid pass for him, given the heat of the day and the weather conditions that we have got in front of us. 7:20 for Mitchell Oxley, naturally aspirated small block Chev there, and a 7:20. That's actually a really solid pass for him. So we move on to our next pair. It is Kit Hunter, the VL Calais, taking on Fred Nicastri in the Nissan Gazelle, the very, very small cubic inch Nissan Gazelle. There's not too many V8s that are smaller than this thing, that's for sure. 271 cubic inches. And listen to it sing.
Oh, they're great little cars. Rusty, one of the Street Machine guys put a little 302 Windsor in one of them, and it was a beautiful little car, but to have one like this, it's just... but when you have a look inside it, you know, you think, oh, gee whiz, it fits nicely. They don't have cut-out guards or inner wells or the firewall, or, well, this might be just a firewall, might be just a little bit modified, but it's a great little package, great little shape too, from Shell Harbour in New South Wales, down on the south coast down there. Al's Race Glides and the Nissan Gazelle, very, very rare car in Australia. I remember when they came out in the 80s, but that was a long time ago.
The thing about this, I want you to listen to the Nissan Gazelle as it goes down the racetrack. You should be able to hear it because Kit Hunter's VL Calais is pretty muffled over there with the turbos that are on it. But you'll listen to Fred Nicastris. As this thing runs through the gears, it only drops like about 1,000 RPM between each gear to try and keep it in that peak torque range. It absolutely screams this thing. Actually, we're going to go quiet. We'll just let you listen.
There you go.
But they've got to stage first.
Yes.
Staging is important. Kit Hunter doesn't want to go in here because he knows he's going to need to bring it up on boost before anything. I don't really know why we're playing games in qualifying, if I've got to be honest. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
No, there's nothing at stake.
If it's the first round of racing and, you know, you want to try and get a psychological edge over your opponent, yeah absolutely.
Fair enough.
Definitely. But when it's the first round of qualifying, you know, it's kind of like betting on the first race of the day at Melbourne Cup. You're not going to solve the problems of the world in the first race.
No.
And I've got to be honest, these guys actually need to be really careful. The starters already told them to stage the cars, and Fred Nicastris in now. Kit Hunter is building boost on it. He's taking his full allotment of time to stage. Fred Nicastris' car did not shift. It definitely revved, but it did not shift. 703 at 209 miles per hour there. And truthfully, those two guys probably need to have a bit of a think about having a staging duel in the first round of qualifying. That just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But anyway.
That's it, done and dusted, those two. Now, Chris Collin. Now, this is down from Fortitude Valley in Queensland, and his father there, I can see Mick Withers down there. There's Chris Collin, and then his father Ken Collin, and they're usually in the finals, you know, up at Willow.
They do a lot of racing. They do a lot of travelling as well. The Collin family. It is performance bike time, as you touched on, Les.
Yeah.
And should be a pretty good race, this one. Wally Hoster taking on Chris Collin. Chris Collin with the big number 1 on the side of the bike, and there's a reason for that. He's damn good at what he does.
I remember when I first met him, it was actually came down here with his dad, and he blitzed the field. You know, he came down there, dedicated. He looked like a sort of like a really young university student, but boy, can he ride a bike.
And now some of these bikes, obviously the no wheelie bar bikes, they are some of the wildest things to ride. You see the rider get right up over the fuel tank on these things just to try and get the weight transfer right. They've got the big long extended swing arms on them, and a 774 for Chris Collin. That is right on national record territory. 772 is the record, 774 is the run. Wally Hoster, on the other hand, a 10.15 and the 9.15 is probably not quite where they want to be, but still a little bit of work to do for him there. Next up, it is more the Pro Stock style motorbike, and that indeed it is actually a Pro Stock bike.
It is
that is Daniel Rabnott running in performance bike here this weekend. We're more used to seeing Rabs in the professional categories, but obviously Pro Bike not being offered this weekend, so he's decided to come out and have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, it's got the ASB designation, and from Uraloo, is it, in Queensland?
I'll go with that.
Yeah, okay.
I'll back you up on that one, Les.
Yeah, good on you, mate.
So, Daniel Rabnott, this bike has been running pretty consistently. He's got a new engine package in it. He's been working on a lot of different stuff. New monster cylinder head.
Yeah.
This thing will run pretty deep into the sixes once they get it sorted. They've just got to get it sorted. It's been running 720s there or thereabouts. Sounded like it bogged down a little bit as it left the line. What a ride from Daniel Rabnott to pull that thing back into the centre of the lane.
Oh, look.
740 at 180 miles per hour. 740. Yeah, that class designation's not right on that one, Les. I'm not sure what the pro bike designation is in performance bike, but a 740 on a run that is far from perfect. Yes, for Daniel Radnott. I reckon they'll be happy with that as a good finding out run. Next up, we are moving into, well, another different type of racing. Yeah. We're trying to make drag racing as easy as we can, but there are a few intricacies, and this is where Supergas comes into it. So Supergas is a what's called a fixed index class. So the aim of the game is to run as close to 990 as you can without going under. Now, in racing, if your opponent goes under, you get the win. Yes. Right? If you go under, you lose the race. If you both go under, well, then it's whoever goes under by the least. So it sounds complicated, but the long and the short of it is you want to try and cross the line first by the smallest possible margin. So you'll see these guys playing a few games once we get to racing. At the finish line, there'll be a little bit of whomping going on. You hear the electronic throttle stops kick in. The cars will die, as you just saw off the start line, and they'll get back into it. That is a preset throttle stop. And 989 with a 6 just goes a tick too quick for Joe Catanzaretti, and Nicholas Polito goes 994 on the 990. He also red lit, so the red light doesn't matter in qualifying. Does matter in racing.
Yes, so that there's 4 attributes they have. Back in the day, Supergas, it was a unique class. It was out on its own, and it had 4 attributes. It was heads up, pro tree, no deep staging, and there was one more. Anyway, they sat by themselves, but now, you know, with 990 fixed index, that's what it's always been. We haven't shuffled it around.
And truthfully, these cars all have the potential to run a lot quicker than 990. Because they've got to be able to run 990 in every weather condition, every track, all around the place. They've got to be able to do it left, right and centre. Now, a little bit of wind just kicked in out there, and it looks like it blew one of our timing blocks off its mark down there. And it was a good spotto. I think our starter spotted it and said, okay, we need to fix that up. Hopefully we should be able to get that done. It is actually coming up quite blustery out there at the moment, so make sure you are staying hydrated if you're here at the venue and keeping the water up, because it is going to be a pretty warm day out there, and you know, as we know, heat can do nasty things to you, so make sure you are staying hydrated. So Anthony Panetta goes down. You'll hear that throttle stop kick in, and then it comes back in as he moves on down the racetrack. 990 is the number you want to see up on the boards. 994, that's solid. That's a good banker. And he gets it in there. So a 994 will put him into the qualifying list. And I think all 3 cars in the Supergas field are now over 990. So that is actually the only category that's getting 2 qualifying runs here at the Nitro National. So Supergas with that will wrap up qualifying for the Aeroflow All-Stars, and we're not too far away from moving into our opening ceremony this afternoon. So a couple of things that we do want to let you know of as well. The Season 3 calendar has been released for the NDRC. That is next year, and it is absolutely action-packed from start to finish. Kicks off in January at Willowbank Raceway with the Pro Alcohol Nationals. There's dates all across the country, basically. We're racing everywhere. We're going to Dragway at the Bend down in Adelaide, Willowbank Raceway, where it's Sydney Dragway as well. We're going to Hidden Valley as well, and of course Perth not on the calendar as it stands, because obviously they're having their track works done over there at the moment. They're having a full track renovation done, so not on there. But you can see up there on the screen, we have got so much racing ahead of us, just massive, massive events. And of course, that is the Australian Top Fuel Championship, the X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car Championship, the Aeroflow Sportsman Series, the Top Door Slammer, Top Fuel Bike, Pro Mod, Pro Alcohol, Pro Stock, and Pro Bike. It is going to be the biggest season of the NDRC that we've had so far. And if you can't be there in person, the great news is there is going to be the vast majority of those events streamed live on 7+, which of course we will be going live on 7+ this afternoon at around about 1 o'clock. So make sure you are keeping an eye on that. So if you're watching on the live stream at the moment on Facebook, make sure that you do switch over to 7+. We are going to be switching over to 7+ in the not too distant future. It's going to be about 1 o'clock local time. But as we've just touched on, we have finished off qualifying for this afternoon for the Aeroflow All-Stars, Aeroflow Sportsman All-Stars. This is a great opportunity to go and check out our traders, go and check out everything that we've got going on down there in the pits. As we touched on, some of the top fuel cars and the Nitro funny cars probably warming up as we speak at the moment. So go for a walk around the venue, take in the full experience of what we've got to offer here at Sydney Dragway, and we'll be back with the opening ceremony and the first round of qualifying for Top Fuel and X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro funny car in the not too distant future.
The Stan Sainty Cup is the holy grail of Australian top fuel NDRC competition. Apart from the bragging rights about being the #1 top fuel guy in the country, winning this championship has something else that makes it very special. The man it's named after. Aussie motorsport legend Stan Sainty was one of the most beloved figures in this industry. From boats to cars, Stan liked making things go fast. His reputation for doing it all his way is the stuff of legend.
Stan Sainty in the industry, innovative, legendary. Stan Sainty as a person, again, never had a bad word. You know, I'm his son-in-law. You couldn't say a bad word about Stan. He'd do anything for you, make anything, sorely missed, always accommodating. If you could walk up tomorrow, even you could walk up tomorrow and say to him, hey Stan, I want to do heads. Okay, in you go. You'd probably offend his normal head guy a little bit, but you want to have a go? Have a go. Walk into his pit area, he'd feed you.
No, I just want
to give you a drink. Just that type of guy. And, you know, loved everyone loved him.
We grew up, me, Terry, Julie, my brother and sister. My uncle Stan and Auntie Marg.
You know, when you have these silly ideas,
Stan was just one of those guys. Terry's the same. Stan made his own motor. You could say, hey, I need this made, and he would make it better than your idea because he was an innovator. He would, you know, think like the 3-bar, thought it would be better, which it was. They banned the overhead cam motor in Top Fuel in America, which is what Stan made, for one reason. The push rod's the weakest link, so he took the weakest link out. So, and he ran very successfully with it. So they've run 300 mile an hour. They've run 390s, 3-second runs. So, but yeah.
A loved and respected figure, Stan's passing left a huge void in the hearts of Australian drag racers. Little wonder then that the Stan Sainty Cup means so much.
Challenge is a serious test of any street car, but it's also a stack of fun with legendary camaraderie between the racers.
Go.
Well, everybody, we're here getting ready for the Nitro Nationals presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. We are going to be going live on 7 Plus very, very shortly, guys. Around about 7.5 minutes. You can see Wade down there on the start line. He's going to be the man that's on the camera. But for everybody here in the venue, he's going to do a big hello, welcome, and then he's going to throw across to you guys. And when he does, I want you to make plenty of noise. Make this place absolutely sing, make it hum, because that's what it's all about. We're here for a great afternoon of drag racing, and we want to try and make it look as good as we possibly can. So you reckon you can do that for me, Sydney Dragway? Yeah, I'll go with that. There was plenty of thumbs up there in the grandstand. Thank you very much, guys. Around about 7 minutes before we kick things off. Thank you.
It's all come down to this. One last roll of the dice. One last shot at NDRC glory. We've been backwards and forwards across the country. Some have been playing the long game. Some have been swinging for the rafters, looking for a big day out. It's been a wild season of unpredictable moments. A rocking roller coaster with situations that nobody saw coming. It's on! It's on! It's on! From major upsets to classy dominance and everything in between. It's more than race day though. This is special, sentimentally. This weekend, it's never been more emotional. In the battle for the Stan Sainty Cup, it's Sydney sider Wayne Newby looking to pull off the most emotional win of his career.
Yeah, it'd be pretty emotional for me, I think. Grew up with Stan. Yeah, I can't wait to win it. But got to win it once. I'll be very proud.
Newbs' lifetime friendship with the Sainties make today a bucket list item for him. Can he stop the Nitro flaming freight train that is defending champ and teammate Damien Harris, though, from taking him down in the dying seconds of the title?
Hey, Damo, I won!
Harris can still win this and defend his NDRC Top Fuel title. Both Harris and Newby have to win every time they fire up. Phil Reed is back from an explosive and fiery performance at the Bend last month. And with no title aspirations, Phil Lamartina has nothing to lose but everything to gain as the Carrot Kings swing for the fences. And you can throw in the added bonus of Shane Olive in a Rapper third car and the bomb Steve Reed, who's headed south for the first time in over a decade. In X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car World, it's that killer Kiwi who has a tightly clenched grip on the championship. Morris McMillan has been thrilling for the majority of the title fight, but today he's got another reason to rock it. The incredible throwback paint scheme that tributes Graham and Wendy Cowan has everyone feeling nostalgic. And as the Aussie Raider lines up today, it'll be more than just nitro fumes you're wiping from your eyes. It was rookie rager Josh Lay who caused some major havoc early in the championship. But today, McMillan squares off again with defending Nitro Funny Car champ Gold Coaster Justin Walsh, North Queensland star on the rise Damon Payton, and Luke Shepherd makes his Sydney NDRC debut. It's the Nitro Nationals, presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. It's so good, you can literally taste the nitro on the tip of your tongue as Nitro Funny Car and Top Fuel rock the house in the Harbour City. Hang on tight, folks. Things might get a little heated.
Very warm day here at Sydney Dragway, and look at this crowd. Hello, Sydney. Can we have some noise out there? Boy, it is time to light up some nitro today. The Top Fuel Championship comes down to the wire. You see this? That is a very miniature version of the Stan Sainty Cup, because the real one is standing over this beautiful lady wearing yellow and black. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Marg Sainty. She is the wife of the late, great Stan Sainty. Would you please put your hands together for Marg? Look at that cool trophy there that tributes Stan. It was, of course, engineered and manufactured between Terry Sainty and Wayne Newby. It's a very, very important part of why we... Could you please hold that one? Because I'm scared I'm going to drop it. That's going to be a necklace. Actually, it's about the same height as Wayne Newby, so I'm not sure that it'll work that way. Mark, thank you for being here as always. We love you. I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah, I love being here. Thank you very much. I'm honoured to be here today.
We're honoured that you came down to hang out with us. Norm is here as well. I think Terry is here somewhere in the crowd as well. And her daughter Julie is just standing over there as well, with Mark's granddaughter Larissa as well. So let's meet some of the stars. Thanks to PW Brakes and Racer Industries. It is the grand final of the Top Fuel Australian Championship. And from Sydney, please put your hands together for Wayne Newby, everyone. All right, give her a cuddle. They're about the same height. Noobs, you're home. It's time to wrap this deal up. That pesky Western Australia, look at him scowling at you over there. Can you get it done?
If this weather stays away, we're going to get it done. Yeah, all we're going to do is win each round, and that's in the bag. So,
you hear what you just said? All we got to do is win every round, and it's in the bag.
Of course, always. So, no, looking forward to it. It's going to be a great day. Hopefully tonight, when it cools off a bit, we can put some good numbers down for the crowd and hopefully put on a good show for everyone.
You could look like a rapper. If I just took this and we had a necklace put around it, you could sort of wear it like a rap singer.
MC newbie.
Well, you can't touch this. Good luck to you, mate.
Ta, buddy.
And he is trying to keep the championship from the two-time and defending champ from Perth, Western Australia. How about it for Damien Harris? Now, you've been hanging on to that. You want to keep it?
Look, it's staying in the Rapasala family, so that's the most important thing. So, and it means a lot to Wayne, so I'm more than happy to hand it over to him at the end of the day, sort of.
I can't see you just going to give it to him.
No, he'll have to work for it. So they've done a great job this year and that, so we've had a few missteps, but no, it'll be a great day.
Tough conditions today. What are we going to see in qualifying, do you think? Are you swinging?
No, look, it's A to B, just trying to get the data and work our way up through the day. So it's about round wins. We'll hopefully get a couple and put the stress on Wayne.
He can still win it, everybody. Damien Harris, put your hands together for him. He can still win this championship. From Weeman in Victoria, right near Mildura, please put your hands together for Phil Lamatina. He's going to give Mark a cuddle as well. Kind of drag racing royalty, right?
Just a little bit.
Absolutely. Now, you've got no championship aspirations today. You're just going to have a crack at this. Well, you can't affect the championship. You're going to run numbers.
Yeah, look, we're just here to put a show on for the crowd. As you said, maybe make up numbers. But no, we're competitive. We want to win.
I mean here for the numbers, like the ETs.
Joking off.
Just wanted to clarify.
No, I knew what you meant. No, yeah, let's just see if we can turn some win lights on. And it's warm out, but have to appreciate the crowd for coming out. Thank you for the support. But yeah, we'll just see what we can do and put on a show and hopefully turn the win lights on, like I said, and hopefully we can take a small trophy home today.
Absolutely, mate. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Phil Lamatina, everybody. Wonderful to have him. From a little spot down the road. Now, outside of New South Wales, people giggle when you say this name, but everybody knows what it really means. From Rooty Hill, New South Wales. Come on, put your hands together for Shane Olive. Anybody here from Rooty Hill? Surely there's some people here from the hill.
No one.
The suit is very sexy.
Yeah, thank you. It's nice.
You're a super sub. You're basically coming in to run the third Rapasada car at your home territory.
Yeah, look, we're going to give it a shot. It's been a while since I've been in the seat, so a lot of nerves like we talked about earlier, but we'll go out there and try and fly that flag for the Rapasada family.
How about this wonderful lady next to you, mate, and what an amazing man this trophy honours.
Yes, definitely. You know, there's no words that can describe how good he was for the sport, and he'll be well missed.
Always good to see you, mate. Good luck. Get after it.
Thank you very much.
Shane Olive, everybody, from Rooty Hill. Now, we're going to talk about X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro funny cars right now, and there's a really cool tribute going on. It's been 4 decades. Can you believe it? Since a funny car named Aussie Raider took on the Yanks in NHRA territory and did one hell of a job. And today, Kiwi Morris McMillan tributes Graham and Wendy Cowan. Wait till you see this car.
Back in the late 80s, this was the car that put Australian drag racing on the map. Runner-up at the 87 Winter Nationals and the first, and still the only Aussie car to make waves in the top-level USA drag racing by making the final of an NHRA event.
Out on the line, again, funny cars. Australia's Graham Cowan versus Tim Gross.
For me, carrying these colours isn't just about looking good on the track. It's about honouring the man who built this team and the legacy he created half a world away.
The winner will be Kenny Bernstein in the final round. The loser goes home. For Graham Cowan, that's a long trip. The chips definitely down. 2 men who have never been to a final round. Cowan comes off the line first. John Martin drifts over, almost into the wall, but it'll be Cowan the winner. The first time a foreigner will go to the final round in funny cars.
The car inspired a generation of racers, and now we get to bring it back and hopefully inspire the next one. This isn't just our history, it's our future too. I can't wait to line up and show what these colours can do. 40 years ago, the Aussie Raider made its debut at the US Nationals. And we will race the 2025 Aussie Raider to the Australian Drag Racing Championship. I'm Morris McMillan, and this is the 2025 Aussie Raider, a recreation of Graham and Wendy's original Aussie Raider that raced in 1985. The 2025 Aussie Raider is a salute from the whole Rocket and Aeroflow family to a legend, and his passion, love and dedication to the sport of drag racing.
So we came here to have fun, and we're doing that, and we're in the final. What can I say?
How good is that shot of Graham Cowan? I just love it. We're just here for a bit of fun. It turns out they went all the way to the finals. And the shirt that Morris is wearing, the crew shirt replica, I believe Wendy Cowan has her original shirt from that time. Please put your hands together, folks, for your X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro funny car drivers here today. So Walsh is complaining that he has to zip up in all the fireproof gear and you get to wear the shirt. But I got to say, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, they come up so good, thanks to Wild Ink, and we pulled the shirt out. It still had Wendy's name on it. It was so thin, you know, because we've been sitting around for 40 years, but how could you not recreate it when that car just turned out so good, and we're so proud to run it. And yeah, I might be driving it, but this whole team is what makes this happen, and we're all running this car today.
Championship-wise, it'd be amazing to finish off with a win for Aussie Raider in this championship.
Yeah, no pressure. Thanks, mate.
All good. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Morris McMillan, everybody, please put your hands together from Sydney, New Zealand. Kiwis always end up living here. I don't know what that is. I know exactly why. From the Gold Coast, but now Canberra. Please put your hands together for Josh Lay, everyone. Now listen, you started off like a firecracker in this championship. You had him covered. Walsh came and picked on him. He stumbled. What happened? Now he's leading.
We tried our best to pick on him, but he's Morris. He's too good.
Yeah, he kind of does a good job.
He does a great job.
Mate, your family's been busy over in the US as well. See, there's always something going on. The uncle's got the NHRA ring for your granddad here as well.
Yeah. I told you last time, Wade. It's a family sport. You know, like my uncle Pete's racing here today, and I know my family abroad are still over there. They're watching on too, and this whole Aeroflow family, it's one big team.
Good luck to you today. Can you please beat the Kiwi?
As I normally say, Wade, A to B.
There you go, A to B, I like that. Josh Lay, everybody, all the way. Look at this. So, this would be Justin Walsh. He did a worm dance at the Winter Nationals when he wrapped up the championship last year. If you were to win today, what would you say?
Oh, look, I don't know about a worm dance. It's probably a little bit warm. It might be time to rebirth a bit of planking or something on top of the hat.
Planking?
Yeah, planking was popular a while ago. I'm getting pretty old, so I'll try to bring something back.
I'm going to call you out on this. See that orange thing? Just do it real quick. Plank for me. Don't swim on it, you clown. You got the family back home tuned in. Is there any special words that you want to throw out to the crowd before we get started? Is there a moment you're going to click on?
The special words for the crowd. On a day like today, it's 30+ degrees heat. Sitting in this stand is going to be like a cat on a tin roof. We really appreciate the Sydney crowd coming out in this heat. It's going to be hard for us in this first qualifying session. Top Fuel and us will probably just tiptoe down the track and slide a little bit. But stick around, fans, because tonight when the sun goes down, you're going to see an awesome show from the dragsters and the funny cars.
Thought you might have mentioned a piece of food just then, but you're going to roll that out later?
No, we've got a few dares. I've got to throw in some conversations later, so I'll wait when the time's right.
All right, mate, good luck to you. Justin Walsh, everybody, one of the real lunatics of funny car racing, and how do you possibly follow up with that? From Mackay in North Queensland, Damon Payton, everyone. Big round of applause for the Queenslander. At least it wasn't the Cowboys that won the premiership, right?
Broncos, that's as close as it gets, so it's still Queenslanders. Yeah, I'm stoked I'm here because I wasn't meant to be here. My rain dancing worked, sorry to everyone else, but Tommy, sorry for driving over here and not getting a drive, but can't wait.
Damo, you've been so close to that first 3-second pass.
Well, that's the plan today. We're not in the championship run at all, so a 3-second pass would be an awesome way to finish our rookie year, and can't wait for next year.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Damon Payton, everybody. Come on, Sydney, can we have some noise for your Nitro? Let's go upstairs to Rusty Gregory. Boy, she's warm out here, Rusty.
It's not too bad in the commentary box. I'm not going to complain about that, that's for sure. It is a cracking day here at Sydney Dragway. Let's have a look at your X-Pro by Aeroflow Championship points. Morris McMillan off the back of 4 consecutive event wins. He is well in charge of this championship, 652 points. Everyone else is playing for second so far this season. Josh Lay is in second and Justin Walsh makes it 3 for the Aeroflow team. Looking at the Australian Top Fuel Championship points, Wayne Newby on top, 707. He needs to still do a bit today to make sure he secures that championship victory, but either way it's going home with the Rapisada Autosport International team this weekend. We've also got Bryony here this weekend covering off every single angle here at Sydney Dragway. She's down the top end of the racetrack.
Thanks guys, Rusty and Wade, well you said you're at the A. This is the B, this is where the drivers will finish up, they'll get out of their cars and I'll be the lucky one to have a chat with them. In terms of the conditions, everyone is wondering what's going to happen. Well, I'll tell you, I've got the sunscreen and the umbrella. I'm hoping I only have to use one and not the other, but we'll see. Can't wait, it's going to be a cracking day.
Well, the great news is that that umbrella can help you keep the sunshine off as well. We are going to be doing our formalities now. That includes the Australian National Anthem. If you are able, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to please be upstanding. And gentlemen, please remove your hats for the Australian National Anthem. Make some noise, Sydney Dragway. It is time to kick the tyres and light the fires. We're burning nitro here at the Nitro Nationals, presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. This is going to be a fantastic day of racing. And the first pair up, it's a couple of RAI cars, and it is Shane Olive up against Wayne Newby. Oh, sorry, Damien Harris up against Wayne Newby, I should say.
And it's
So,
and it's going to be a Phil Reed rush to the line as well. No sign of Phil Reed right now. They were swapping an engine. So, if this is your first time seeing this, you're about to have your life changed. What we can say, in these conditions, Rusty Gregory, we're not going to see anything startling. I don't think in this run. It is hot. It is greasy. Everybody just wants to get that thing called A to B. We know that they can run into the 3.6 second mark here. Damien Harris has done that here. Wayne Newby has one hand on the stand, Sainty, and you can feel the emotion in that little guy.
Well, to sum up his season so far this year, he's made 5 finals this year, 5 of the A finals. He's won 2 of them. He has been absolutely in command from it from the second round of the championship. He finished runner-up at the first round, and after that, it has been all newbie. So, as you said, he's got one hand on this championship. Damien Harris, mathematically still in with a shot, but he needs everything to go his way today.
And you know, the guy that does the perfect days with regular aplomb is Damien Harris. So anyone else you go, gee, that's a tall order. There is Santo Rapisada Jr. Look at that incredible team standing behind these dragsters. Immediately on the right-hand side, they both go up in tyre smoke, and I've got to say, nobody's overly surprised to see that, Rusty. And for folks that are new to our game, they might be like, oh, wow, what just happened then? But I'm not shocked, are you?
Not really, given the conditions that we've got. It is very hot, very greasy, as you touched on, and not really the best conditions to try and put 12,000 horsepower down to the racetrack. When it's this hot, it's just a real challenge, and you can't back these cars down enough to try and make it stick. It's very, very difficult to do that. It's such a complex algorithm they have to put into these cars. Having a look at the replay now, Harris went straight up in tyre smoke. You see buzzer tyres, barely got through one revolution of the tyre. Newby got a little bit further down, and it was just as they tried to lock up that clutch, that's where it started to kick the tyres loose. So either way, they'll still learn from this because conditions are only going to get better as the day goes on. As things start to cool off, we move into the cool night air. So they are going to learn from this, but either way, nothing to write home about on either side of the racetrack.
And there's also that thing, we really haven't had much in the way of laps down the racetrack either right now. We take a look at Rob Cavannino working with the Sholiv car, the Shane Olive, third of the Rapper Autosport International cars. Let's go down the deep end for the first time today. Bryony Ingerson.
Yeah, g'day Wade, down here at B. Wayne's just taking the helmet off. Everything looks in good condition, which is the main thing because you can't afford to have any mistakes today, but no surprises, not the run that anyone was anticipating. But what did you learn?
It's very hot out there, so it shook the tyres pretty bad, pretty violent actually in the car. So we'll go back and hopefully this weather gets a bit better for us and we can go down the track later on tonight.
How are the nerves? Are you holding up okay today? Everyone's putting the pressure on you. Are you feeling it yourself?
A lot of talk about me today, but no, that's cool. Whatever happens, happens. You know, that's the way I look at it. And if we do our job right, it'll come to us.
All right, good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's got to keep telling himself that. There's no doubt about that. We can just see Shane Olive and Phil Lamartina about to fire. Really cool to have Shane Olive, who's actually a Nitro Champs winner in the most unique fashion because he won it at 2 different racetracks on 2 different dates. The event was rained out on the second day of competition. He won the event down in Heathcote in Victoria. So he knows he can win in these things, and he's driving against a guy that he used to race for. And intriguingly, he actually took the boss down in Darwin. It was a very unique plot twist in the championship at the time.
There's a few storylines to track here, that's for sure. Shane Olive making his first start of this season at the last round of the championship. So, you know, either way, you still got to be in there to win it. But Shane is not one to discount because keep in mind, this crew, this team, this car, this was raced to an event win with Larry Dixon earlier on in this season. So this is certainly a team and a car that can run the numbers and put some big names in this top fuel field on the trailer.
Just seeing in the background as well, Phil Reed has arrived for duty, which is good news. Dean Rossiter, the young crew chief on the right-hand side, up against Rob Cavannino, who's got some time under that belt. This is not his first rodeo. Very experienced team. It's the C team, and I don't mean that like it's ABC is not as good as the first 2, but it's incredible that they put a 3rd car on the racetrack, and they have put 4 together at one point as well. Lamartina had an interesting situation at the Spring Nationals where they didn't actually put oil in the car for the final run. So that fire situation was no oil.
That'll do it every time.
What he did say to me was the residual warm-up oil, the Fuchs they used, was actually what protected the car in that situation. Whoa! Both up on the hit of the throttle and extremely sideways off that launch.
Yeah, both guys way sideways. It was absolutely synchronized as well. They both washed out to the left and then kicked back to the right.
It was like 11,000 horsepower drifting.
That's it. That's exactly. It's like ice dancing, isn't it? Shane Olive and Phil Lamartina. Olive rolls through for a 9-second pass, and that'll actually put him in the number 2 spot. Because keep in mind, although this is qualifying and although the cars are struggling to get down this racetrack a little bit, this is still going to seed the field for the first round of racing. So it's important to still get to the finish line.
And it's not normally this brutal either. We normally run over 2 days, Rusty, so they don't normally, that's not the end of their qualifying. Normally they'll have at least another run. Look at that! Geez, I hope somebody got the photo of that because down the barrel, that would have been like rally, but cooler.
Absolutely. That's about as sideways as you ever want to get a top fuel car without hitting anything. Shane Olive, that was really out of shape.
Won't hurt his nerves at all, unfortunately. He's already nervous about this, but that's a great drive job.
Yeah, and Shane's done a lot of laps in a lot of different cars as well. So for him, it's just going to be a matter of once he gets the thing to the finish line, I think he'll be okay. He'll get those nerves under control, really just calm the thing down. But yeah, this first session, that would not have helped him.
Just about to climb out and take the helmet off and maybe have a chat with Bry, but Phil Reed and Steve Pommy Reed coming up, and I did joke earlier with Bryony that they were related, and she did take the bait. So she went up to Phil and actually said, "Are you Steve's brother?" And the look on Phil's face was worth the price of admission, Rusty, you can well imagine. 72 years of age, on screen right there is the Pom, Steve Reed. Let's go down to Bryony Ingerson, who's not with one of the Reeds yet.
No, not yet. And I'm a bit scared about talking to Phil if I do see him. Shane, that was a pretty wild start from you. It's been a while since you've been in a top fuel car. How did you find that?
It is a bit, yeah, look, it's hot out. I guess we'll go back, have a look at the data from that run and see if we can soften it up a bit for the next one.
We'll let you get your helmet off. I was going to say to you that a 9-second pass isn't usually what it takes to be in second qualifying spot, but here we are.
No, it's not, but like I said, it's very hot out and we're probably haven't seen these conditions for a while. So again, it's been a while since I've been in the seat, so the nerves are out of the way now, so come back for the next one.
See you at the next one.
Thank you.
And the point is, too, that he made just then is we'll go back and get some data from that. So they'll still get something from that in terms of how they tune the car for their first competition round later this afternoon.
Now, for this run, for Phil Reed, just to be on the racetrack here in Sydney has been a mammoth effort. That's the only way to describe it. They ran an exhibition race down in Adelaide at the Dragway at the Bend just last month, and unfortunately had some problems. The car had a pretty nasty explosion and burnt basically everything from the roll cage back. It's required a complete rebuild of this car. They've called in parts, bits and pieces from every top fuel team that they could possibly find, and the camaraderie has really come to the fore. To see them back on the racetrack, it's actually fantastic. But what it does mean is that they haven't had time to test it.
I did watch Bruce Reed then put both thumbs up in the air when they just hit on the burnout, so he was clearly a little concerned about what was going to happen. They've just changed motors, so it was not an ideal build-up. How about this guy? The Walker's Turf Supplies entry, 72 years of age. The Pom hasn't raced here for 10 years. It was quarter-mile trim back then.
Yep.
But he was able to pick up a win. This is the ex-Stamatis car. And the cool part is it was basically put back together and recreated by Terry Sainty.
That's
so
cool.
What a beautiful 360-degree connection he has to the Stan Sainty Cup here this weekend.
That's very cool. And Steve Reed, also a former Australian champion in top fuel racing. He is no stranger to these cars. It was a while ago when he did it racing for the Rapisada team. Now he's out on his own. What can he deliver here against his namesake?
Cameramen are getting ready. And it was issues off the hit from both cars.
You know what? That was actually fairly stout on both sides of the racetrack. Given what we're looking at in terms of the weather conditions, 0.883 to that first incremental timer for Phil Reed, that was pretty stout, and I think they will learn something from that. He actually bumps into number 2 qualifying spot, Steve Reed, goes into number 3 in the top half of the field. So looking at the bottom 3, Shane Olive, Damien Harris and Phil Lamartina, that means they don't get lane choice rolling into the first round of racing.
I think it's important to know that if you are new to the game and you just had your seat pretty well rotated out of the grandstand, and with that just that noise that we just saw then, these are tricky conditions, but they'll get a handle on this for the first round of competition. And Phil, like you said, the signs were good early.
Yeah, well, part of the reason why I think Phil Reed got so far down the racetrack there was because it actually had a cylinder out from the hit. So it was actually taking power away from that car. It got a lot further than the other cars. You could see, look on the left-hand side of the car as you look at it head-on, you can see all that raw fuel pouring out. That is basically a dead cylinder. The fuel is not igniting, it's not making the horsepower. But in these conditions, that can actually work for you.
Yeah, when you're trying to get it to the ground, because that fundamentally, it's all about the traction today. In these hotter conditions, it will cool down this afternoon. We know there's even a chance of a little bit of precipitation at some point here as well. And Felipe climbs out of the Hydrolink Black Mamba, and a lot of folks from Hydrolink here supporting Phil as always, and Bryony standing back very carefully. He's fine, Bryony. Don't just ask him about McDonald's drive-through average time and you'll be back as good as new. Loves his oysters as that man. Let's go down to Bryony Ingerson. You look so worried.
Yeah, Phil, you're just taking the helmet off. I prefer you keep it on, actually, for this interview. Sounds like the boys are saying that dropped a cylinder on the way down.
Yeah, it shook hard, so it's underpowered. The conditions here are really tricky, so it's hot. As you can see, everybody's struggling.
All right, I'll just give you 2 seconds to take your helmet, off. But it has been a massive, massive job by yourself and all the crew just to even make it here today. So, well done.
Not only that, we had to change motors right before first round. Had a crank hub come.
It's really cool to see he's still got this socket to breast cancer.
Cylinder, but it's very tricky conditions here. I don't think anybody's going to see. You might see 70 later tonight, but I think 380s is going to be the round of the first round.
Ooh.
Right, go well.
Nostradamus.
Thank you.
Go well, go shell. Have that the old throwback. So, interesting point he made then as well. Still has the socket to breast cancer logos, that snap-on initiative that he championed at the Spring Nationals. Look at that crowd in the background as we get to the floppers. The X-Pro by Aeroflow, Nitro Funny Cars, and Josh Lay, who stunned everybody with a rookie win at the Spring Nationals, basically at the Bend.
Yeah.
And Justin Walsh is the defending champion. And remember too, Josh had that really scary moment here on debut where he nearly ran into the back of teammate and team boss Morris McMillan when the cockpit filled up with clutch dust. He ended up in Morris's lane. It's never been easy for him.
No, it hasn't, but he's really come into his own this season. He's made 4 finals throughout the season. He's won 1 of them. He was leading the championship after 2 rounds of the series. So to say that he's having a career best year is an understatement by a mile. Justin Walsh, the reigning champion, this will be the last event that he'll be able to say that, at least for the 2025 season. He'll be looking to finish the year on a high and hopefully make his second A final appearance here tonight.
G'day to all the family, the Lay family, probably over in Vegas or somewhere like that, where most of the Australian drag racing fraternity are at the moment. I think his first 2 words were funny car when he was a baby. So Lay and Walsh qualifying for funny car. Both in. Hey, the boys are going to go, oh, it just stopped for a second. We were going to get there. Nothing in it on reaction times either. An 0.74 against an 0.76. They were trucking early.
They plugged basically the same tune-up into both of those cars. They were identical to the 60-foot timers. 9.06 to the 60. They were only 0.02 of a second difference on the start line. A 5.25 to a 5.76. So Lay will take the lead here as we have a look at the replay. It was pretty clean on both sides of the racetrack, but right where they try to bring the clutch in, right where they try and lock up that secondary phase of the clutch, that was where they kicked the tyres loose. And you can see the cars just start to wiggle right there. The pipes go wet when it unloads the engine. It lets those cylinders basically flood with fuel. And, well, look, they got further than what we saw in Top Fuel, but still not quite to the finish line for the funny cars.
We're about to see the Aussie Raider come out as Spud is warming up already in his very cool-looking Aussie Raider shirt. Spud's become a kind of a bit of an icon around these parts with how he gives Morris McMillan the signal on how you tramp it for the burnout. As we take a look at Damon Payton on screen, the North Queenslander, he has been so close to a 3, like 4.0 in his rookie season. He's only run 3 rounds with us, so he really hasn't had much competition at all. You just see Morris McMillan, or Monza there, Morris's wife, standing by, very hands-on with this hot rod. How good does the Aussie Raider look? And I know that GC and Wendy are down there on the start line, just off to the right-hand side. GC and Wendy, how good does that look?
This has been one of those things that it's been talked about for a long time. There's always been, you know, you've been needling guys like Morris McMillan saying you need to do one of these Aussie Raider tribute, you need to do it. And we never thought we were actually going to see it, but I've got to be honest, to see this thing in the flesh, and the other thing that I love is that they've turned the Mustang into a Pontiac, and it suits the car. When you look at it, it looks like the original Aussie Raider. Such an awesome tribute car.
Well, there was talk that they were going to put Aeroflow across the front, right? But then Graham said, well, hang on, it said Australia in its original trim, so lower skirt on the bonnet.
It is cool.
Everything
That's the
about
only
it.
way to describe it. It is just cool.
Watch Spud. I hope we get a shot of him. He's running to the line right now. This will be a special moment for him to signal the burnout as well. There he is. Keep your eye on the signal that he'll give Morris. Waiting for it to come in. We see Payton in the X-Pro by Aeroflow Camry. Coolest Toyota Camry I've ever seen. All right, Spud, what do you got for us? Bushka. Woo, she was pretty violent on the burnout just then. You see that thing bounce.
It jumped, absolutely. It looked like it was a little bit higher in the revs than what they were usually planning for. But look, Morris McMillan, what can you say about him this season? He's basically dominated. He's made 4 out of 5 final rounds. He's won all 4 of the A finals. The only one he didn't make the A final, he was in the B final. He's got a commanding lead in the points. It's basically going to be his second championship.
There is
under
Wendy.
the belt.
Wendy Cowan just there, standing to the far left. That is such a cool shot of Wendy in particular. If you ask GC, there is no rocket without Wendy. So we push them back in. You'll notice that they don't bring the car in under clutch. It's all done and push manually in to keep the clutch cool. Monza McMillan waiting. See the way they're pointing Morris, actually. They're pointing him to the centre. I'm not sure if you can get a look at that, but they're actually pointing him to the centre line a bit here. And where you point them is where they go.
What he's trying to avoid is getting in the same tyre tracks as the cars that have already gone down the racetrack. So he's actually staggered the car off to the left-hand side of the groove. Payton's right in the middle, but McMillan's obviously seen something in the racetrack that he wants to avoid or something that he wants to get into. So he's actually way over on the left-hand side of the racetrack. You can even see it on the head-on shot. So, look, if they can go from A to B and just get the thing down the racetrack, they would be absolutely stoked. That car looks phenomenal. The Aussie Raider back on the Australian racetracks.
Hey, Payton just about put a full pull in there, and that was solid.
Yep.
Nice job, a 4:34. Put your hands together for Damon Payton. You can count that as trucking all the way through. Different to what we'll see tomorrow when I say trucking. But very, very cool run from the Rocket team in that right-hand lane. Put your hands together, folks, for the Queenslander, Damon Payton.
That is outstanding for the rookie. 4:34 when nobody else even went past half track. So Damon Payton, that is phenomenal for him. And that's going to give him a massive shot of confidence heading into the first round of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you know, the guy has been good. He just hasn't had any laps. Let's look again at your replay right now. Your gear wrench replay. That thing was good.
Yeah.
If anything, he shut it down, but it was solid.
Yeah, it did kick the tyres loose just after half track. If you watch the pipes, right about there, started getting wet, started moving over towards the centre line there, and Damon Payton got out of the throttle, but still a 4:34. It's a representative run, the only one to log in a representative run in this heat of the day conditions. And Damon Payton, he's going to have a big shot of confidence after that one.
How cool was this shot from the NHRA with GC with the big Mo? Even back in the 80s, he was ahead of the game with Movember. Super, super cool. It was a bit more of a Viva Zapata kind of deal back then. We just came here to have some fun. We ended up in the final. How cool is that? Going to see Luke Shepherd here on what we would call not a competition run. He's not in the field per se, but it's really cool to see Luke running in that right-hand lane.
Yeah, the McCarthy Racing Chevy Monte Carlo, full-blown nitro funny car. There's, you know, nothing on this car that's not on any of the others. It is a full-blown nitro funny car. But what they're doing is trying to get Luke comfortable in the car, get him down the racetrack from A to B. We keep talking about A to B, but it's probably more important for this team than any others. This car has had a couple of different drivers in it. Tim McCarthy drove it for a little while, Chris Stepanovic as well. But Luke Shepherd is the latest one to jump in the seat. And look, if they could log anything with a low 4-second run, they would be absolutely outstanding. Absolutely over the moon with that.
So cool to have PW Brakes and Racer Industries on board as the Nitro Nationals presenting partner. From a 1938 Tatra to a 2022 Ford Ranger, Ford Performance Baja 1000 Ranger Raptor, they will do it all. PW Brakes and Racer Industries. Great crowd. I mean, it is a very, very good crowd. And conditions are more like a one-day cricket game here. It's balmy. It's like summer's come early.
Steamy is the word, and that grandstand is as full as I've seen it for a long, long time here at Sydney Dragway, taking full advantage of the shade, that's for sure. Now, Luke Shepherd, he is a former competitor in Top Fuel. He's done a lot of laps in nitro cars over the years, so the violence of these cars is not going to be a shock to him. Sitting behind the engine, on the other hand, that is a different sensation, being strapped into one of these cars underneath the body with the engine out in front of you. They do require a very different driving style to a dragster.
We've kind of talked about the difference between these cars. They have the same engines as Top Fuel. It's a little bit like Motley Crue and Metallica, right? Same, but different.
Yep.
And a lot of people say that funny car is just a bit more raw in terms of how you have to really muscle the things. We're about to find out what Luke's experience is like here in these very warm conditions here in Sydney Dragway. Great crowd, great event. The final round of the NDRC, and next year is going to be mega, a full calendar year. It's not going to be 25, 26. It's going to be 26. We'll talk about those rounds a little bit later on as they prepare Shepherd. I can't wait for conditions to cool off a little bit, and then we can really have at it. But for now, let's collect some data and shake some fillings. Luke. That was looking pretty handy too. It was right down the middle.
A little bit of a fire under the body there. As it kicked the tyres loose, there was a flash of flame from underneath the car, and I saw a lit come out from in front of the injector head as well. So he might have a little bit of a fire on board with that car. And in fact, you can actually see part of the body has been dislodged down there. Keep your eyes on this. He drove into tyre smoke here, and he stayed with it for longer than I would have thought he would have. But yeah, big flash of flame out from underneath the body there. Now, usually in a drag set, that's not a massive problem for the driver because you're out in front of the car. Yeah. In a funny car, that's not where you want to be in any case.
And you're contained inside that furnace as well.
Yeah. There's not really anywhere for it to go, but basically blows straight back in your face in one of these cars. They do have a deflector that goes in front of the drivers, but you can see there, it's already, it looked like it might have pushed out a head gasket or something like that because it was kind of pulsing as if it was a cylinder firing there. But either way, hopefully everything is A-OK. Bryony, you're at the top end of the racetrack with our #1 qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't know that yet, though, because I haven't told him his time. You just wanted to get down, get off the finish at the start line, I should say, which you did, a 4:34. What do you think?
Yeah, that's good. That's a good start of the day. So we knew it was going to be challenging conditions. So to get to the finish line, we're happy with. Looks like we did some damage.
Yeah, just give us show us here. Obviously, a bit of show and tell. That's not meant to look like that.
Yeah, that's not meant to happen. So we'll pop the blower, but otherwise it looks good. So we'll be back next round, and hopefully that puts us in #1. So
yeah, it does. Great start for you. Now I just want to go over here and have a look because I haven't seen this in IRL. That's what the young kids say, Morris, in real life. This thing looks stunning. How cool is it that you're getting to drive this weekend?
Oh, it's an absolute honour. You know, when GC said, would you drive it, it means so much to do it for him, Wendy, and the family. So obviously these hot conditions didn't help, but we'll come back when it's a bit cooler and see what we can do when it matters.
And the cool thing about this sport is that people that are here, they can actually go down and they can stand and they can get very close and have a close-up look at this car in the pits, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the best part of drag racing. Every ticket is a pit pass, so you don't get that close in any other form of motorsport. And look, come down, have a look, buy some T-shirts.
Well, you weren't fast, but you look spectacular. So let's hope you can do both in the next run. Good luck.
Yeah, the boys will get this turned around. We'll be good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So Top Fuel and Funny Car will be back at 4 p.m. and 4:15 their next round. A lot of folks are going to visit the pits. We will visit TV pits right now and come back on the other side of this for PW Brakes and Racer Industries. Here at a packed Sydney Dragway, it is hotter than Hades. Just wait until we start firing up some big ETs and some big mile an hour. We'll be back in a moment.
You get to work on big machines. It's a great career choice. Stop thinking and just go for it.
Back in the late 80s, this was the car that put Australia in by making the final of an NHRA event.
Out on the line, again, funny cars. Australia's Graham Cowan versus Tim Gross.
For me, carrying these colours isn't just about looking good on the track. It's about honouring the man who built this team and the legacy he created
back
half
to
a
Sydney
world away.
Dragway for the Nitro Nationals presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. We're about to move into some of our Aeroflow Sportsman All-Stars now. We've got modified Chicago Shootout Round 1 coming your way as we have a look at the Aussie Raider coming back along the return road. We just had the first qualifying session for Top Fuel and X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car. And although not exactly the quickest session we've ever seen, it was certainly spectacular. Damien Payton, I should say, your #1 qualifier in Funny Car. Joining me here in the commentary box is Steve Bush as Wade takes a well-earned break. And Steve, what a day for racing. A little bit warm, but it's going to be a cracker.
Yeah, definitely a good teaser for what we're going to expect a little bit later on this afternoon, as all of the crews hinted hinted that today's weather right now is probably not ideal for a premium pass, but certainly these racers have the experience and the know-how on how to tune the car to get down the racetrack. As it cools, the surface is definitely going to become a lot more racy, and we're going to see some pretty awesome times. I know that today from work I've got a lot of people that have come out to watch their first time, and I'm sure there's a lot of people in that packed grandstand that's their first time here at Sydney Dragway to see some Top Fuel and some Nitro funny cars.
I'm sure they're going to enjoy it as we move into it later on this afternoon, that's for sure. We've got a little bit of a short delay in the braking area. The fire bottles on that car for Luke Shepherd did go off. But we're going to go to Wade, who's going to tell us a little bit about the different distances that we race in drag racing, because drag racing ain't drag racing.
Sport, every discipline requires a stopwatch. Let's face it, that's how you judge performance. Every driver or rider wants to be the best and the fastest at what they do. But when it comes to measuring races in drag racing, that's next level. Drag racing is run over 3 distances, 1/8 mile or 200 metres. Top Fuel races to 1,000 foot or 300 metres. And of course, the traditional 1/4 mile or 400 metres. Each section of the track has timing beams that measure how quickly the vehicle covers that distance from the start line. Speed is also measured in 3 speed traps, at the half track or the 660-foot mark, 1,000 foot and the 1/4 mile. Additionally, timing points are also placed at 60 foot and 330 foot from the start line. These are crucial timing points that allow tuners to understand how the car or bike is performing as it makes its way down the track. All drag races begin here on the start line. As the car or bike rolls forward, they approach 2 beams that trigger globes on the start of the start lines, known as the Christmas tree. When the wheels break the first beam, the pre-stage light comes on. That warns the racer that they are very close to the start line, 6 inches or 15 centimetres to be exact. When they roll forward and the second light pops on, the car is then staged and now on the start line ready to race. A driver can roll forward and lose the pre-stage light. That's known as deep staged. But once the start sequence is triggered and the lights begin to roll, if the driver goes too soon and leaves the start line beam, it's called a red light. And unless on a solo pass, they lose the race.
Here we go, round 1, pass number 1. Oh, red light! Shiver us a red light!
One misconception about drag racing is that when the light goes green, the timers start. That's not true. A timer does measure how quickly the driver reacts to the green light. That's called a reaction time. But the time for the race doesn't begin until after the car leaves the start line. So a slow reaction time might cost you the race win because it gave your opponent a head start, but it won't affect how quickly you cover the racetrack.
And right on time, we are just about to get going with Modified with their first round of racing. So the Aeroflow Sportsman All-Stars coming your way. And this is a awesome concept. This has been an invitational only event for our sports and races. These are basically the best of the best from all across Australia. Over 110 races hitting the track here today, battling it out for their share of $25,000 in cash. It's a massive prize. It is exclusive, invite only. It's built into this event to showcase the very best of the best in terms of sportsman races. Every competitor is going to be pushing hard for the victory and the chance to claim the first ever Rocket Trophy awarded to sportsman races. So it's going to be a milestone moment in Australian drag racing history. And right now, we're going to move into Modified, as we said. That is Jess Turner rolling through, and Fiona Crisp from Kilmore in Victoria will be alongside her. Now, one thing I noticed looking at the entry list of Modified, I think we had 13 races entered. Out of that 13 races, I think 8 were female races. So the girls well and truly outnumbering the boys in Modified. And that's because they're damn good racers. They're damn good at what they do.
That's exactly right, Rusty. And certainly we have two of the quick cars on the start line right now. You heard Les and I talk earlier about the dial-in. We have Jess Turner in the aeroflow lane dialed in with a 787. That means she will leave the start line first. Fiona Crisp in the purple, altered closest to the grandstand, has dialed in with a 763. So she will have to chase down 0.24 tenths of a second. The head start going to the long white car.
Now, it's good that these guys and girls are the best of the best, Bushy, because when you've only got one qualifier, that makes things really, really hard to pick a dial in for the first round of racing. So the guys that we've got here today, vastly experienced. They know how to go racing. They know exactly what their cars are going to do. So Jess Turner, as you touched on, 787 dial in. So not running the nitrous this weekend. Usually has a big nitrous bottle strapped to the back and running pretty deep into the 6-second zone. This time around, dialing in with a 787, naturally aspirated. Fiona Crisp, 763 up on the board. So Chris going to be doing the chasing here by about 2 lights on the Christmas tree. Oh, sorry, half a light on the Christmas tree, I should say.
019 on the tree for Turner, 022 for Crisp. Absolutely nothing in the start line here, Rusty. Nothing at the finish line either. I think Crisp just looked like she was in front. Yeah. Yes, she was. Got to the finish line first, but went too quick. Did what we call a breakout, 762 with a 2 on a 763. So she's gone 0.08 of a second too fast, handing the win back to Jess Turner with a 790 at 165.
So if you are new to bracket racing, basically these drivers will self-nominate a dial-in, what we call a dial-in. It's the time that they think they're going to run against their opponent. Now, all in all, the Christmas tree will be handicapped depending on your dial-in. So if your opponent thinks they're going to go quicker than you, you will get the head start. The kicker is that you cannot go quicker than your dial-in because you will get disqualified. That's an instant disqualification. If both racers go under their dial-in, it's whoever goes under by the least. So that is bracket racing in a nutshell, in its simplest form. The idea is you want to cross the finish line first by the smallest possible margin.
Yes.
So that meaning that you cross the finish line first, you get the win, but you're reducing the risk of what we call breaking out, which is going under your dial-in. So Liesl Gow's taking on Corey Dyson this time around. Liesl Gow's dialing in with an 866, former Australian champion in junior dragster. Corey Dyson, on the other hand, 777 up on the boards. All the sevens. I feel like a bingo caller. In the Mobile 1 dragster.
You do a really good job as a bingo caller, I'd imagine, Rusty.
I'll give it a go. I'll do anything once.
Sure, why not? So Dyson in the crowd side lane will be tested by near 0.9 of a second. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that's
a big weight.
That's over 2 lights on the start line.
Yeah, it's nearly a full Christmas tree. It's nearly a full weight on the Christmas tree. So it just requires patience and faith that you're going to be able to chase them down. Now, the theory with bracket racing is that if all things are equal, the cars should be absolutely side by side, welded together at the finish line. 002 to a 005. You got to feel for Corey Dyson. He went 005 on the tree and was second off the start line. 777 on the 777 dial-in. 4 thousandths of a second from perfect. Margin of victory, that is incredibly tight, 43 10,000ths of a second. And unfortunately for Liesl Gow's, she just broke out by the smallest of margins.
Yeah, that's 2 breakouts from 2 runs. I hinted in the earlier commentary from their qualifying that the last round of the local track championship, there was countless wins in the tens of thousands, and Modified certainly has not made a liar out of me. They've kicked off exactly where they left off.
Yep. And the girls keep on coming. Alison Stewart taking on Chelsea Smith. Now, with Alison Stewart, second-generation racer, you can see on the side of the car it's got Gator Racing. You might be going, why is it called Gator Racing? Well, Alison is her nickname. Yes. Alligator. There you go. Sometimes you just need a commentator to connect all the dots there. Chelsea Smith, on the other hand, out of Albion Park in New South Wales, down there on the south coast of New South Wales, near Shell Harbour. Beautiful part of the world. And racing for JM Auto Repairs. It is Chicago Shootout, so these guys and girls are going to be coming around. Whether they win, lose, or draw this afternoon, they'll be coming around again. Alison Stewart out in front with the big reaction time advantage and should convert it to a win, and she does. 781, though, it's a breakout. 781 on a 782. 757 for Chelsea Smith on a 758. So that's what we call a double breakout. Yep. So that's that instance where both racers go under their self-nominated handicaps, and it's whoever goes under by the least that gets the W. And in this case, it was Alison Stewart.
So Stewart actually got there first. margin of victory after all of the breakouts are calculated. I'm glad we're not trying to do this on the fly. 15 10,000ths of a second, Rusty.
Yes, tight. Very, very tight. That is the best way to describe it. Next up, it is Michelle Morrison, a couple of our interstate races now. Michelle Morrison, all the way from Alexander Heights in Western Australia. She's made the trip over the Denani Hotshots, altered, looking absolutely spectacular. And it's not her first time here at Sydney Dragway either. We've seen her race over here before, and she's going to be taking on Daniel Carranza, also known as Bat Dan.
Yes, Bat Dan, a very accomplished racer, raced over in the US of A a little bit as well. And a 7.15 his dial in the Rocket Lane, taking on a 7.24 the dial in for Morrison in the pink altered. We've got over 1,245 cubic inches of Chevy big block sitting on the start line right now.
There's pink and there's pink, and that is pink.
Yes.
Man, that is almost hot pink, that one. Michelle Morrison, no doubt whatsoever about where that car is on the racetrack. You can see it from space. 7.24, 7.15 the dial in for Carranza. So he'll be chasing here only by the smallest of margins. Clean greens, reaction time advantage to the altered. Michelle Morrison out in front. This is going to be a good race. Both cars moving around a little bit at the other end, but a 7.21 on a 7.24 beats a 7.09 on a 7.15. Both races were holding a bunch there. They dialed in a little bit soft, and I think they were going to play the game at the other end of the racetrack. And Michelle Morrison comes up trumps. A 7.21 on a 7.24 gets the win and the points.
I think these cars performing a little bit better than most of the drivers expected, Rusty. Either that or they've, as you say, they've just dialed in a fraction soft on what they ran in qualifying. And playing the Hold'em game at the top end of the racetrack where they hold a little bit of ET up their sleeve rather than try and run it out the back door. There's several different ways to approach dial your own racing, and there's not a right way or a wrong way. It's whatever way you're comfortable in racing.
There's no ugly winners, right?
Correct.
It doesn't matter how you win as long as you turn on the win light.
All right, so our next pair we have Lucas Holes over there in the T-bucket in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 9.36. Lucas is going to be well and truly away from the start line when Adriana Cartledge has let go. She's dialed in with a 7.11. So that's a 2.2 seconds head start going to the LS 3-pound T-bucket. Cartledge, no stranger to the sport of drag racing, started out in junior dragster. 0.21 on the tree for Holes. 0.14 on the tree for Cartledge. At 7,000ths of a second. Here comes that dragster at the top end of the racetrack.
Big breakout.
A big breakout at the top end. 9.33 with a 6 on a 9.36 for Holes. Handing the win back to Cartledge, who went 7.11 with an 8 on a 7.11 dial-in.
Yeah, that's a big breakout for Lucas Holtz. And 7.11, though, on a 7.11. You can't complain too much about that for Cartledge. And as you said, she's a multi-time track champion here at Sydney Dragway and Junior Dragster. And she's looking to add a Aeroflow All-Stars trophy to her mantelpiece here this afternoon. Next up, it is Carl Davies and Paul Partridge as we move into Top Sportsman. And Carl Davies, the Chevy Monza, loves to do wheel stands, this car, from Chambers Flat in Queensland. And Pardo with the Fox Body Mustang over there, the Ford Mustang. Very, very tough car, this one. 605 cubic inches of Ford underneath the bonnet.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, certainly. It's a little bit unusual to see the Ford power plant 600-plus cubes, but Pardo's been running this green Mustang in this combination for a little while now. And I'm fairly certain Davies definitely sounded like there was a turbocharger or two under the bonnet there in the burnout.
So, looking at the weather conditions, I know we've spoken about the weather conditions all day, but looking at it, it's actually not as bad as what I thought it was in terms of the humidity, in terms of the temperature. The humidity at the moment, 45%, but it's where we talk about water grains and the air density. 88 water grains at the moment, and the corrected altitude is at 3,119 feet. We're over 3,000 feet in air pressure at the moment, which means there's not a lot of oxygen out there at the moment.
No. And I'm sure it's not just the race cars are feeling that. I'm sure it looks like Paul Partridge will take the win there over Carl Davies. Partridge left the start line with an 010 light. Davies not too far behind, but looks like Partridge just ran a little bit closer to that dial in. 819 with a 1 on an 815.
Next up, it is Tony White taking on Lisa Sargent. Tony White, the Holden Calibra, knocked out a 797 in qualifying, an 803 for Lisa Sargent. So this is number 3 and 4 qualifiers. So Lisa Sargent dialing in with an 8 flat, Tony White at 798. So both of them pretty much running, dialing in where they ran in their one and only qualifying pass. White down from Pine Mountain in Queensland, racing for Pine Mountain Performance and Hercules Trailers. Lisa Sargent, the positive powder coating Chevy Camaro. Hope you're enjoying wherever you may be watching from. It's almost the last day of school, isn't it, this year? The Nitro Nationals, the grand finals for the Nitro cars, and also, of course, the Aeroflow All-Stars. It's got that last day of school feel about it,
I was going to say, the vibe definitely, and the mood is certainly upbeat and positive, which is fantastic. And, of course, we've got a fantastic crowd in the house, all here to witness some first-class racing. Our two competitors in this race about to bring those staging lights on that Wade described to us before. It'll be virtually heads up. You're not going to pick the difference on the start line.
Red light doesn't help, though.
No, Sargent leaving 034 too soon. Wyatt will take the round points. Test the dial in, 797 with a 4. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, good chance to test the dial in there for Tony Wyatt. And unusually, that was the first red light that I think we've seen in racing so far this afternoon. Usually they come a little bit more thick and fast, but I guess that talks to the calibre of races that we've got here today. As we see Pete Hamilton, the Profection Automotive VH Commodore wagon, as Thomas Leake takes it back about 30 years and starts doing some dry hops down there. Didn't quite smoke the tyres the way that he would have expected to, and when he rolled it back to try and light them up again, the thing just dead hooked and launched. Not the ideal preparation, but Thomas Leake, pretty experienced racer, both in the sportsman ranks and also in Pro Stock now, as he moved into the family Pro Stock car this year.
Yeah, been out here at Sydney Dragway in the Pro Stock car, doing a little bit of testing, but his focus right now in this Pontiac Grand Am for PSI Plumbing and Gas Fitting.
Great looking car, isn't it?
Oh, both fantastic. I noticed that Pirate Pete's wagon is completely badgeless, except he's kept the vacationer sticker on the back.
Looks
on
pretty,
the tailgate.
Looks pretty stock, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It's on the side too. That roll cage came from the factory, trust me. 041 to 042, we've got a race on our hands here. 1,000th of a difference in it at the start line. And I think Hamilton's going to hang on to it. No, he breaks out by 9,000ths of a second. Breaks out by 9,000ths of a second, and Thomas Leake, an 817 on an 815, gets the chocolates this time around. When you do a run and you don't make a burnout and it all goes wrong before you make the race, and you still get the win, you take those ones.
Because it certainly plays with your mind and the pre-run preparation. You have all these extra things that start creeping into your thoughts and whatnot. But we have our next pair of competitors, Rusty, doing their burnouts. We have Josh Boscovich in the XA Ford Coupe for Wild Ink Motorsport merch. Bosco Mobile Mechanical and Bosco Racing dialed in with an 810. We've seen this car into the 7s recently. Runs the 427 cubic inched Fontana power plant, and of course we see there the little N2O sticker on. That means he's running a little bit of nitrous oxide. We see the purge there, almost, thank you Josh, it's like you're almost listening to the commentary. The nitrous purge makes sure that there is no oxygen bubbles in the line, so that when Josh launches his car and grabs for first, second and third gear in the Linko, that he's got a good solid stream of nitrous oxide being pumped into that inlet manifold.
The best thing about this car is the fact it's manually shifted, and I don't mean manually shifted by pushing a button. I mean manually shifted as in every gear has got its own gear stick. You'll see him rowing gears in this car, pops the clutch. It's just such a cool car. That's the only way to describe it. It's cool. Daniel Jones, on the other hand, 727, much more conventional. Generally speaking, should be much more consistent. It's probably not as fun, but Josh Boscovich is going to get the win here anyway. Jones leaves a cherry hanging on the tree. 002 red on the Christmas tree and a 731 wasted there. An 801 on an 810, Josh Boscovich. It's almost like he made a mistake with the dial in there, with getting the numbers the wrong way around. But an 8:01 get out of jail there for Josh Boscovich, and he will get the W this time around as we have a solo pass for Brett O'Connor, our #1 qualifier.
Yeah, this a very cool Chevy Camaro down there. We see the Nitro sticker on the back window too. The big box Chev power plant in this one.
And a pretty cranky polar bear on the side too.
Yes. Yeah, it's a little bit cranky. Running for Creative Designs and Joinery. Jay's Custom Fabrications. 718 the dial in. So a whole second quicker than the Falcon that we just saw for Boscovich.
Again, you see the nitrous purging up over the windscreen there for Brett O'Connor. As you touched on, just getting all the air out of the system, making sure that when he hits the button, it's nothing but nitrous going straight into that engine.
Yeah, Z28 Camaro.
They're a very cool body shape, these, and I'm surprised we never saw more of them in Australia. You know, they never really took off the way that they did in the States. Pretty lazy on the tree, only 397 reaction time on the tree. But he's going to get across the stripe with a 722 at 194 miles per hour to go along pretty well with the 718 dial-in. So he'll be pretty comfortable with that one. And Brett O'Connor will take home maximum points after this one. Looks like we're going racing with some Supercharged Outlaws action. Now I'm going to take a quick break off the commentary box, and I'm going to welcome Les Binkhorst to talk you through the next couple of classes that we've got here at the Nitro Nationals, presented by PW Brakes and, of course, Racer Industries.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Chris Danny down there on the start line in the airflow lane, taking on Paul Wheeler in the Rocket. 788 the dial in for the front engine car, 690 the dial in for the rear engine car. Here comes the tree for Danny, leaves with an 069 light. That little front engine car out in front has about 500s up its sleeve. Is it going to be enough at the finish line? Yes, it will. 795 with a 5 at 163 miles an hour will take the win by around 300ths of a second over Peter Wheeler there in the Rocket lane. How good does that car, do both those cars look in the braking area here at Sydney Dragway? The sun absolutely beaming off that cherry red paint for their front engine dragster.
Oh, fantastic. Peter Wheeler there with a 119 reaction time. That's an 069 for his opponent, Chris Denny, over there in the Aeroflow lane. And Peter Wheeler just left it for that little bit longer, a 0.119, and he had to big top end there trying to catch his opponent. It's a wonder he didn't break out, but his opponent got there first, so that's a good win for that driver. Peter Leahy now from Labrador in Queensland. Peter Leahy Custom Imports, if you've got a car or parts that you need from the US of A, and paid with by Pacific Pesos. Peter Leahy's your man. He's a great guy, knows his work. He's up to date with all the customs and import requirements, so just a little plug there, because I'll probably be using him next year. Greg Angus from Narre Warren in North Victoria, Narre Warren North in Victoria. Greg Angus Motor Traders, the Holden HJ Coopers, qualified earlier on and ran a 7.965 at 171. Now, no, 8th qualifier. Peter Lay, our number 2 qualifier over there with that Nova funny car, running a Hemi. Yeah, good, beauty. 5.26, and his qualifying time was 6.664 at 207. Oh, this would be a good race, this, Steve.
Exactly right, Les. We see 2 very different ways to go Supercharged Outlaw Racing. The funny car will do the chasing. We've got the Aussie Monaro down there in the rocket lane. We'll leave first. Dialed in with all the 7s. Wheels up launch for Angus. Lay off in hot pursuit. Both cars moving towards the centre line, but here comes that funny car at the top end. Oh, goes straight on by, but a little bit too quick, Les. 6.62 with a 2 is under the 6.65 that he dialed in at. Got there first, but handed the win back to Greg Angus in the rocket lane. Of course, we will see both cars back for the next round of the Chicago Shootout, but of course, Angus will earn the round points this time around.
Yes, that was a big comeback. Good try, but it was just too, I saw it for it. It's 300s too quick. He went under the under his time. Now you watch the big charge on the screen there. Watch this funny car.
See it get to half track. I think Angus must have got out of the throttle a little bit there because the gap just grew so quickly.
Yes. Okay. Well. Just before we go next pair, I'd just like to welcome a couple of, well, especially one newcomer to drag racing. That's young Nick Spazanowski with his dad, Tony, TS, and they're here enjoying the fun.
All right, our next pair going through their burnout procedure. We have Tim Gruber down there in the Ford Cortina on screen now.
He's a pretty tough little peddler, Tim Gruber from Queanbeyan East. Got a great little business there. Took it over from a couple of other drag races too. It was a real, originally the business belonged to Graham Silk, who was into dragsters and all those sorts of things. But that was a long time ago. That was then, but this is now.
Yeah, a 7.67, the dial in for the Cortina will be chased by Paul Wood in the Chevy Camaro for PWW Builders. Also racing for GT Customs Paint and Panel and Sign Force.
Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Sign Force Beresford for all your stickers. Well, the decals and stickers, there we have. So, Tim Gruber.
The Cortina not lined up dead straight here at the start line. I can see the front right guard, Les, telling me that he's pointing slightly towards the centre line, but...
Wow, didn't he bring it round?
It went dead straight off the start line. 005 on the tree. Oh, Les, he had that in the bag and went under the dial-in, went 7.66 with a 0 on a 7.67, so broke out by a hundredth of a second. Paul Wood will get the round points, but that was a very clean pass for Tim Gruber in the Cortina there. Paul Wood, an 8.52 with a 3, still 159 miles an hour, but not the pass that he would have been chasing, I dare say.
No, well, next time I see, it's my shout next time, and Tim Gruber, I'll give him, I'm going to buy him a shandy just as a payback. Paul Wood there, it was a 1.15, and Tim Gruber, a 0.05, a great reaction time. Great run, as Steve pointed out, but hey, sometimes you're the dog, sometimes you're the fire hydrant.
All right, our next pair, David Escort
in the Oz Truck and Trailer Repair. Pontiac Firebird, Funny Car, Big Block Chev on board for David. 660, the dial in. There's David on screen there. The body getting lowered down over the chassis, sorry. This is Paul Sargent on screen in the Chevy Camaro.
Yeah,
for Grant's Performance and Sargent's Roofing.
Yeah, I like that car. Even though it's a GM product, it looks really, really sharp. Goes hard too.
Not a massive burnout for the Funny Car there in the aeroflow lane, but I dare say that one of those things, you go and do a big long burnout right now, all you're doing is overheating those tyres.
Yeah. Yes, well, it's sometimes when it's cool weather, the whole track falls into your hands, and at other times the track eats you up. So you have to be, hope he's played his cards right, but he's a lot more experienced racer than I am, so we'll just watch him. He's already number 3 qualifier, and we've seen 2 of the, number 2 qualifier was there previously, so number 3 with a 6.95 with a 1 at 195 miles per hour.
So Sargent's dialed in a little bit quicker than the qualifying time. 0.3 of a second head start going to the Camaro. You can see the stagger in the tree. There was about nearly 0.3 given away on the start line, but the Camaro is going to take the win here. 6.96 with a 9. Something going away with the Funny Car from Victoria there.
Yeah, it did it.
60 footed okay, went 103 to the 60, the 330 looking okay. And even the 8 mile, but then from there it started to fade away. I didn't catch anything on the camera view. Here we go. We see just the 330, and it almost looked like it went silent.
Yep. Yeah, he buttoned off. It didn't even get to pull the chute. That's how slow it was.
The Camaro, good strong run.
Good run, yeah. You see it here, it's just real.
Yeah, I think something's gone away with the ignition there or something similar. But our next pair about to fire up. We have Bruno Matajasevic from West Wodonga in Victoria for PC Freight. He was our number 1 qualifier from this morning. 6.42 with a 7.
Yeah, Bruno, previous to this event and a lot of other previous events, he spent a lot of time coming up here, you know, for the particularly for the monthly meetings, and it was good every time in Supercharged Outlaws. He stuck with the body style and everything else. It's a fantastic, mate. You ought to see those bags at the back, Steve. They're this wide, fair dinkum.
You can see there on shot those big rear slicks tucked under the back of that HG Monaro. Well, they're holding a lot of weight. That car would be certainly no lightweight. I don't think there'd be much carbon fibre or composite body panels on there that we see in a lot of the newer versions of cars. But that belt-driven thing that's sticking out of the bonnet, that's making plenty of horsepower there for Bruno and the team.
Yeah, it's it was a big hit here, but you know, like it's even a bigger hit now because it's so refined, and gee, he can drive it too.
That he can. Awesome shots there of the fuel system, fueling that Holden. Of course, methanol pumping through its veins, 100% alcohol. Bruno into full stage now. The tree counts down, leaves nicely, 115 to the 60.
Oh, look at it.
Shifting the gear. Listen to that supercharger scream. A little bit of smoke at the top end out of the left-hand bank there.
And that's why, race fans, that's why he's sitting at number 1. There he goes.
6.45 with a 3, 226 miles an hour through the top end.
Look at that. He's picked a dial in of a 6. Well, it was very similar, but he's done 640s all the time.
Yep, he was only just off the dial in, but as I said, there was a little bit of smoke at the finish line. Our track walkers just checking out the aeroflow lane, of course, making sure that there is absolutely nothing on the racing surface. We have our next competitor about to be fired, and we're moving into Super Comp for their first of 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout here.
Here's another great, another great class that's racing here today. Peter Pizzolidis from Altona in Victoria, Race Glides Transmission. Got that beautiful Chev Corvette with a Hemi 509. Big Stuff Engine Management. #1 qualifier here. Yes.
And we're just going to have a little bit of a break now while we wait for the car of Pete Pizzolidis to be fired.
Just great career choice. Stop thinking and just go for it.
Back in the late 80s, this was the car that put Australian drag racing on the map.
All right.
Runner-up at the 87 Winter Nationals.
Peter Pizzolidis going through the burnout procedure in that Chevy Corvette. Now, I did see some photos from the team. They had the car on the hub dyno a couple of weeks ago. North of nearly 3,500 horsepower, I think, was the dyno graph that I saw out of this thing.
Stand back.
Yeah. That's at the hubs too. So,
that's the best way to measure it, I think.
Yeah, when I say the hubs, the rear wheels.
Well, rear wheels, yeah.
All right, 509 cubic inches of Hemi power plant under there. There's a pair of rather large turbos.
Yeah. But this should be a sensation. Our #1 qualifier, naturally, with a time like that, a 6.367. So Peter, he'll give it his all. He's getting the boost up.
All right, bumped into full stage now. The car leaves the start line nicely.
Ooh, listen to it.
It looked like there was something out of that car at about just past half track. I thought I saw something across the race surface there, but a 675 with a 6, only 151 miles an hour. He was 180 mile an hour at half track, just shy of 180, 179. He didn't need to run a full power pass there. He's already won the round points, but if we watch the replay, let's see if my eyes were deceiving me. As I said, there was something, I think, out of it around about half track, which is where our officials are looking right now.
Yes, well, when it went past the camera down there and our sound, you could hear it sort of like unspool, if you like, back off.
Unless that's where he got out of it and it was like a fuel, a little bit of smoke coming off the off boost, I guess.
Yeah.
That might have been all it was. It doesn't appear that the track walkers have found anything on the racing services, which is good news. I'm happy to be wrong.
No, yeah, you're happy to be wrong, but you're right.
All right.
So, but now, Kit Hunter coming out from Bonothan in the ACT, the Hunter Engineering, Holden VL Calais, Chevy 412, also sponsored by Perfection Automotive, PPG Paints and Pro Draw Design, and Mitchell Oxley from Stanbridge in New South Wales in that neat little rear-engine dragster. Running that small Chevy 376. Let me tell you, it's running that little engine, 376, has a bunch of top end. I don't know where it gets from, but where he's got it there.
All right, so we've got 2 very different styles of car on the start line, obviously, Les.
Yeah.
And it looks like we have the dragster is going to leave the start line first. The index that Mitchell Oxley will be running under, 715.
Yeah, 715.
And the index for the red Calais is 680. So there's 0.35 head start going to the dragster. Almost one light on the Christmas tree.
Almost.
Watch for the top end of the Calais if he needs it. A turbocharged 412 cubed Chevy under the bonnet for the Holden. Taking his time to move into full stage. The tree will count down for the dragster first. 128 on the tree for Oxley. 049 for Hunter. Here comes the Calais at the top end.
No, he got him.
Oxley took the win.
Yep.
7:27 with a 4:188. There was a 100th in it across the finish line.
That's what as I pointed out earlier, even with a .128 reaction time for Mitchell Oxley in that little rear-engine dragster, running that 7.27, and that he had the worst of the two reaction time, he still managed to keep ahead of Kit Hunter.
Yeah, maybe in this weather, the turbocharged power plant not making the horsepower that he needed. I tell you what, it got pretty interesting at the top end of the racetrack. If we see that far end shot again, watch it when he pulls the chutes. The red Calais on the left of screen pulls the parachute, and it says, "Well, there's the wall. Thank you." I'm going to have a closer look over there. That certainly would have got your attention.
Yes, that it did. He'd be still doing 150, 160 mile an hour. We see Bruno Metajacevic's car coming back, that beautiful HG Holden.
Our next category outlaws is performance bike.
Here he is.
And we have Ken Collin on the start line and the Rascal Race Engines Suzuki Hayabusa 1634 cc's on board. Ken just doing...
Oh, what's happening in there?
I don't know. I thought that I thought he'd gone up to accept the green, but then rolled back.
Yes, so as a mistake, I was talking to Mick Withers just in an earlier break, and they said that they had his son's name, and I couldn't pick it, but it was Chris. But this is Ken.
I think why it was that Ken is the current Australian champion.
Yes.
And Chris was the former.
Yeah.
So they're both lucky enough to be Australian number one, but obviously switched roles. But at 7:62 the index for Ken in the rocket lane.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Ken's nearly my age, and he's got that real long ponytail sticking out of the back of the seat. But anyway, we've righted all the wrongs, apparently, so our number one qualifier.
I think they might have found something on the racetrack there, Les. Looks like in the rocket lane, perhaps from the previous pass.
Yep.
Maybe the racer in the previous pass got to the finish line and found something. Reporting that to the finish line. Apparently it's right down at the other end of the racetrack.
All right.
Which is a good thing at turnaround.
Mm-hmm.
So certainly
there he goes.
Good to find that now rather than we send anyone down there, let alone someone on a 200 mile an hour bike.
Yeah.
To discover that. We shouldn't be down for too long, of course.
No. Gee,
I hope our crowd here is enjoying the action of today's racing. Of course, the Nitro Nationals, brought to us by PW Brakes and Racer Industries.
Great sponsors for the event.
Exactly right. I just saw Ken getting the pat on the back. He'll fire the Hayabusa up. He's on a solo here. You can see just how long they extend that swing arm. That's all about getting the balance of the horsepower down to that wheel. Of course, there's no wheelie bars. It's just using the long fulcrum of the swing arm to get that power down to the ground. 1.2 seconds to the 60. On a bit of a lean at the top end of the racetrack. 7:67 with a 9. 172 miles an hour.
172. Wow. Fantastic.
Our next pair of bikes going through their burnout procedure. We have Wally Hossett down there in the aeroflow lane, on screen now.
Yeah, he's up against Daniel Rabno from Uralee in Queensland, Active Civil Construction and Forceware Group, sponsoring Daniel. He's dialed in with a 696. Oh.
Yeah, Daniel basically on a pro bike down here.
Yeah.
for Active Civil Construction. The index a 6.96. He's going to have to wait near 2 seconds.
Oh, no.
Near 2 seconds for Wally Hoster. We'll leave the start line first. Here we go. A little bit of a wheels up for Hoster on the launch. Rabnout's got the wheelie bar. Doesn't have to worry too much about going too far, but he's left the red light on the tree, Les.
Unfortunate. I forgot this was, well, the old Group 2.
And it looks like Wally Hoster will definitely take the round points here.
Yep.
Rabnot had a bit of work to do. Hoster definitely no slouch. Went 0.55 on the tree.
And
Rabnot wouldn't have known that, but he just left a fraction too early and having to chase down the Hayabusa of Hoster, who took the race with a 8.98 on an 8.80 index.
Yes, very good.
Not sure whether Rabnot was out of the throttle, Les, but he was a good 3, nearly 4/10 off the index. We're going to have a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Back in the late 80s, this was the car that put Australian drag racing on the map. Runner-up at the 87 Winter Nationals and the first, and still the only Aussie car to make waves in the top-level USA drag racing by making the final of an NHRA event.
Out on the line, again, funny cars. Australia's Graham Cowan versus Tim Gross.
For me, carrying these colours isn't just about looking good on the track. It's about honouring the man who built this team and the legacy he created half a world away.
It will be Kenny Bernstein in the final round. The loser goes home. For Graham Cowan, that's a long trip. The chips definitely down. 2 men who have never been to a final round. Cowan comes off the line first. John
Chicago shootout for Junior Dragster and Junior. Silence. I'll just. Junior Dragster drivers heading to the US of A as part of the Kenga Kids Tour in 2026 to race at the NHRA Junior Dragster League.
Roger.
All right, well, welcome back to Sydney Dragway for the Nitro Nationals presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. We're about to get underway with our first round of Chicago shootout for Junior Dragster. We can see them lined up in the under the tunnel here at Sydney Dragway, taking advantage of whatever shade they can get because it's a warm Saturday afternoon here in Western Sydney. Our Junior Dragster competitors are ready to race. Kids 8 to 17 years of age race over the 8th mile here at Sydney Dragway and all of our racetracks all around the country. A fantastic category to get kids into the sport of drag racing. We'll see a little bit later on the junior drag bikes there going to be out a little bit later on. Of course, if your child prefers to race on 2 wheels instead of 4, there is a category for them now too. And as I started to mention before, a bunch of the junior dragster drivers will be heading to the US of A in 2026 to take part in the NHRA Junior Dragster League. And we're asking for support of our Sydney crowd. And I believe Wade's down in the pits.
Well, it's time for your Mickey Thompson pit report. Thanks to our great friends at Rocket Industries. Appreciably hot conditions here at Sydney Dragway, and it's kind of caught everybody off guard. These poor teams are working flat out to get things turned around for the first round of competition coming up around about 4 p.m. Someone who's always cool, even when it's hot. Oh, fortunately, Wayne Newby is here instead. Noobs, not what everybody expected, but kind of what everybody expected. What is the challenge with hot conditions like this?
Oh, it's just the track temp. It was 132 on the track Fahrenheit then, and when you have that VHT and the sun, it doesn't mix very well. So Hopefully we can back them down enough. Like, everybody should have enough data after that first run so we can get down the track at least and start to put on a bit of a show here this weekend.
All right, so explain back it down to the fans that might be new to this sport, what that means. You've got to take power out, right?
So we'll be taking power out and taking clutch away from the car. So we have a hydraulic piston that controls the clutch pressure in these cars. So we can slow that down commensally, like during the run. So we'll be backing that right off, and then we'll probably leave a couple of plug leads off to drop some power out of these things.
It's just such a constantly changing environment for you. It's never a case of you just going, all right, we know exactly what we got, here's what we need to do, because it changes every time.
Yeah, no one's really ran on these truck conditions this year or this season, so it's all a little learning curve for all the cars, not just the fuel cars, the alcohol cars and everything that are running here today. So tricky conditions, but hopefully the crew chiefs get paid enough money, and with that little bit of data we got from that first run, that they can back them down enough and go down the track.
All right, I'm going to give you this microphone. You're going to walk to that side, and you're going to get Sammy to shoot over and explain what these guys are doing right now.
Okay, Sammy, so walking into the pits, the boys here are just finally put the clutch back together. Just watch it back there, he's putting the cylinder head on. Yeah, Wade chose to do this probably at the wrong time, but anyhow. So what we've done, we've made a gasket call on the copper head gasket there. So we've put a pretty heavy-duty gasket on it just to take some power out of this motor. The boys are bolting the cylinder heads on now, and hopefully in the next 10 to 15 minutes we'll have the supercharger on and be ready to fire this thing for our second warm-up of the day. Cheers.
There you go, mate. You love it when I do that to you.
I could get a job with you, I reckon.
I reckon you're probably right. So this is part of what Rapisada are doing. Let's go this way and check out what everybody else down the road is doing, which is pretty well the same kind of situation. Everybody is just thinking, how can we glue these cars down to the racetrack a little bit better? I spoke to Shane Olive before. Nobody was really that surprised by what we dealt with before. Just try and find a little gap in the system here. Comes through, Matt. We'll try and find Sholiv. Renee Sims is down here as well, always working hard. When she's not being a paramedic, she's a race car devotee and diehard as well. And Shane's daughter Brittany is down here at the moment, checking things out. What's the go? Have you been racing today as well, or are you just focused on Dad?
No, not me today, just him. So he gets to have all the fun today.
That last run caught everybody off guard. Man, that thing was sideways.
Yeah, he just wanted to say hello to the crowd on the way down, He's just thanking everyone for their support. So, no, but hopefully the next one should be a little bit better.
Now, your younger sister is a bit of a four-cylinder, kind of a drift girl, and she said, Dad, do you even drift? And that's kind of what he did just then.
He did the whole hold my beer and watch this. No, but yeah, she's very much into those drift cars.
I love that Shane admits that you could be nervous with these cars, right? They're not easy to drive. It's been a while since he's been out of the seat.
Yeah, 18 months is a long time, and for something like this, you've really got to be focused. So yeah, his nerves were very real then, but if you're not nervous, you're not human. So I think it's natural and it's very normal.
Now, when I spoke to you at Winters, you were a bit down on confidence, right? You were thinking, man, do I even know how to drive these things anymore? And you got Jess Turner, and you got Brooke Rapisada, you got so many girls that are in this sport, but it's such a mental game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really hard to break through that mental barrier sometimes, and realistically, you just need to click it together and just focus on one job that you have, and is to get from A to B safely. That's it. If you don't feel right in it, then there's always another one. That's what I say to myself.
Everyone's saying from A to B. This looks a bit complex, but Rob knows exactly what he's doing here. So what are you doing?
Trying to work out how to get some power out of a motor. So we're just going to play with a bit of ignition timing, and you pull ignition out, it pulls power out. So hopefully we can do that and get by first round.
Because Rob, we talk about 11,000 horsepower like it's no big thing, right? Which is fine if you can get it to the ground, but that's what everybody's struggling with, even at the hit of the throttle because of the heat.
Yeah, like we've not raced too often in these conditions. I mean, it's pretty warm. I mean, this car definitely hasn't. The other guys have done some laps, but yeah, look, every racetrack's different, and the heat, when it's a high track temp out there, it was 125 degrees. It really plays havoc with the tune-up, and you sort of got to get your head around it all. We had new tyres on, we had smaller tyres, so I mean, obviously they're a little bit greasier, being a new tyre, a little bit smaller. The rollout is less. So all those factors you've got to think about and try to work out. Okay, we haven't done a lap with Shane. We haven't raced this car since the Nitro champ. So where do you start? I guess we had a best guess. That didn't work, so we'll try again.
If it was easy, everyone would be doing it.
Well, that's right. And sometimes you wonder, why am I doing it? But look, it's, you know, it's like that. People don't see at home the work that goes on in the workshop. I mean, there would be easily 300 hours of man-hours spent on each car. I mean, it is a grind, and especially through the warmer months. But look, once you get to the racetrack, you forget it all. You really, the adrenaline makes you want to do it. Tonight we'll have a few beers and think, okay, do we need to do it? But yeah, look, it's drag racing, and that's why we do it.
Well, it's good to see you, Rob.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's go back this way. We'll sort of sneak out of the pit area here from the Shane Olive side of things. We'll wander over towards where Damien Harris's team is pitted as well, the Atlantic Oils back team. And Damien just basically said right from the hit of the throttle, the thing just stood up on the tyres. There was no tyre shake at all. It was just straight to instant tyre smoke. And that's what everybody's just trying to work out a way of navigating the heat on the racetrack. Mad Dog, Gavin Skeen will wander into the nerve centre of the Hydrolink team. You can see all the folks from Hydrolink just giving us a wave here, all the great sponsors of Phil Reed. This is one of the really cool parts about what Phil Reed does with Jim Reed Racing is they have their sponsors basically from Hydrolink here. They can sit here, enjoy a meal. The girls all prepare amazing food. Is that cold watermelon? Just saying. I think really I should just do some sort of quality testing, don't you? There you go. They can watch the whole thing being torn down, and they can get a bit of a pit tour from Phil himself. Oh yeah, perfect. But I got to show you the catch. I got to show you the real value of this team. If our link works okay back here, Phil Reed's only fan. Here's Jimmy, legendary Jim Reed, standing right here. This yellow bucket, this is the liquid gold. Jim, could you pour me a cup, please? Could you pour me a cup, please? Watch what comes out of here. This, yep. I'm telling you, Kimmy over there, this stuff is mother's milk, Jimmy.
It's mother's milk.
Just a little bit of nitro in it, not too much.
Mate, this is outstanding. You'll run faster than a top fuel car after you've drank it.
Mate, the girls in your team, Jim, are so critical with hospitality for the sponsors, with keeping your guys fed and being a big part. We're back here where, in fact...
family. They're all family.
Why am I talking to you when all the pretty girls are over here?
Well, they're prettier than me. Go over there and take your drink with you.
There's no doubt about that. We'll swing back through here. These are all the ladies of Jim Reed Racing over here. Well, there's not all of them, but majority of them. There's Kim Hanning back there as well, and women that are about to be Reeds and things like that. So very cool to have this amazing group of ladies, or the newest members of the race team. That's little Mad Dog over there as well. So very, very cool. We're going to wrap things up here for your Mickey Thompson pit report. I've got my Gatorade. The Jim Reed Racing team do an amazing job. Thanks to Rocket Industries. That was your Mickey Thompson pit report. I'll send it back up to the tower. Make sure you stay cool, everybody. Come down and grab some watermelon, maybe.
Thank you very much, Wade. It's fantastic to see all those people down in the pits. And as he said, make sure you consume enough water to keep hydrated. Yeah. It is very hot and warm out there. We're having a lot of people suffering from heat exhaustion, so make sure that you do consume enough liquid to keep yourself hydrated. We're in the middle of the first round of Junior Dragster. On track now, Savannah Condello taking on Paige King, and it will be Paige King taking the win light. 872 dial-in, runs on through for an 879 with an 8 over Condello, who went too quick. 801 with a 7 on an 803.
Yeah, unfortunately for Savannah that round, it didn't work out, but they'll, the next pair as they come up is Declan McGregor is in the rocket lane. He's running a B Junior Dragster from Mildura, Victoria. Our number 17 qualifier with an 8.883. He's dialed in with an 8.85. And Benjamin Attard in the Aeroflow lane from Greystanes, just up the road there. He's dialed in with an 8.0 run. Now, Declan McGregor's running a B Junior Dragster, so 8.01 is quicker than an 8.85, so Declan in the rocket lane will get the handicap start. So he'll leave first, and then Benjamin Attard will try to get ahead of his Declan and at the 8th mile, and we'll see how that goes. Benjamin is our number 6 qualifier. He qualified with an 8.029. So number 6 versus number 17.
Yeah, we can see there the close-up shot of the centrifugal clutch that runs these cars. The belt on the front will pull up on the sheave. The one on the back will pull down, giving them basically a variable drive, constant drive through the chain on the back sprocket. 0.96 on the tree for Attard, who was just on screen, to an 0.38 for McGregor in the rocket lane. McGregor with the advantage and goes too quick. 8.63 with an 8 on an 8.85. That's a fairly decent breakout there, Les.
Yes.
Handing the win points back to Attard, who ran an 8.02 with a 7 on an 8.01.
Oh, yeah, it was 2.5 tenths too quick. Oh. Next pairing we've got out now in junior dragster is Tegan Smith, running AA junior dragster. So that's, she's currently number 14.
All right, so Smith's dialed in with a 7.78 in the rocket lane. Les, Alexis Attard has just seen her brother take the win points into the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with an 8.20, so around 1 light the difference on the Christmas tree. Now, Tegan recently licensing in a modified dragster as well, so her days in junior fairly limited. But we know that she's definitely looking forward to racing a sister in modified eliminations. There's a tree countdown. We have a race, but Smith with a big advantage on the start line, 0.43 to an 2.62. Smith should see the win here. Goes 7.87 with a 0 on a 7.78. And Attard, unfortunately, handing the win points to Smith. We've got Wade down in the pits with a little bit more of a Mickey Thompson pit report.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We do have the Mickey Thompson pit report thanks to our friends at Rocket Industries. And if you thought it was easy being a funny car racer, well, you could kind of think again, because the work never stops. Damon Payton is actually laying underneath his hot rod here at the moment, working on the chutes. Never been a #1 qualifier before, but good to be back, mate. You've got to, maybe it's your baby girl, because you now got 2 girls. It's all girls in your house. Maybe this is a good luck charm.
Yeah, 2 girls. Even my dog's a girl, so I'm outnumbered big time. But yeah, I hope it's a good luck charm. So we've got the rest of the day to prove that yet. So
nobody was expecting a 4 in the first run like that, and you were the only one to get that done. Did it feel good?
Yeah, felt good. You know, I said earlier I was a bit nervous sitting out for so long, and I sort of think we might have got to half track or something like that. But no, to drive to the bottom end, it clicked slightly early because of we popped the blower, but to drive to the other end is a real confidence builder going into the rest of the day.
And Damon, you've got a great mentor and one of the greats of the sport. You actually faced Tommy Johnson Jr. in your first ever run, and I think you got a bit discombobulated, if I remember rightly, and he said, slow down. It's a process. He's been really good for you since you started.
Yeah, so I definitely just psyched myself out on that pass. It was first pass ever in competition, and then Tommy Johnson Jr. in the other lane, you know. But yeah, since then, you know, a few words from him, you know, calm you down. I mean, we've got Morris McMillan in the first round. That's no small ask either, but I definitely will be a bit more ready for this one.
It's been a while since you've been in this hot rod. That's got to play on your mind. What do? There's no simulator that gives you an idea what to do here.
No, there is no simulator. There's, you know, you can sit in the car and practice, but there's nothing like going 500 kilometres an hour, you know. You certainly can't go out and do that on the highway. So, you just run through your head. You know, it's all envisioning, I guess, a pass, and that's really all you can do.
Whenever your guys fire up, there's always a big on-yous. There's like high fives, lots of woohooing and all that sort of stuff. It's like every process is a celebration of hard work and a reward.
Well, that's one point to make. There's so many things that happen, as you can see. You know, this whole engine has been completely stripped. Just the fact that these things run again after an hour and a half is incredible in itself, let alone go down and do 500 kilometres an hour. So,
what were you actually doing before I interrupted you?
The chutes were a bit tangled after that pass, and sometimes it just gets to the point it's easier just to take them off, untangle them, and then bolt them back on. So nothing crazy.
Because the boys said if you tangle them, you untangle them.
Yeah, that is the rule. So, yep.
Right, it's good to see you, mate. Congratulations, #1 qualifier. Mickey Thompson, pit report. Thanks to Rocket Industries. Well done, mate.
Thank you, Wade.
Amo's doing an excellent job. We'll just sneak back out. Awfully hot conditions, that's obvious. Please make sure that you slip, slop and slap and you keep plenty of cold water. Make sure you hydrate. We'll be back very soon with more from the pit area. We'll go back upstairs to the boys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Wade. We're back in the middle of Junior Drag Bike. Les, their first round of the Chicago Shootout. We have Jaden Badcock in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.56, taking on Lincoln Delios, who's dialed in with a 12.35. Lincoln, the only bike in the field that I believe is a Honda, and the only one with a little set of wheelie bars on the back.
Oh,
is that going to help him away from the start line here? Definitely, usually pretty good on the tree, Lincoln.
Yes.
I've probably just given him the commentator's curse. We'll find out in about 2 or 3 seconds. Both races a little bit slow coming into full stage. We're either sitting on the two-step. There we go.
So Lincoln Delios gets away first at 0.108. Look at Jaden Badcock. He'll be looking, big roundup. I don't think he made it.
No. Didn't get there. Delios got there first by over 100. Les taking the win fair and square. 12.56 with a 5 on a 12.35. Badcock running an 8.73.
Okay.
On that pass.
All right, next pairing out, we've got Anastasia Lucky in the A Junior Drag Bike in the Rocket Lane from Erskine Park, Kawasaki Ninja 300cc, 666 Race and Custom, Lucky stickers and decals, and heavy-duty magazine. On board for Anastasia. What have we got there for Lillian?
And we have our current Australian champion in the Aeroflow lane, Lillian Hagen, all the way from Moto in Queensland, away with a 281 light. Lucky with the better, 184. Will she convert that to a win? No, she doesn't. Hagen gets there first, but hands the win back to Lucky. 9.56 with a 6 on a 9.50 dial in.
Yes. Next pairing out, we've got Blake Hagen over there in the Aeroflow lane from Monto in Queensland. Outback Flooring Solutions sponsoring his YZFR 15, 150 cc's. And also BOY, I don't know if that's Bring Your Own. Espresso, the Hagen clan, Fleming's Auto Bits, BAR Whirlings, Dave Oliver's Motorcycle Tyres, Royal Precision Lubricants and Motorcycle Towing 24/7.
Wow, that's a mouthful and a half. Big wheel stand for McDougall in the Rocket Lane there. I think that might hurt. Oh no, it's still got a 2/10 up her sleeve at the other end of the racetrack, and we'll get there first. 9.26 with a 9 on a 9.18 dial in to take the win. I thought maybe the wheels up launch might have hurt the ET a little bit, but there was still a good 2.5 tenths in the reaction times.
Yeah, really well controlled. Very well controlled.
Looks like Blake is just gone past that first turn off.
Yeah, right.
Now, and we'll have to make his way down to the very bottom end of the racetrack. You can see him on camera there.
Yes, I did. Well, I wasn't watching that closely, but it didn't appear to.
All right, we'll have a quick break here from Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Building a street car through to a race car, be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
welcome back to Sydney Dragway. Of course, we're about to get underway with the first round of Chicago Shootout for Super Street as part of the PW Brakes and Racer Industries.
Yes.
Nitro Nationals here at Sydney Dragway. We can see just some very quick track maintenance going on at the conclusion of a junior dragster while we were packing up the safety equipment at the top end of the racetrack. Of course, Super Street, a fantastic dial-your-own category for all makes of cars, utes, and basically anything that can get down the racetrack in between the suitable times for Super Street. We have some very tough competitors waiting in the burnout box for their first shot at competition. Of course, there is no eliminations here in our Aeroflow All-Stars Sportsman categories. They are running all Chicago Shootouts, so they'll win points for every round win that they take. In the tunnel there, we can see on camera Lachlan McCaskill on board his Holden utility, running the Supercharged V6 in this car. Something a little bit different for Super Street. Most competitors sticking with the more traditional V8 power plant, but Lachlan stepping out of Junior Dragster a little while ago now has taken it upon himself to build this Commodore up into a car that he's getting quicker and quicker and more consistent with, taking on Sammy Joe Johnson down there in the rocket lane. Sammy Joe recently getting behind the wheel of this VH Commodore, but don't let that fool you. She is here every Wednesday night with this car, and the car improving every time out. She took her first win trophy at the last New South Wales Track Championship meeting. And leaving the start line there with an 0.47, McCaskill with a 1.02. We can see that VH green machine chasing down the utility. I don't know if she's going to make it, though. I think the Ute's going a little bit too quick. No, he wasn't.
No, that was
12.88 with a only 99 mile an hour for McCaskill. Something not going quite the way that Sammy Joe would have wanted. 11.25 with a 9 there on a 10-second dial-in. That's a long way off for Sammy Joe. So not quite sure what's happened, but she will be back for the next round. Next up, we have Blaine Bull, closest to camera in the red Falcon, dialed in with 11.45, taking on Corey Stutchbury in the VX Commodore in the far lane. Not too much in it, only 5,000s in the start line.
Oh, look at this.
Stutchbury with the smallest of advantage. Here comes the finish line. Stutchbury out in front, but goes too quick. He was on the brakes, but not enough. A 10.66 with a 5 on a 10.72, handing the win to Blaine Bull in the red Falcon with an 11.52.
Well, perhaps he can make it up into the next round, but that was a great win by Blaine Bull over there in the left-hand side in the Aeroflow lane. He did everything right, and was awarded on account of his opponent going too quick, breaking out. Aidan Stutchbury now in the rocket lane up against Mark Rousseau.
Yeah, the big Chevy Camaro didn't get there. He got a really good light on the start line, but ran off the dial in. The winner, Aidan Stutchbury, 10.76 with a 9, 121 mile an hour through the finish line to take the win by 700ths of a second.
Yes, Richard Matasevic or Matosevic, I think. Stewie White, that's what he, how he pronounces it. He's from Bringelly, Modern Style Kitchens, Ford XY Falcon, running a Cleveland 434. Dialing with a 10.68 Henry Spickag from Georges Hall. His opponent in the Holden VF Commodore Ute, 6.2 litre, dialed in with a 12.40. 12.40 is slower than 10.68, so Henry Spickag gets, there he goes, he's, good time too. He's still got it, mate. He's still got it at the start line.
The XY with a little bit of work to do come the finish line, but this is old versus new, Ford versus Holden. The win will be the Ford in the other lane, 94 10,000ths of a second, the margin across the finish line for the utility. 10.69 with a 1 on a 10.68 will take it. Left with an 0.40 light, nothing too shabby about that. It's just that Spickak was that fraction better. Our next pair, Mark Elborn in the HQ utility, dialed in with an 11.66, taking on Dave McGlynn down there in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 10.87.
Oh, he's got his work cut out too, Steve. He's down on the reaction time. I think the Ute, oh no, there you go.
It's very deceiving, even with the camera at the finish line.
Yeah.
And McGlynn will take the win. Got there first by around about a hundredths of a second, 10.94 with a 122 miles an hour on a 10.87 dial-in. Our next pair, it was Craig Warren in the Bush Ranger on track there now.
Yeah.
You can see the number. There's quite a few different drivers there. There's 3 sets of numbers on that rear quarter window, and Craig Warren doing the steering this time around, dialed in with a 1040, taking on Luke Tex Griffiths down there in the Rocket Lane, the Plymouth Satellite, a 1052 his dial in, so around a 0.12 of a second head start going to the Big Plymouth.
Big Plymouth, that's right. I think Warren, he's usually runs a little white car.
He sure does, but Griffiths was in front at 1,000 and took it to the finish line, 10.56 with a 4, 120 miles an hour, and a 10.42 with a 9 at 128 for Warren. The margin of victory, 0.05 of a second for the Big Plymouth.
Yeah, so Tech.
Our next pair up will be Emmanuel Candros in the Ford Capri, leaving the start line of making a dart towards the centre of the racetrack. A little bit of fume out of the back of the Capri, dialed in with a 1070. Is he going to be able to hold off that Tirana at the top end? No, would be the answer. 76 10,000ths across the finish line, Les. We are seeing so many close races, and that Holden Tirana will take the win there for Robert Gallotta in the Rocket Lane.
Okay, Adam Bowers now in that black and white HQ. And from South Wendy, just up the road here, Power Plus Fuels, New South Wales. Holden HQ with a small block chef 414. Four's a performance and coating king now. Number 1 qualifier. He's managed to score a bye run in the first round, so he'll get max points.
119 on the tree.
It's probably what he would like some of the others that he's punched out. But, yeah.
A 10.18 with a 2 on a 10.10 dial in. 215 kilometres an hour across the finish line for Bowers. Or 133 miles an hour in the old language. We're going to move into a Super Sedan now, Les. Our first pair.
Gee whiz, that was quick. Yeah. Here we go. Jim Raptus over in the Rocket Lane for a picnic point in the Go Logistics. Too much noise to compete with there. Rob Cardham from Noble Park in Victoria in the Ford XE Falcon, Cleveland 434. Our number 5 qualifier with a 9038 at 149 up against Jim Raptus in the 69 Dodge Dart 426 Hemi. Our number 13 qualifier with a 10.196 at 144. So Jim has dialed in 930 and Rob Cardham a 902. So the big yellow 426 Hemi will get the handicap start. Oh, Rob Cardham. He's left the big red cherry.
He did. Raptus was lucky though, Les. He had a lot of wheel spin once again on the hit.
Did he? Yeah, right.
But we'll take the round win here. 972 with a 1 on a 930. They're just showing how much he's giving away on the start line with that wheel spin.
Well, these two guys, this is like sort of like a sword fight between these two guys. They're up against each other in more than several occasions, heaps of time. So Sean Maher in that little Tyranum, the small block Chev, 414 again. In the Rocket Lane, dialed in 938. Leo Georges over there in the Flying Carrot, dialed in with a 9 flat. 9 flats quicker than 938. Sean Maher in the Rocket Lane will get the handicap start by 38, almost 1 light difference.
Nice light on the tree for Maher, 017. Not too bad for Georges either, 031. A fair gap there at the finish line though, Les, and Maher went too quick. 929 with a 0 on a 938. That's uncharacteristic for Maher to go that much faster than the dial-in, but Georges will take the finish line. There's that green parachute that I was talking about before for the orange Escort.
You're right, it did. He didn't it did blossom down there. Look, fantastic. Very unusual for Sean Maher there. He's pretty restrained. Anyway, he'll wind something back, whether it's he'll fiddle around with his dial-in or fiddle around with the car. But very consistent, those two. They're heads-up races, and they're at it every time. Dimos Stanifopoulos, 007 light, over here in the Rocket Lane up against Naomi Dyson. Dyson in the Aeroflow lane. Dyson will get there first. She takes the win on she runs a 9.24 on a 9.15 at 143 and a 9.42 at 140 on a 9.24.
Yeah, the Cortina with a much better light, but just running a little bit further away from the dial-in than the Pontiac for Dyson. Our next pair, Adam Hunter in the Falcon, taking on Chevy Taylor. Hunter dialed in with a 9.59. Taylor in that red bubble top dialed in with a 10.36.
Yeah, so the big Chevy, the big bubble top, will get the handicap start. You'll see the lights come down first in his lane first, and then it'll be up to Adam Hunter to do the chasing.
071 to an 061. And a 100th head start going to the Falcon. Closest to camera. Here comes the Falcon at the finish line. Is he going to be close enough? No. Chevy Taylor got there first by 900ths. Went too fast. 10.33 with the 3 on a 10.36. Handing the win points back to the Falcon, who says, thanks very much. I ran through on a 9.66 with a 4.
And that was number 14 qualifier against number 11. And the action continues. Dean Zammit from Mackay in Queensland in that neat little ute down there. Slade Point Mechanical ute dialed in with a 988 up against Peter Villaris.
And again, Villaris' car breaking down a little bit on the hit. He is rolling on down, but it looks like Zammit will quite comfortably take the win. Lucky, I tell you what, 988 with a 4 on a 988 dialing. He was 4,000 off the dialing, over. Yeah. And he was half a track in front.
Yeah, well, we've seen it happen a couple of times today, particularly in qualifying, but yeah, that was very close to the skin.
Yes, it's 4,000ths of a second close to the skin is what it was. Our next pair waiting on the start line. We're just waiting for Villaris to move around the top end, but we have Victor Sattler-Giannis in the LH Tirana dialed in with a 941. He's in the Aeroflow lane, racing for Pretrans Performance Automatics. K&A race engines, 941 the dial in, taking on Jimmy Tenaro in the Ford Cortina, dialed in with a 938. So absolutely nothing in the dial in here. We probably won't pick the difference in the tree, but the Cortina will do the chasing for AAP Performance Automatics and Denaro Chassis.
Yes, this is competitor qualifier 9 versus qualifier 10.
068 on the tree for the Cortina. 020 on the tree for the Tirana. I think the Cortina's having some issues. Denaro.
No, broke out. That guy was out of that. Victor got out of the hole there like a startled gazelle. He bolted. I looked up, and you can't give Jim Denaro that much. The distance between win and lose, that sort of distance, you know that he's going too quick. So Gentleman Jim, as they call him, he's taken the win over there in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, that he will. I think there might have been some issues there. He was well and truly out of the throttle. So let's hope there is nothing wrong with the car, and he just decided that, hey, I'm not going to win this one, and backed right out of it. Our next pair, Brett McNiff, dialed in with a 9 flat, closest to camera, taking on Jack Moreau in the Ford Capri. The Capri went 00 in qualifying and went 004 red this time around, handing the win to McNiff. Right of screen, who went through the finish line, 907 with a 5, 237 kilometres an hour through the finish line to take the round points.
Yeah, it's his mum, Brett's mum, would have been chuffed to see him do that. Okay, Michael Velasquez from Point Cook in Victoria, P&G Property Services. Chevy Camaro, big block, 555 cubes there. Our number 1 qualifier, he's managed to, as number 1 qualifier. He's managed to salvage a solo run here, by run.
I tell you what a trick-looking car this thing is.
Yeah.
It's got all the chrome on it.
Yeah.
Sparkling. Aside from the big bonnet scoop and the wing on the back, you'd nearly think that it's near standard. But look where those wheelie bars are set. They're way up in the air. If he hits them, that front end's going to be pretty sore tomorrow, I'd say. on the bring back down to earth, you can see how high the wheelie bars are set, but the car not using them on this run. 005 on the tree.
Nice run too, straight.
869 with an 8 on an 867.
Oh.
Thank you very much, Michael says. I'll take those points and I'll be back.
Yeah, next round, our number 1 qualifier. Just go down. Oh, look at, isn't that a sight to see over there on both sides? So you see all the tents all the way down, the full quarter just about.
Fantastic crowd in the house here.
Yeah, thanks very much to everybody else that deserve a good pat on the back, and for the track as well, for bringing it as usually it presents itself.
That's
crew.
Exactly right, Les. We're moving into modified bike. We have a Jeffrey Marshall down there in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 874. He's taking on Ricky McDougall down there on that very, very nicely presented Suzuki Hayabusa for Oz Wheels SBO Transport.
And Jeff Marshall there, the Suzuki GSX 1394cc. Dave Oliver's motorcycles, an on-site panel and paint. It's got paint. I'm sure that's not right. Should have a T on the end of that. It's a paint. We thank Stephen Bush for his commentary, and I welcome now to the up here Rusty Gregory's returned.
G'day, Les.
G'day, mate.
Beautiful day for racing, and we got some two-wheeled action on the racetrack now. It is modified bike in front of us, and Jeffrey Marshall goes down to Ricky McDougall there. As we move on to the next pair, Darren McGregor and Michael Riches. McGregor, your number 12 qualifier after the one and only round of qualifying that they had. And Michael Riches, the number 4 with an 875.
Yes, well, he's dialed in with an 873 for this particular one. Is Darren in the Aeroflow lane there with a 1032. So 873 is quicker. So Darren McGregor, and he's got his start. Oh, big job here for Michael Riches in the rocket lane. I don't know if he can do it. I don't think so. No, he doesn't. Darren McGregor gets there first, a 1034 and a 1032 at 126 miles an hour. Michael Richards broke out, trying too hard, runs a 871 and 873 at 143.
Just gave up way too much on the start line. Gave up nearly 0.2 of a second on the start line, and that's not going to win you too many races when you got the best of the best of the best racing alongside you. Next up it is Doug Macmillan from Werdong Heights in Queensland. No idea where that is, but it sounds like a nice place. Racing for Triple Torque Services on the Street Bob. Pretty cool looking motorcycle, isn't it? It's even got an extended swing arm on the back of it. Not often you see that on a Harley.
No.
And Sean Ricketts on the heavy duty magazine Kawasaki out of Castle Hill. He is a local Sydney racer. We are proud to have him here because he has won pretty much everything there is to win in sportsman drag racing, at least drag bike racing, over the last couple of years. And he's going to get another one here. 078 green, 950 on the big end on a 949 dial-in. Doug McMillan, on the other hand, unfortunately, a 984, not going to get the win, especially after a red light.
Red light, yeah, that's it.
Jesse Barnes and Donald Hagan now.
Yeah, Don Hagan in the rocket lane, the young fellow from Montana, Queensland, dialed in with the 940. Up against Jesse Barnes from Chipping Norton, one of our locals here at Sydney Dragway, dialed with a 1020. 1020 is slower than the 940, so the 940 will do the chasing. Jesse Barnes in the Aeroflow will get the handicap start.
Donald Hagan with a list of sponsors that John Force would be proud of. Outback Flooring Services, Precision Lubricants, Fleming's Auto Bits, BAR Welding, Boy Expresso, Motorcycle Towing 24/7, McLeod Accessories, Dave Oliver's Motorcycle Tyres, and unfortunately it's still not going to be enough to get the win for him. Jesse Barnes takes it. 1022 on the 1020, 035 on the tree. Pretty good package overall.
Good package.
And next up it is Dale Marshall taking on Mitchell Woodford, a couple of Queenslanders now. And it is Chicago Shootout. So if you're not familiar with drag racing terminology, basically means round robin, for lack of a better word. It's a variation on the round robin, although you don't get to race everybody. There's 3 rounds of racing. Theoretically, you should have a different partner, a different dance partner on every single run, and then excuse me, by the time you get to the final round, whoever the 2 highest points earners are will go into the final, generally speaking.
That's how it works.
So that's how it works. Dale Marshall and Mitchell Woodford now. Marshall with a big reaction time advantage. They can't convert it.
No, it's happened a lot, Rusty.
Yeah, breakout there for Woodford. Unfortunately, 9.56 on a 9.60, I think it was. 9.64, there you go. They took it away from him too quickly on the screen here. Next up, it is Lucas Inigo. From Stanhope in Victoria, the Maltese Express, I like that one, taking on Phil White, racing for Nitro Voodoo.
Yeah, that's the
Chris Matheson.
Is it?
No, motorcycle name was Nitro Voodoo. So
yeah, right.
Obviously, he's inherited it. I'm assuming a little bit close to the center line down there for Phil White. 268 on the tree is not going to win you too many races in such a tough category, and a 9.50 breakout hands the win to Lucas Nigo. 9.25 on the 9.23 dial in. It is time now for some. Where are we? Supergas now.
Yep.
We've got a few more cars that have rolled through.
Yeah.
Now it is John Sommeranch taking on Joe Catanzariti. Now, there's Supergas, one of the only categories that we've got that actually had 3 qualifiers. So everybody else basically had the one-shot qualifying. Supergas gets 3. I think because it was a smaller category in terms of numbers. So John Sommeranch there, that's him on screen. That absolutely beautifully presented Ford Cortina. And you probably wouldn't believe me if I told you that car was painted over 30 years ago now.
Yeah.
It just looks absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. He's taking on Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird, one of my personal favourite body shapes in all of drag racing.
Oh,
the aim of the game here, running 9.90, as close to it as you can without going under. You'll hear the throttle stop kick in there for Joe Catanzariti. It's actually 2 very different types of approaches to racing here. You can see Catanzariti with the quicker car running. How's that? Joe Catanzariti runs 9.900. 9.900. That'll take him to the #1 qualifying spot. And I didn't catch the number for JB because this is qualifying, but still, it was a 10 flat for JB there, but a 9 flat, 990 flat. That is incredible for Joe Catanzariti. Gets the win. Or at least goes to the #1 qualifying spot, I should say. Next up, it is Nicholas Poletto and Anthony Panetta. Now, there's 2 ways of thinking with Supergas. You can either try and go 990 flat out and not worry about the throttle stop and just try and dial your car in that way, or alternatively, you can have what's called a throttle stop or an electronic throttle stop. And basically, the electronic throttle stop is designed to cut the engine out, for lack of a better word, for a predetermined period of time. You'll hear these cars cut out, they'll die just off the start line, and then the throttle will kick back in. And the idea being that should take enough elapsed time out of it to effectively get the car to run as close to 990 as possible. And it worked that time. 993 for Anthony Panetta in the Calibra, and a 994 for Nicholas Poletto. He doesn't quite improve, but he was pretty close to it. He was only a couple of thousandths of a second off.
Yep. And Anthony did have a red light, but they are still in qualifying mode for this particular breakout.
Absolutely. So we're going to take a quick break here at the Nitro Nationals, presented by PW Brakes and, of course, Racer Industries. We'll be back with plenty more after this.
The Stan Sainty Cup is the holy grail of Australian top fuel NDRC competition. Apart from the bragging rights about being the #1 top fuel guy in the country, winning this championship has something else that makes it very special. The man it's named after. Aussie motorsport legend Stan Sainty was one of the most beloved figures in this industry. From boats to cars, Stan liked making things go fast. His reputation for doing it all his way is the stuff of legend.
Stan Sainty in the industry, innovative, legendary. Stan Sainty as a person, again, never had a bad word. You know, I'm his son-in-law. You couldn't say a bad word about Stan. He'd do anything for you, make anything, sorely missed, always accommodating. If you could walk up tomorrow, even you could walk up tomorrow and say to him, hey Stan, I want to do heads. Okay, in you go. He'd probably offend his normal head guy a little bit, but you want to have a go? Have a go. Walk into his pit area, he'd feed you. Just that type of thing.
A little bit of relief from the scorching temperatures that we've got here at Sydney Dragway for the Nitro Nationals. A little bit of cloud cover just starting to come over and maybe take a little bit of temperature out of this racetrack and maybe out of some of the many people that are sitting up there in the grandstand watching, because it is a huge crowd in the house here this afternoon to watch the grand final for the Nitro categories for Top Fuel and, of course, X-Pro by Aeroflot Nitro Funny Car. A little footnote to what we just had go down the racetrack with Supergas. They're actually running 3 rounds of qualifying and eliminations here today because they didn't get to run their championship grand final at the Winter Nationals, so they're actually running it here today. So my mistake on that one. I missed that little piece of info, so thank you very much to our keen-eyed observers who are watching online. Can't get away with anything, Les.
No,
Can't get away with anything.
No.
So next up, we are moving into modified. No national championship on the line for these guys. It is purely about just going out there and having a bunch of fun with your mates, because Chicago shootout racing is pretty good fun. It takes a little bit of the pressure off.
Yeah, it does.
And when you're talking about the quality of races that we've got, these are legitimately the best of the best. They are... you know, they finished in the very top of the points in terms of the national championship chase. They earned their right to be here this weekend. So for the Aeroflot All-Stars or Aeroflot Sportsman All-Stars, it really is, I guess, a bit of a thank you, giving them a chance to come out and run at this type of event. So next up, it is Fiona Crisp taking on Daniel Carranza, also known as Bat Dan. From South Mooring in Victoria, the Penrite Oil Tile Co. dragster has also done some racing on the other side of the pond as well over in the United States. Has been running what they call Super Comp over there. And to a fair bit of success as well.
Really?
Yeah, he's run a couple run a couple of different events. I think it was through the south actually, down I say down your way, down around your way, Les, over there. So. And Fiona Crisp, though, comes in as number 4 qualifier, 764. She's dialing with a 760. Carranza dialing in with a 709. So a little bit of patience required for Daniel Carranza. Around about 1.5 lights on the Christmas tree will be the difference. This is the second round of the Chicago shootout for the modified guys.
Yes, they've been right in. We've had some great side-by-side passes. So Fiona's up from Kilmore in Victoria, and Daniel Carranza also up from Victoria, and we're glad to have them here. You pointed out, Rusty, that this is an invitational, but it's good to see how many people accepted the invitation and turned up.
Absolutely. And the one thing that I love, particularly in modified, is the strength of the female racer base that we've got. A little bit untidy at the finish line there for Fiona Crisp. She got very close to the centre line, but she still gets the win. 765 on a 760, 716 for Carranza on a 709. Not quite enough to get the win this time around. Now, as I was saying, the female racer base in modified, I think we had 12 entries, and out of the 12 entries, 7 were female racers. So when you consider that it was invitational, they earned their way into this event. It just goes to show that drag racing, we are non-denominational. We don't see gender, we don't see religion, we don't see race, creed, whatever. If you're a good racer, you're a good racer, and you're in. That's exactly right.
Fantastic.
Next up, it is Lucas Holtz in the Aeroflow lane out of Upper Mount Gravatt in Queensland, taking on Corey Dyson from Kilmore in Victoria.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, Kilmore seems to be a sort of a breeding ground, just like that was up in the Hunter Valley for rear-engine dragsters and things like that, and the young kids in their junior dragsters. But Corey Dyson, over in the Rocket Lane, dialed in 776, as you can see on the readout boards down the bottom there. And for Lucas Holes, he's dialed in 932. 932 is slower than a 776, so he'll get the handicap start. Watch that little yellow rocket. T-bucket.
Oh, hang on. Lucas Holtz actually rolled backwards out of the out of the beams there. Yeah, he. So this is a little bit of an idiosyncrasy of drag racing. So when you bring on those lights at the top of the Christmas tree, that signals to the starter that, yes, we are ready to go. Once all 4 lights are illuminated on the top of that Christmas tree, it triggers the starting sequence, for lack of a better word. So if any of those lights then go out, you're deemed to have moved in the beams and disqualification. And for Lucas Holtz, unfortunately, I think when he's gone to put it on the trans brake, there's just maybe a little bit of play in the system, and it's just rolled back ever so slightly. He was in there very, very shallow, and unfortunately for Lucas Holtz, he will record the loss at this time around. Corey Dyson goes through for the win.
Yep. Well,
Sorry, mate.
You can't line up, you can't stage backwards. So
can't stage backwards, and you can't move out of the beams once you're in.
No,
that's the long and the short of it.
Yep.
Otherwise, you do bring up the red light on the Christmas tree. Next up, though, it is young Liesl Gowes from Queensland, from Redland Bay in Queensland, taking on Chelsea Smith, 2 graduates of the junior drag racing program here in Australia. And of course, junior dragsters, it's not a new thing now. It's been around for well over 30 years now, and we're actually seeing 3rd generation junior dragster races starting to come through now, which is just absolutely mind-blowing. But the amount of races that it has created and the amount of good races, professional races, sportsman races alike, that it has fostered that love for the sport and that racecraft that it teaches you. And you can see 2 graduates on track now. Unfortunately, though, for Chelsea Smith, she's just discovered the harder part of drag racing, and that's when you get pushed back off the start line with a mechanical problem. So Liesl Gowes will take the solo pass. She's sharp on the tree, 014, and an opportunity to test her dial in here, which in a Chicago shootout style format, a round-robin format, is a great opportunity. So an 864 with an 8 on an 865, only 2 thousandths away from perfect. And for Liesl Gowes, I would suggest that she's in pretty good shape heading into the 3rd round of the Chicago shootout. My guess is, with the calibre of races that we've got here, I don't think there's going to be too many races on 3 wins from 3 coming into the final.
Good point.
So I think it is going to come back to the tiebreaker in the 3rd and final round. Which, generally speaking, is who's got the better package overall when you combine the reaction time with the dial-in, which means in that last round of racing, breakouts are really going to be, they're really going to hurt you. So keep that in mind. Next up, it is Michelle Morrison, our friend from Western Australia, all the way from WA, and Jess Turner in the dragster, the Spitzer dragster, usually with the nitrous model attached to it, but not today. Said no nitrous today.
I noticed it's she's devoid of nitrous, of the nitrous bottle.
No, she's a very good racer in her own right, young Jess Turner.
Yeah, she's good, just like her dad. He was he did a big big wheel stand here in his.
Yeah, I do remember. Ball.
That's it.
He I mean, racing runs in the blood, of course.
Yeah.
Jess is a long-time partner, Santino Rapasada. It's when I say drag racing is in the blood, it is well and truly in the blood.
That's right.
Family.
Yeah, that's right.
Michelle Morrison, same deal for her. She's been around the sport for a long, long time. It's been a long time since we've seen her over here at Sydney Dragway. It's
first time for me.
Yeah, fantastic to see her back over here again. It probably would have been 10 years, I'd say, since we last saw her over here at a guess.
And that thing absolutely hauls.
It moves. For a naturally aspirated car, 724, 176, but leaves the red light on the tree, unfortunately. 794 and a 789 for Jess Turner. 022 reaction time, and that is a very solid pass for her, as we see Adriana Cartledge roll up to the start line now, taking on the Alligator, Ali Stewart.
That was a brilliant sort of like breakdown of how they got the Alligator racing, but she's stuck it out through her continued presence here at Sydney Dragway. That is, she kept on drag racing.
The thing that's really impressed me with Ali Stewart is the number of different vehicles that she's driven. She's been in a bunch of different cars over the last couple of years, and she's been going rounds and not necessarily winning in every one, but she's definitely been going to the pointy end every single time.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know, talent is talent.
Yeah.
And she is a very talented young racer, that's for sure. 780, the dial in for Ali Stewart. 710, the dial in for Adriana Cartledge. This car loves a wheel stand as well.
What does it?
Pretty tame this time around, actually.
Yeah.
But 003 on the tree for Adriana Cartledge. 021 for Ali Stewart, and she was late. 716 gets a win on a 790. Adriana Cartledge had her at both ends of the racetrack. And I say Alison Stewart was late. 021's not a bad reaction time, just in comparison to a 003.
It's a long way away.
Exactly, it's a long way away. So Adriana Cartledge gets the win, and she'll bank more points towards her tally.
Yeah, so it will be in, you know, when you have a look at the fields, and as we perform the commentary duties and things like that, it is notable, well, it should be noted, but you look at who are the possibilities, but that can change in one run.
Absolutely. As we move now into Top Sportsman, and Top Sportsman is, again, another very, very hotly contested class. As we hear a little turbocharger under the hood of that Chevy Monza.
Well, it did sound a bit muffled, didn't it?
And I'm looking at the way the pipe configuration is, and I think that's almost certainly the case.
Yeah.
Carl Davies, the small cube, 363 cubic inch, but with some kind of boost on board. I'm going to guess it's a turbo, just listening to it.
Yeah.
And Lisa Sargent, on the other hand, she's a little bit more conventional over there. Just go after it with cubic inches. 600 cubic inches underneath the hood of that Chevy Camaro. And dialing in with an 800. Carl Davies dialing in with an 820. Oh, soft off the line for Carl Davies, but watch this thing scream home at the other end of the racetrack. I think Lisa Sargent isn't going to get there.
No.
And a 799, it's a breakout anyway for Lisa Sargent.
Yeah.
Big reaction time difference on the start line, and an 829 for Carl gets the chocolates this time around. Next up, it is Thomas Leake up against Brett O'Connor, and if you like cubic inches, well, we've got plenty of them, let me tell you. We've got around about 1,200 cubic inches on the start line right now. That is Thomas Leake and Brett O'Connor. Thomas with the baby big block, 540 cubic inch up against Brett O'Connor's 636 cubes underneath the hood of that Chevy Camaro. But he's also got the giggle gas on board as well. So he's got the nitrous assistance. You'll see him, in fact, there it is, purging it up over the windscreen there, clearing out the oxygen out of the lines, making sure he's getting nothing but nitrous into that engine.
Yeah, that's what they want, because we've seen plenty of nitrous fires, and when the system isn't backed up properly, or you're supposed to switch it on at full revs and then hit the button. So if you back off, boom, up it goes. That's oh, it must be that must be Dad that's at the back.
Yeah, that's
there.
Bruce at the back.
Oh, righty, oh yeah. I like that car of Brett O'Connor's.
Yeah, it's a very, very nicely presented car. Clean greens on both sides of the racetrack, although a little bit lackadaisical for Brett O'Connor.
Yeah.
202 has got a lot of work to do at the big end, and I don't think he's going to get there. 723 and a 722, not going to get the win. An 822 and an 815 combined with an 026 reaction time. That's what we call a whole shot reaction. So he's further away from his dial-in, but his reaction time is what saved him there for Thomas Leake.
Very much so.
Thomas Leake will get the win. Next one, it is Tony White up against Pete Hamilton. This is the beauty of drag racing. We're absolutely rolling through it here this afternoon. And we get a new race every, 30 seconds to a minute or so.
Well, that's what people say, okay, it's all good to watch V8 Supercars, good to watch NASCAR, but there's a different race every...
Exactly. If you don't like what's going on in this one, just wait a minute or two.
Yeah.
Exactly. Tony White in the Holden Calibra. That is the Hercules Trailers sponsored car. Fantastic looking car. One of two Calibras we've actually got here this weekend.
Yeah, yeah.
When was the last time you saw a Calibra on the street?
Yeah. What's half for nothing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And Pete Hamilton from Hume in the ACT. I know there's plenty of fans out there of the Calibras, definitely. I know Nathan Prendergast, our director, big fan. As we see a 0-10 to an 0-38 reaction time, I think Peter Hamilton's going to get outrun here, and he does. An 8-0-0 on a 7.99 takes down an 8-5-0 on an 8.45. So Tony White, chalk one up for the Calibra there.
Yeah.
And he'll bank some more points in this Aeroflow Sportsman All-Stars race.
Well, that's it. It's now he comes a pretty heavy hitter. We've been speaking a lot about Josh today, but for good reason. He absolutely loads the foot into he mashes the pedal to the floor. Let me tell you, same as Paul Partridge. It's a nice little Fox body Mustang.
Yeah, Pardo, former Australian champion in his own right.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, Josh Boscovich been running for a long, long time. Always one of the toughest cars in this category. Yeah, and. Watch for the dry hops, and I'll talk about dry hops, and you'll see this thing do some little, almost bunny hops, for lack of a better word. And you might think, is he trying to stall it? What's he doing?
It's very
good. But it's not. He's actually just making sure the thing's hooked up, ready to go, getting it prepped for the race meeting, because you can't really simulate the start launch. It's the closest thing you can do to it.
That's true.
And for Josh Boscovich, he already got one win earlier on today with an 8.10. He's dialed in with an 8.05 this time around. And this time he's left a cherry on the tree with a big red light, 2.01. Paul Partridge will take the win.
Yep.
And it's an 8.16 on an 8.15 for Pardo.
Yeah.
He's just a guy who just goes about his business, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Partridge, he just...
and that's it, regular as clockwork.
Yep.
And Bosco there, well, he still got there first anyway, but, you know, that's what happens when you buzz off early.
Next up, it is Daniel Jones on a solo pass this time around. The fantastic-looking Chevy Cobalt. Not a car we ever saw on Australian roads, but certainly a car that makes pretty nice-looking race car, just quietly.
It does. Same as there was a little, was it a little Chevy Nova that was down there earlier?
Yep.
Yeah, it's had a similar sort of rear-end treatment, the colour scheme at the back. But
yeah, great look.
No, that is nice.
Great-looking car, this one, the Kapow Racing.
Could almost be an old Pro Stocker.
Look, it very well might be an old or a former Pro Stocker. I don't like to use the word old when it comes to drag cars. Drag cars never die, they just get recycled. Yeah,
exactly. Well, yeah.
So the dial-in, 7.29 on the boards for Daniel Jones. He'll be looking to test it here with a solo pass. Not often you get a solo pass in racing, but when you do, you want to take full advantage of it and test the combination, test the dial and test the driver. 0-1-1, it's a red light on the tree, but it doesn't matter. He'll still get the win points. And at 7.31 on a 7.29, that's a nice return to form for Daniel Jones.
Okay.
And that is the last car in this session of Top Sports. And we're going to have a very quick break. And on the other side of this, it's time to burn some nitro. Top Fuel coming your way.
G'day everyone, Jack from Racer Industries here. A little bit more about ourselves. We're your one-stop shop for all motorsport and performance product needs. We're based in 2 sites across southeast Queensland and Melbourne with dedicated sales staff on the phone. Even visit in store or visit our website racerindustries.com.au.
The November issue of Street Machine is on sale now. Our cover star this month is the HX Holden Ute of AFL great Charlie Dixon. Charlie has treated his granddad's old work ute to a stunning restoration and repowered it with a 1,000 horsepower Nissan RB30. We also take a deep dive into an incredible Aston Martin built by the Ring brothers, as well as Dylan Orton's stunning Datsun 1600. The Datto is powered by a Kelly Racing VK56 Nissan V8 for time attack warfare. We visit the iconic Red Centre Nats event in Alice Springs and talk to the gurus at BG Engines about how to get the most out of your Holden V8s. Other goodies include a stunning XW Falcon powered by the Wizards at Dandy Engines, the return of the iconic SatNav FC Holden, and heaps more. Street Machine is available in all good supermarkets and news agencies, or head to streetmachine.com.au to score a discount subscription. Street Machine Drag Challenge celebrated its 10th anniversary last week. Australia and Victoria with the
Welcome back to the Nitro Nationals presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. We're getting this racetrack ready to handle 12,000 horsepower. It is Nitro coming your way with Top Fuel and X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car very shortly. But the last time we saw Top Fuel on track in a championship setting was at the Winter Nationals. Here's the highlights from round one of racing. Back to Willowbank Raceway. We are set for round one of racing, and you talk about some monster matchups here in the first round of racing. We're kicking it off with two former Australian champions in this category. It is Phil Lamartina, the Fuchs Lubricants Top Fuel dragster, taking on the Hydrolink Hose and Fittings Top Fuel car of Phil Reed. Wade Oranger, the birthday boy, will be joining me in commentary, but this is a big way to kick things off here at the biggest event of the season, the Gulf Western Oil Winter Nationals. Absolutely love the atmosphere, and we are set for a killer first round of racing.
Cannot wait, Rusty. Good morning, Willowbank. What better way to kick off your Sunday on the King's birthday weekend than the kings of the sport, Top Fuel, Phil Lamartina, Dean Rossiter, his young crew chief, alongside the vastly experienced Bruce Reed in their respective roles. They were telling me earlier, Bruce Reed said that they were at half track, they were quicker than they've ever been before.
Oh, what a race to kick things off. The win goes to Phil Reed, and they're back into the 70s, a 377, 286 miles per hour, up against a very valiant 387 from Phil Lamartina. That's 4 380s this weekend for Phil Lamartina. They're not going to be disappointed with that. Let's have a look at the replay, Wade. That was just a good old-fashioned drag race.
How about Lammers? The 08 light against an 09 for Phil at 60 foot. As Bruce Reed said, no one cares who wins the 60-foot nationals, but sometimes it matters. You know, they were very even at half track as well. But in the end, a 377 is stout for Felipe.
Yeah, looking at the short times, it was under 3 seconds to half track for Phil Reed, 299 to half track. That thing was on a really nice run, and a 377, considering the headwind that we've got out there this morning as well, that's a pretty impressive run.
That's a good way to start. Well done. It is a good way to start after our weekend this weekend. I mean, I went 77, threw the belt off just before the finish. But we've got a lot of Hydrolink people in the house, so to get a win against old mate Lammers, I don't know what happened to him. But yeah, it's good for the team, good for morale. And the best part is the blower's still on it, the manifold's still in one piece, and there's no oil. So I think it dropped a cylinder, which is why I broke the belt, but it'll be good. Good to see you, mate.
Good to see you too, but I was expecting something more random. Wade was saying you're going to say something random at least.
Happy birthday, Harvey.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Whatever you do, don't check your Instagram on that one.
Yeah.
The palm.
Wow.
Steve Reed, how much passion does Steve Reed have at 73 years of age? Some of us would ask why. You go, why would you do this to yourself? He just loves it, mate.
He doesn't know anything else. He's been doing this for so long, been driving Nitro cars for well over 30 years. He is an absolute legend of the sport here in Australia and in Europe as well. He's a very, very experienced racer. Got to say, that car sounds the strongest that I've heard it all weekend in the burnout. Damien Harris, huge burnout, considering what they usually do with this car. Usually a lot more business-like. Don't know whether the conditions are calling for it. Maybe they got a new set of tyres on it. Who knows? But Damien Harris, they want nothing else other than to wipe the table this weekend. They want low ET. They want the national record. They want to walk away with the championship and hopefully for him make up some points in this championship on his teammate.
Well, they've still got one more round to go after this. It's kind of a unique situation. We head to the Nitro Nationals at Sydney Dragway. What a shot. The Walker's Turf Supplies dragster on your left-hand side. To the right, the Atlantic Oils, Uplift Cranes, Wild Ink, Rapasada entry. Damien.
Whoa!
370, very, very close to a 360. Come on, Willowbank.
Look
Bang
at the speed.
your hands together.
333 miles per hour for Damien Harris. They were absolutely getting after that thing early on. Got to say, Steve Reed as well, he was right there with him. 8.45 to the 60-foot time as the belt came off just past half-track, but he was in front. He was actually in front early on in that race.
Drive job too from him. You just see that belt come off that Rusty was referring to on the gear wrench replay. Harris right down the guts until the very end, whereas Steve It was literally like a black mamba was left on the racetrack just then. Nice job for both of them.
That's a really impressive run in the conditions that we've got. You know, the sun is out, full sun, very, very strong headwind here today as well.
Absolutely huge. 333 miles per hour, 370.
Yeah, no, it's cool. We obviously we're trying to run 330 plus. We got 330 on the last one last night, so 333 is really good. So I don't know what the ET is yet, but I don't think it's 60, which is disappointing, but that's life. But it's a win, and more points to try and chase down my teammate.
Exactly right. As far as from going forward, is there more in it?
We'll just see what the weather does, basically, and how hot the track gets. So we obviously ran 370s yesterday, so we'll be in the 70 bracket, all going well, and hopefully we can tickle it into the 60s.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can pass on. It was a 370 and a 7, Benny. So when he says it wasn't a 60, Damien, wasn't far off it.
And that shows you how much feel he's got. He can tell that it was 8,000s too slow.
So, yeah, you're exactly right. Kyle Putland on debut in Top Fuel here, but a former winner 11 years ago here at the Winters. Admittedly, that was in comp eliminator, but that's kind of a different situation.
Now, just quietly as well, that is a new national speed record for Damien Harris as well at 3:33. Just as a footnote to that one. Now, newbie, he's going to come out. He's going to throw it down here. They want to run over 330 with this car as well. They want to get it back into the 60s. And I've got to say, this is not an easy race for Wayne Newby. Kyle Putland has been stellar this week and got into the threes with that 398. He's been there before. He will give Newby a race.
And you know, you use that word stellar. That is the name of Kyle Putland's beautiful daughter in the right-hand lane. I see what you did there. Noobs, he was only going to run to half track yesterday in the second round of qualifying, and Santino said to him, you run it, I'll shut you down, and let him run full pull. So it was worth it in the end. They were stout. They went to number 2 qualifier. Right-hand lane, the hydraulic technical solutions entry of Kyle Putland, waiting to come in. Noobs. Woo! We'll run that through for Wayne Newby.
Yeah, 375 for Wayne Newby, 316 miles per hour, 375 at 316. Looked like it might have gone away a little bit at the top end of the racetrack. Belts come off. There's the story right there. You can see it lying alongside the racetrack. There was a big flash of flame, and unfortunately, a 647 doesn't get the job done this time around.
Here's your gear wrench replay. You can see it was hosing very early for Kyle Putland, whereas Wayne Newby was set to thrill.
Had a hole out early on, but in fact the whole right-hand side of the engine looked like it was hosing raw fuel there, and what that does, it loads up the engine, it builds too much manifold pressure, and a lot of the time it will kick the blower belt off as well, and that's exactly what happened. Just, yeah, a bit ugly from the outset there. You can actually see the fire come forward into the cockpit on that head-on shot for Kyle Putland, but no problems whatsoever for Wayne Newby, our championship leader. He just keeps on marching on.
And Newbs will be out of breath every time he runs at the end of it. You can see what a physical toll it is on him. Benny, down to you.
Is the breath back?
Breath back, mate.
375, 316.
Okay, yeah, pretty good. It just seemed a bit lazy there on the start line, but just needed the win. So hopefully we can just keep going on and winning this thing.
From what I could see down here is hosing a little bit at the end.
Lost the blower belt. That always doesn't help.
Okay, all right, mate. Best wishes for the next one.
Thank you.
The tractors are rolling on the racetrack here at Sydney Dragway, and we are getting this racetrack in top shape for the Nitro cars coming away in the not too distant future. Of course, this weekend is the Nitro Nationals presented by Racer Industries and PW Brakes. Racer Industries is Australia's leading motorsport superstore, supplying premium performance parts, accessories and safety gear to racers nationwide, from grassroots enthusiasts to high-performance tuners and professional drag racers, pushing the limits on and off the strip. Racer Industries are powering performance across all forms of motorsport, and we thank them for coming on board this weekend with the NDRC and the Nitro Nationals. We're not too far away from getting into some 10,000 horsepower action. We're going to take a quick break and come back with plenty more after this. Well, the Top Fuel crews are out there on the racetrack having a look, making their final decisions as to how they're going to get these cars down the racetrack here at the Nitro Nationals at Sydney Dragway. A massive crowd in the house here to enjoy what is going to be a phenomenal evening of racing to cap off this championship season for Top Fuel and Funny Car. And of course, this weekend we do welcome a couple of new partners to the NDRC series. It is, of course, PW Brakes and Racer Industries. PW Brakes, however, produce everything from a 1938 Tatra to a late model Ford Ranger, even Barger 1000 race Ranger Raptors. PW Brakes supply parts for all of these and more. They've got the parts for the ordinary, the rare, the unique, and even the so-called unfixable. They're our presenting partners here this weekend. They're the real deal in brake parts, and that's all they live and breathe. Basically, go on. Don't trust my word for it. Give them a test. Jump online. Search them up. PW Brakes. You can get just about anything and anything. And we do thank them for being on board this weekend. Well, 10 of our finest sports and racers hitting the track, battling it out for their share of over $25,000 in cash. It's an exclusive invite-only event, and it's been built into this event to showcase the very best of Aeroflow sportsman racers. Every competitor will be pushing hard for victory with a chance to claim the first ever Rocket Trophy awarded to sportsman racers this weekend. It's going to be huge. Having a look at the championship point score for Top Fuel at the moment, Wayne Newby with 5 final rounds from 6 events this season. He is in a commanding position in this Top Fuel Championship point score, but it's not all said and done because Damien Harris still has a mathematical shot at taking this down if it doesn't fall Wayne Newby's way here this afternoon. They are the only two that can still win this championship in Top Fuel, with Phil Reid having a good season in third, though bouncing back from a fairly rough event down there in Adelaide only a couple of weeks ago. Phil Lamartina in the top 4 as well on 253 points, with West Aussie Kyle Putland not here this weekend. Peter Gibris, Larry Dixon and Steve Reid also rounding out your top 8. One name that's not on that list is Shane Olive, who's making his first start for this season, and he is here this weekend as well, driving a third car for Rapisada Autosport International. Of course, Top Fuel is going to be hot and heavy. Don't put too much weight in the qualifying results that we saw from earlier on today. Running in the heat of the day like that was always going to be challenging, but this cloud cover that is now starting to come over is certainly going to help us in terms of getting the track temp down, getting it down to where we need it to be, and hopefully things are going to heat up. You can see those Top Fuel cars rolling through the tunnel out the back of this Sydney Dragway Tower. We're going to have a very, very quick break and be back with plenty more after this.
It's a great career choice. Stop thinking and just go for it.
Back in the late 80s, this was the car that put Australian drag racing on the map. Runner-up at the 87 Winter Nationals, and the first, and still the only Aussie car to make waves in the top-level USA drag racing by making the final of an NHRA event.
Out on the line, again, funny cars. Australia's Graham Cowan versus Tim Gross.
For me, carrying these colours isn't just about looking good on the track. It's about honouring the man who built this team and the legacy he created half a world away.
It will be Kenny Bernstein in the final round. The loser goes home. For Graham Cowan, that's a long trip. The chips definitely down. 2 men who have never been to a final round. Cowan comes off the line first. John Martin drifts over almost into the wall, but it'll be Cowan the winner. The first time a foreigner will go to the final round in funny car.
The car inspired a generation of racers, and now we get to bring it back and hopefully inspire the next one.
Flow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
enormous crowd here at Sydney Dragway. Hey, all you folks on the right-hand lane side, that is on the lawn, that's the beautiful banking area that you guys have there. Now, all you people on the screen right there, can you stick your hands up for me? I want to do something cool and show the world what we're up to. Everybody put your hands up in the air and give us a wave. You're live across the world, not only on 7 Plus, but on NHRA TV as well. All right, so down right near the start line, okay, the most tower end of the ground, all you people in that, yes, that spot right there, stop right there. You guys are going to send me a wave. We're going to go all the way down the lane, okay? So everybody in that corner, stick your hands up, just you guys. That's right. You ready? On the count of 3, I want you to send a wave. We're going to go all the way down this right-hand lane. You ready? 1, 2, 3, up you go. Nice work. Come on, let's make it noisy. Looking good, Sydney. Did we make it onto the grass? Yes, we made it onto the lawn. Good work in the terraces. Now, left-hand lane, you better get ready because we're going to do this with you as well. You don't get off, okay? So let's go to you guys. Nice work on the right-hand lane. Let's go to the left-hand lane side, though. Same spot near the Pepper Money sign. You guys there, put your hands up in the air, please. All right, you ready? Whoa, 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 you went too early. We red lit. Let's come back. You ready? On the count of 3, we're going to do it. 1, 2, 3, up you go. Oh, nice work. Now we're going to drag race this. Good work down the left-hand lane. All right, you ready? Left-hand and right-hand lane. We're going together. It's a drag race. We're going to try and get a shot here that shows everybody what we're doing with this enormous crowd here in Sydney. So it is left-hand lane v right-hand lane. Drag racing wave style. Are you ready? We're almost there with our shots here. Steve Reed and Shane Olive just getting ready for battle while we... All right. Everybody on the right-hand lane. Everybody in the left-hand lane. On the count of 3, we're going. 1, 2, 3, up you go. Oh, a good launch on the left-hand side. Reaction time. Keep it going down the main right-hand side. I tell you what, the reaction time was better in the left-hand lane. I feel like that. I feel like the left-hand lane almost won that.
Yeah. I'm with you there.
I think they did.
I think safe assumption.
All right, left-hand lane, make a bit of noise. You guys are our winners in round 1 here. Oh, there is Sholov getting ready. Can I have some noise in the right-hand lane? Everybody over there, make some noise. You ready for top fuel? Place is pumping.
It is packed out there.
And it is really steamy. It's a sauna out there, so please make sure you keep plenty of coolant heading in your direction. Now, I've been around and spoken to everybody, Rusty, as you can imagine. Nobody was overly shocked about what happened before. They're like, we just got to get these cars down the racetrack. Pom was saying that really the air readings they're getting are so incredibly different to what you've been expecting. When you think back to it, it's saying like 3,400 foot. So it's got a lot more water in the air than what they need, but the heat is what is confusing all the data as well. So they've got so many mixed messages in what's going on.
Yeah, it's a really tough one. When you actually look at the weather conditions that we've got, the corrected altitude at the moment is around about 3,200 feet. So that means that these cars are thinking that they're running 32 feet above sea level.
Correct.
3,200 feet, I should say.
Bryony Ingerson, what are you doing at the moment apart from misbehaving, I'm sure?
I'm not misbehaving. I'm just checking on the weather down here, and it's actually quite a lot cooler than it was the last time we were here. And the cloud cover is, as you said before, is definitely going to change things down here. I can't wait for this second round.
Oh, there you are.
Here I am.
There you go.
Hello.
Can you do us a wave, please? Just give us a Mexican wave all on your own, please, Bryony, if you could. And good work. So I was talking to Shane Olive. Good work, commitment. And Sholov's youngest daughter, Mia, as you know, she's like the, she's adopted, I'm pretty sure. She likes 4 cylinders and drifting and stuff. And she's like, Dad, you don't even drift.
Yeah, he does now.
That's what he said.
Well, he did.
He said, there you go. How about that? I'll show you. So that one was from Mia earlier on. Noob said he still feels like this might be his best run, Brian. He's still thinking that the 7 p.m. session will be when they really get after it, just because of these tricky hot track conditions and the water that's in the air as well. So, Brian, I know
100%. I just wanted to say, Wade, as we were just talking before, if this is your first time at an NDRC round at the Nitro Nationals, don't be fooled if you'll witness the first round, because these guys, especially the Top Fuel guys, are going to get louder and faster and furier as the event goes on. So
Now,
I can't wait. Can't wait for the first timers here who've not experienced this before. It's pretty awesome.
Now, in hot conditions, the ginger with no shirt, that is taking your life in your own hands. I'm just saying. Time to get
Absolutely.
after it.
All right.
The Pom and the Sholov.
So our first round matchups in Top Fuel, we'll see Steve Reed taking on Shane Olive. That's what we've got on track now. Phil Reed taking on Damien Harris. That's a danger matchup for Damien Harris. He needs to win that one. And Wayne Newby will take on Phil Lamartina in the final pair of this first round of racing.
Now, that's a good point that you make, Rusty. From this point on, Damien Harris must win. That is what the championship has come down to. Shane Olive. Now, if you remember back to Darwin, 2 years ago, Phil Lamartina had a chance to wrap up the championship against Pete Gibris. Sholov, as Phil's teammate, lined up alongside him. You're like, well, he's going to throw this, right?
Yeah, no.
Team orders, McLaren, you know. And what happened was, he didn't.
No.
And ultimately, it might have been a bit of a miscue on that, but Sholov won, Phil didn't, and Pete Gibris went on to win the championship. Now, I'm pretty sure Pete would be here watching.
I'm sure Pete's
or at least watching on TV.
At least watching from afar. Of course, Pete Gibris, a winner this season over in Perth, did win the Western Nationals. So
and nearly won Bathurst. Massive shout out to the Premier Racing team.
I'm going to say it should have won Bathurst.
The seriously tough turf, walkersturfsupplies.com.au entry, 72 years young. Keeps a bit of nitro in your veins, it'll keep you young. The Pom, last time he raced here was 2015. Rob Cavernino, crew chief on the Shane Olive entry for Wild Inc.
Now, this is the car also that carried Larry Dixon to a win earlier on in the season here in Sydney. So this car has certainly got the capability of taking some big names here this weekend. Steve Reed, Shane Olive.
Hey, we're going all the way. Sholov is going all the way.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. 3.90. Put your hands together for Shane Olive in blistering heat. You just got a 300 mile per hour, 3.9 run. Come on, Sydney, put your hand together for your very own. The Rudy Hill rocket ship.
And this is what I was talking about. The cloud covers come over. It's knocked some of that UV and that temperature out of the racetrack, and that's allowing these guys to really get after it. That thing was spinning the tyres the whole way down the racetrack, but it was a pretty clean run from him. Steve Reed got way out of shape over there, started smoking the tyres over near the centre line. But for Shane Olive, when you look at the incremental timers, 8.53 to the first incremental, 3.1 to the 8th mile, and then 3.90 at the finish line. That is a solid pass, and that is Santo Rapisada Jr. He's got a smile on his face because he's just seen one of his team cars go down. He knows that they can get after this a little bit now.
That was a tremendous run for Shane Olive. Boy's going to be happy with that. Bryony is going to grab a word with him in a moment. That is a great way to kick things off. And again, it signals that he's a chance to cause an upset. Let's have a look at your gear wrench replay of the Walker's Turf Supplies entry of the Pom. Steve was good too. That thing was boogieing early till it went to the right-hand side of the racetrack. And there is a shot right then of Junior as Shane Olive takes off the helmet. And I'll have a chat with Bryony Ingerson. Bryony, good way to start for Shane.
Wasn't that incredible? So good to see a decent run. And I'm sure when Shane gets his helmet off, he's going to be pretty happy with that one. Of course, the third Rapisada entry, not in contention for the championship. But, gee, you can throw a... what is it called? A spanner in the works this weekend. A 3.90. Well done. How'd that feel?
Look, it felt pretty good. Been out of the seat for a while, so it was good to get that full lap in. The conditions are tricky. It's very hot out, so we'll see if we can get it to go a bit quicker next round and hopefully bring back another win.
All right, nice work.
Thank you.
Out of breath, as you would well expect. Physical conditions at the best of times. Phil Reed. I spoke to Bruce. They were not unhappy with their run from before. So having a chat with Bruce, they actually broke a crank bolt as they were torquing everything up, tightening everything up on the warm-up. That's why they had to switch motors at the last minute. And Felipe on home turf wants to get it done here, but Damien Harris must win.
Yeah. there's no other equation. Everything else is out of his hands for Damien Harris. If he wins, he keeps putting the pressure back on Newbie. That's ultimately what he needs to do. For Phil Reid, this season has been a roller coaster. Started off incredibly well, reset the national record, took home the win at the Adelaide Spring Nationals. After that, it's kind of been downhill a little bit. The car just hasn't been performing the way that they wanted it to, being punctuated by that huge fire that we saw down in Adelaide only a couple of weeks ago that they've had to regroup from. They're back out on the racetrack. They haven't had really any kind of chance to test this car to its full potential, and now they're coming up against one of the quickest and fastest top fuel dragsters in the country in the form of Damien Harris.
They have run pretty solid numbers here at Sydney, though. Have we got any West Australians in the crowd here at Sydney Dragway? Here's got a West Aussie in the right-hand lane. Have we got any Sydney-siders here? Phil Reid, proud New South Welshman, both New South Wales cars. Reid, left-hand lane. He must beat Harris. Harris must win. Oh, it's going to be a pedal fest.
Oh.
It's not pretty, but Harris will limp home and get that win, but that was critical.
Absolutely it was. That was, yeah, that was a surprise, that one. Damien Harris just bombed the tyres a little bit further out than what we saw earlier on. 0.860 to the first short time. Phil Reid was right with him with an 873, but I'd be really curious to have a look at the replay on this one and just see exactly what happened, because it looked like they almost went up simultaneously. I heard someone else stab the throttle just trying to get the thing to the finish line down there and make sure that they get across in front first. Let's have a look at it. The reaction time advantage went to Phil Reid, but yeah, it was Phil Reid ever so slightly before Damien Harris, and Damien Harris went, well, I need to get the win here. I need to get it to the finish line.
Man, that was all just about over. That could have ended right then, and Noobs could have been one step closer to getting that done. Just watch Phil to the left-hand side, the way the car just turns across.
And you can see how quickly the tyres actually go from being short and fat, for lack of a better word, nice and squat, to tall and skinny and smoking the tyres. And that's not what you want. When they transition that quickly, that's when they really go up into tyre smoke. You see that little wisp of smoke come off it. Damien Harris actually did a phenomenal job of catching that so quickly. I don't know whether he thought about pedaling it, trying to get back into the throttle full pelt, or whether he was just content, given the heat that we've got, given the conditions we've got, keep the thing in one piece and bring it back out for the second round of racing later on.
Always has that distinctive impact helmet that Damien uses. He's about to chat with Bryony in a second as we wait to fire up the Lamatina Fuchs top fuel drag racing car. The other thing too, this is quite surprising, we don't have any 2025 spec chassis.
Yeah.
These cars are actually pretty long in the tooth when you compare how motocross and sprint car chassis and things like that are always, every year, they'll update to the current model spec, but a lot of these cars have been around a long time.
And they've done a lot of laps. They do get inspected pretty regularly. They do get updated as required if there's any cracks or breaks or anything that does need repairing. It's actually quite surprising how little bar work there is in top fuel car when you take the bodies off them.
Now, this is critical for Wayne Newby. The bloke sitting in that left-hand lane, Wayne Newby from Sydney.
Yep.
Is he going to be able to win here? He has to. Now that Damien has won, albeit limping through, this is critical for Wayne Newby.
If Newby wins this race, it is all but over for Damien Harris. He may still mathematically have a shot, but it would require Newby to basically be locked in a portaloo for the rest of the afternoon.
And remember too, your second round ET is the one that's critical for how you might get yourself to the A final. So Lamatina, with nothing to lose, he can have at it with no championship implications at all. So Dean Rossiter, young crew chief, on the right-hand lane with Lamatina for Muellers and Fuchs.
They've been creeping up on this combination as well in the Fuchs car. They've been running consistent 380s. They're trying to get back to the 370s. If you saw a 380 pop up on the boards in this run, he'd be absolutely ecstatic with it.
Man,
he's in front. He's in front.
Lama! Oh, Newby, I think he got there. Wow, Newby got the win, and it's a 399. Come on, Sydney, put put your hand together. That was absolutely critical.
That is just, that was hard in the mouth stuff for Wayne Newby. He was late on the tree, 108 to 046. And Lamartina took that opportunity and he was going after it with both hands. He was trying to get that thing to the stripe. Short times, Lamartina was quicker. He was quicker to the 60-foot. He was quicker to 330. He was quicker to the 8th mile mark. But it went away just before the finish line and opened the door for Wayne Newby. Having a look at the replay here, it's a visible hole shot to the Fuchs car. Dropped a cylinder on the far side of the race car.
Oh, man.
And that's where it went away. He shut the car off and just let Newby by the skin of his teeth. 34 thousandths of a second at the stripe.
A 409 for Lamartina, and there was a lot to love about that. The Carrot Kings nearly just tipped Newby out of a comfy chair. That was a very, very nail-biting situation for Wayne Newby.
Well,
your gear wrench replay.
Yeah, Newby will be stoked that he's got that one out of the way. It was mixing up the cylinders, some weird header flames down there, but a win is a win, and that all but locks it up for Wayne Newby. Bryony, you're at the top end with, I'm guessing, a relieved Wayne Newby.
Yeah, well, I'm just about to ask him, Wayne, that was a hell of a drag race. That was big. You needed that. You're this close now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, no, big win for the team. Santino did an outstanding job there. I was calling the shots because it's real tricky out here today. So car felt solid, and don't know what it ran, but
399.
Oh, 399. Thought it was a bit better than that, but anyhow, yeah, good. We'll go on and see what we can do for the next round. One more to go.
You've got one hand on the trophy. How do you approach the rest of this afternoon and tonight? This is big. I'm feeling nervous for you.
You're very nervous. No, just got to I've been in this situation before. Each moment as it comes, and just, cross our dots.
Fingers, toes.
Everything, and away we go.
All right, we wish you all the best. We'll see you back here.
Thank you.
Man, when he comes down the return road, make sure you give him plenty. He looks nervous.
Yeah.
The job is not done. Time for X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Cars. Justin Walsh. His grandson Bodie is here as his partner in crime this weekend. And Josh Lay. This is third and second in the championship. Boy, just see the Hearts paint supplies entry just rock and roll then.
They are just wild things. So if you're wondering what the difference between a top fuel car and a funny car is, the only difference between the engine combination, drivetrain combination, well, there is no difference, basically. The engine is out in front of the driver, and the driver's underneath that big carbon fibre body. Sitting in there, if you're claustrophobic, this is not the class for you. You can see right there, that is Justin Walsh tucked up underneath the Hearts Paint Supplies Dodge Charger. Now, in terms of the championship, well, this one's pretty much over with. It is going to be a 1-2 for the Aeroflow Rocket team. It could potentially be a 1-2-3 as well if Justin Walsh can hang on to number 3 in the points. Josh Lay coming off the back of a career best season. He's made 4 finals throughout the course of the season. He's won 1 of them. When you're running the rocket car for Graham and Wendy Cowan, it doesn't get much better than that for a young bloke, Wade.
Josh has already run into the 3.9s. Have a look at that shot. Sydney Dragway is packed to the rafters on a very warm day. And yet to get into the 3s is that guy on screen. Quite incredible. Brody Pilkington, crew chief on the Josh Lay entry. Very, very smart man. And Damien Muscat lurking around that team a lot lately. There's talk that 2 might go to 4. What can Walsh do? Can he get himself in to a 3-second run? Is this the time for it? You know what? Maybe. We would have thought no earlier today. It starts to hose. Lay, though, will run it through very solidly. 4:37 the win for former Gold Coast and now Canberra-based Josh Lay. Please put your hands together, Sydney, a 4.37 up against a 4.96. Just started to nose over.
Yeah, it was basically the same story for Justin Walsh as what we saw with the top fuel cars. It just picked up the tyres just when they started really trying to lock the clutch up, applying it further on down the racetrack. As you have a look at the replay, it was pretty clean on both sides. A couple of drop cylinders there. In fact, Josh Lay had a wicked driving job there. You saw the car stand up on the tyres and really kick across to the left-hand side. He did a fantastic job. Watch how much this car moves in a short space of time there. 12 months ago, that would have been a much different story for Josh Lay, but he's got so much experience under his belt now, and he caught that super, super quick. Justin Walsh, on the other hand, basically the same deal. Just started spinning the tyres a little bit early, only about 300 feet out off the racetrack, and a 496 the result for him.
Josh openly says these cars scare him. His beautiful wife, Kelsey, is down on the start line as well, shooting content as always for the Rocket Aeroflow team. The Gas Gal, her merch is for sale. Doing a great job up with all the Wild Ink team this weekend as well. As we get ready to let loose Damon Payton, #1 qualifier. Yeah. Never been inside the top 4 before today. And now he's the man. Up against the Aussie Raider in Kiwi form.
Now, that was an interesting one there for Damon Payton. They fired the car up, and you heard it fire up, but it never really kicked over to Nitro. And I saw the crew member, as he was standing there going, what's wrong? They hadn't pulled the fuel pump on. He actually had to reach down and manually open up the fuel pump and get that thing fired up. So good catch there from Zach from the Aeroflow Rocket crew. And for Morris McMillan, the Aussie Raider. It's strange saying the Kiwi and the Aussie Raider, but I think he's basically an Aussie now anyway, isn't he?
All Kiwis are, mate. There, Spud gives it the big ones. Nice, strong burnout from Payton. Nothing that special from Morris.
No, not at all. In fact, he pulled it up pretty quickly down there. Not sure if he's got a bit of a problem here, Morris McMillan, because there's not a lot of motion in the car. Like, he's moving it back, but it doesn't seem to be happy, for lack of better word. Well, we'll see very shortly, I guess. The body comes up, and you'll see they'll make their final adjustments in terms of the idle adjustment, in terms of making sure everything is okay, no leaks, nothing untoward. They'll take the computer screen out, walk that behind, because really nobody's there to see it.
Yeah, no dashboard for a driver. It's all about the steering wheel and the gas pedal. The boys just looking down here to set the tune now for the idle. Well, Payton, wouldn't he love to get a win here? #1 qualifier. Every person in his house, including the animals, are women. So Damo on the weekends likes to step it up when he's the boss. Just bringing him in.
That looks phenomenal, doesn't it? The Aussie Raider, something we never thought we'd see on an Australian drag strip again. And it just looks absolutely spectacular. It's not going to be easy here. Morris McMillan coming in as the bottom qualifier in Funny Car.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've said that.
Yeah, but he's kind of like Damian Harris. You can't write him off. You know that. Brody Pilkington walks back. Gareth Rogers walks back. And it's time to let him eat. Here in front of a packed house in Sydney.
Big hole shot to Damon Payton. He's out in front. I don't think he's...
Yes!
I was going to say, I didn't think Morris McMillan was going to get there, and Damon Payton, a 4.20, gets the round win at 302 miles per hour, so he cracks the 300 there as well. Morris McMillan, a 4.28 at 2.38, but that car made a huge move right at the finish line, jumped across towards the centre line cones, and he thought, you know what, let's bring it back for round 2 rather than go over the centre line.
You should have seen the boys and the crew dancing a jig in that right-hand lane.
Absolutely, and they should be happy as well, because they just took down the champion-elect in Funny Car.
That is such a great moment right there. Yes, sir. Damon Payton.
I haven't seen a drag race for a long time where you see the lead change several times, because Payton was out in front. He was overtaken by half-track by Morris McMillan, and then Payton pulled back past him at the stripe. It was a huge hole shot advantage to Damon Payton, 0.61 to a 1.15 on the tree for Morris McMillan, and a 4.20. He's been a dark horse all season long, and he is making it count here at the grand finals.
Well, he wasn't even supposed to be at this event. Remember, it was a rained-out affair. Tommy Johnson Jr. flew out to sub in and never got to actually take the wheel. This will be exciting. It'll be a great interview with Bryony, I'm sure. What a moment for him, that X-Pro Camry. Coolest Toyota Camry in the world, just saying.
Absolutely.
Like, if that's what Toyota Camrys look like on the road, I would drive one.
There'd be more of them.
Hell yeah, there would be.
Absolutely. And I'd say Morris McMillan's going to be a little bit disappointed with that. I mean, he rolled out of the throttle just because the thing made such a hard move over towards the centre lane.
You see the way that the tyre tracks. This will be a great moment right here. The boys are absolutely pumped. They were dancing a jig down there. Good stuff.
And so they should be. They should be absolutely proud of what they've just achieved. Taking down
the only thing that would have been cool is if he got a 3.
Yeah.
Now, I know we got the 300-mile-an-hour mark, which is cool as hell as well, but the 3 would have just been the icing on the cake. Helmet's about to come off from Mackay in North Queensland. Damon Payton is ready to chat with Bryony Ingerson and get the good news. He just took down one bad Kiwi.
Yeah, he sure did. Damon, chuck the hat on. Congratulations. You just took down the champion-elect with a 420 nonetheless. Your crew are super happy, as you should be as well.
Oh, I'm very proud of them. They haven't missed a beat this whole season. Yeah, it's their rookie year too, and that's a massive ask. We've never, since we've gone to the start line, we've always left the start line. So big thanks to them. Yeah, took the boss down. That's always fun. So yeah, can't wait. Keep the momentum going. And yeah, get into it. Let's race.
Absolutely. Well, the originally scheduled event, you weren't even meant to be here. So, you know, it's fortuitous that you are here. Can you go all the way? Could you take this one out today?
Never say never. Don't want to jinx it, but never say never.
We're just going to get a quick grab from your boss. Actually, would you want to give him the news?
You got second, Morris.
No, how good was that? Look, I thought I had it, and then the thing quit not far before the finish line, and I'm like, oh, no, we're good. And then he went flying by, but man.
Yeah. A 420 no less.
Again, in the heat, the boys doing it, so look, we'll come back the next one and try and knock them all off, but yeah, proud of this man, and he's a real funny car driver now.
As you should be.
I'm not sure what he's talking about. I didn't see him at all, so.
How good's the banter between these teammates? So good to see.
I think it's called banter from Millen's point of view, but yeah, that was cool. And it's a good point he made too. The team are rookies.
Yeah.
Right, it's not just...
The driver is one part of the equation.
Yeah.
The car and the crew are a whole nother deal altogether. And it's like a ballet. You've got to have 10 guys working all together, all in the same, pulling in the same direction.
Really? It's the Swan Lake of Nitro,
That's exactly right, yeah. Which I think, does that make Damon the key ballerina or whatever they call prima ballerina?
How often do you get to the ballet?
Oh, it's been a few years, let's say that.
Jeez.
Next up, we're moving into Supercharged Outlaws.
Oh, wow.
We're going to say goodbye to Wade.
Yes, we
and
are.
we're going to say back hello to Stephen Bush, I think, as he jumps back on the microphone. It is Supercharged Outlaws time now with Bruno Matajasevic and Tim Gruber. Big out-of-shape burnout down there for Tim Gruber. Sorry, Steve. In the TC Cortina, and Bruno Matajasevic in the HG Holden. Oh. He loves a skid, doesn't he, Bruno?
He sure does, Rusty, and I wouldn't blame him with all that horsepower under his right foot. I'm sure the car does it pretty effortlessly.
What a first round of Nitro.
Oh, I tell you what, that's a very good indication of what we can expect for the rest of the evening. What a fantastic run. I was sitting a couple of rooms to our right thinking, oh, that car's won, and they didn't. It was that close.
You never know if it's over until it's over, because it was just so close. And that's the unpredictability that these weather conditions bring as well. It's not necessarily the one who makes the most horsepower. Yeah. It's not always the quickest car that wins, because you've got to get the thing to the finish line.
Exactly right,
and Damon Payton really coming to the fore. So anyway, right now we're looking at Supercharged Outlaws, and we touched on it. Bruno Matajasevic comes in as the #1 qualifier with a 6:42. This is their second round of the Chicago Shootout. And Tim Gruber from Queanbeyan East.
Yeah, Tim dialed in with a 7:59. He will leave first. The big HG to chase him down. Nice wheels up launch from Gruber. 0.45 on the tree. He has a bunch in his hand here. He's going to win quite comfortably if he doesn't break out. 7.65 with an 8 on a 7.59.
Sounded like Bruno's car didn't want to shift. Left the line, and you heard it get on the rev limit. It almost sounded like it was popping. That's what it sounds like when they get on the chip, and unfortunately just didn't want to shift into the next gear. So 9.43 loss there for Bruno Matajasevic. Tim Gruber 7.65 on a 7.59. That's a pretty solid win. And with that, we move on to the next pair.
It's exactly right, Rusty. It's the quick or the dead around here. And Pete Wheeler, our next car out from Emerald in Queensland. Yet another one of our interstate races down there.
There's a few. there is more than a few out there in the pits. A lot of names that we've seen here before at Sydney Dragway, but maybe not for a number of years. A lot of races that that have made the trek here this weekend for what is a bit of a different style of an event.
Yeah, I think that's a very good way of putting it, but it's certainly a very good vibe. If we look at the crowd that we have in the house, and I'm sure that you and Wade touched on it, that grandstand when the funny cars and the top fuelers were running was absolutely chockers. And it's absolutely fantastic to see the support that Western Sydney have shown to the event, and I hope that they're, you know, being entertained and enjoying the spectacle that is, of course, Nitro racing.
I heard someone describe it as heaving with people, and I reckon that's pretty close because with the heat that we've got, there's a few people out there that are definitely struggling. Make sure you are keeping up the water and staying hydrated out there, guys, because it is pretty warm, although this cloud cover is certainly helping us out.
Exactly right, Rusty. David Escort in the funny car looks like he's scratching for this one.
So Peter Wheeler going on a solo pass. Now, I'm actually wondering if this dragster is the old controlled insanity car out of Queensland.
It looks very much like it,
yeah, I think it might be. And with the big block Chev, 509 cubic inch Chev between the frame rails of this one. Went 697 in qualifying, dialing in with a 690 this time around. It's got that real, and this is not, you know, disparaging, that real Chevy idle, that lumpy idle as it backs up with the big block. Just very, very aggressive.
Well, I mean, we always talk about the different engine notes that cars inherently have, whether they're, a 2J to an RB or whatever it might be. It's the same. We can hear the difference between a Keith Black style or a Hemi style headed engine compared to a Chev or a big block Ford.
Absolutely. You can see how much it's actually surging there. His head's actually snapping back against the headrest every time it surges forward. So the Wheeler family racing car, also JPP on board. Solo pass this time around for Peter Wheeler. That's a great shot. You see the modern and the historical car, the slingshot behind of Chris Denny.
A nice light there for Peter. 036 goes 107 to the 60, straight down the centre of the lane. Pops the chutes right on the finish line. 698 with a 3, 201 miles an hour or 324 kilometres an hour across the finish line.
It's actually ripped up one of the chutes there as well, as it's blossomed, but it's actually ripped one of the cross flows on it, the cross forms, I should say. So Peter Wheeler, 698, nice and consistent to go along with his previous runs. And right now, I can see Jeff Sargent, I think it is, down there, as we have our track walkers out on the racetrack. Now, I'm not quite sure what the hold-up potentially is. In fact, okay, we've got the go-ahead now. So the track walkers are over the wall. Not quite sure what it was. Obviously, they were just casting their eye over things. So Chris Denny actually went to start his burnout, but then he saw the signal from the chief starter down there to say, no, back it up. So he'll go through his burnout process again.
We actually interviewed Chris Denny up here at the Bangers and Mash meeting earlier in the year. What a laid-back character, Rusty. I don't know if you've spoken with Chris. He was like, oh, yeah, that last run, the chutes didn't come out. It's like, oh, okay.
Well, there's no point in getting flustered about it, is there?
No, a very cool supercharged blown small block in this car, running for Jay Turnbull Truck Centre and Wallandilly Smash Repairs. Looking absolutely splendid in the cherry red paint and all the chrome and polished aluminium.
Yeah, it looks spectacular, this car. Absolutely spectacular. Jeff Sargent, that car looking fantastic as well. He actually went through his burnout process the way he intended to. So he's kind of waiting patiently over there for Chris Denny to back it up and put it in the beams. Now, two very different approaches to racing, as you can see. You've got the front engine dragster, engine out in front, inherently unstable sort of car. That's the best way to describe them. There's a reason that we evolved from them, but there's still some people out there who like to see the engine out in front. Some say it's because they can see where the money's going.
Yes, well, I think that the two of us that you're listening to definitely like the front engine car as well. A certain amount of nostalgia there. $790 the dial in for Danny, $690 the dial in for the Camaro. Exactly a second between. Danny's going to be somewhere around the 60 foot before Sargent is let go. Here comes the tree for Danny.
Laid on the tree for Jeff Sargent. Danny 127. And I think he's going to get there, although Sargent getting very close to the centre line down there. 697, not enough to get the win this time around. A 790 and a 790 for Chris Denny. That is a phenomenal race, phenomenal run, I should say, 164 miles per hour. And Amanda's pretty stoked with that one. She's absolutely stoked with it. She's got the fist bumps flying down there, and Chris Denny will rack up some more points, and unfortunately for Jeff Sargent, take the loss this time around.
Our next pair. Up on the screen, we have Greg Angus about to fire the HJ Coupe. 372 cubes, small block Chev on board for the Greg Angus Motor Traders machine.
Bit of an unusual combination, this one. Very small cubes in a fairly big, heavy car. Yep. 372 cubes in the HJ, and as you can see, pretty much stock dimensions in terms of the body on this car. Hasn't been massaged too much at all.
No, there's no aero aids on the front at all. Still even wearing a number plate.
Frontal area of a block of flats.
Yes. In beside Paul Wood, who's in the rocket lane. Wood in the...
Much more of a Pro Mod style car, this one. Very low, sleek. Plenty of body modifications. So Greg Angus dialing in with a 766, which is a big jump from the 796 that we saw in qualifying. Paul Wood dialing in 735 this time around, so he's going to be doing the chasing.
Yeah, the Wood machine from Valentine in New South Wales. Running for P&M Wood Building. GT Custom Paint and Panel. The best in Newcastle. Sign Force at Beresfield. Not too much in the dial in, around 0.3 of a second. Near one light on the Christmas tree. Fantastic close-up shots there of Greg Angus's coupe coming into the staging beams.
So this is a good matchup. Should be only about one light on the Christmas tree difference in terms of the head start for Angus. Oh, double stepped it on the start down there. That's going to open the door for the Camaro to go on through, and he passes in by half track. And a 748 on a 735 gets the win. 766 for, 799 on a 766 for Greg Angus. And unfortunately, it looked like he just double stepped it a little bit on the start.
He carried the front end definitely from this point of view. The chute was very late coming out for Angus, but no issues at the top end there turning around, as we can see on camera. But I guess the thing is with drag racing, Rusty, there is no time for mistakes of any form.
No.
And if you're still going to get the win light in your lane and you have had a little bit of a mishap, big or small, you're going to be lucky to see the win light.
And that is one of the things about drag racing, is that there is effectively no second chances. It's not like in, say, circuit racing or speedway, where if you overshoot a corner by a little bit and you let someone through, well, you've got another 2 or 3 laps to try and chase them down, or 10 laps or 15, whatever it may be. In drag racing, if you make a mistake and let someone pass, well, it's very rare that you actually get a second bite at the cherry. Very, very rare. So that's part of the beauty of it. It's also part of the brutality of it. So next up, it is Peter Lay, the Chevy Nova funny car with the 526 Hemi between the chassis rails. Again, similar kind of setup to what we've seen from the Aeroflow Outlaw, or the Aeroflow funny cars, I should say, or the Nitro funny cars that we saw go down. Same configuration, engine out in front, driver in behind, but this one obviously not running on Nitro, and a little bit more relaxed. Doesn't quite require the same manpower.
Yeah, only casually mid-sixes, you know.
Yeah.
210, 15 mile an hour, you know. Yeah.
Great car, this one, though. Super bad paint job.
I really, really dig this car. I think the fact that it still resembles a Chevy Nova is certainly a very cool thing about it. Of course, obviously stretched and massaged in some ways, but the front and rear of the car
definitely close to proportion, I suppose you'd say.
Absolutely, and it's got that sort of reverse angle on the grille that that Novas are known for. So 6:58 the dial in, went 6:66 in qualifying, and we'll see where he ends up this time around. It's always nice having a solo pass. It does mean that he's going to get maximum points, but you do need to take that opportunity to try and test your dial in when you're on a solo pass. You can't just go through to the keeper and just let it go.
No, that's right. It could come back to haunt you a little bit when they're determining the finalists, if it reverts back to a countback of any form. All right, away nicely. Wasn't pushing the reaction time. 1:08 to the 60, straight down the centre of the lane. 6:64 with a 6 on a 6:58.
Easy as you like it.
Yeah.
That was just, cruising. I wouldn't be surprised if he had one arm up on the window cruising on down there. That was just, did it so easily. Peter Lay banked some more points in this round robin format, and he will be back for the third round in the not too distant future. We're going to go racing with some super comp action now, and I'm going to jump off the microphone for a little bit and hand it across to the wonderful Les Binkhorst. I'll leave you in Les and Steve's capable hands, and I'll be back a little bit later on for the second round of Nitro.
Thank you very much, Rusty. Thank you for your wealth of information and all the knowledge that you bring to the microphone in all the categories that we have here today. Of course, Super Comp, our next category to complete the burnout and go through their race procedure. It looks like we've got another solo coming out in the rocket lane this time, and it will be Kit Hunter in the Hunter Engineering Holden VL Calais. Can hear that car fired to life down below me. And we're about to go to a break here from Sydney Dragway for the Nitro Nationals, brought to us by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. We'll be back shortly.
The Stan Sainty Cup is the holy grail of Australian top fuel NDRC
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Sydney Dragway. Kit Hunter in the aeroflow lane. And Mitchell Oxley down there in the rocket lane. We have a 680 index on board for Kit Hunter and a 715 on board for Mitchell Oxley in the dragster for Oxley haulage. The dragster will be chased. That VL Calais will need every little bit of its horsepower, I think, to chase down the dragster.
Yeah, certainly will. And he nearly did it last time, but it was he was outpaced. Whoa, gee, look at this. Yeah, I think, that dragster, it's got a wicked little car. Yeah, runs a Kit Hunter 680, runs on his dial-in 695 at 206, and for Mitch Oxley on his 715 runs a 725 at 186. So there was that was number 3 qualifier, Kit Hunter, up against our number 2 qualifier, Mitchell Oxley. So, Steve, man, action galore here, you're right.
Yes.
I went around there to try and find a seat to sit in the crowd, and there was none. None.
No, the grandstand was absolutely chockers. Of course, if you haven't been to Sydney Dragway before, your general admission ticket allows you to go into the pits, so you can go down and check out all of the action down there. We've got, of course, all of the Nitro cars will be deep into their maintenance by now, so you can go down and have a look at what all the teams go through between rounds in rebuilding the engines, transmissions, and all the between round maintenance that they do. Or by all means, you can stay and watch the racing action on the racetrack. We're about to move into
is it comp bike?
Performance bike.
Performance bike.
We have Wally Hoster down there in the Suzuki Hayabusa
On screen now, he's taking on Ken Collin there in the rocket lane, running for Rascal Race Engines. A 7.62, the index for the bike in the rocket lane. Far side of camera. Heister also on the Hayabusa, but the standard wheelbase one, 8.80, his index. So the near side bike will leave first. There he goes, 0.69 on the tree. Ken Collin with a 1.10, has a little bit of work to do. Can he dig deeper at the index? Yes, he can. 7.69 with a 6, 171 miles an hour through the top end will take it. He got there by 0.04 of a second over Wally Hoster.
Yes,
and an 8.96, Les, 166 mile an hour on an 8.80.
Yep, still maintains his control over that 762, runs a 769, so that's safe for the time being. But it's just like someone will come up next week or at the next national meeting and pep it up just a little bit.
Well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? You never know what someone's got planned. You know, they might come out with a new motorcycle or a new car or a new engine combination, and you know, step things up a big time, and where you were once feeling comfortable, you're not feeling so comfortable.
Yeah, that's right. You think you've got the field covered, but then someone sort of pulls a rat. A rabbit out of a hat.
Well, just watching down there, the Rabnot crew working feverishly to try and get that bike started. Daniel was scheduled to have a solo.
Yes.
Not wanting to play games there.
Yeah, poor fella, he's sort of sitting there, and he knows there's top points if he gets it started and gets to the other end, but for all this, it's a real heartache. And things like this, especially with drag racing, they can happen even before you get to the start line, and it's you know, soul destroying, I think.
Yeah, it certainly it can be a very cruel sport. It looks like the signal has been given to get off the motorcycle, and that unfortunately will be the round done for Daniel. Not going to be happy with it, but I'm sure that he'll be back for the third round.
Yeah.
Of performance bike.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a short break here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
G'day everyone, Jack from Racer Industries here. A little bit more about ourselves. We're your one-stop shop for all motorsport and performance product needs. We're based in 2 sites across southeast Queensland and Melbourne with dedicated sales staff on the phone. Even visit in store or visit our website racerindustries.com.au.
The November issue of Street Machine is on sale now. Our cover star this month is the HX Holden Ute of AFL great Charlie Dixon. Charlie has treated his granddad's old work ute to a stunning restoration and repowered it with a 1,000 horsepower Nissan RB30. We also take a deep dive into an incredible Aston Martin built by the Ring brothers, as well as Dylan Orton's stunning Datsun 1600. The Datto is powered by a Kelly Racing VK56 Nissan V8 for time attack warfare. We visit the iconic Red Centre Nats event in Alice Springs and talk to the gurus at BG Engines about how to get the most out of your Holden V8s. Other goodies include a stunning XW Falcon powered by the Wizards at Dandy Engines, the return of the iconic Satnav FC Holden, and heaps more. Street Machine is available in all good supermarkets and news agencies, or head to streetmachine.com.au to score a discount subscription. Street Machine Drag Challenge celebrated its 10th anniversary last week, touring South Australia and Victoria with the largest field in the event's history. Of the 250 cars that started at Dragway at the Bend, 200 managed to complete the event 5 days later. To be deemed a survivor, all entrants need to compete in 5 race days and cover over 1,400 kilometres on the road, driving under their own steam and without...
All right, welcome back to Sydney Dragway. We're into the second round of a Junior Dragster Chicago Shootout. That was Piper Bennett taking the win over Jacob Longo just as we came back from the commercial break. Bennett taking the win with an 0.63 light. We're an 8.05 on her 8.02 dial-in.
Oh, look at Jacob there. Runs an 8.24 with a 6 on an 8.24.
Yeah, unfortunately gave away a little bit on the start line.
Yep, that reaction time, which is all but, it's just, that's, everyone wants to know now, in the modern day of racing, how good you cut a light, and it really does make a difference. We might talk in 10, 15 thousandths of a second or whatever, those sorts of things, but it really is like a second in drag racing is like waiting for the bus. It's just such a long time, and when the lights go down on the tree, they're as the same as when you blink, 0.4 of 1 second, and that's the sequence. That's the interval that they drop by, 0.4 of 1 second.
We've got our next pair on the start line, Les. Riley Ito in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 7.73 in the AA Junior Dragster, taking on Alexis Attard in the Rocket lane. Alexis in the A Junior Dragster, dialed in with an 8.30. So she will get the head start by near enough to a 0.6 of a second, a light and a half on the start line. Ito will have to chase her down. You can see Ito closest to camera on that shot. For Murphy Finance Solutions, and Alexis has left the red light on the start line, giving Ito the automatic win. He left with a 117 light, runs on through for a 784 with a 2 on a 773. Ada tests the dial-in, goes under by more than a 1/10 of a second.
Gee whiz.
So I'm guessing the weather conditions have changed quite a bit out there, Les, in the favour of these smaller capacity power plants that we've got on track right now. Our next pair, we have Paige King in the B Junior Dragster, all the way from Rockdale in Queensland. For AEB Services, Wild Inc., Bowden's Own and VP Racing, dialed in with an 8.74. That's Paige on screen there. Taking on Benjamin Attard down there in the Rocket lane. Benjamin racing for Low Fabrications, ITF Hire and Pro Tilt Towing.
Resplendent in there, in the great paint jobs that they've been wrapped in, or a wrap. Some of the kids have elected for a wrap, particularly the ones that are very, very detailed. It's easier to put a wrap on, but they're still A-class machines. Now we've got Paige Kings in a B Junior Dragster and Benjamin Attard in an A Junior Dragster, so hence there's a time difference for a start because of the category. The class that he's running is B Junior Dragster, and then we'll find Benjamin Attard. So he leaves now.
Attard with a nice 048 light. Les has a little bit up his sleeve and probably will see the win light here, and he does. Goes 8.08 with a 0, 78 mile an hour on an 8.02 to take the win over Paige King's 8.88 with a 9 on an 8.74. Attard had a little bit up his sleeve on the start line, as I said.
Yeah.
The reaction time is critical in junior dragster as any form of drag racing that you will see here today or anywhere else around the country. On screen there, that's Nixon Cannuli for A-Civil and Atlas Batteries.
Yes, and we got over in the rocket lane is Declan McGregor. He's dialed in with an 862. 862 against a 775. So he's got Declan in a B Junior dragster. So in the handicap system, he will leave first ahead of Nixon, and Nixon will be, he's dialed in with a 775. Gee, that's a really low dial in. But then again, he's a pretty good racer, so he knows what he's doing. And he's our number 10 qualifier, and Declan McGregor's our number 17.
Yeah, about 9/10 of a second between the two on the start line, but Nixon Canuli with about a 10th up his sleeve on the reaction time, and will take the win. 7:89 with a 2 on a 7:75. Gets there by over a 10th. McGregor will have to settle for the lost points in this round.
Yep, and back. See, they get another chance. You know, even if you lose, it doesn't happen in normal elimination events that we have here. It's very good. The kids get, well, the racers each get come out 3 times, and you know they'll possibly they may race the same racer, but they try to seed them so they don't. But we've got Neve McDougall from Burpengary in Queensland, junior dragster, dialed in with an 803 in the Aeroflow lane, an 803, our number 9 qualifier coming into this event. Amelia Wright from Yarra Bilba, also in Queensland, dialed in with an 802. There's nothing between these two. It's virtually heads up. The computer will sort it out for us. And a 0.2 reaction time for in the Aeroflow lane, and a 0.059. And Amelia does take the win. She runs an 818 on an 802 at 77 miles an hour, or about 110, 115 clicks.
Our next pair up, we have Georgia Leifting, Les, from Oxley Island for Speedflow Products, dialed in with a 797 in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Karana Downs' Carl Schultz in the SCG Racing Parts.
Right, a number 1 qualifier over here in Georgia Leifting.
Yep, she ran that 1,000th over the perfect time for her class within Junior Dragster. Of course, A Junior, they run 8.0. Yep. She went 8.001.
Yeah, sitting pretty. Very good. Let's now we've got a 797 to 771. Not much.
Nice light on the tree for Georgia. 013. Schultz with a little bit of work to do.
No, not
Come down to consistency here. 8.007. That car for Leifting on a string today wins quite convincingly.
Yep.
By about a 10th of a second. Schultz running a 774 with a 2 on a 771. And a Leifting an 8.007 on a 797.
Yep. Next pair up, we've got Tegan Smith in the Aeroflow lane from Albion Park, our number 14 qualifier. Tegan's dialed in with a 778, 7.78, and Alex Ruffalo, he's stuck with the 777 there from Vineyard, just up the road a bit. Our number 5 qualifier, so he's got 7.77. So this is virtually heads up. So once again, the computer will sort them out.
There's an interesting shot there on screen. Look at the angle of the engine and the clutch and everything for Tegan Smith. That her driver compartment is as close to the rear axle as probably possible. And obviously there's a reason in mounting the engine on such an angle. To get a direct shot, I dare say, of the airflow through the carburetor, up through the side valve into the combustion chamber. 062 green on the tree for Ruffalo. He'll get the round points this time around. 777 with an 8. 82 mile an hour through the finish line. Smith broke out, red lit on the start line and broke out on the finish line.
Finish line, yeah. Double whammy. She had a bunch. It was 777 with a 2. 7.77 with a 2. Jacob Schultz now from Karana Downs in the Aeroflow lane. Dial our number 3 qualifier. Dialed in with an 803 up against Savannah Condello, who remains in the rocket lane. and our number 12 qualifier, and dials in at a 7.97.
Jacob, aka the little ninja we just saw on the screen, their little caricature of his smiling face on the next to his race number. There we go. See it on screen there.
Yeah.
Some of these kids seems like we've been calling their names for ages, and they're only quite young still. But if they start at the age of 8, by the time they finish, they can have 9 years of experience.
Yeah.
Behind the wheel, Jacob leaving 4,000s too soon. Handing the win to Savannah Condello, who says, you know what, I'm going to test the dial in here. 7.94 with a 1 on a 7.97. She'll take the round points win, and she'll be back a little bit later on for round 3, as will all of these races. Here we have this afternoon. Next up, we've got Zane Condello in the aeroplane lane, Les. He's dialed in with an 8.02, taking on Emma Leifting.
Who's dialed in with an 8.60. Now it's Zane Condello is our number 4 qualifier, and Emma our number 13 qualifier. So we've got 4 races, 13, and we've got an 8.02 and an 8.6. Well, 8.02 is pretty quick, so Zane Condello will have to chase down Emma Leifting. Emma's still in a B junior dragster. I think she just graduated from a C to a B, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a step up for her.
Just noticing the weather conditions out there, Les. The cloud seems to be clearing, but the wind looks like it's picked up a little bit again here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, look at the flags at the finish line.
So these change in weather conditions could be playing a little bit of havoc with the tune-ups for some of these cars.
Yep. Yes, and let me tell you, folks, Steve and Rusty know a lot about junior dragsters because they used to race them themselves.
Condello's thrown a 007 red light on the tree. Leifting will take the win. 8.73 with a 6 on an 8.60. 75 miles an hour through the finish line.
Well, that's a just reward for a young lady that's, you know, coming up through the ranks from a C junior dragster, gets into a B junior dragster, and she's taken a win there. So that'll boost her confidence up a whole bunch.
Next up, we have Alex Rottenbury there on screen on a solo, running for Hunter Race Engines and MLJ Constructions. Brian Lake, aka Scruffy, also lending support. Alex was our number 2 qualifier this morning.
Yeah. Yes, he did with a 7.706. See, look at that, 770.
.119 reaction time for Alex. And through the 8th mile, 774 with a 0 on a 775, so breaks out by 100th. 84 miles an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, that's really motoring, 84. And that's miles per hour. 84, I haven't seen many...
Yeah, that's nudging about 130 kilometres an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, well, I was under the impression that the kilometre, the KPH would come up, but I haven't seen it for a while. Anyway.
All right, next up, we're moving into junior drag bike lanes. We have Lillian Hagen on the start line, our current number 1 in junior drag bike. She's on the Yamaha YZ in the aeroflow lane. On screen now, dialed in with an 860, taking on Christopher Davidson on the Kawasaki Ninja in the Rocket lane for Curry Curry Smash Repairs, the vinyltree.com, and the All Care Car Services. Dialed in with a 930. Davidson in the crowd side lane will leave first. A 228 light. I tell you what, Lillian has a little bit of work to do there.
I'll say. Let's see if young Christopher can... Oh, she drove around him. She runs an 868 on an 860 at 77 miles an hour, and for young Christopher Davidson on his 930 runs a 9.7.
I tell you what, Lillian only just got there though, Les.
Yes.
It was about 900s across the finish line.
Yeah, very, very close.
Next up we have Blake Hagen in the aeroflow lane.
closest to camera there. For Outback Flooring Solutions, he's dialed in with a 10.90, taking on Jaden Badcock in the Rocket Lane, who's dialed in with an 8.60. So the grandstand lane will have to do the chasing here.
Yeah, there's a Jaden Badcock there. That little Yamaha of his, it's really, really quick. And that's evidenced by his qualifying position as number 2. So he's a pretty seasoned little racer. And he'll get the, no, he'll have to do the chase up with the front wheel.
Yeah, well, Jaden's got the better light here. Will he take it through? All right, looks like Jaden's going to take the win here. 8.0 with a 1 on an 8.60 to take the win. And I believe Wade's down in the pits with another Mickey Thompson pit report.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, guys. We are here for the Mickey Thompson Pit Report, thanks to Rocket Industries. And we were chatting before with Shane Olive about how things are going for him. This is Brittany. Stop. So we have the Olive girls here, actually. So we have Mia and Brittany. Now, we're talking before how you understand V8 competition. You're all about the big numbers and all that sort of stuff. What happened with Mia? What's with the whole Honda baby thing, and she's into drifting and 4 cylinders? Brittany, how'd you let this happen?
Well, she's got a mind of her own, and she's allowed to pick whatever she wants. So now we're in both fields, so double the win, you know.
So I heard you were giving Dad curry because he doesn't drift. Did you see his run earlier on?
I didn't see it. I need to see it. So I don't think it was that good.
Oh, I'm telling you, it was fully sideways, mate. Fully sideways. So when are you not going to drive, you know, like sis here?
Well, Dad wants me to hop in Brittany's car, sort of probably next year maybe, and race a couple laps of that. If not, I'll be over there.
Lashes are on point, ladies. I noticed the lashes. Dad clearly doesn't have the lash game going.
No, he won't be able to.
No, you're probably right. Hey, Olive, just chatting with your kids over here. So she gets it. What happened here? What, you were not paying attention? You dropped her or something at birth? What happened?
Maybe I did, yeah, but she's into the drifting. She loves drifting, but at least she knows Dad can drift now.
Well, she didn't see it, so she doesn't believe you did it.
Replays, she'll see it on the replays.
All right, you'll see it on the replay, Mia. It's always good to see you. They were saying that you weren't even here.
I wasn't here, but I'm here now. I'll be here for a little while.
All right, good. Good to see you, Mia.
Good to see you too.
Honda baby on Instagram, right?
I've got a new car.
Oh my God, it just changes so quickly. IRL, right, in real life. Let's go this way. All right, we're gonna scoot through this way and see if we can find Phil Lamatina. Lama nearly took down Wayne Newby. That would have been absolutely massive from a championship perspective. Great crowd here. Hello, Gamskeen. People just everywhere in the pits. That's what I love about drag racing. We'll come down to Lama here and just find out why he didn't get the job done. Because he looks so good. And it could have changed the whole championship complexion. I need the Carrot King. Sarah's over there. There he is. He's at the back. Sorry, Sammy. We'll go right through here. There's Wendy. She makes amazing coffee. Here we go. Oh, Sarah's wearing Crocs. Oh, my gosh. Sarah.
Wade.
If you ain't crocking, you ain't rocking. Now, listen, Lamatina. Why didn't you take Newbie down? That could have been amazing.
I think we're a little bit too conservative on the tune-up. So, I don't know, maybe I should get in the office and start tuning the car.
So I spoke to Harris. He's filthy on you. You could have done that. You could have taken Newbie down. We'd be looking at the next round with the championship tied up.
Well, I'm not too sure what more I can do. I left on him by an absolute bunch. So the driver done his job. And the crew done their job, and the tuner let us down. It's as simple as that.
Wow. I don't see young Dean here.
No, he'd be hiding in the office there.
Working on the computer. Yeah. Do you always help him with the shoot, Sarah?
Yes, I do.
So if he's ever been a bit of a, bit of a pain around the house, hasn't done the dishes, you go, you know what? Yeah. I'm not going to pack the chutes properly.
Yeah, give it a little bit of a, oops, I'm not going to put that there. So see if he can work it out at the end.
Good luck. Get the job done.
We'll try to.
Yeah, we're going to go see the POM. Steve Reed. Oh, check out this. I love the families that we get down here. This is, what a classic drag racing ensemble. She looks absolutely fantastic. Look at this look. Can you wave to our TV cameras there? What a fantastic vibe. It's such a vibe. All right, we're going to keep going. Newcastle Knights shirt. Wow. We're going to keep going this way. And we'll find the Pom. Good to have him back too. The Walker's Turf Supplies. There he is. I couldn't find him before, but it's perfect timing this time. Excuse me, Mr. Reid. We're just bothering you. Because it's live. It's our opportunity during our Mickey Thompson pit report, thanks to Rocket. How's the day going for you, Mr. Reid?
We'd have liked a bit better than we did on the last run. I mean, it still wasn't too bad. But the track came around and it caught us by surprise, so it drove through the clutch and it was, I could hear the motor doing, and then it shot across the right-hand side for some reason, which we haven't seen, but we'll put a little bit more wing in it this time. Because with the thin air, it's like we were saying about the thin air from last time, it hasn't got the downforce. So it was trying to spin the tyre at that point, and it just shot me across the track. So
some would say at 72 years of age, you could be laying on a beach in Bali or Fiji or something with a daiquiri, but no.
No, I sit in the car with a daiquiri. Bugger lying on the beach, it's not my deal. You know, maybe when I was younger, 50 years ago or something, but at the end of the day, you can have more fun here. You know, it's hard, tough work, especially in this heat, and it is all the crews here. It's phenomenal what they're doing because the spectator is hot for them, but you imagine these guys sweating underneath the car, and it's like even when I'm sat in the car and you've got your Nomex suit on and then you've got 20-layer fire suit on, it's like it's mega hot in there. So it's a real thanks to all the crews for all the fuel cars. Well, everybody here, you know, it's running in this weather is tough. So we weren't unhappy, but we're still learning. You know, that was the first time I'd been down relative to the other end of the track in 10 years. So it's like for us, this is a learning curve more than anything. We're not hurting anything, so hey, we're having fun.
You can teach an old dog new tricks. That is the Pom, Steve Reid. Quick break from us in the pits, thanks to Mickey Thompson and Rocket Industries. We'll head back to the racing, and we'll talk funny car very, very shortly. Stick around, huh? What a beautiful day.
Thank you very much, Wade. Of course, that is Sammy Joe Johnson leaving a little bit of a red light on the start line against Henry Spickak in the Rocket Lane. That black utility left of screen is going to take the win points for this round. And we're moving into our next pair. We've got Adam Bowers on screen now, dialed in with a 10.15 for Forza Performance, Coating Kings and Power Plus Race Fuels of New South Wales. He's taking on Rob Gallotta over in the Rocket Lane in the green Tirana for Trackside Automotive. The Tirana with a very nice 058 light.
Very nice.
Bowers with about 3/10 to make up. He's not going to do that. Not from there. 10.97 with a 3. Only 118 miles an hour. Gallotta well and truly out of the throttle there, ensuring that he was going to take the win points.
Yeah, most definitely there. Bowers was our number one qualifier as well. Mark Rossauer from Burville in Queensland, that neat, looks like a Camaro, and it's later than, it's later than 74. So, because the windows come across and then down, 74, up to 74 is just behind. So that's Mark in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with 11.57. Up against Corey Stutchbury over there in the Rocket Lane. He's dialed in with a 10.63. A 006 red light for young Mark in the Aeroflow lane. So automatic win to Corey Stutchbury. So Corey will get max points. And unfortunately, Mark will have to make some sort of a comeback in the next round.
That he will, Les.
Yeah.
10.89 with a 6, 123 miles an hour for Stutchbury. He'll get the win points here. Next up, we'll see Lachlan McCaskill on screen, dialed in with a 12.77, taking on Dave McGlynn in the Rocket Lane. McGlynn running for Fowler Family Transport. Adam Morissette. McCaskill on screen, dialed in with a 12.77. There's McGlynn.
Yeah, there.
In the HQ GDS Monaro.
Beautiful looking car it is. It's even that good up close as well. So it is a tough looking car. It goes hard. Oh, look, listen to that whine of Lockie McCaskill.
Looks like McCaskill will take the win there. 12.97 with a 9, 105 miles an hour
McGlynn threw it away on the start line by a thousandth of a second. Went 001 red.
Is that right? One thousandth.
1/1000th red. Next up, we've got Craig Warren in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 1040, taking on Richard Matasevic in the Falcon utility for Modern Style Kitchens. He's dialed in with a 1067.
Yeah, that's the one. 1040 for Craig Warren, 1067. 1067's a bit slower, so Matosevic, young Richard there will get the handicap start over there in the Rocket Lane. He was our number 3 qualifier too. Craig Warren, our number 10 qualifier. He usually races a little white Tirana, LCLJ Tirana, but this one's nearly just as quick. Oh, this is close. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, the win going to Richard Matosevic from Bringelli at 1069, 1067 for the win, and for his opposition, well, they took us off the screen too quick.
Next up, we'll have Emmanuel Candros in the Big H Racing Ford Capri, dialed in with a 1072. Blaine Bull in the Rocket Lane. This will be an all-Ford battle on the start line. Bull in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with 1148. Vashire Automotive Mechanical in the XD. 1148 takes on a 1072.
That little Capri skirting with the centre line, automatic disqualification if he does cross the line, but he didn't. That's it.
All right, so the Capri, Emmanuel Candos takes the win, a 10.92 with a 9, 115 miles an hour. Got there by a bit over a tenth of a second across the finish line. It looks like our next car, just winding the window up in the water, that is Luke Tex Griffiths down there. Looks like he's going to get a solo. And he was our number 2 qualifier, hence the solo pass being awarded to him in the second round of racing. Running for Texas Automotive. The Plymouth Satellite dialed in with a 1049 is what he's looking for. He went 1046 in qualifying. I wouldn't be surprised if the weather perhaps catches him out just a fraction. We can see, as I said before, that all that cloud has all but disappeared, but the wind has picked up, but that will mean that the air is less humid out there than it was probably a good half an hour ago. Surprising how quick the weather has changed. We can't see anything on the weather map anymore. There was quite a fair bit of data showing there that's now all but gone. So that's fantastic news. Let's see what Luke Griffiths can do on this pass. You can see how careful he is going into stage. Leaves with an 027 light. Our current Australian champion in Super Street rolls out of the throttle, 1052 with a 5, 125 miles an hour.
Luke Griffiths there.
I believe Wade is down in the pits with another Mickey Thompson pit report.
Yeah, well, this is kind of a special one, though, because this is all about the Kanga kids. This bunch of Aussie kids are going to be taking on the Yanks. And they're going to be doing a great job at Bristol in Tennessee, which is an amazing racetrack in July. The Kanga Kids concept. Now, tell me about how this is working. We've got to try and raise some funds to get you guys over there to race. Zane, you know all about Junior Dragster and how incredibly important it is in your growth as a racer. Why do you love it?
Oh, Junior Dragster, I just find it's the best class in drag racing. It's the backbone of it. Look, we're probably not as quick as everyone would like to see, but we're the rising stars of the future. Look, the next generation and generation after that is going to come from this class of racing, so I think it teaches you not just great racing and driving skills, but great manners, sportsmanship, maturity, everything in the book that a parent could ever want, really.
So the chance to race the Americans is going to be super cool. You must be totally amped. It's like July 1 to July 11 or somewhere around there, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, so are you excited? Are you excited?
Yeah, very excited.
It's going to be a big effort to have to pull people across and ship the cars and all that sort of stuff. So we're trying to raise some funding and some sponsorship for it.
Yes, we are.
I knew you'd say that. Luca, step up. You got your hair all nice and wet here. So what do we do? How do we get around to support you guys? Get around to Kanga Kids on Facebook and stuff like that?
Yes.
Why would you like to go and race in America?
Oh, it'd be a cool experience, you know. Obviously, racing 600 juniors is, you know, very special. And obviously getting the opportunity to go to
600 kids.
Yeah.
Isn't that mega?
That's insane.
Absolutely. They got carrots in America. I've been there.
Oh, but not the best.
No, you better take some with you. All right, so why are you pumped about this? What's the cool thing? How do we get around Kanga Kids?
Well, we have a Facebook account, Instagram account.
Well, now we've got the PR manager. Now we're going.
YouTube account. We have a website. We have got driver profiles, ambassadors, and we've got all sorts of stuff to get you on board. We have sponsorship packages available. We've also got raffles going up upstairs in the grandstand. And we've got T-shirts, hoodies, hats. What you want, you can name it, and we'll go at it.
All right, so we need to get everyone to get their phones out now and get on Facebook, yeah, and Insta and stuff, and just dial in Kanga Kids.
Yes, the Kanga Kids USA Junior Dragster Tour 2026.
All right, so we got thousands of people up there. So right now is the perfect chance for us to be able to do this. All right, so you pumped?
Yeah, very.
What is the most exciting part of it for you?
Getting to experience like racing in another country.
And it's a different world racing over there. These guys are the kings of the sport. So how do you think you guys are going to go?
I reckon we'll do pretty well.
I reckon you will too. Take a bit of Vegemite over. Make them eat Vegemite before you guys run. That'll always work really well. Can you guys all stand together for me? We'll get a couple of pictures in here. Real quick, Phil has gone somewhere. I was going to grab him, but he's racked off over there because they're working on his car. These are the Kanga Kids. They're going to take on the Americans in July next year. Super cool opportunity at Bristol in Tennessee. An epic, epic racetrack. Please get on socials now and support them. We're going to raise some money for these kids to go and kick some butt in the USA. Here comes Phil. Here comes Phil. Now watch what happens here. Look at this. Look, Phil's close to the shortest. How did that just happen? Phil, real quick, what an opportunity for these kids, mate, to go and race in the US.
Yeah, well, it was a little bit unexpected, I suppose, but then when it all sort of come together, the bloke over there, he sort of put it all together for these kids. It's an absolutely fantastic opportunity. I think, why not just try and help out as best you can and get them over there.
They look like they're all pretty pumped, like they're ready to get the job done.
Well, anyway, he'll beat me to race over in the US. So.
Well, I was going to actually point that out. You'll be the first Lamatina to race in the US, right?
Yes.
Go! Kanga Kids, get around them, everybody, on the socials. Please add them now and look about how you can buy their merch and support this great racing concept. Aussie kids in America kicking butt. Gotta love that.
Thank you very much, Wade. Of course, there is a Simpson Bandit helmet that they're raffling prizes. The main prize is the Simpson Bandit helmet for $50 a ticket, or 3 for $125. That's drawn on the 8th of December. And of course, for tonight only, you have the opportunity to win one of 3 start line experiences at the Nitro Nationals. Of course, just $5 a ticket, or 3 for $10.
Ooh.
And as Zane mentioned there is plenty of different merch down there as well, all designed and manufactured through Wild Ink merch, so you know the quality is going to be second to none. And what a fantastic cause to get our next generation on their way to the US of A. Nice wheels up launch for Brett McNiff on the start line there in the VG Valiant. Unfortunately, he's left the red light beside Victor Satlegianis, who's going to take the round win in the Tirana left of screen. Runs at 9:44 with a 142 mile an hour to take the win on a 9:39 dial in.
Yes, what a sensational race it turned out to be, but unfortunately young Brett left the red light. But it's good to see that they continue on, because a lot of people, well, I'll take that back, not a lot of people just idle on down because they've lost. You know, they go with the whole thing, because as soon as you see those lights, it happens exactly at the same time that the car went too early, so you can see who the winner is straight away, but they still carry on. So Demos Stephanopoulos from Ridleyton in South Australia, that's Demos over there in the Aeroflow lane, our number 7 qualifier, dialed in with a 9.23 and a 10.36 for Chevy Taylor from Freshwater, one of our home city boys. and dialed him with the 10:36, and he was our number 14 qualifier, and Demos was our number 7 qualifier. So watch for some, good one. Oh, even better. He's reversed the numbers around.
Yeah, nothing wrong with an 073 light.
No.
Except when you've got an 037 in the other lane. Here comes that Cortina right on the finish line. Got there first by 100th, but breaks out, goes a 10:34 with a 6 on a 10:36. Stamenos in the Cortina will take the win. 9:26 with a 9 on a 9:23.
9:23, yep.
And looks like Jack Moreau down there in the Ford Capri for G&M Electrical Group. And G&W of Morissette will take the win here. Jack, our number 2 qualifier, went a 8.90 at 150 mile an hour. Dialed in with an 8.87 here. For this particular run, he'll be wanting to run as close as possible to that nominated.
Yeah, I think...
Oh, his second 000 light for the day. He dropped one in qualifying as well. That's when he leaves exactly when that green light comes on.
Oh, look at
that.
that.
It goes 8.99 with a 148 mile an hour. That car is on a string here, ladies and gentlemen. I wouldn't...
I wouldn't bet
certainly bet against him right now. I think he's showing a fair bit of form.
I'm not sure if Jack's because there was Dad and then was Sam Moreau.
I believe Wade's down in the pits.
Yeah, I'm lurking with intent here now in the X-Pro by Aeroflow pit area for funny cars. And Brett Emer is over here chatting. Oh, stop. You stand here as well. So what is a top fuel motorcycle rider doing hanging around a lot with guys with 4 wheels? Now, I can confirm this is a groundbreaking announcement that next year, Damo Muscat is going to run a Nitro funny car and Josh Lay is going to ride a top fuel motorcycle. I can't wait for that. Said no one ever.
I can't wait for that.
Did you do that?
That's a surprise to me too, mate.
Yeah, let me just ask Kelsey. Hey, Kels. She ain't going to do that.
No.
Brett, good to see you here, mate. Your driver is, don't you go away. I want you here too. Where's your driver? We need Adam Murray here back.
Gympie, I think. He's in the process of moving house at the moment. So he's moving from Darwin to Gympie, and he's been stuck at the property for quite a while, getting things up to speed. And yeah, we would love to be in here today, but just couldn't make it, unfortunately. But
kind of miss him, you know. And we miss having you around too, mate.
Well, we miss being here. You know, we're just missing racing like you got no idea. But we're committed for absolute full next season, and looking forward to it. We've got some help with tuning up our car, hopefully to make it a little bit faster in the cooler months. But yeah, no, we'll be back on track for every race in 2026.
Oh, it's good to see you, Brett.
Thank you, buddy.
One of the real good guys at Nitro Funny Car Competition. Now, Muscat, I haven't let you go. You're spending a lot of time with 4 wheels. We know that your tuner, Brody Pilkington, has a fetish for both. What are you doing?
Oh, mate, I'm just taking an opportunity to work with this crew. It's an amazing crew to work with, and happy to be here.
Would you drive a Nitro Funny Car?
Oh, never say never, mate. We'll have a go at it.
What are you doing next year? Have you kept the bike? What are your plans?
Yeah, the bike's in the shed, ready to rock and roll. We'll probably bring it out and do a couple of events and, yeah, see what happens.
We kind of miss seeing you get on the bike and doing this stuff. It's been a while since I've seen you do that, back in Willowbank for Winter Nationals. When are you riding next?
Yeah, so we'll probably miss the first round in Adelaide, and you might see us here in Sydney for the Nitro Champs in May and Winter Nationals in June at Willowbank.
I know you've sat in these cars. I've seen the photos.
Yeah, no, we've sized ourselves up, and yeah, never say never, mate. Never say never.
I like hearing that. Always good to see you, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Damien Muscat, bit of a wild unit, that's for sure. I'm just going to grab my stuff and we'll wander over and see if we can find Morris McMullen, the Aussie Raider, who got taken down by Pato before, which was super. Oh, we'll grab Spud instead. Because he's a bit of a media professional these days, is our Spud. Spuddy, what's going on, champion?
Just rocking and rolling, mate.
You're rolling this for Movember, is that what's going on?
Yeah, do it for Movember. Pretty good course, so.
Now, we haven't talked much about that, and we need to, because Movember is very much about men's mental health, and we should really get into that. 100%. In your story, we talked about it, how this kind of helped you maybe not turn in the wrong corner, right?
Yeah, 100%, so it's always good to do it. I think it's a bit of a laugh. All the boys at the race shop give me a bit of stick, but hey, it's a good course, so I like it.
Mate, the Spud launches have been pretty big today. I've been impressed with your first launch, but Moz is getting taken down.
Yeah. We that last one we had a little bit of a throttle cable issue, but we've sorted that out. The Spud Send will be back.
Good. I want to see the Spud Send again. Always good to see you, mate. November. Remember, Men's Mental Health Month is very, very important, and this guy is as mental as anyone I know. We'll go this way. And rip back this way. Everybody loves the Spud. What a ripper day. Still very stormy looking up there, but still hot and still fine. And now that we're starting to see these guys get a handle on this racetrack. Look at this. This is another thing. You would think that people have someone to do this for them. Excuse me, mate. Can you get away from that? Like, who do you think you are?
No, I need to see.
Isn't it amazing how the conditions just change? Like, you can be cold and trying to get condensation and stuff. So what do you get that's going to stop you seeing clearly on a hot day like today?
Clutch dust. It just, yeah.
Now, you have history with clutch dust.
Yeah, that's right. So I like all the vision I can get.
Oh, just keep on. I think you missed a bit. There you go. Nice work. All of his family are into racing in some way. They drive the wheel standers, or I got to find Bosco over here because this is kind of, I know it's not funny car, but this is one of my favourite hot rods on the planet. Look at this. Come on, you lot over here. I'm loving up. Come on, get over here. Isn't that the sexiest looking car? Bosco. It just gets me in all the feels. Even you have to stand back sometimes and go, hell yes.
I do, sometimes. It's too bloody bright.
Well, you're always doing lots of work on the damn thing. How's the day been for you so far?
This morning we had a drummer with the reverse and the Lenko. It jumped out of gear. So we got a handful of neutral at $7,000. We pulled the gearbox out, fixed the dog on the reverse side of the Lenko, made sure we had gears, tested it, went out again and went 8-0.
All right, so what time are you running?
I think about 20 minutes, I think.
All right, team, get over here real quick. Don't just stand back there. Everyone's got the lashes and the beards. Stand around Bosco and this gorgeous looking hot rod right now. Give me one of these. Come on. Give me some. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Bosco. We'll go back upstairs. Keep your eye out for this hot rod, boys and girls. When it comes out, it is a weapon. Back upstairs to you guys. That's been your Mickey Thompson Pit Report presented by Rocket Industries.
Thank you very much, Wade. Back to our modified bike. We have Jeffrey Marshall in the Aeroflow lane and Doug McMillan in the Rocket lane. 874 on the tree for Marshall. 964 dial in for McMillan.
Oh.
And it will be Jeffrey Marshall taking the win at 908 with an 8. 128 mile an hour on a 874. Got there by around about a tenth of a second.
Yeah, well, both riders there had, 0.1 reaction time. So I think it was a 149 and a 0.179. So as we see, Sean Ricketts come to approach the line over there in the Rocket lane. Yeah, so it wasn't, but it was a very close race, even though they had similar types of, reaction times. Strung it out for the whole quarter mile, so that was good to see.
Next up, we'll have Darren McGregor on the Honda CBR in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 1032, taking on Sean Ricketts for Heavy Duty Magazine on board the Kawasaki. He's dialed in with a 947. Ricketts in the Rocket lane, on the grandstand side. He will have to chase by around 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, well, that little Honda's only 600. It's a CC. It's a sports bike, CBR, 598cc. Sean's got it. It really motors. I mean, it screams. It's probably redlined at about 8.5. Sean's making a big top end charge here. I thought so. He runs a 956 on a 947 at 128 over a 1040 with a 2 at 127 for the McGregor motorcycle in the Aeroflow lane. So we've got the next pair out, which will be 1, 2, 3. Mitchell Woodford in the Aeroflow lane from Mango Hill in Queensland on the Suzuki Hayabusa 1340cc's, our number 10 qualifier. He's dialed in with a 950. Michael Riches from St Ives, the Suzuki Hayabusa 1340cc's, dialed in with an 868. So 868's quicker than Mr. Mitchell Woodford's motorcycle. at 950, so the 868 will have to do the chasing.
Oh, 011 on the tree for Woodford in the aeroflow lane, and 059 for Richards.
Oh, look at Richards.
Here comes the top end charge of Richards. Not going to be enough to get there. Woodford takes the win by another run by 600ths of a second. 954 with a 1 on a 950 to take the win. Over Richards, 873 with a 5 on an 868.
Yeah, 954 on a 950. Yeah, that's not too bad for that rider, Nicholas Polito. Now we're into Supergas. Nick Polito. Oh well, I'll say Nicholas because I think it's his father's name's Nick Polito. 990, both 990, fixed index. Pro Tree was the other one I was looking for. Pro Tree. No deep staging and heads up. So that's the attributes for Supergas, and it's the fixed index of 990. Now I think Rusty was explaining how it works, but this class is a standalone class because it's got all these other restrictions, or not restrictions, but requirements, I should say. Oh, 001 for Nicholas Polito. 001 red. Ah, the poor fella. And
now these races actually running eliminations here.
Now, what's happened there? 3034. Where's that from?
I'm not sure. He did throw the red light on the start line.
There could be a spider or something.
Our next pair will be John Summerarch on screen in this Mark 1 Cortina for West End Performance. Little 302 on board for him. Manually shifted this car, so there's very little electronics in comparison to what we'll see on board in the car for Anthony Panetta, the second Holden Calibra that's racing here today.
Yeah, to have one of them at a race meetings is, pretty outstanding, but to get two is terrific. Must have the same sort of affection for the same vehicle. Yeah, I was talking to JB earlier. Here he goes.
004 on the tree for Panetta. A little Cortina way out in front, but here comes the Calibra, the top end of the racetrack. And the winner, Anthony Panetta. 997 with a 1 at 142.
Yes, he's got that. That 004 was a great assistance there, Steve.
Exactly right. Nothing wrong with Summerarch's 078 on the tree.
No, I'd have one of them every day if I could. Yeah, that's...
All right, so that sets up the final for our Supergas competitors. We're going to move into Modified Eliminator now.
Yeah, Modified.
We have Alison Stewart in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 780. She's right of screen on that shot, or closest to camera on that shot, taking on Corey Dyson, who's dialed in with a 776. So only 400ths of a second between these two cars. Dyson closest to the grandstand for Mobile One, statewide oils, and a Glass Protec. Meanwhile, the Alligator, as she's known, in the on screen there, racing for Scorpion Raceway, Crackling Pipes Photography, Jeff's Racing Engines, Donaro Chassis, and LA Racing Lubricants.
Yeah, Corey Dyson there with that 776 and a 780, so there's not much difference between the two, 0.4 of a second. So we'll get, it'll be virtually heads up. We'll leave it for the computer to sort out.
Ooh. 063 on the tree for Stewart, 022 for Dyson in that rocket lane. Looks like Dyson's out in front, and we'll take the win. 786 with a 2, 164 mile an hour on a 776. Takes the win by 300ths of a second.
Oh, more modified action.
Another pair of rear engine dragsters. We have Jess Turner down there in the aeroflow lane. For ETS, Race Fuels, Wild Ink merch, Higgins Race Heads, Kavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, PTHP on screen there, left of screen, taking on Liesl Gals in the Rocket Lane for SCG Racing Parts.
Yes, they've got 790 and 862. 9 and 4 is 13. Yeah. Probably 2 lights difference.
Yeah, near enough to Les. 0.7 of a second.
Yep. So, Liesl Gals from Redland Bay in Queensland. So we got and a local Jess Turner. Oh, she must have moved up here now. No, it was coming up from, was it Kilsyth? No, it was another place in Victoria, but good, she's up here. So we can call her one of ours now.
Yep, Gals in the Rocket Lane will leave the start line first. Turner to chase her down at the finish line. Just looking in our staging lane cameras, we can see our top sportsman competitors rolling towards the tunnel. Gals away with an 014, but that's been bettered by Jess Turner at 008 on the start line.
She's a tough racer. Very tough.
And Turner will take the win at 792 with a 5, 162 mile an hour through the finish line. 0.06 of a second, the margin across the finish line there.
Wow. Okay, next pair out, another pair of ladies in the modified eliminator bracket. Fiona Crisp from Kilmore in Victoria, dialed in with a 762 in the aeroflow lane, running a Spitzer Bandam. Big block Chev, 565 cubes. Up against Chelsea Smith in the Rocket Lane. She's dialed in with a 757 from Albion Park in New South Wales. And she's our number 3 qualifier, and Fiona Crisp is our number 4 qualifier. So it's 3 versus 4. So whichever way you look at it, it's pretty evenly matched. So
you can see the 2 cars moving up to the starting line there. I notice in the Crisp car, the weld sticker in the inside the rim is something a little bit different to what I've seen before. So Crisp to lead first, 012 to an 048. The Ultra with a slightly better reaction time. Just
yeah, she gets there.
Gets there, 4 10,000ths of a second.
Oh, wasn't that close?
0.0004.
Oh, gee whiz, that was very, very close. Michelle Morrison over here in the aeroflow lane with the burnout. As soon as she hits the loud pedal, it starts making smoke billows out of the front of the tyres there. It's just instantaneous. And so Michelle in that, I guess a low shade of pink, but no, it's not. It's just it's really bright.
It's as bright as you're going to get.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's about the brightest pink I've seen. And so she's dialed in with a 722, and Michelle's in the aeroflow lane. She's up against Adriana Cartledge from Kilmore. And in the Rocket Lane, she's dialed in with a 710. A 710 is quicker than the 722. So Michelle Morrison by, gee, not so much, is it? You might just see a very, very slight stagger as the tree comes down, but not much. It'd be good to pick it. So we'll see Michelle Morrison over this side in the aeroflow lane, get the handicap start in that little pink altered. And Adriana Cartledge, she's been going very, very well, as indicated. This is number 1, Adriana Cartledge up against 2, Michelle Morrison. So 1 versus 2. Oh no, there was you could see the
029 on the tree for Morrison. Cartledge with a little bit of work to do, and Morrison will take the win.
Yeah, and 029 reaction time against a 0.144. So. Once you're getting a 0.02, that's really your eyes are wide open. That's a bright yellow car too down there. That altered.
Yeah, on
I like that.
camera now. We have Daniel Bat Dan Carranza dialed in with a 709, and that's Lucas Holes on camera in the Holes Group Transport. T-Bucket Altered dialed in with a 932. The LS3 powered machine.
Yeah, no, this, oh, well.
Carranza running for Penrite Oil and the Tile Co. 615 cubic inches of big box Chev on board for Carranza. Over 2.3 seconds the head start going to the Altered, closest to camera.
Wow. Well, this will be good for see how Lucas goes on this occasion. 0.126 reaction time.
Doesn't matter. It looks like Carranza's left a 004 red light. Trying to chase him down. A 945 with a 139 miles an hour for Holes will take the win. He'll get the round points. Unfortunately for Carranza, went 914 with a 5 on a 709 dial in.
Yeah, look at that.
But threw it away on the start line.
Start line, yeah, by 4 thousandths of a second. That's all it takes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a quick break here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with some more very, very soon.
It's a great career choice. Stop thinking and just go for it.
Back in the late 80s, this was the car that saved drag racing by making the final of an NHRA event.
Out on the line, again, funny cars. Australia's Graham Cowan versus Tim Gross.
For me, carrying these colours isn't just about looking good on the track. It's about honouring the man who built this team and the legacy he created half a world away.
Jimmy Bernstein in the final round.
Dragway presented by PW Brakes and, of course, Racer Industries. My name's Rusty Gregory, joining me in the box here today. Stephen Bush, mate, we're moving into Top Sportsman now. It is their third round, I think, of the Chicago Shootout, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you are correct. As most of the time, Rusty.
Let's not get carried away. Carl Davies goes through with an 8.22 and an 8.20, gets the win. Thomas Leake, an 8.20 and an 8.15, not enough this time around. So Carl Davies, if I'm not mistaken, I think that might be 3 wins from 3 for him. So he'll be in good shape heading into the final in a couple of hours' time. We now have Paul Partridge taking on Lisa Sargent. Another good matchup, this one. And Pardo, being the experienced racer that he is, waits to do his burnout because he knows he doesn't do the big across-the-line burnouts that many other racers do. And just a very much a no-frills kind of racer, isn't he, Pardo? He just goes out there, gets the job done, no fuss, no real fanfare about it, but he's got plenty of trophies on his mantelpiece to show for it.
That he does. Plenty of runs under the belt in this car and all his previous cars. I'm sure part of his success due to him knowing his competitor and knowing what they like and what they don't like.
And running his own race to a certain extent as well. He very good at running his own race and just knowing his car inside out. He's dialed in with an 8.15. He ran an 8.15 in qualifying. I would suggest he probably ran an 8.15 in the first and second rounds as well, because that's just how Pardo rolls. That's how he does it. And Lisa Sargent, on the other hand, 7.97 up on the board. She did run a 8.00, I think it was, in the last round of racing. So we should have a pretty good matchup here. 0.15 on the tree for Pardo, and 0.18 red for Lisa Sargent. So the win will go to Paul Partridge at this point, and an 8.15 and an 8.15. There you go.
Yeah.
164 miles per hour takes the win.
A total package there of 21 thousandths of a second for the green car right of screen.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good.
Next up we have Josh Boscovich in the XA Coupe for Wilding Motorsport Merch. 8.02 the dial in for the Big Falcon, taking on Pete Hamilton in the Rocket Lane.
This is a good one for the Australian muscle car fans, although I don't know that you'd call a vacationer wagon a muscle car. I don't think it falls under that category, does it?
I'll say not normally, but when it runs 8:47 and have seen it drag the rear bumper, I will say yes.
It's got a fairly healthy dose of nitrous going into the engine as well,
As we
which
can
does
see,
it does help motivate things a little.
It sure does. We can see him purging there. It looks like Boscovich, he's got the nitrous sticker there. We can see on the right-hand side of the windscreen.
Yep.
There's the purge. Thanks, Josh.
Let me tell you, the kids are never asking, "Are we there yet?" in the back of the vacationer.
No. As they hang on to the roll cage for grim death.
So Josh Boscovich, 8:02 the dial in, up against Pete Hamilton's 8:47. The 8:47 to go along with his previous 8:44 in qualifying. So it should be a fairly close to heads-up race. This only one light difference on the Christmas tree. Another red light for Bosco. That's 2 red lights. Pete Hamilton, though, no red lights for him. 001 green on the tree. 1,000th of a second away from perfect and goes 8:44 to breakout, but he still gets the win courtesy of that red light from Josh Boscovich. First or worst, and Josh Boscovich, he was first. So 169 red takes him out of that race.
And a pair of big burnouts unfolding in front of us here. On the start line, we have Daniel Jones in the aerofoil lane from Taylor's Hill in Victoria. A touch of glass in Melbourne. 565 cubes of Chevy Big Block in the Chevy Cobalt on screen there.
Great looking car, this.
Yeah, just thinking that. It looks really, really cool with that teal on white on grey.
Yeah, really, really nice looking car. And he's up against Brett O'Connor, the polar bear in the Rocket Industries lane. I have never asked him why he's got the polar bear on the side of the car. It looks cool, don't get me wrong.
It does.
I'm just wondering if there's a deeper meaning behind it. Like, is it his spirit animal or something? Could be.
You'll have to ask him that question.
Maybe. We'll see. Either way, Brett O'Connor dialing in with a 715, 729 on the boards for Daniel Jones. So, Jones, I think, had a red light in the last round of racing. If it wasn't the last round, it might have been the... Yeah, he did have a red light, actually, in the last round of racing. 011 it was, on a solo pass. So, he'll want to try and dial that out here. He will get the start line advantage in terms of leaving the start line first, but it won't be by much. 004, green for Jones. Brett O'Connor's got some work to do in the big Camaro. I don't think he's going to get there, and a 732 takes it on a 729, 723 and a 715, not enough for Brett O'Connor. So Daniel Jones gets at least 2 wins this afternoon. Whether that's going to be enough to make the final round remains to be seen. That's for smarter people than us to work out, Butchie.
That's correct. That's with everybody, with all the data in the room next door. They'll tell us who won on a countback if that's required. Looks like we've got Tony Wyatt now from Pine Motor Performance and Hercules Trailers on screen. He's on a solo in the second of the Holden Calibras here today at Sydney Dragway. 582 cube big block Chev under the bonnet. Dial in just short of 8 seconds. 797 the dial in, although he will have to run. He will have to run somewhere around that 8-second ET. 037 on the tree. Leaves nicely. Little bit of smoke right on the finish line there, but a 795 with a 171 miles an hour.
So that is the final round of racing this afternoon for Top Sportsman. Next time we see them will be the final round. So we're still waiting to see exactly who will make it back out for the final round. Either way, we're not too far away from jumping back into some Nitro, Top Fuel and X-Pro by Aeroflow. Nitro Funny Car coming your way in the not too distant future, but we're going to take a quick break here from the Nitro Nationals presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. We'll be back with more after this.
Back in the late 80s, this was the car by making the final of an NHRA event.
Out on the line, again, funny cars. Australia's Graham Cowan versus Tim Gross.
For me, carrying these colours isn't just about looking good on the track. It's about honouring the man who built this team and the legacy he created half a world away.
It will be Kenny Bernstein in the final round. The loser goes home. For Graham Cowan, that's a long trip. The chips definitely down. 2 men who have never been to a final round. Cowan comes off the line first. John Martin drifts over, almost into the wall, but it'll be Cowan the winner. The first time a foreigner will go to the final round in funny cars.
The car inspired a generation of racers, and now we get to bring it back and hopefully inspire the next one.
Building a streetcar through
at the moment, but I can see a few gaps in that grandstand. That's because there is so many people down there in the pits. Well, let me tell you, you don't want to be in the pits for too much longer because we have got Nitro coming your way in the not too distant future. Top Fuel and X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car both due to hit the track in the not too distant future. Last time we were on track with these categories though was the Gulf Western Oil Winter Nationals back in June. And well, let's catch up on what happened in round 2 just to set the scene as we move into the second round of racing here this afternoon. So we are about to go racing with some Nitro round 2 of Top Fuel coming your way. And let's just listen to the Nitro. Take it in, Willowbank.
Oh, yes. Gotta love Dean Rossiter. He's looking at me like, I don't want to talk, I don't want to talk, I don't want to talk. Santino, are we going to swing for it? Yes.
One-word answers are fantastic from Top Fuel crew chiefs.
Commonplace, though, really, except for Bruce Reed. Bruce is always up for a chat. So Sarah backs up husband Phil.
Top Fuel running as part of the all-run format. They're not on eliminations like the rest of our professional categories, excluding Nitro Funny Cars. So it is important to run quick, it is important to get the win, and it is important to get those bonus points because they all add up at the end of the day.
So Phil has had the speed in that previous round. Bruce said he taps on the Supercharged. Come on, girl. Lammers out of Weeman in Victoria. The tiny hamlet, the Carrot Kings. As we stand side by side for Fuel. Phil Reed left strong, but Lamartina looks good. What a drag race that was! And it's a 379 for Phil. Again, the consistency.
Margin of victory, 71 10,000ths of a second. What a drag race.
You just see the animation then from the Jim Reed Racing team. Come on, Willowbank, side by side. Top Fuel for your Sunday, baby.
And there's a lot to unpack with this replay. Let's have a look. It was a reaction time advantage to Phil Lamartina, 0.72 to 1.07 on the tree. It was actually a little bit late for Phil Reed.
So I think he thought he had it. You saw, as you heard Rusty say on our Gear Ranch replay, what a tremendous drag race.
That was a different, you're not joking, are you, to what we had for Josh Lay earlier on today. Absolutely. That was a very different one.
Boy, it's good to see the Jim Reed Racing Hydrolink Black Mamba up and about. And Benny Bish, boy, that was close, mate.
Yeah, it was close, and I'm just about to deliver some information. You're in the 380s, you can't get out of it, and you've just lost that by 71 10,000ths of a second. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Look, you know, really can't complain. We've done, what have we done now? 5 runs in the 80s. You know, we try and get the car to go a little bit faster, and it sort of goes and then it doesn't. But, you know, like this weekend, had a lot of people from Fuchs here and everything like that, Mewers, and obviously Hayley, thinking about her this weekend, and Plucker. So, look, you know, we'll see where it gets us. Hopefully we're, you know, fast enough to make the B final. And then, you know, never know what happens. You know, we looks like everyone's doing their job. You know, the car, the driver, everything's going all right, but you just can't beat class. So that's it. What do?
Keep punching.
Reset and go again.
That's a very philosophical outlook for Phil Lamartina.
You spell philosophical, P-H-I-L, right? And he's always been that way. There's no doubt about it. He says, well done to Phil Reed, who gives him that cheeky grin.
And Phil Reed, he's at the top end of the racetrack with Benny Bish.
You get a win, but there's still extinguishers going off.
Yeah, mate, I got to the finish line, I wanted to take my foot out, it wouldn't come back.
Ooh.
And I'm like, uh-oh. And then I just had my foot, luckily we got a foot hoop. I was yanking all that, then it released. It was still going, I'm thinking, yeah, it's a bit hairy.
Okay, so the race, 379, you beat him, 71 10,000ths of a second at the line.
Okay, what did he run?
383.
Yeah. So, no, but yeah, at the finish line, it was like, yeah, it was a bit hairy.
Hairy, but very entertaining for us.
Yeah, I know, but I think it's hurt it because it was still going. I'm trying to pull my foot back, and I had the chutes out. And, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we go. But, yeah, I mean, we'll probably in the B final against Lammers again. It's a Phil and Phil show.
Have a look at that fantastic crowd. Wow.
Everybody in the grandstand, put your hands up. You're on live TV as we get set to see the uplift cranes entry. Damien Harris will take a solo. Kyle Putland not able to show. I spoke to Kyle a little earlier. He had a look of consternation on his face. They just can't seem to get a handle on this thing. This guy is all about making history. Already mile per hour.
Something I've just noticed, there's no side pods on the car. So
they took them off, the previous run as well.
Yeah, they're getting after it on this thing. They want to go quick.
So if you'll notice, that's the bit that Rusty's talking about. Normally you see side panels back where the exhaust is. You don't see them now, just in front of the rear wheels. They've taken them off to try and get a more streamlined cut through the air. So where the exhaust is there, normally you don't see that top fuel sticker. She looks like a sprint car back there.
It absolutely does. And, you know, the idea is that it should theoretically pick up a little bit of speed because it's not creating that drag through the air. So the question is, how quick can they go with this thing? They want a 60. They want to say that they've run 60s in Adelaide, in Sydney and Willowbank. Can they get it done? Can they get the speed up yet again? Damien Harris on a solo pass here. Second round, top fuel.
Left of an 08 line, it's motoring. What a drive job that was! It was a 374, but he was hot rodding that thing. Come on, Willowbank, put your hands together at 374 at 322, a lazy 322 miles per hour, but the drive job.
The car was really pivoting around the front end. The back was just sliding from side to side, turning the tyres a little bit at the top end of the racetrack, and that is why the speed is down 322 miles per hour. If you have a look here, you see the tyres go really skinny, really, really quick, and it's actually black tracking. It's spinning the tyres at over 300 miles per hour, which, when you think about it, is just nuts in itself.
Look at that.
But he had a big drive job on his hands.
Watch the end of the run here. When he goes through, you can see, oh my goodness me. You know what it's like when sometimes it's a little wet and you go around the roundabout at 40 kilometres an hour? Imagine what it's like at 322 miles per hour. Benny Bish, this will be an interesting chat. It always is with Damien Harris.
Yeah, 372, 322. Thoughts?
Yeah, okay, that's all right. It's a win. 372, 322. Bit slow, yeah, okay.
So for everybody at home, while you're processing your answer, that's 518 kilometres per hour, just 5 times what you can do down the freeway. But back to you.
Haven't seen my freeway.
Well,
yeah, no, look, it was good. It was just a bit of a tank slapper down the bottom end there. It was a bit of a handful. But no, other than that, it was clean. Didn't quiver or shake anything silly, so another lap.
Good job.
Thank you.
So we're doing our mathematics up here, which with me is never a good thing. We're just trying to work out what does this mean for Wayne Newby in terms of the ET that he needs to run.
Yep. To get to the final, to guarantee his berth into the final, he needs to run quicker than the 379 we saw from Phil Reid. Now, if he doesn't run quicker than that 379, it will actually be Phil Reid, I think, into the final on countback based on ET in this round of racing. So, yeah, we're using all the fingers and toes and then some.
That's why that second round is more critical than you realise.
Steve Reid, he's been improving steadily this weekend. This is not going to be a walkover for Wayne Newby.
That's Renee Sims just there, part of that team now. They fist bump the Santos Cranes. Atlantic Oils, Rapasada Dragster. Time to go, right-hand lane. The Pom up against the Rappers. David and Goliath. Reid is out, but Newby is monstering. It's a 375. It's right thereabouts in those numbers for Wayne Newby. 508 kilometres per hour. They're doing the maths as well. You can see Santino. Is that enough?
Unofficially, I think that will be enough to get him into the A final. Now, he was doing exactly the same thing as Damien Harris. That car was turning the tyres through the top end of the racetrack. It spun a lot harder than what we saw from Damien Harris. For Steve Reid, the pipes went wet very, very early on, and just a lot of raw fuel out of the exhaust. Keep your eye on Wayne Newby here. Right about here is where it starts turning them. You see the pipes go wet. Lots of raw fuel coming out. That means that the car is unloaded. The engine is unloaded. Nitro engines do not like being unloaded, and yeah, that's the case right there for Wayne Newby. 316 miles per hour, down on what we have seen throughout the rest of the weekend for Noobs. And look, all things being equal, it does mean at this point 2 Rapid cars into the A final.
A 375, but the most important thing is that what Damien Harris came and just said to you. Can you repeat that to us?
You told me you ran faster than me, but as long as both these cars get in the final, man, I think that's all both our teams worry about. So good run. We're looking for a bit better than that, but real happy for the boys and Santino and Brandon and all the crews. So let's just beat him in the final, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it takes a little bit out of you with the G-force on these cars, so that's why I'm puffing. I'm a really fit guy, really.
Yeah, we all know that, right?
Yeah, we always talk about the G-force when they leave the line, but we very rarely reference what it's like when the chutes come out and how hard. That's when the G-forces are really on right then. So let's get down to a very well-spoken gentleman and Benny Bishop.
Steve, there's something special about the winter Nats, isn't there?
There is. This is my, I don't know what it is, 33rd win the Nats. So it's great to be back. You know, we're making progress, and we're really pleased. And you know, it's good on the crew, and great help from Rod Bailey and Ray Ward. And we're having a good time, and we're going rounds. And you know, we're not winning, but that all comes in time again.
Absolutely, mate. Great to have you back.
Thanks a lot.
$113. There we go. I knew we'd pick it up eventually. This is Angelo Lamattina. Now, he's got this little hairdryer looking deal. Looks like a mini radar gun. We're just talking about the difference in temperature, Angelo, between the right-hand lane as we look that way and the left-hand lane. Now, this lane is earlier in the shade. Is it any cooler than that lane?
It's about 1 or 2 degrees difference.
So it does make a difference.
Yeah, no, it does, but with the way the wind is and all, it makes it still that without the shade, it still doesn't make them as difference as much as it can. It should.
The conditions have been challenging all day for everybody, but I got to say, Phil almost took newbie down in that previous round.
Well, the weather's up and down. The clouds are coming and going. The humidity's coming and going. We don't know if we're coming or going. The sun's coming and going. So it's been a very challenging afternoon.
Now, I know Damien is a bit PI 55 that Phil didn't take noobs out. And now Phil faces Damien Harris.
Yeah, well, now you will see what happens.
Now it's for all the marbles.
Exactly, so we'll see what happens.
Looking forward to it. Now we're going to wander down to the start line. I can see Corey is down here from Jim Reed Racing. The stickiness of this track cannot be underestimated. Just, you can actually hear that. Like an old nightclub in the 80s. Or maybe Rudy Hill. So I'm going to grab Cause. He's also using the sticker meter over here to just see what the traction level is like. Corey's one of the long serving, and there's Adam here as well. Didn't recognise him with a beard. All right, no pressure. Tell us how this works. Tell the fans how this works and what we're doing.
Basically, it's like a torque wrench that we apply to the track of and as it pulls, it just gives us a reference number that we build up data over a period of time that we can refer to, and that tells us how much we can apply to the track.
It literally looks reasonably primitive, like reasonably basic, but the information you're getting from this is very important.
Very important, but it's only numbers. So until you build up a database, it has no relevance. But so over the last 3 years, we've built up that data. We can refer to that now, and we'll go from there.
See, just pull your feet up a couple. Pull your feet. And it is seriously sticky. Do you use any sort of a sneaker imprint? You go, oh, that feels better than last time, or is it all mechanical like this?
So right now, it is still a little bit greasy. So we need to probably drop another 10 degrees. That's track temp. And we should be in the ballpark for some big numbers.
Ooh, I like that. Talk dirty to us. I like that.
Well, that is what it is. We'll give it a shot.
Absolutely. Now, hello, everybody on the grandstand here. You guys give us a bit of a wave. We're going to turn the camera on all you guys. Everybody put your hands up in the air. Not just some people. Everybody over here on the left-hand lane, you guys give us a wave as well. So I want some noise over here on this right-hand lane. You guys ready for some top fuel in a few moments? Hey, there's Phil Reed. Look at that. There's Phil in the front row. Can we zoom in on that? He looks taller for some reason. Can we get him in there? There he is. Felipe. Now, speaking of Phil Reed, and speaking of the Reed and Sainty families, today we race for a very, very important cup. It's known as the Stan Sainty Cup, and it tributes an amazing man. And when you see the way Wayne Newby reacts in this video when I ask him what would it mean to you, you'll understand why he's so fired up about winning this. He needs to win this round. If Wayne Newby wins the round, it's over. He wins the championship. So, Sydney, I know you're right behind your local boy. Let's check out what this trophy means and who it's named after.
The Stan Sainty Cup is the holy grail of Australian top fuel NDRC competition. Apart from the bragging rights about being the #1 top fuel guy in the country, winning this championship has something else that makes it very special. The man it's named after. Aussie motorsport legend Stan Sainty was one of the most beloved figures in this industry. From boats to cars, Stan liked making things go fast. His reputation for doing it all his way is the stuff of legend.
Stan Sainty in the industry, innovative, legendary. Stan Sainty as a person, again, never had a bad word. You know, Amy's son-in-law, you couldn't say a bad word about Stan. He'd do anything for you, make anything, sorely missed, always accommodating. If you could walk up tomorrow, even you, Wade, could walk up tomorrow and say to him, hey, Stan, I want to do heads. Okay, in you go. He'd probably offend his normal head guy a little bit, but you want to have a go? Have a go. Walk into his pit area, he'd feed you, give you a drink. He was just that type of guy. And, you know, loved everyone loved him.
We grew up, me, Terry, Julie, my brother and sister. That's my uncle Stan and Auntie Mark.
Stan was just one of those guys. Terry's the same. Stan made his own motor. You could say, hey, I need this made, and he would make it better than your idea because he was an innovator. He would, you know, think like the 3-valve, thought it would be better, which it was. They banned the overhead cam motor in top fuel in America, which is what Stan made, for one reason. The push rod's the weakest link, so he took the weakest link out. So, and he ran very successfully with it. So they've run 300 mile an hour, they've run 390s, 3-second runs. So, but yeah.
A loved and respected figure, Stan's passing left a huge void in the hearts of Australian drag racers. Little wonder then that the Stan Sainty Cup means so much to the men who race for it.
Yeah, it'd be pretty emotional for me, I think. Grew up with Stan.
Very sought after, very wanted, very sets the bar a lot higher to achieve the championship. When you can say your name's on the Stan Sainty Cup, all because of reference to him.
Oh yeah, man. I can't wait to win it. We've got to win it once. I'll be very proud.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Stan Sainty Cup is the holy grail of Australian top fuel NDRC competition.
So we're sort of standing back here in the staging lanes. You don't normally get to see this kind of view, but you can see, have a look at all the black and red shirts. Have a look at how many shirts there are. That's the only way I'm going to get to do this if I hang on to you and don't let you run away. Hello, Brooke.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. Good. It's hot.
There is a lot of black and red shirts. You are in charge of running this guy back, and he never goes slow.
No, he doesn't.
How is your racing going, more to the point?
Good. Yeah. I'm racing next weekend just at a bracket meeting. So.
All right, so Noobs has got to win this next one and it's over.
Yes, well, as far as we understand. So hopefully we'll finally be able to celebrate for him.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so he's getting the gear on right now. That's Damien Harris. Phil Lamartina is about to climb in. Just here looking, look at that, I did that. There's Roscoe over here, and normally put those on, come on. This is the way that he, yeah, this is it. We always do, he looks like he's in a Metallica music video when he does it like that. So Lammers is about to climb in. All the Kanga kids are hanging out with him as well. And, oh, this is when we know it's getting real. When Sarah's bolting on the bright orange carrot shoes, that's when we know it's about to get real. Although there's a lot of talk that Phil has more sneakers than his wife, Sarah. There's a lot of talk getting around, Sarah, that he has more sneakers than you. Is that true?
That is very true.
Yep, see, it's got a sneaker fetish. So he's climbing in and strapping in. We're about to plug in and get ready to go. Phil against Damien Harris. And I spoke before, Damien was like, couldn't he have just beaten Newbie? Then we'd go another round with the uncertainty. So what we got to remember, folks, if Wayne Newbie wins this round, he should wrap up the championship. Now, when he comes back down that pit road, if that's what happens down the pit return, need to make sure everybody gets up on your feet and gives him a big cheer, because it's going to be a very emotional moment if he gets it done. Because right now, Damien Harris is still thinking, you know what? I reckon I can still do this. Now, if we wander down this way, there is the Stan Sainty Cup. How cool is that? I know that Terry is not here, but I know he's watching. I know that Norm is here as well. And we saw Marg before. Really cool to have her here. Shane Olive, just getting ready to go. How we feeling?
Yeah, good.
You're pretty good today.
Yeah, look, we're just having fun.
That's what you're doing. 11,000 horsepower, having fun. Felipe, just getting ready. We always see, this is Curtis. Excuse me, Larissa. Nice try. She tried to race away. There. Oh, look at that, Phil. You've got a brolly girl. Your daughter is. There you go. That's much better. What did you just graduate lately?
Bachelor's of Commerce.
Just like your dad, Bachelor of Commerce.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, he's a plumber. Good luck to you, Felipe. How you feeling?
Good, Harvey.
I knew you had a feeling you would say that. So further down the line, we're waiting on the POM to arrive here as well. I think we're about to fire up Rusty Gregory. We haven't seen Noobs in the hole yet. He'll be here very soon if he wins.
He will be.
We think he'll wrap up the championship, mate.
Indeed, he will. At the moment, he is the second high points earner after the first round of racing. Shane Olive currently holds that distinction on 38, Wayne Newbie on 37, Damien Harris on 34, followed by Phil Lamartina, Phil Reid, and Steve Reid rounding things out there. So in this round of racing, the big race that I guess everyone's going to be keeping their eye on is Newbie versus Steve Reid, and that will be the final matchup, I believe, of this second round of racing. Damien Harris will take on Phil Lamartina, as we already touched on, and Phil Reid will take on Shane Olive in what will be a absolutely killer matchup as well. So Top Fuel is really shaping up to be one of those events or one of those races that we just can't miss tonight. That's what it's all about. The championship's still wide open as far as if Wayne Newbie doesn't happen to win this race. If for whatever reason he strikes trouble, then mathematically still open for Damien Harris to come on through. But from this point on, everything needs to fall his way. It's just that simple. So the cars are pulling through the tunnel. We're not too far away from lighting the fires with these cars, and we should be able to hopefully lay down some good representative numbers, because the sun is going down behind the grandstand. The racetrack is virtually in full shade now. Things have certainly cooled off. It feels like the wind has died down a little bit out there as well. Conditions really starting to come around now, Wade.
Have you even walked outside the box yet?
I have, yeah. It was about
briefly?
8:30 this morning, I think it was.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
I know my limitations. It's okay.
What a moment this is shaping up. Now, if Damien wins this,
yep,
and Noobs loses, you want to go back to the old abacus?
Yeah, it'll be fingers and toes and everything in between. It's going to be hard to figure it out, and I'm glad it's not me that's having to work it out.
No, we'll have Grant Stevens on speed dial. I can assure you of that.
Yep, absolutely. But, yeah, Wayne Newby, I mean, after that first round of racing, 399 with a 309 miles per hour, comes in as the second highest point earner. Realistically, a win is what he needs. The ET is not all that important in this one. The win points are really what it's all about for him in this one.
So what we're hoping for is if Noobs gets it done, then we'll stop him in front of the grandstand if we can. He's going to have a tight turnaround as well when they need to spin this car back around and bring it back out for the final. But he's still got to get it done. If he turns the tyres or there's any sort of a complication, then Pommy Steve Reed could have one of the biggest career wins of his life. And he's kind of in the way. Look at that crowd. Sydney, stick your hands up in the air and get rowdy, because it is Top Fuel time. Man, can you imagine the emotion if Noobs gets this done? You see the way he was literally in tears talking about stand safety.
And Noobs is not a guy who is a stranger to winning national championships. He's won top alcohol championships. He's won top fuel championships before, but he hasn't won the Stand Sainty Cup. Stan only passed away a couple of years ago now, and so for him to win that, ever since the Australian Top Fuel Championship was renamed the Stan Sainty Cup, this one is probably going to be the most important to him by far.
So out comes the defending and two-time or back-to-back champion, the Uplift Grains Atlantic Oils Rapasada Autosport International car.
There is a flip side to this equation. If Damien Harris loses this race, then it's pretty much over. That's the other side of this equation. So for Damien Harris, this is just a must win. That is the long and the short of it. There's no in between. He needs to win this, and he needs to theoretically take home as many points as he possibly can, which means running low ET in this round of racing.
Wouldas, couldas and shouldas, but if he beat Newbie around earlier, this thing would still be going right down to the wire. But anyway, you know what? I just hope we see a side-by-side.
That's what it'd be about.
I don't care what it is. Be nice if it's a 3.
Look.
But you know what? Let's just take it side by side. This guy, he wants to go out swinging, Rusty. You know, he's fiercely proud. Very grateful for the opportunity given to him by RAI. Sarah Lamartina leaves. You can always see that really beautiful decal down the side of that car. They remember a beautiful family friend in Sheridan. Time to go. Lamartina right-hand lane. Left-hand lane is Damien Harris. This is a critical pass for Damien Harris. Can he keep it alive? Waiting. He's in. Let's go. Yep. Let's just run it through at a 4.18, and yes, it wasn't pretty, but he got it done. Put your hands together for Damien Harris. Pressure is nothing to that guy, is it?
There is no such thing as an ugly win, and Damien Harris gets one there. 4.18. It's probably not the number they would have hoped for. It was quick on the short times, 8.49 to the first incremental, but 8.64 for Phil Lamartina. He was right there alongside him, and then it just puffed the tyres for Phil Lamartina. But Damien Harris, the championship is going to go at least another 2 runs.
I'm just noticing as well, Dean Rossiter down there just looking up at the screen, trying to get a look at our gear wrench replay here very soon, just to see what they can unpack from that run for the Fuchs, Mewers, Lamartina Top Fuel Racing entry. So, Noobs will face Pommy Steve Reed. I'm not sure what the Pom is doing at the moment. Is he going to front? We don't even know that for sure.
Yep.
But what we do know is coming up next, Felipe, there he is. So, Steve Reed's going to keep this all the way here.
It's not going to be a gimme for Wayne Newby. So we can see that Steve Reed has pulled up to the back of the tower. So it is going to be paired passes all the way through.
Hey, I tell you what, Scholliver's looking down the barrel of a final here.
He absolutely is. You talk about a one and done.
Yeah.
That's, you know, and it's really a no-pressure kind of deal for Shane Olive this weekend. He's come in, there's no championship aspirations on the line. There's no implications as far as, you know, winning the big trophy. But for Shane, if he could walk home with the gold Christmas tree at the end of the weekend, he would be pretty stoked with that, I would suggest.
This is every chance that Shane Olive and possibly Wayne Newby, two Sydney-siders, could end up in the A final here at a packed Sydney Dragway. Felipe wants to get this done.
He does.
Like, you know, he's going to be swinging for the big ones here as well in that Hydrolink Black Mamba.
And the short numbers for Phil Reid have been promising. The car's been doing what it needs to, and they're kind of coming off that back foot, what happened down in Adelaide. Don't want to keep coming back to it, but it really did set them, I guess, back a little bit in terms of the preparation for this event. Instead of preparing for it, it was really a case of just rebuilding everything to get it back here.
All right, so it's been confirmed. If Wayne Newby gets the win light, he is your 2024-2025 Top Fuel Australian champion, and he will lift the Stan Sainty Cup if he gets the win. Now, you would think on paper, up against the POM, he's a good chance for that. But what we do know, you can toss a belt, you can turn the tyres.
Fuel racing is so notoriously unpredictable.
Yeah.
There are so many things that can go wrong with these cars, like just the proverbial $2 part, you know, that lets you down. And, well, for Wayne Newby, this is probably, I would say, the most nervous he probably would have been in a race car for a long time.
You know, Rusty, what I'd love people to do, because this really helps our sport today, I want to say a huge thank you to the fans who've turned out and made this spectacular. Can you make sure at some point you stand up and take a picture of the crowd around you and put it on your socials? Because we really need to spread the gospel that drag racing is back in a big, big way. So if you wouldn't mind, get your phones out, take a shot. It can be a selfie, but take a big shot and go, look at this. How many people in the joint at Sydney Dragway for the Nitro Nationals? We need to build the brand. Next year's going to be hectic. The schedule's great.
Oh, absolutely it is. And, you know, just here in Sydney alone, of course, we've got the Nitro Champs in May, as we always do.
Yeah.
That's one of the granddaddies, that event. Absolutely an icon on the Australian drag racing calendar. But, of course, then we've also got the East Coast Nationals making their return towards the tail end of the season next year. Really looking forward to that. So we've got Nitro twice next season. But, you know, looking at this crowd, if this is anything to go by, drag racing is back, baby.
Look, absolutely. First time next year, we won't have Western Australia on the tour at the moment just because of the refurbishments that are going on with the Perth Motorplex. A lot of teams are going to domicile themselves either here or in South Australia. West Aussies are going to shift their race operation across. Door Slammer is not here this weekend, but huge talk about at least 16 to 20 cars per round next year in the NDRC. Like John Ricker is heading into Door Slammer. Hold on tight.
Yeah, strap in because it's going to be wild. It is going to be wild. There's so many storylines just to follow, and drag racing, it's just got a feel about it at the moment. It's got a real resurgence going on. So, you know, not just in the Nitro ranks, but also across the board. You know, it wasn't that long ago, if we said we had 10 Nitro cars here, 11 Nitro cars here this weekend, that's been a very long time since we've had that many in one place at the same time. So it is absolutely phenomenal, and a credit to everybody, and a credit to this immense crowd here at Sydney Dragway.
Here comes our favourite Top Fuel Teletubby in the right-hand lane behind the tower just then. So Noobs pulling in. All right, time to get after it. Shane Olive, can he make himself an A final starter? Let's face it, he's won here before. Admittedly, he won here in Heathcote, if that makes sense. If you know, you know. So Olive in the right-hand lane. Felipe Reed in the Hydrolink Hose and Fittings Hadman.
So Shane Olive is your high points earner after the first round of racing. Low ET in that first round with a 3.90 was one of only 2 cars to go in the 3-second zone in the first round of racing. So on form, advantage Olive.
It's just tasty.
Yeah,
there's so much going on.
I'm trying to work out who you would consider to be the favourite here, and I can't pick one. All of these matchups are really, really tough.
So what if I throw you this? What if I said to you, in the incredible unlikely situation that Phil Reed is the underdog?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have said that before, right?
It's been a long time
Not
since
in
we've
Sydney,
said
you
it.
wouldn't.
It's been a long time since we've said it. But again, it's a credit to these teams because there is no bad cars in Top Fuel these days. There's no cars that you look at and go, that one's going to be an easy run. There's no such thing as an easy race in Top Fuel anymore.
So 3 words for you, Pete Shib. Come back, please. We'd love you to come and play. The water's fine. Come on in. You can keep chasing Bathurst. We're proud of you. But come on back. Time to get after it. The Jim Reed Racing and Rapasada Autosport International Team C. And as you pointed out earlier, Larry Dixon, very handy in that car that's in the hands of Shane Olive.
Reaction time advantage to Olive and finish line advantage to Olive. 4.20, 233 miles per hour. Again, it wasn't the prettiest run, but it's 2 wins from 2 for Shane Olive. 4.57 for Phil Reid, just couldn't quite get it done. Both cars buzz the tyres down track, but a 4.20 gets the job done this time around for Shane Olive.
Well, it has been an incredible build-up so far. Put your hands together, folks, as Damien Harris comes down the return road. Make sure you get rowdy for him. And Phil Lamartina coming down the return road as well. So please put your hands together for the Carrot King as he makes his way down as well. He's been really close to a couple of monumental upsets this weekend. But we look towards the tunnel. And Wayne Newby on the precipice of the biggest moment of his life.
Absolutely. Just a quick note for all of our viewers who are watching on 7 Plus at the moment. We are just experiencing a couple of technical difficulties. We will still be bringing you pictures and we'll be back to live action as quickly as we can. Just having a couple of technical difficulties here at the racetrack.
So the Palm, Steve Reed, what can he do? It's good to have him back after a 10-year absence from Sydney. He just dabbles in racing these days when they can afford to put a budget together. The Queensland domiciled Englishman.
It's a pretty wild thing to think that this is your hobby, going top fuel racing. At 72 years of age. You're exactly right. Most, 72-year-olds are taking up woodworking or something like that. But no, not Pom. That's not his style. That's not the way he works. He is a multi-time former Australian top fuel champion. He has done this for so long. He doesn't know anything different.
You know who kind of different person, but similar concept, Quarter Mile Smile.
Yeah.
Remember Bobby Shepherd?
Bob Shepherd,
how much
exactly
was Bobby?
right.
He was so good. He always said like he was living his best life. So there's a little guy in the left-hand lane who would dearly love to put a cap in that A55 right now.
Yeah.
Got to do it, right?
Look, I hope that Wayne Newby can get it done. Just from the emotional point of view, when you see that interview that you did earlier on, and just what the Stan Sainty Cup means to Wayne Newby, you could see the emotion on his face. He couldn't talk.
No.
He was that choked up.
And I left him. I thought, I'm not letting you off the hook, Noobs.
No.
This is what it's all about. Now, you got to wonder, how hard does Santino want to rip in this?
No, we were hoping more, but like I said, it quit a bit early, but we'll come back for the next one and see what happens.
Well done.
So Sholov saying it shut down a little early, but he'll be in the A final, you'd have to think. What a moment for Wayne Newby. What a moment for Sydney drag racing. The Stan Sainty Cup has lived in this workshop here in Sydney, but the man who owns it has lived in Western Australia, as he does for the last 2 years. Before that, it was Pete Chibris, but it wasn't the Stan Sainty Cup then. It was the Burson Auto Parts
That's
Top
exactly
Fuel Australian
right.
title.
That's exactly right. The Stan
Another
Sainty
reason
Cup,
Pete needs to come back.
a relative newcomer. Welcome back to our viewers on 7 Plus. We have got, this is the championship equation right now. Wayne Newby wins, he wins the title. He loses, it's going to go at least one more round.
Holy cow, Sydney. Time to go. Oh, Pom's going to make him work for it, but it is in the bag. Wayne Newby. Come on, Sydney. Put your hands together, Noobs. It's finally. And look at the emotion on the start line.
Look, the canopy's already up for Noobs. He is absolutely ecstatic down there. The emotion will be hitting him right now, 100%. He's got that tinted visor on, but I guarantee you there are tears in those eyes.
Santino, what a job by you as well, mate, and your army of Rapasada Autosport International soldiers. They have been phenomenal. The Reeds stuck around to hug them as well. And this is a special moment in Australian motor racing for a little guy whose dad has played such a huge part in his life as well.
Yep.
And look at the team down on the line. Look at Santo. Who's the Australian champ, Santo? What a moment for this team. Brandon Gospel down there as well. And Bryony is going to get a chat with our favourite Top Fuel Teletubby. Look at Shane Olive. Olive's going, thank God I didn't take you out.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. At least it's over. He's out of the equation now. But there are smiles all the way around. Jess, Santino's partner down there, just saying congratulations. And look, everyone is happy for Newbie down there because everyone understands what this means to him and his family and the Rapasada family.
This is going to be a great moment for Aussie sport. As the little guy slides out, his partner, Ali, will be so proud. He's one of the really great characters of our sport. Such a great human being. Bryony is standing by with him.
Did it. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, killer. The car went pretty good down there, so real happy with that. Happy for Stano and the team, Santino, all the crew guys and girls. Can't thank them enough. It's going to be a great night.
At the end of tonight, you will be given the Stan Sainty Cup. How is that feeling?
That's killer. Like, it means a lot to me, so killer.
Talk us through. No, you're not getting away with it that easily, Wayne. No way. Talk us through the emotions and also like all the people that have worked so hard to get you to this point.
Yeah, everybody that's helped out on the car. You know, it's a big team effort. Stan Sainty Cup. It's what I wanted.
Why does it mean so much to you? Tell us.
I grew up with Stan as a kid, and like the Sainty family. So, yeah, close to heart. Bit speechless at the moment, but nah, real happy.
We are so thrilled for you. Congratulations, not only to you, but the whole team. Well done.
Thank you.
And Bryony, hopefully we can stop him as he comes back down in front of the grandstand in a moment after Funny Car. If we have the time, pull your pants up, newbie.
Let's have a look at the Gear Ranch replay because we haven't talked through this one. Steve Reed gave him a race, man. That thing was turning the tyres. It looked like it might have pushed out a burst panel down there. A little flash of flame, but nothing too serious. For Newbie, there was nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Right down the centre of the lane in a 382. Low ET at the weekend. So I can tell you already, as it stands at the moment, the provisional results do have an all-Rapasada International final. It is Wayne Newbie and Shane Olive lining up in the A final. The B final, as it stands, we see Damien Harris taking on Steve Reed. And Phil Reed and Phil Lamatina will take on each other in the C final.
Look at that shot right there. I didn't even look at the ET. I was just looking for the win light. So please put your hands together for the Jim Reed Racing team, folks, as they come back down the return road to Phil Reed and to that very hard-working Hydrolink team as they give you the big g'days. Phil went past himself before. That giant head that someone had. That's a cool shot. Mario down there as well, Mars. The Road King.
Absolutely. Just the emotion all the way around. You can just feel it through the lens, can't you?
Can you see the relief out of that body?
Absolutely. Well, with that, we now move on to the X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car. And as it stands, a little bit of an upset as it stands right now because Damon Payton, that man on screen, is currently the high points man in Funny Car.
Yeah, what an amazing day for him. Justin Walsh, I was talking to the guys before about why that car shakes so much after the burnout.
Yep.
And also at the very end too when it's under load on the chutes. They said it's in the damper. It's just a bit of a unique kind of situation with that car. It shakes a lot. I just assumed it was Justin. He shakes a lot too.
Now, the confidence and the swagger that Damon Payton's walking around with here today, now that he's got some of these good runs under the belt in the heat of the day, he's taken down the boss in the first round. He's looking confident here this afternoon. And it's nice to see because ultimately Justin Walsh, he's the reigning champion in Funny Car. He's coming into this race as the underdog.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like seeing that.
Yeah.
We're all about the upsets. Gareth Rogers there. They pop up the body and go to work right now. And Damon Payton, what a day for him. Brett Eamer's walking around the pits looking like a lost soul. He just wants his mate Adam Murray back, and we'll have him next year. He's moving to Gympie, is the word.
Okay.
Out of the territory. So Walsh up against Payton.
Body was up for a long time on Damon Payton's car. Not sure there's anything too untoward, nothing wrong. But what it does mean is that Justin Walsh is actually waiting pretty patiently. Now, the longer these cars run, the more influence that can actually have on the way that they go down the racetrack. The longer that they're sitting there idling for a number of reasons. The clutch is getting hot, the engine's getting hot, but most importantly, it's burning fuel. And if these cars run short on fuel, it gets very expensive at the other end of the racetrack.
Neither one of these two have run a 3. Hard to believe, isn't it? Maybe. I know. Wouldas, couldas and shouldas. But this might be a bad chance. Waiting for them both to come in. Walsh is in. Man, Walsh was out of the groove for a lot of that run. Did he get the wall at the end or not?
It was after the finish line, so it's not going to disqualify him from the race. I think he might have just got it with the headers, but a 4:44 beats a 4:53. Once you take into account the reaction time advantage from Walsh, 66 thousandths of a second at the stripe.
What a drag race that was. Put your hands together, folks, for Damon Payton.
Here's the gear wrench replay. You can see Walsh dropped the cylinder right from the hit on the right-hand side, and that went up into tyre smoke. And then it was a similar story for Payton. He gets out of the throttle, but as he's coasting down there, you can see that Walsh gets back into it and almost drives around him at the stripe. In fact, Walsh never even pedalled it. He just drove through the tyre smoke. Just drove straight through the tyre smoke, and no, Damon Payton keeps it shiny. No contact with the wall.
Look at the tyre marks on the racetrack. He did a hell of a job. Might as well be at Western Sydney Speedway just across the road the way he drove that thing.
He had a fair bit of opposite lock going, that's for sure.
This will be funny. I have a very good feeling this will be funny for you, Brian. Well, she is the king of doing something you didn't expect.
Yeah, you just have to repeat the times down here because we're actually just talking about whether he hit the wall or not. So
he's okay.
You're going to have to give them to me.
He ran a 4:53. Justin was.
You ran a 4:53.
He was second.
Which is unfortunately second. So it was Damon that did the 4:44. But it looked like you did hit the wall or scrape the wall, but. No, according to, was the other car, okay, apologies.
Yeah, she was getting a little bit loose out there. Definitely the track's still a little bit probably warm for us. We're just chasing the tune-up. And she slid around a bit, and if you look in here, the blower belts come off, so the RPM goes through the roof when it's spinning the rear tyres, and that unfortunately causes it to break a blower belt, and cars don't go fast with no boost. So average run, but hey, bad run's better than a good day at work.
Absolutely. Well, commiserations on coming second, but congratulations that you did not hit the wall. In fact, hit the wall. Hey, we can't wait for that final round of Nitro Funny Car. It's going to be a cracker, especially as the sun sets, the flames come out. It's going to be a spectacle for all of the viewers here, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. Look, the last round for Top Fuel and Funny Car should be sensational. And again, like I said in the pre-race interview, the crowd to come out on a 33-degree day is just killer. It's going to be worth it for the last run. It's going to be sick.
Absolutely. Look forward to it. Thanks, Justin.
Awesome. Thank you.
That was a hell of a drive job from Justin Walsh just to keep that thing straight as it's turning the tyres at over 250 miles per hour. So that is Wayne Newby, our new champion in Top Fuel, coming back along the return road. The Santos Cranes, Wild Ink, level 80 Top Fuel drag. So the new holder of the Stan Sainty Cup in the Australian Top Fuel Series. Absolutely incredible effort. You can see Noobs on the back of the ute there. Make sure you make some noise, Sydney Dragway. He is a local here at Sydney. This is his home track. To win this here at home is just a mammoth achievement, not just for Newbie, but for this entire Rapisada Autosport International team. Also running 3 cars here this weekend. This would mean so much to Noobs as he's coming back in front of all these faces that so many of these faces have watched him grow up in the sport. You know, he started driving an alcohol dragster when he was still barely a teenager. It graduated all the way up to Top Fuel, and right now for Wayne Newby, this is just soaking it all in. He'd be happy to pack it up now, but he's still got an A final to run here tonight. And for Wayne Newby, just listen to that applause. Absolutely phenomenal, and we want to try and get a word with Wade and Noobs down there. Just absolutely incredible scenes, and Wade, this is going to be one of the interviews of the season. I have absolutely no doubt about it. An ecstatic Wayne Newby.
Well, you did it. See that orange banner there, that barrier? I'll help you if you need to. Yeah, I do. Put your foot up there. I know you got a dicky knee. Would you stand up for this guy, everybody? Here's your new Australian champion. Careful, it's a long way down for a little bloke. Take those glasses off. I know what you're doing. All right. Take me through it. The POM made you work for it.
Yeah, no, he had a good run beside us. We just had to go down there and not do anything stupid. Santino had the thing set on kill. We're in 82, so real happy for Sano and the team. The boys back in the pits, they do all the work. I get all the glory. Bar's open. Oh, one more race yet.
What a relief. Hands up if you saw Noobs when he raced Top Alcohol back in the day. Who's been part of this whole journey with him? There's a lot of people up there, mate, have followed you your whole career.
Yeah, I've been doing this since I was 16, and gets a bit longer too some days, but wouldn't put it away for nothing.
Congratulations, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
Absolutely phenomenal. Well, we've still got a race meeting left to run. It's not time to celebrate yet for Wayne Newby, as we see. Well, our number 1 and 2 in funny car points. These guys have matched up just a couple of times over the course of this season. It is Josh Lay in that Rocket Industries Mustang funny car taking on Morris McMillan in the Aussie Raider tribute car, complete with authentic 1980s imagery. That's the original Rocket logo on the rear wing of that car, not the new one, not the one that's on the side of Josh Lay's car, the original Rocket Industries logo. It really is a true tribute to Graham and Wendy Cowan and the Aussie Raider, but hasn't exactly had the type of success that he would have been looking for. Lost the first round of racing to Damon Payton, comes in with a point to prove here this afternoon. I think there's no doubt about it. He is third in points as it stands at the moment in event points. He's already wrapped up the national championship for X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car, but he'd love to take home a trophy. And a gold Christmas tree while running the Aussie Raider would mean something else for Morris McMillan. For Josh Lay, he's made his way to 4 final rounds so far this season. He's won 1 of them. He'd love to put another gold Christmas tree on the mantelpiece with his name on it. They are teammates. They are the flagship cars for Aeroflow and Rocket Industries, X-Pro by Aeroflow, but ultimately there are no team orders in this team. So the crew chiefs walk away. Lay goes into stage first. McMillan not too far behind. This is critical that Morris McMillan gets the win here. He's second off the start line, and it will be Lay all the way. 4:05 to a 5:09 for Morris McMillan. And for Josh Lay, he had a psychic 007 James Bond reaction time. Oh, my giddy aunt, to quote Wade Oranger.
Seems like Morris is getting beaten up a bit, doesn't it? Quite incredible how much Morris McMillan seems to be getting beaten up today.
Wow.
Look at the Lay boys. They are absolutely stoked with that.
I looked at the visual hole shot from Josh Lay over Morris McMillan. I thought Morris was asleep on the start line. He went 0.82 on the tree. It's not a bad reaction time by any stretch, but the visible reaction time advantage to Josh Lay, he was just on it.
And when you throw a James Bond at a light in a funny car, that is a bit ridiculous.
Look, it may have been a guess. I don't know. Maybe the sun was in his eyes. Either way, it worked for him.
No, let's just say he meant it.
He meant it.
I mean, he's extremely sharp as a young man. There's no doubt about that. He openly admits these cars intimidate him. And I love the honesty in which he approaches it. Hey, A final? Damon Payton and Josh Lay?
That's all the way. It is absolutely the way it's shaping up. Justin Walsh and Morris McMillan in the B final will wrap things up for X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car. But I can see the safety crews have rolled down there at the top end of the racetrack. Both cars pulling up a little bit short of the turnout. And I think it's fair to say that for Morris McMillan, he probably will be a little bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Just given the gravitas of this weekend and debuting that body, I hope that we see that body come out out more than once. I don't want to see them take it off that car.
No.
It looks so good. And I think it deserves I guess a more fitting weekend than what he's having so far.
How tall did Wayne Newby look for a second there?
About 8 feet tall and bulletproof.
Standing on an orange road barrier. That's why it worked. But the crowd gave him a wonderful response, mate. I hope the shots reflected that, because everybody was absolutely. That's like a one for the everyday man, you know, little noobs. Boy, they're going to carry him out of here tonight, probably around midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm sure. But as he said, it's beer o'clock. Oh, hang on a minute. I still got one more to go.
Still one more round to race.
You know, how cool for Shane Olive.
Yeah. And I mean, that car is actually on a winning streak of a number of runs in a row, because Larry Dixon took it to the victory back here at the Nitro Chance.
Did you know that Larry Dixon is Bryony's favourite driver?
I did not.
Yeah, along with Lisa Gregorini, of course.
Of course. Of course.
Hey, it's good to see Luke Shepherd back.
It is.
Because the brief time we saw him before, I was impressed with the way he left the line, the way that car really stuck down in the middle.
Had a little bit of a fire in the first round of racing as well. I've got to be honest, the car sounds like it's idling a little bit strange down there. Just not quite on song. It sounds like it's just a little bit off. But flames on the burnout for Luke Shepherd. That's not generally the accepted convention in funny car racing, but
I love it. He's got, you know what I mean, on the sunroof.
Yes.
Very much the John Laws Valvoline plug back in the day. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Now, this car originally, many, many years ago, was brought into this country by the Rapisada team. It was driven by Alan Dobson.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, Dobbo, what another great character.
Yes.
The fireman.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, they'd be really happy if this went to half track under full power.
Yeah.
And just started showing a little bit of promise, a little bit of return for all the effort that they've put into this over the years.
Victories aren't always 3-second runs, right? Everybody sets their own level of success at the space in which they operate. Beautiful evening. I keep wanting to say summer.
It's almost
like a summer's night.
It's close. It is close.
Still spring.
Well, they're really taking their time bringing this car into stage, and it still sounds very crisp on idle, which is very unusual for a funny car or a fuel car. Usually they sound a little bit more fluffier on idle, if that makes sense.
This is a great opportunity for Luke. I really love seeing him back behind the wheel of anything, to be honest. Shepherd family, very proud of their ongoing history in this sport. How cool Shane Phillips over in the US too. We're going to talk about that later.
Yes.
What do you got for us, Luke? Yeah, the boys were kind of all about it. You could feel they're thinking, hang on, this thing's motoring.
Yeah, I think that was a planned shut-off, because looking at the tyre marks, the tyres didn't get skinny. I think that was a planned shut-off right at the 330-foot mark. 0.947 to the 60, 248 to the 330 mark, and coast across the line for a 550. So that's a really solid pass for Luke Shepherd.
Bryony Ingerson, let's go down to you in the deep end.
Yes, thank you, Wade. Josh Lay, all the way. You've got to get a T-shirt with that made up. Hey, well done. That was a sensational pass by you. And guess what? You're into the A final.
How good is that?
How good is that for you? Absolutely.
Yeah, it's really good. Morris has been a bit of a thorn on my side all season long, as you spoke about earlier. So, look, it was just good to get down there, really. It really was just, yeah, like in this heat, it's good to make it from A to B.
I don't know if you're aware either, but your reaction time was 0.007. That's incredible.
Yeah, okay. I didn't expect that.
Well, that's going to come in good stead for you, because you're going to be facing Damon Payton in the A final. So what is it going to take to get this gold Christmas tree?
Rinse and repeat the way that we're going. So, look, 007, I'm not sure what happened there. I tried to shallow stage, so I was amped up racing Morris, clearly, because I knew that this was for something. So anyway, it was good to get down there, good to get the win.
Absolutely. We'll see you in the A final. Well done.
Thanks, Bryony.
So the stranded car of Luke Shepherd down there, obviously getting a little bit of attention as we clear it off the racing surface. So that does wrap up this second round of Nitro racing, and it's not going to be too far away when we're going to be moving into finals. Still the third round of Chicago Shootout racing to come for our Aeroflow All-Stars in the Sportsman Series. Let's have a look at the replay here, thanks to Gear Ranch. Really crisp, really clean to the 330, and Luke Shepherd rolls out of the throttle. My guess is that was a planned shut-off. I don't think there was anything untoward. It didn't really buzz the tyres. It didn't shake the tyres. It just went right down Broadway. So Luke Shepherd will be escorted off the track here. We're going to take a very quick break and be back with plenty more racing on the other side of this.
G'day everyone, Jack from Racer Industries here. A little bit more about ourselves. We're your one-stop shop for all motorsport and performance product needs. We're based in 2 sites across southeast Queensland and Melbourne with dedicated sales staff on the phone, even visit in store or visit our website racerindustries.com.au.
The November issue of Street Machine is on sale now. Our cover star this month is the HX Holden Ute of AFL great Charlie Dixon. Charlie has treated his granddad's old work ute to a stunning restoration and repowered it with a 1,000 horsepower Nissan RB30. We also take a deep dive into an incredible Aston Martin built by the Ring brothers, as well as Dylan Orton's stunning Datsun 1600. The Datto is powered by a Kelly Racing VK56 Nissan V8 for time attack warfare. We visit the iconic Red Centre Nats event in Alice Springs and talk to the gurus at BG Engines about how to get the most out of your Holden V8s. Other goodies include a stunning XW Falcon powered by the Wizards at Dandy Engines, the return of the iconic Satnav FC Holden, and heaps more. Street Machine is available in all good supermarkets and news agencies, or head to streetmachine.com.au to score a discount subscription. Street Machine Drag Challenge celebrated its 10th anniversary last week, touring South Australia and Victoria with the largest field in the event's history. Of the 250 cars that started at Dragway at the Bend, 200 managed to complete the event 5 days later. To be deemed a survivor, all entrants need to compete in 5 race days and cover over 1,400 kilometres on the road, driving under their own steam and without the aid of support vehicles. Drag Challenge is a serious test of any street car, but it's also a stack of fun, with legendary camaraderie between the racers. This year's outright winner was Brandon Zito from Melbourne in his twin-turbo LC Tirana, running a best of 7.42 seconds at 191 miles per hour. For information on next year's event, keep your eyes on dragchallenge.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tommy Johnson Jr., a Nitro funny car driver from the U.S. We'll give you a quick walk around a Nitro funny car so you can understand what we're doing out here this weekend. 11,000 horsepower. You need to see how that works. First of all, on the front, you got a fuel tank. 20 gallons of nitromethane fuel. We run 90% nitromethane with a mixture of 10% methanol alcohol. Here's the oil tank. There's a dry sump system on it. So some of the oil's in the engine. Most of it's stored in the tank. It circulates it through. Walk on back. This is the control box for everything. This is where the brains of the car are. Everything we do goes off in this box as it goes down the track. There's timers and valves and systems in here. Everything is preset before the run. When I hit the throttle wide open, it tells all these timers what to do and when to do it, and that's what accelerates this car down the racetrack. Move on back, we got a fuel pump. 108 to 10 gallons of nitromethane being pumped through this engine going down the racetrack. Supercharged, we got a 1471 supercharger on top, belt driven off the crankshaft. Hemi style engine with the 2 spark plugs per cylinder with 2 magnetos, 2 ignition systems. Putting so much fuel in these cars, you have to have 2 ignition systems to light it all. Then you move on back to the back of the car. This is where it all happens. You take 11,000 horsepower, how do you get it to the ground? Through this clutch. It's a 6-disc clutch. There's 6 clutch discs in here. As we go down the track, we engage more and more clutch into it to keep those tires hooked to the ground. We slip it until we can give it all the clutch. At around 2.5 seconds, it's 1-to-1 and pulling as hard as you can believe. There's no transmission. We have a forward and reverse. Dry shaft runs right between your legs, and there is my office right here. Steering wheel, brakes. This is the fuel shop. Turn it on to make it run, pull it forward to shut it off. You got a throttle on the right, clutch on the left, and all that dry shaft and power is running right between your legs, going to these huge Goodyear slicks back here that keeps it hooked up to the track. When you get all done with this, you put the body, carbon fiber body on it. This weekend, we're going to run a Toyota Camry body. We got Mustangs out here, everything. They're going head to head, but it's all of this, what's under that body, that makes these things tick.
Welcome back to Sydney Dragway. What a walkthrough of a Nitro funny car with one of the best, TJ. He is a guy who has done everything, won in Top Fuel and Nitro funny car over in the United States in the NHRA. And you could not ask for a better man to try and teach you all about Nitro. That is Luke Shepherd's car, and he is just about cleared off the racetrack down there. Did have a little issue with that. The car was locked up, but it is under tone now. So with that, we're going to move back into our Aeroflow Sportsman All-Stars, and we've got Supercharged Outlaws lining up on the racetrack right now. Bruno Madijasevic and Greg Angus waiting very patiently. That's Bruno. The Bad 71, HG Monaro. He'll be the next car up. We're going to take a very quick break and be back with plenty more on the other side of this break.
It's a great career choice. Stop thinking and just go for it.
Sevic in the HG Holden up against Greg Angus in the HJ Coupe. So, welcome back to the Nitro Nationals here at Sydney Dragway, presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. And that is such a gorgeous looking car, isn't it, Bushy?
Yeah, both of them are rusty. Certainly one for the Holden fans on this run.
Oh yeah, definitely one if you like your quick, fast Holdens. And that car for Bruno, it is a quick car as well. Number one qualifier with a 642, dialing in 640 this time around. Greg Angus, the HJ Coupe, the Greg Angus Motor Traders car out of Narre Warren in Victoria. North Narre Warren, I should say. 774, the dial in for Greg Angus. Problems for Bruno Madijasevic. Sounded like it might have even sneezed the blower off it there. It was very, very untidy.
You can actually see it in that shot, head-on shot there, or is that the window flexing?
I think it's the window flexing.
Oh.
Greg Angus, on the other hand, 797, gets the win on the 774 dial-in. Does get the win this time around for Bruno Madijasevic. Doesn't drop the chutes or anything down there. Doesn't really need to. The car didn't make a full pass. But for Bruno, it sounded like he had trouble in the last round of racing shifting gear. And I think it may have been the same this time around. And I have a feeling it might have either pushed a burst panel out or knocked a supercharger belt off it or something like that. But either way, not the way Bruno Madijasevic would have wanted to finish things off here this afternoon. This is the final round of the Chicago Shootout format, and basically round robin, if you're not sure what Chicago Shootout is. And after that, we do go racing with the final round. So next pair up, it's going to be Chris Denny up against Peter Lay. This is one for the nostalgia fans.
Yeah, definitely.
Bushy?
Very much so, Rusty. I know we're both going to be keen for this one. Chris Denny in the aeroflow lane on screen there as they turn that starter motor over. Disconnect it. There we go. A supercharged methanol-fed small block in that small front engine dragster for Chris Denny.
He's shaking his head about something here, Chris Denny. The car moved forward and then he kind of stopped and he shook his head, and I don't know if that was about anything specific, but goes through the burnout procedure. Doesn't seem to be anything too wrong. Peter Lay, on the other hand, dialing in 660. This thing has been on rails all day long. 660, 660, 660s. I'm pretty sure I saw him with his arm up on the window just cruising on down in that last one. This car is just behaving itself.
Very much so, Rusty. It's a bit of a long reach to the windowsill.
Doing a wild Willie Borsch. He's got the hand hanging out the window. We're talking nostalgia. If you don't know who Willie Borsch is, look him up.
Yep, Google.
Go jump on Google. You'll see some very cool photos. So Chris Denny, the Wallandilly Smash Repairs, Jay Turnbull Truck Centre sponsored car. Peter Lay racing for Peter Lay Custom Imports. The Nova Funny Car. Just saw his nephew, Josh, go down and make his way into the final round of X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car. And I'm sure that Peter would love to make his way to a final round as well here tonight.
I think it will be interesting to see if he can be patient enough on that start line, Rusty. 1.25 seconds is his weight. That's Danny's going to be at the 60 foot at that point.
And ironically enough, the car in the other lane, Chris Denny's car, used to be campaigned by Peter Lay's niece, Chelsea Lay.
Yes.
Josh Lay's sister. So there you go. There's connections all over the place here. So, Chris Denny in stage now. Peter Lay, 660 the dial in. He needs to be patient. He's got almost a full Christmas tree to wait before he gets the green light after Chris Denny has started going on down the racetrack.
All right, Denny just lifting that front wheel. Goes 1-0-0 on the 60. Big flash of flame for Denny.
Push the burst panel out.
About 1,000 foot.
Now, the reason it pushed the burst panel out, it looked like he actually pedalled it. I saw him pedal it for some reason at half track. I don't know what the reason was, but it certainly pushed the supercharger belt out. The replay on that, the gear wrench replay, is going to be phenomenal. It's going to show you exactly what we talk about when we talk about pushing out the burst panel. Peter Lay gets the win, 675. Early shut off, 191 miles per hour. But Chris Denny, obviously a little bit of a problem down there. He's going to need some assistance in getting that car off the racetrack. Hopefully everything is A-OK. There was a lot of concussion out of that supercharger when it did let go, and the whole idea behind the supercharger panel is to let out excess pressure from the manifold so that it doesn't effectively kick rods out of the engine. Once it gets over a preset pressure, the burst panel is designed to basically let go, relieve the panel, for lack of a better word.
They're almost like a Perspex window, if you like, that's got a whole heap of little small bolts around it, and it just sits in the manifold. Whenever there's a little backfire, either through ignition or, as Rusty said, excess pressure, that's the weak link in the manifold. And then the idea is that then, as it's named, bursts out of the manifold wall, and then that creates an opening for that pressure to be released, rather than it lifting the supercharger off the engine or doing it.
And look, sometimes it can't actually relieve the pressure quick enough, and it still lifts the supercharger off the top of the engine, which is why you've got the quick release nuts on the blower as well. So the idea being that it strips the studs before it actually kicks rods out of the bottom of the engine. You'd rather the supercharger come up rather than the rods go out.
Here we go.
Here we go. Here's the replay.
Danny, right of screen here. Trio countdown.
So what you'll see, he actually slaps the throttle. Watch the 3 round holes on the top of the engine. He gets off the throttle and then gets back into it. And when he gets back into it, that's when it actually built up that pressure inside the manifold. So when you're going off and off on the throttle, it's just building up all that boost, and it's got nowhere to go. So it's got to take the path of least resistance. That's where the supercharger relief panel, the burst panel, comes into it. So there was a little bit of a puff of black smoke out of the car as well just before he pedalled it. So I don't know if there was a bit of a problem before then, but either way, we're going to move on to our next pair. It is Peter Wheeler taking on Paul Wood now. Peter Wheeler, the dragster, the orange dragster, I should say, in the Aeroflow lane, and Paul Wood Having a bit of fun in the burnout down there.
Yeah, Wood getting more and more confident in this car with every run that he does.
He really is. Has been sort of tinkering around that high 6 second, low 7 second zone all day long, as has Peter Wheeler. He's been pretty consistently right around that 690s, so should be a pretty good side-by-side race, this one. 690 best run, the dial-in, I should say, for Peter Wheeler. Paul Wood, 735, so about one light difference on the Christmas tree. And I dare say that this is probably for a spot in the final round based on the performances earlier on in the weekend. Or earlier on in the day, I should say. So, dragster versus sedan battle here. Camaro versus that very long dragster. Looks like an ex-top alcohol car, I would almost suggest.
It certainly does, doesn't it, Rusty? The racetrack all but in full shade right now. That surface will be cooling down, much to the appreciation of all the crew chiefs out there that have had to deal with the very high track temperatures that we've dealt with today.
Yeah, it has been warm, without a doubt.
Wood leaves first, goes 003 on the Christmas tree, Rusty. He's making a race of it. I don't know whether the dragster's going to get there.
Oh, no. It's a breakout. It's a big breakout for Paul Wood. 003 on the tree. Absolutely nailed him to the tree there. And, 720, big breakout. Peter Wheeler breaks out by less, 689 on a 690. Paul Wood, I'd be putting all the sharp things away before he gets back to the pit area, because with 003 to a 186 reaction time on the start line, he had enough room to well and truly roll out of the throttle, coast across the finish line, make himself a cup of tea and still win that race.
That he did, Rusty, but it's one of those things. He might have been chasing a number 2.
And that's right. We don't know what they're going after. If they're going out there to try and run a PB or a low ET of the day or something like that, I mean, good luck to them. Every racer has got different objectives, different goals to achieve. And we've still got two more pairs, or one more pair, I should say, left to go down the track here in Supercharged Outlaws. This is Tim Gruber taking on Jeff Sargent. Shortly after this, we'll be moving into our Super Comp final round, as well as Performance Bike final round. So those two categories getting their runs out of the way early on.
All right, so we have Jeffrey Sargent in the rocket lane. Already gone through his burnout procedure.
Oh.
690 the dial in there. Oh.
Something strange is going on with this car. There was a pop and a bang and a flash of flame out of the pipe, and did I see the...
I saw a whole heap of smoke when they switched.
The whole injector head is moving on the top of that engine. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like the whole injector head is actually flexing. Something's not quite happy in that engine. It's popping and backfiring and missing, but look, either way, gets through the burnout okay. So, look, what do I know? I'm just the commentator.
We're calling what we're seeing. Look how high those wheelie bars are off the ground when you consider this thing been carrying those front wheels on every hit of the throttle.
That's just a case of the officials say you've got to have wheelie bars, and he puts them on there, but he doesn't really want them on there. He still wants to do wheel stands. So Jeff Sargent, the Sargent's Roofing Chevy Camaro, that's much more of a door slammer style car, a pro mod style car. Look at all the stuff up on the windscreen on Tim Gruber's Cortina there. Something's going weird with the back of that car, or the back of that engine, I should say.
It sounds okay-ish when we listen to our track mics, but let's just see what will happen. We'll soon find out if he makes the run or not. Both cars into full stage. The tree counts down for the Cortina. Up on the two-step, the front wheels in the air, Rusty.
Look, seems to be going okay.
Looks like
Sargent's
big flash of flame there too, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, looks like the blower is definitely loose on the top of that engine now. It's floating around a little bit. And Tim Gruber goes through for the loss this time around, 777. 695 for Jeff Sargent on the 690.
All right, so here's the replay. Keep your eyes on the black car near of screen. We can see the wheels up launch there. The head-on shot, we'll see, I think, a small flash of flame out of there we go.
Yeah.
We could see it actually on the rear shot through the back window into the
pretty
front.
big concussion. Some of these cars do have burst panels at both ends of the supercharger as well, both ends of the manifold, I should say. So one up to the front, one at the rear, and usually the one at the rear is angled up to try and put the concussion up into the air rather than back into the windscreen. But either way, Tim Gruber going to have a little bit of work to do before we see that car back out on the racetrack. So Kit Hunter now taking on Mitchell Oxley. This is going to be the final round for the Aeroflare All-Stars for Supercomp.
Just looking, we switched to this young bloke. He was doing a dance, and then as soon as he noticed the camera was on him, he stopped.
You can dance, mate. Don't let anyone tell you you can't. Yes, there we go. Big box, small box, small box. Wave, wave. No?
No.
Can you do the sprinkler? Do you do the sprinkler? No, he doesn't know the sprinkler. Can someone show him the sprinkler, please? Nah, no one's listening to me. That's okay. Kit Hunter up against Mitch Oxley. So Kit Hunter out of Bonnython in the ACT and Mitchell Oxley out of Stanbridge in New South Wales, but originally hails from down in the beautiful Riverina area. The Oxley Haulage dragster also racing for Luisi Race Engines. This should be a good matchup on paper.
Yeah, definitely. I think both cars have raced each other a couple of times today. I think one of those runs was in qualifying, and then, of course, I think in the last round as well, because of the point system that they're running off and the very small field that was presented. Of course, they're going to run each other a couple of times, or the chances of that happening are increased. But we have Kit Hunter in that gorgeous cherry red VL Calais, turbocharged, running for PG Paints, Pro Draw Designs, Perfection Automotive, and Hunter Engineering. 680, the index for the car, right of screen on that shot. 715.
Ooh, a lot of smoke for Kit Hunter. Yeah, that much turbo smoke is not usually a good sign. And I think the door is open, and I think they're going to... oh, no, it sounds like it's still running down there. So they're waiting on Mitchell Oxley. In fact, it was a very short burnout for Kit Hunter, so I'm starting to wonder, did they know that they had a problem before they started?
Playing a little bit of a game. Well, not playing a game, but just minimising the chances of damage. Yeah.
Take advantage of the situation they find themselves in.
Yes.
How's that?
Yeah, I like that better.
So Kit Hunter, the VL Calais, beautifully presented car. If you're a fan of street machining, Summer Nats, and
yes, you'd be well aware.
You'd be well aware of this car. Originally came out of the street machine, the Pro Street style scene, and Kit has certainly lived up to this car's reputation over the years. He's had it for a bunch of years now, probably 10 years or more.
He's been ownership of it for quite some time. Of course, looks like Mitchell Oxley into pre-stage, into full stage now. Hunter will build boost. Being cautious of the timeout that he's got to deal with as well.
He's taking his time.
Here it comes, into full stage. Definitely sounds on song for Hunter. But not up to performance. Mitchell Oxley will take it, 714 with an 8.
Shoot. No shoot for Mitchell Oxley down there. It's out, but it's not exactly doing anything. It's kind of flapping around behind the car. I think it might have just got tangled up in the wheelie bar by the look of it. Yeah, exactly. It's got hooked on the wheelie bar wheel. He gets around the bottom corner and probably would have had his hands full at 188 miles per hour with only rear brakes, but still...
He seemed to do that easy.
He did a really good job at pulling that thing up. 003 on the tree, 714 at the other end under the 715 index, and Mitchell Oxley gets the win here this afternoon. So next up, it is going to be the performance bike final round. And that is Daniel Rabnott up against Ken Collin. Daniel Rabnott usually campaigning in Pro Bike.
Yes, that's the record he's running under there. 696.
So, yeah, the record 696. That makes things hard. That's a big index to be trying to run under. Ken Collin, on the other hand, the AB class designation, 762 up on the boards. Two very different styles of motorcycle. As you can see, Daniel Rabnott, that is a full, custom chassis bike, pro stock motorcycle, got the wheelie bars on the back, very much purpose-built race bike.
Yes.
Ken Collin, on the other hand, that is what we call a a street bike, an outlaw street bike. No supercharger on the back. It's got the big, long, extended swing arm. But I think Ken Collin is going to get the win here. He's out in front. Reaction time was with Rabs, but a 7:68 gets the win for Ken Collin, and he'll go on through to take the gold Christmas tree. Problems for Daniel Rabnott, and in fact, he will take the first turn off down there. In fact, is it the final round? We got told that it was the final round.
That's what I was told.
So we've got one more motorcycle pulling up to the start line down here. It is Wally Hoster, so maybe not the final round.
I apologise.
I take that back.
Must have misunderstood, but that's...
thought I was wrong, but I was mistaken.
I thought I was wrong once, but I was mistaken, yeah.
So, Wally Hoster going to be going on a solo pass here. We're just waiting on the all clear from race control before we put the bike in the beams.
Wally just taking his time, running on an 8.80 index here. Now, he hasn't put his visor down there, just notably. And runs on through for an 8.86 with a 167 miles an hour.
So that's a bit of an unusual one there. I'm not quite sure what the story is, but either way, that is Performance Bike done for their third round of racing in this afternoon. We're going to move now into Junior Dragster. Okay, so while we get set up for Junior Dragster here as part of the Aeroflow All-Stars at the Nitro Nationals presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries, we're going to take a quick break and be back with plenty more after this.
The Stan Sainty Cup is the holy grail of Australian Top Fuel NDRC competition. Apart from the bragging rights about being the #1 top fuel guy in the country, winning this championship has something else that makes it very special. The man it's named after. Aussie motorsport legend Stan Sainty was one of the most beloved figures in this industry. From boats to cars, Stan liked making things go fast. His reputation for doing it all his way is the stuff of legend.
Stan Sainty in the industry, innovative, legendary. Stan Sainty as a person, again, never had a bad word. You know, I'm his son-in-law. You couldn't say a bad word about Stan. He'd do anything for you, make anything, sorely missed, always accommodating. If you could walk up tomorrow, even you won't. Could walk
up. All right, joining me in commentary, Les Bink. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Sydney Dragway. We're about to get underway with the third and final round of Junior Dragster. On track now, we have Riley Ito in the Aeroflow lane taking on Naveen McDowell. McDougall, sorry. McDougall all the way from Queensland, dialed in with an 8.03. Ito in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 7.76. So not too much in this, Les, about 0.25 of a second.
Yeah, it's qualifier number 8 in Ito and qualifier number 9 in McDougall. So 8 and 9. Oh, an 059 and an 059 to McDougall in the rocket lane. Riley Ito there, an 036 reaction time.
Yes.
And he gets it too as well. He runs a 778 on a 776 with an 036. It's a good little package there. And for McDougall there, on his 803 and 806 with an 059 reaction time.
Well, congratulations to Riley Ito there.
Done well.
Local racer from Greystanes. Won the last 2 track championship rounds here at Sydney Dragway. So you could say he's come in to this race with a little bit of confidence.
Yeah.
Next up we have Declan McGregor, all the way from Mildura. Racing for his mum and dad, dialed in with an 8.72 on screen there in the flat black junior dragster, taking on Amelia Wright. All the way from Queensland, running for Alicia Auto Electrical and Plunkett Villa at Tambourine.
Yeah, up in the mountains there.
8.02 to dial in for the car left of screen.
Ooh.
Amelia with a much better reaction time here. The car left of screen should see the win, and does. Goes 8.05 with a 4 on an 8.02. Got there by around 0.2 of a second. Funnily enough, about the margin there left on the start line.
Start line, yeah, between the 2 reaction times. So that's, look at that. 8.054 at 77 and 8.83 at 77.9. Look at that matte black. Beautiful little machine there too. Stunning paint jobs.
Yeah, they're all very, very well presented. On track now, Les, we have Alexis Attard in the A Junior Dragster for ITF Hire. On screen now, she's dialed in with a 790. As quick as she can dial in the A Junior Dragster, taking on Jacob Longo in the rocket lane. Longo racing for Trackside Automotive. In the crowd side lane, on the far side from the current camera view.
Yes, Jacob Longo in the rocket lane with that 822 and Alexis in the Aeroflow lane. Ooh, a 129 reaction time and a 160.
We see Ito there Longo there left of screen, already looking over, but trying to hold out Alexis across the finish line, but a big breakout there by Alexis by 0.3 of a second. Longo also went way under his dial in as well.
Yeah, what's in the air? There must be some methane or something in the air. Tegan Smith now in the rocket lane. The young lady from Albion Park in New South Wales, one of our locals, dialed in with a 776 in the rocket lane. Paige King from Rochdale South in Queensland, dialed in with an 874. 874 is slower than a 776, so Paige King in the Aeroflow lane in the B Junior Dragster will get the handicap start. So, that'd be a good little setup. Oh, good on you, Steve. I never thought of that. You locals here all got all the good ideas. Beauty. I'm just waiting for the tree to come down. There we go.
King away with a 027 light on the start line. A little bit better than Tegan Smith left in the rocket lane in the yellow car. Be anybody's race at the finish line, and it will be Smith who takes the win by 0.02 of a second. 7.80 with a 3 on a 7.76. Smith will take the round points. Paige King an 8.82 with a 4. Next up, we will see Nixon Canuli on screen there for A Civil and Atlas Batteries. This car complete with a little set of headlights on the front axle there, we can see shining away.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, beauty.
Just in front of the front axle.
Oh, right.
775 the dial in for Nixon.
Oh, yeah.
Taking on Carl Schulz. Schulz for Corona Downs in Queensland, running for SCG Racing Parts. Schulz dialed in with a 765, so this
close
is around 0.1 of a second between the two.
just a slight, very slight stagger between the lights, and it'll go in the favour of Nixon Canuli. That's a nice name, Nixon. I've never seen that for a long time. There we go. Beautiful.
Triple zero light on the start line for Carl Schulz. I think it's about the fourth we've seen today in competition. And Schulz, unfortunately, he's gone too fast. Les went 764 with a 5 on a 765 dial in. So 5,000 is too fast. The perfect reaction time got him nowhere, unfortunately. Nixon will take the win in the A-Civil car. His reaction time was pretty good too, but you can't break out and you can't red light.
Nope.
On screen now, Piper Bennett. We saw her on in front of the camera with a couple of other competitors with Wade's interview early. You can see what I'm talking about with the presentation of this car. The paintwork, phenomenal. Piper dialed in with an 802 for Simpson Racing Products Australia in Stratus form. 802 on the other side of the racetrack for Benjamin Attard. In the rocket lane, we can see in the distance Benjamin rocking and rolling his way into the staging beams. For ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications.
Our number 6 qualifier, Benjamin Attard, and young Piper there, our number 7. So we seem to get 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s, and this is 6 and 7 against each other. So doing a great job here at this meeting, and so still got a good crowd too. Look at that. Oh, Benjamin Attard, sorry Benji there, a red light. Automatic win to Piper Bennett in the opposite lane. She runs an 804.1 at 81 on an 802. She runs an 804, and on Benjamin's 802, so that was a head up. He just red lit, so he was out of contention. Okay, next pairing in the rocket lane. Georgia Leifting from Oxley Island, our number 1 qualifier, 1/1000th of a second over the limit. She couldn't go, she could have got an 800, but if she'd ran a 799, she wouldn't be there. Up against Alex Rottenbury from Picton, just a bit up the road away on the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 774, and for Georgia, a 796. So Georgia in the rocket lane will get the handicap start by 2/10.
You see Georgia on screen there, and near side is Rottenbury.
Oh, Georgia's got out here pretty good, pretty well.
Yeah, both very good reaction times, and it looks like Rottenbury's gone too fast. There's that air must be cooling down. Must be cooling down out there, and we see him running a 7.37.3 with a 7. A little bit too fast.
0.03 of a second.
And Georgia Leifting will take the win points. On track now, we see our current Australian champion, Zane Condello. On screen in the all black car, dialed in with an 802, taking on Alex Rafalo in the double AJD. He's dialed with a 779 in the blue car. In the crowd side, the grandstand side lane. So we'll start to see those big floodlights here at Sydney Dragway coming into effect.
And we've still got a Bonza crowd.
Well, I mean, I think if you want to see Nitro Flames, you've got to hang around, for the last round. Yeah. We saw a little bit in the previous run, but certainly in the third round of Nitro racing, they're going to be very prominent. This will be a tough race between two racers on the racetrack right now. Maybe a little bit of a staging duel. They're both sitting. I know Rafalo's gone in now.
Yep, I just saw him wiggle in.
Zane very shallow staged. 0.44 on the tree to an 0.88 for Rafalo. Rafalo with a small advantage.
Look at this, folks.
You can see him looking over. He's looking over his shoulder, and he's going to take it 7.79 with an 8 on a 7.79. He's gone 0.08 total package, 0.16 of a second for Rafalo. Left of camera in that shot. That was a good run for the team.
Yeah, fantastic. That'll be uplifting. Okay, next pair. Oh, look at the bright rear lights. I'm not quite sure Emma Leafting. She doesn't have a red light at the back there. But Savannah Condello, that's the young lady in the Aeroflow lane with a dial-in of a 791. Emma Leafting in a B Junior dragster in the Rocket lane. Now, Emma's dialed in with an 860, so she'll get the handicap start in the Rocket lane, and Savannah Condello will be set out to do the chasing. Now, Savannah Condello is our number 12 qualifier, and Emma Leafting is our number 13 qualifier. So, Speedflow products, which the Leafting family is directly associated with, so, and a great product as well. And Savannah Condello Fine Line Motorsports, assisting her in her endeavours to better herself in this sport. Oh no!
Savannah throws it away on the start line, goes 9 thousandths too soon. Leafting will take the win points, but
double barrel.
Runs on through for an 864 with a 7 on an 860 dial-in.
Yeah.
76 mile an hour. Condello goes a little bit too quick by 4 thousandths there as well.
Yeah, and broke out at the same time. Jacob Schultz now from Corona Downs in Queensland. The young fella, dialed in with an 803, running an A Junior dragster. So an 803, good time to test everything here for Jacob. Yes, these machines have got a real deep throaty roar when you're down on the track down there. They breathe really well. I've got to tell, what's his name, Lockie McCaskill, if he wants to get his car sounding like it's supercharged, all he's got to do is put a conical pod filter on the air cleaner. Jacob there gets out with an 027 reaction time. Runs it through 808 on an 803 at 79.91 miles an hour. Not quite a gimme for 80 miles an hour, but still a great effort.
Yeah, and I think that's the last car out for Junior Dragster round number 3. We're about to move into a Junior Drag bike. We can see our first pair already rolled up to the start line.
Yes, and in the Rocket Lane, it'll be Blake Hagan, and he's dialed with a 1090, and Kyle Badcock from Slacks Creek in Queensland in the Aeroflow lane. He's dialed in with a 1032. Oh yeah, there is a light and a bit between these two, Steve. So
yeah, you see the focus and the determination on the face of both racers. Oh, unfortunately, it looks like Hagan has left too early with an 059 red light. 228 on the tree for Badcock. He's going to get the win points here, regardless of the ET at the other end.
Yeah.
1069 with a 3 on a 1032 dial-in. And looks like Hagan went a little bit too fast as well. 1074 with a 6 on a 1090. So that's a fair way under the dial-in.
2 10s.
Maybe just wring its neck a little bit more because you're dirty that you've thrown it away on the start line.
You'll kick the accelerator, yeah.
Yeah, our next pair, Lillian Hagan on the start line now on screen. 862 the dial-in. Taking on Lincoln Delios. Delios already left the start line with a 1245 a dial-in. Not too much in it, but Hagan with the better light. You can see Lincoln looking around.
Yeah.
And Lincoln takes the win, courtesy of a breakout for Hagan.
Yes, and Lillian got there first, which just goes to show that she got there a tad quicker. Oh, gee, but she had a good reaction time, a 155 opposite of 198.
Yeah, I can see there on that deep end shot that Lillian has gone past the turn off, so we'll just have to wait until she's around the top end. Our next pair, we'll see Christopher Davidson on the start line. He's on screen there now on the predominantly pink bike from East Maitland, running for Albie, his father, All Care Car Services, Curry Smash Repairs. Away from the start line with a 155 light. Anastasia Lucky with an 069. She's left of screen.
Oh, no.
And will take the win. Davidson gets there first, 9.23 with a 2 under the dial-in. Hands the win back to Anastasia Lucky in the rocket lane. She'll take the win with a 10.13. I'm betting that air's got a lot better out there, Les.
Yeah, for sure, mate. It's very good. Hence, that's the reason why people are going on, like a fair bit under, I would imagine. I'd stake it. Nevia McDougall from Burpengary in Queensland in the rocket lane, dialing with a 918 on the 300cc machine, the Kawasaki Ninja. Jaden Badcock from Slacks Creek in Queensland with the MR3 dialed in with an 860. 860 is a lot quicker than 918. So Nevia in the rocket lane will get the handicap start.
Well, both bikes lifting the front wheel on the head of the throttle there.
This is going to be close. I mean, real close.
McDougall with the better light and will take the win. 9.23 with a 4 on a 918 dial-in. McDougall, Badcock, I beg your pardon, 862 with a 2 on an 860. But I think perhaps just gave away a little bit too much on the start line there.
Start line, yeah, 0.236. And Nevia McDougall, Jaden was twice as slow as her reaction time, so it's a lot to make up.
Well, I think that concludes the third and final round of Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike. We're going to have a quick break here from Sydney Dragway, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly.
The Stan Sainty Cup is the holy grail of Australian top fuel NDRC competition. Apart from the bragging rights about being the #1 top fuel guy in the country, winning this championship has something else that makes it very special. The man it's named after. Aussie motorsport legend Stan Sainty was one of the most beloved figures in this industry. From boats to cars, Stan liked making things go fast. His reputation for doing it all his way is the stuff of legend.
Stan Sainty in the industry, innovative, legendary. Stan Sainty as a person, again, never had a bad word. You know, Amy's son-in-law, you couldn't say a bad word about Stan. He'd do anything for you, make anything, sorely missed, always accommodating. If you could walk up tomorrow, even you, Wade, could walk up tomorrow and say to him, "Hey, Stan, I want to do heads." Okay, in you go. He'd probably offend his normal head guy a little bit, but you want to have a go? Have a go. Walk into his pit area, he'd feed you, give you a drink. He was just that type of guy. And, you know, loved everyone loved him.
We grew up, me, Terry, Julie, my brother and sister. That's my uncle Stan and Auntie Marg.
Stan was just one of those guys. Terry's the same. Stan made his own motor. You could say, "Hey, I need this made," and he would make it better than your idea because he was an innovator. He would, you know, think like the 3-valve. Thought it would be better, which it was. They banned the overhead cam motor in top fuel in America, which is what Stan made, for one reason. The push rod's the weakest link. So he took the weakest link out. So, and he ran very successfully with it. So they've run 300 mile an hour, they've run 390, 370.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Sydney Dragway. We are underway with our third and final round of Super Street Chicago Shootout. That's being kicked off with Lachlan McCaskill in the utility closest to camera. Dialed in with a 12.79. Lachlan leaves with an 0.16 light. Very nice reaction time. 0.17 in the other lane for Powers.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Lachlan's basking in the good reaction time. Very short-lived. Here comes that HQ. And Bowers will take it.
Yeah.
Takes it by 1/10 of a second. 10.15 with a 1 on a 10.15.
Yeah, 10.15 with a 1/1000th over his dial in. Brilliant effort there by Adam Bowers in the rocket lane. Lockie McCaskill there, not too bad either. 12.89 on a 12.79. So 1/10 the difference there. Aidan Stutchbury in the Rocket Lane now from Jordan Springs in New South Wales. The whole VH Commodore, that's young Aidan over there. Dialed in with a 10.79 in that LS 5.7 powered machine. Blaine Bull standing up for the Ford fans there in that XD Falcon with a Clevo. Red lit automatic win to Aidan Stutchbury in the Rocket Lane there. He runs it through for 1080 on a 1080 on a 1079 at 124 and an 1153 on an 1148, but of no consequence because he red lit at the start for young Blaine Bull. 1153 with the 5 at 117 on 1148. But left that light. What we usually, you'll have a red light in one lane and the guy, the other in the opposite lane will break out, but first is worst. So if it's a red light first and then it becomes a breakout there, then the person who did the wrong thing first gets penalised. But the deciding factor in any race or any incident, it doesn't matter if the one racer red lights and has a breakout, and the other competitor's clean, but scrapes the wall or goes over the centre line, then that's a safety infraction, and that trumps them all.
Yeah, that's considered a worse loss, but. Looks like hopefully we don't have to have that discussion at all today. We've got Richard Matasevic down there in the XY utility, dialed in with a 1067. We can see him on screen there. The open face helmet. Comfortable as you like with the burnout. Just keeping an eye on his son Jack down there in the black t-shirt. 1067 the dial in for the Ute, closest to camera. Taking on Corey Stutchbury.
Gee, look, there's nothing 1/100th of a second between the two in the dial-ins.
We still Stutchbury just hanging back there. 1060 the dial-in for him.
Yeah.
Part of the dialed-in racing team. There's, I think, 3 of those. Yes. That team here this weekend. The VX Commodore racing for PSC Racing. Shorty's Performance and Signs in Time. Here we go. They're both into pre-stage. See the stagger on the tree. Both cars leaving the start line. Pretty similar. Matasevic slightly better with an 038 light. He's out in front at the moment. Just looking over the right-hand shoulder. And Matasevic will take the win. 1074 with a 7, 117 miles an hour. Gets there by 0.08 of a second, Les.
Yes, and
1073 with a 9 for the Stutchbury car.
Well, in all my time here, I've never seen the Matasevic car break out.
Well, I mean, it is a very well-sorted machine. And
yeah.
it's raced very regularly, so...
some of those other guys, and you can see them in Super Street and Super Sedan, and also seasoned campaigners, and some of them do go under the dial-in. I'll tell you another one who doesn't go under Sean Maher.
Well.
He's good. I like his style of racing. Tex Griffiths in my car. Oh, no, it's very similar to that car, except that I've only got 410 cubic inches. He's got 505.
Yeah, and yours doesn't run 10.4s.
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. 1168, the dial in for Mark Elborn, closest to screen for Power Plus Race Fuels, taking on Luke Tex Griffiths. In the Rocket Lane, closest to the grandstand. 1047, his dial in.
Yeah, this should be a good little stoush here. Oh.
Elborn left the red light. I wonder if we're starting to see the nerves creep in for some of these races, Les. There's been a lot of red lights and a lot of breakouts in this third round of racing.
Yeah.
10.51 with a 1 on a 10.47 for Griffiths to take the win, 124 miles an hour.
Yes, nice run and a nice win for Tex Griffiths. Mark Rossow from Booville in Queensland. Booville, that's getting towards Willowbank. I think in the Chevrolet Camaro, running 502 cubic inches up against Emmanuel Candros from Belmore in New South Wales. The Big H Racing Ford Capri powered machine, wins at 347. Dialed in at a 1070, and for Mark Rossow in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with an 1155. So he'll get the handicap start in the Rocket Lane, and Emmanuel to do the chasing.
I think the Chevy Camaro leaking a little bit of fluid down there on the start line. Soon find it if they'll let him run. Of course, that's the last thing you want.
Yeah, they're going to let him go. That's a pre-75.
All right, so 1070 for the Capri, and 1155 for the Camaro. Tree counts down for the Camaro, leaves with an 080 light to a 102 on the tree for the Capri.
Oh, he's got a bit of work to do.
Here comes the 347 right on the finish line. It doesn't get there. Just under 200ths of a second across the finish line, Les.
Yeah, look at that. 1157 on 1155 for Rossow. So he'll get the maximum points there for the win. Sammy Joe Johnson now.
We've just got a quick clean up on the start line. We're going to have a quick break here from Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
G'day everyone, Jack from Racer Industries here. A little bit more about ourselves. We're your one-stop shop for all motorsport and performance product needs. We're based in 2 sites across southeast Queensland and Melbourne with dedicated sales staff on the phone. Even visit in store or visit our website racerindustries.com.au.
The November issue of Street Machine is on sale now. Our cover star this month is the HX Holden Ute of AFL great Charlie Dixon. Charlie has treated his granddad's old work ute to a stunning restoration and repowered it with a 1,000 horsepower Nissan RB30. We also take a deep dive into an incredible Aston Martin built by the Ring brothers, as well as Dylan Orton's stunning Datsun 1600. The Datto is powered by a Kelly Racing VK56 Nissan V8 for time attack warfare. We visit the iconic Red Centre Nats event in Alice Springs and talk to the gurus at BG Engines about how to get the most out of your Holden V8s. Other goodies include a stunning XW Falcon powered by the Wizards at Dandy Engines, the return of the iconic SatNav FC Holden, and heaps more. Street Machine is available in all good supermarkets and news agencies, or head to streetmachine.com.au to score a discount subscription. Street Machine Drag Challenge celebrated its 10th anniversary last week, touring South Australia and Victoria with the largest field in the event's history. Of the 250 cars that started at Dragway at the Bend, 200 managed to complete the event 5 days later. To be deemed a survivor, all entrants need to compete in 5 races.
decided to spend their hard-earned money and come out and watch us lunatics do what we do is very, very humbling. It's an honour to race in front of them. I know that's an overused cliche, but the fact that these people took the time to come and sit in the heat and pay their money and watch us idiots do what we do, it means the world to us. It really does.
And Bruce, let's face it, the forecast during the week was pretty grim, to be honest. There was a lot of talk of rain, and it didn't look like it was going to be necessarily what we needed.
Well, hell, it looked like it was going to pour at 2 o'clock today. So, yeah, it's astounding. To come through the tunnel and look out and see everybody sitting there, it makes you feel very small.
Bruce, you and the newbie family over the years, and the Sainties, obviously. I mean, it's all very locked together. Yes. The Rapasadas, everybody. It's a family, but you had to be thrilled for Wayne.
Oh yeah, no. It's hard to have a favourite because we all get along. But it's great to see Wayne win. Obviously, we'll try and hopefully it was us, but I'm sure Lammers and Damo and that all feel the same. So, but no, someone had to win and couldn't be more deserving.
Mate, you never can just roll out with a base setup on a day like today. You've been chasing this racetrack and this hot rod all day.
Yeah, well, the last run I got a little bit greedy. I mean, it was flying down there, but it spun the tyres that quickly. It's like it ran over a puddle of water. So it was on. If you see the data in our trailer, and the drive shaft was similar to the 372 in Adelaide.
Oh,
so.
And they're the kind of numbers, because you love numbers.
Yeah, no, it was good, but we were a little bit greedy. So hopefully we'll come out and go from A to B this time.
What were you looking to borrow? Last time I saw you were borrowing something from, was it Phil Lamartina earlier?
Believe it or not, I was borrowing a washer. So,
no judgment here.
No judgment. No, I needed a washer, and of course, when we build our motors, when we bring our motors, but all of our spares for our motors we leave at home because we've built our motors, and I needed one washer. So, and none of the teams had it. Oh, you know what? It's back at our shop. Yeah, same as mine.
What are you getting now?
An ice cream. I told you.
Oh yeah, I thought you were borrowing it from someone.
No, have you got that $2, Yami?
Can you get me an affogato?
Yeah, no problem.
All right, hurry back.
Thanks.
What a beautiful night. Check out, we got a cracking sunset over here. We got kids everywhere. It is just a magnificent night. Freestyle a bit later on. These guys will be firing up here as well. Finally, the wind has actually dropped down, which is a good thing. Damien Harris's team working feverishly in here as well. There's just never a point where there's any downtime. We're just waiting for, we'll sneak in behind Nathan. The boys are about to literally start the finishing touches. Junior is over there looking at that, his notes and what he needs to do from here, but there's never a point where anybody actually gets to relax. I want to try and find Santo Raposada. Hey, bro, is Santo around? Yeah, no, senior. The man. Well, you're going to have to help me. Can you help me wrangle him? It's your father-in-law. This will be fun. He's either going to be thrilled to see me. Now, the Raposadas, they love their sausage rolls. They make homemade sausage rolls here. It's always good food. Santa always says, eat. It's always about to eat, the munja. We'll see if we can find Santo, if he's not in the truck with Tino. So put a huge amount into the sport. There he is. I can see his head up there. Let's see whether he comes down. He might go, no. Let's see if he comes down. I'll be very lucky if he does. I'm not going up there. I'll never make it back out. All right, let's see if he comes down. I saw what he just said then, but it's worth a chat. What he puts into this sport is just phenomenal. I'm about to come down the steps any minute now. Come on, Santo. Here he comes. He's on the vodka. I'm assuming that bottle's already empty. Come here, you wild unit. You're already celebrating the win, mate. Salute.
Salute.
Hey, congratulations, mate. You must be so incredibly proud.
I'm very proud of my boys, the way they do things, the way, you know what I mean anyway.
Yeah.
Whatever, you do the talking for me, okay?
All right, so what you're saying is there anything left in that?
No.
It's already gone.
There's 3 more bottles in there, though. When you're ready, let me know.
All right, at the very end, when we get this thing finished, Well, a big team, Sano. Look at all those people. They just never stop.
I know, it's true. They do it for love. You know what I mean? None of them get paid. Never ask for anything except dinner, a couple of drinks at the end of the night. You know what I mean? But apart from that, they all do it for love.
And sausage rolls.
Of course, always.
You always make the good sausage rolls.
I include mine in there.
I'll have a shot with you later on, all right?
I promise I will.
All right, I promise. I promise.
Promise me.
I promise.
All right, done deal.
Congratulations.
Thank you again.
Sano Raposada, that's the main man right there. So he's already on the vodkas. I probably should have known that was coming. That was a rookie mistake on my part. Here's Sholiv. A final Sholiv is what they're calling you.
Is that what it is?
Oh, mate, why not?
I'll run with it.
I love the way that it's been a day where you first run was like, we're doing Mia drifting style. Then we're settled back in, and now you've just been consistent all day.
Yeah, look, the car's been really good. The guys have been really good working on the car. We're all working good as a team. We missed it a bit, I think, that run. But we're going to go out for the A final against Wayne and see if we can keep him honest.
Smells good here.
I like it.
Raposada's always put on the good food. Sano's on the vodka already.
Is he really? Nice. So, yeah. Anyway.
Good luck in the A final. Do you choose lane?
Nah, Newbie's got lane choice. So we're in the right lane anyway.
Newbie gets everything. It's all about Newbie.
It's all about Noobs this weekend.
All right, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's the Wayne and Shane show. So turning around these cars, we have a 9 p.m. final. That's when you're going to see some Nitro candles. Cannot wait for that. Nitro at night is always just spectacular. See who else we can find before we wrap things up in our Mickey Thompson Pit Report presented by Rocket Industries. Now, I spoke to Bruce Reed before. They're all good. I spoke to Phil Lamartina before. He was a little bit down. But I'm hoping he can turn things around. They've had the speed. They just haven't had the luck, as Phil said to me earlier on before. So I want to try and find... Actually, this bloke will know. Baldy, the long-serving truck driver. He's always got his work boots on. He's always got his Lamartina Farms shirt on. Stand up for me, Baldy, so you get up there. Mate, How many miles have you done now for him, you reckon?
Well, 34 years times probably 210,000 a year. You do the math.
Wow. That is a... Siri, was it 34 years?
34 years.
200,000 a year?
200,000 a year, roughly.
Siri, what is 34?
Doesn't work like that.
7,140,000 kilometres, Baldy.
Well, there you go.
That's why they call you the Road King, right? No. Mario's the road King, you're the Road Captain.
I'm the Road Captain, that's correct, yes, Wayne.
I had a blast travelling across the Nullarbor with you guys. It really opened my eyes to the amount of effort that goes into all this from your point of view as well. And it was particularly touching to stop in Norseman, mate, because that was a moment where we celebrate one of all your great mates.
Yep, no, that's really good. It was bad what happened, but, you know, we set up a little monument there for him with the help of all the boys, and we just go there every time we go across, pull up, we get there at night, we have a couple of beers, we have tea there in the morning, say a prayer, and then off we go.
Weeman, right? Weeman.
Weeman, mate. Weeman.
I wouldn't ever forget. Don't worry. I wouldn't ever forget. Good to see you, Baldy, as always, mate. Long-serving truck driver with Lamartina, Top Fuel Racing. We're going to wrap things up, head back up to the tower. We're getting closer and closer to our finals, boys.
All right, welcome back to Sydney Dragway. We've got Mitchell Woodford on a solo in modified bike. Looking for a 9.50 at the finish line. Goes 9.50 with a 9. So 9 thousandths off. 148 miles an hour. Next up, we'll see Lucas Nigo and Sean Ricketts. This will be a tough battle between two very experienced modified bike racers.
Yeah, sure will be. Sean Ricketts there in the 5. Lucas Nigo in the Aeroflow lane, dialed with a 923. 923 is quicker than a 45. So Sean Ricketts over on the western side grandstand there will get the handicap start. So a Kawasaki ZX12R for Ricketts and a 998 Suzuki for Lucas Nigo. Oh, look at Sean Ricketts there. He's shining in the towards the pointy end of the program. A 003 light runs it through a 9:59 on a 9:45 at 127 miles an hour. And for Lucas Nego on his 9:23 runs a 9:31 with a 4.
Yeah, around 600ths of a second, the margin across the finish line in that race. It seems to be a fairly common number here today. We've seen a number of races a lot closer than that, but still, I mean, 600ths is not very much at all.
No. Nah, very good.
Darren McGregor in the aeroflow lane, closest to camera, dialed in with a 10:38 on board the Honda CBR, taking on Dale Marshall, dialed in with an 8:60. Left of screen on the silver machine. 061 on the tree for Marshall. Don't think he's going to get there across the finish line. He didn't get there first, but McGregor goes too fast. There's 10:31 with a 1 on a 10:38, handing him the win. Back to Marshall in the rocket lane.
Yeah, Dale. Yeah, I think I've met that gentleman. He's a friend of Mick Withers, if it's the Dale I'm thinking about.
Next up, we have Phil White on the Kawasaki. Dialed in with a 9:50. Closest to camera, taking on Donald Hagen in the rocket lane. 044 on the tree for White.
Oh, Hagen there, 166. He's got a bit of work, a lot of work to do. Transposes, no. Phil White gets the win.
Yep. 9:58 with a 9. 142 miles an hour, close enough to 220 kilometres per hour. Next up, we'll see Jesse Barnes. That's Jesse on screen now with the white helmet, dialed in with a 10:25 for D-Wood Interiors and Pro Tune Motorcycles. Taking on Ricky McDougall for Oz Wheels and SVO Transport. This is the machine that I pointed out earlier today with the gold on the leathers.
Oh, it's nice, isn't it?
Really, really nice machine. 868 the dial in here. Ricky will have to be pretty patient.
Yeah, 10:25 and a 868. Sorry. So Ricky McDougall. This is always a big test. Watch the lights disappear.
Barnes with a slightly better light, and we'll take that win, that margin to the finish line. 10:31 with a 1 on a 10:25. Again, the margin across the finish line, 600ths of a second.
Oh, just the solo on. It's hard to. That guy blends in with the track, or the racing surface.
Yeah, there is a light on the back of that machine, but it's quite small.
Small, yeah. So Doug McMillan from Wernong Heights in Queensland dialed in with a 964 for his solo run, and it's sponsored by Triple Torque Services and Harley. It earned its a Harley Davidson Street Bob 128 Cuba.
And a 994 with a 9 on a 964. 137 miles an hour or 220 kilometres per hour. All right, this is our Super Gas final. On screen now, and that will be run between Anthony Panetta, who's on screen, and Joe Catanzariti.
Oh, two really seasoned campaigners, these two. Joe Catanzariti has come up with LJ Tiranas and always stuck with the GM brand of vehicle. Anthony Panetta, and from Blackslands Ridge, New South Wales. That little Calibra's been around for a long time. He's raced this. I think I've only ever seen him raced in Super Gas.
Well, winding back the clock, I think this was the car Lee Bektash used to race before he got into Pro Stock.
Oh, yeah,
Memory serves me correct. So that's some 25 odd years ago. Big block Chev on board in the Holden Calibra. 373 cubed Chevy on board in the Pontiac Firebird. Who will it be? I know we keep harping on about the reaction time, but it's ever so critical
now
in Supergas. Of course, they leave on a pro tree. You'll see both cars, they'll launch, and then almost like they've stalled or something's gone wrong, and then they'll re-accelerate again. Now, we saw Catanzariti run the perfect pass in qualifying, went 9.90 with a 0.
Yes.
So we know definitely he's on form. Left of screen in the black car, that's Catanzariti. Panetta into full stage. Catanzariti soon to follow. And Panetta throws a 004 red light on the Christmas tree. Catanzariti will take the win. Goes at 9.88 with a 7, 160 mile an hour. Congratulations to Joe Catanzariti.
You'll see Joe Catanzariti did go under that 990 index, but Anthony Panetta, first is worst. He committed the offence first. So even though Joe Catanzariti went quicker than 990, he still declared the winner.
That's exactly right, Les. Looks like our next final will be a modified eliminator, and that will be raced between Jess Turner. On screen now for ETS Race Fuels. Higgins Race Hedge, Kavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, PTHP, and Wild Ink. Dialed in with a 787. She's taking on Corey Dyson. On screen now for Mobile One. And Statewide Oils. Glass Protec. Also on board for the Dyson machine. 776. His dial in. So Corey will have to wait on that start line for near enough to a 1/10 of a second.
Yes, Jess Turner will get the handicap start over there in the Aeroflow lane. Lights will come down. She's pretty sharp on the tree too. Very, very consistent is Jess Turner. Comes up here a lot for our monthly championship series that we run here at Sydney Dragway. And now she's from Drummoyne now, so it's not that far. Oh, look at that. 027 Dyson. Corey Dyson's got an 027. I don't know. Yes, he does. He maintains it, runs a 778 and gets there first with a 9 at 168. And for Jess Turner on her 787, she runs a 789, had a 0.059 reaction time to come second.
Yep, about 200ths of a second, the margin across the finish line there.
Yep.
Congratulations to Corey Dyson.
Yeah.
I'm going to move into Top Sportsman now for their final round.
Wow, this is it's Paul Partridge in that neat little Fox body Mustang down there with a huge Ford 605 cubic inch engine in it, our number 7 qualifier. He's dialed in with an 814, Paul Partridge in the Rocket Lane. Tony Wyatt from Pine Mountain in Queensland. Holden Calibra, big block Chev 582, dialed in with a 792 in the Aeroflow lane. So this is 4. Tony Wyatt, our 4th fastest qualifier, up against Paul Partridge, number 7 qualifier.
How good does that candy green look under the lights here at Sydney?
Green.
I know you're a fan of green. That's not why I mentioned it, but certainly it does look.
But I agree with you.
Really, really nice under lights.
It does.
That Ford Mustang to leave first. 020 on the tree. Wyatt with an 043. Both very experienced Top Sportsman racers. It will be anybody's run at the finish line. And Partridge in front, but he gets there too fast. There's an 812 with a 2 on an 814, handing the win back to the Holden Calibra of Tony Wyatt. He'll take home the winner's trophy. Congratulations to Tony Wyatt. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Top Fuel not too far away. We're going to go on a short break. We'll be back with you very, very soon here at Sydney Dragway.
It's a great career choice. Stop thinking and just go for it.
back in the late 80s, this was the car that put us USA drag racing by making the final of an NHRA event.
Out on the line, again, funny cars. Australia's Graham Cowan versus Tim Gross.
For me, carrying these colours isn't just about looking good on the track. It's about honouring the man who built this team and the legacy he created half a world away.
It will be Kenny Bernstein in the final round. The loser goes home. For Graham Cowan, that's a long trip. The chips definitely down. Two men who have never been to a final round. Cowan comes off the line first. John Martin drifts over, almost into the wall, but it'll be Cowan the winner. The first time a foreigner will go to the final round in funny car.
The car inspired a generation of racers, and now we get to bring it back and hopefully inspire them. This isn't just our history.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Sydney Dragway. Our next finalists are in the water, and that is Anastasia Lucky on screen. No, it's not Anastasia Lucky on screen. I beg your pardon. That is Neville McDougall. Anastasia Lucky on screen there now, doing the burnout for us. Thank you, Anastasia. Anastasia dialed in with a 950 in the aeroflow lane. She will be chased by the McDougall bike. Both the Kawasaki Ninja.
Yeah, 300 cc's apiece. So we've got one of our locals in Anastasia Lucky in the aeroflow lane from Erskine Park.
Navia dialed in with a 918, Les, so near enough to 3/10 of a second head start. Going to the crowd side bike. Left of screen, the tree counts down. Navia with an 078 light.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Anastasia with a little bit of work to do, but...
Oh, look at the team down.
And Navia, the McDougall, takes home the winner's trophy here from Sydney Dragway for Oz Wheels and SVO Transport.
Super. They're all dancing around. It's good to see. Well, happy kids, to say the least. So, and we've got Dad in there, I guess. He'll be the crew chief. Oh, beauty.
Well, congratulations to the team. They've travelled to Sydney Dragway from afar.
Yep. So they've come down, give us a bit of a whooping. Good.
All right, now moving into a junior dragster. And it will be Riley Ito in the aeroflow lane, taking on Nixon Canuli. Canuli racing for A-Civil and Atlas Batteries. On screen there. Nixon dialed in with a 775.
Ooh, look at this.
Absolutely nothing in the dialing for these two competitors. There's Riley Ito in the red and black car for Murphy Finance Solutions. ITF Hire also backing Ito's racing operation.
Yeah.
Now this is the third final in a row for Ito.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh,
So
wow.
let's see if he can make it the three-peat.
Oh, okay. He's got a bit of a reputation to uphold then.
Well, he's certainly building a little bit of momentum into the track championship series here at Sydney Dragway.
Fantastic. Which is on next weekend, incidentally, I think.
That it is, next Saturday.
Next Saturday it is, too. Wow.
So Ito will leave the start line second by 0.02 of a second. Canuli into pre-stage. We see that top white light on. Both cars into pre-stage. Who will go in first? It will be Riley Ito. Canuli in, the tree will count down almost simultaneously, and unfortunately Ito's gone red by 1,000th of a second. 1,000th of a second too soon, handing the win to Nixon Canuli, who goes 776 with a 284 miles an hour on a 775. Congratulations to Nixon Canuli for taking home the winner's trophy. Commiserations to Riley Ito, a 782 with a 6 on a 773, but that 1,000th red light told the story for Ito.
Yep. Yeah, that's... It's just one of the sports where as soon as you're given the start button, you've also been given the losers button.
Well, that's exactly right. I saw the head of Ito bob there. I'm fairly certain there might have been some curse words to himself. Just a reminder, Top Fuel not too far away, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to go to a short break. We'll be back very, very soon.
Back in the late 80s, car that put Australian drag racing on the map. Runner-up at the 87 Winter Nationals, and the first, and still the only Aussie car to make waves in the top-level USA drag racing by making the final of an NHRA event.
Out on the line, again, funny cars. Australia's Graham Cowan versus Tim Gross.
For me, carrying these colours isn't just about looking good on the track. It's about honouring the man who built this team and the legacy he created half a world away.
It will be Kenny Bernstein in the final round. The loser goes home. For Graham Cowan, that's a long trip. The chips definitely down. Two men who have never been to a final round. Cowan comes off the line first. John Martin drifts over, almost into the wall, but it'll be Cowan the winner. The first time a foreigner will go to the final round in funny cars.
The car inspired a generation of racers, and now we get to bring it back and hopefully inspire the next one.
25 championship. We've also got the Nitro Funny cars as well, their final rounds. The last time these cars raced was at the Winter Nationals. We're going to revisit the final from that particular race meeting.
Pom on his Pat Malone. Out there looking to mow some grass in that Walker's Turf Supplies entry.
Car sounding a little bit strange, got to be honest. It's not sounding quite right on idle. I can't put my finger on what it is, but they've had trouble with this car getting it to half track under full power. It's been tossing blower belts. It's been doing some weird stuff early on. Sounds good now that it's on the high side. Fuel pumps all the way on.
It left well.
It left okay, 8.73 to the short timers, but was pretty much all done. Again, the blower belt comes off the car, sitting on the racetrack down there at about 300 feet out off the racetrack.
And there's a great connection to the Sainty family with this car as well, because this was the Martin Stamatis car that actually Pom ran against him in Sydney and crashed, and it was actually Terry Sainty that pretty well front end to rear end rebuilt this car and gave him back something that by the end of the process was almost a brand new car. So I want to remember the Sainty family today. In particular, the man Stan Sainty, who we basically celebrate with the Top Fuel Australia Championship trophy. And I know that Terry and Julie, of course, is always here. Her husband is Phil Reid, but Marge, I'm sure, has been watching as well. But disappointing end for Pom. They haven't torn up too much stuff.
No, blower belts are pretty cheap in the scheme of nitro racing. If that's what you're tossing off, obviously there's a problem there that they're going to need to sort out. But in the scheme of things, it's been a pretty good weekend for what is really his return to Top Fuel Racing this week. So next up, the B final is going to be Phil Lamartina. Well, it's not really a final. It's going to be a solo this time around. Absolutely.
Fire in the hole, everybody. What do you got for us this time, Phil? It'd be so good to see him in the 370 mark, wouldn't it?
Oh, look, I think you'd see a pretty excited crew on the start line tonight. I think we might get to see Benny Bish get another hug down there. If Phil goes into the 370s on this run, he's going to get very, very excited now.
So keep an eye on what Sarah does here, right?
Yep.
She initiates to help put the car in reverse. There's a little sticker on the side of the car above the Fuchs logo, right? Just there, it says Sheridan. You watch, she'll walk past and she'll blow a kiss and she'll tap that logo right there as she comes up to Phil. Watch for her to walk through. She'll pull him into line, and then she'll walk by and she'll touch that sticker. A very, very close family friend that lost this beautiful girl. There she is. Just kissed her hand and touched it. We always remember Sheridan and her family. This is a proud family, an Aussie market gardening phenomenon, and they're very, very good at Top Fuel.
They have been very good for a very long time, going through a little bit of a struggle over the last 12 months or so. In the B final, Phil Lamartina, what can he deliver this time around?
Son Luca watching on. I'll take that. It's a 390. It's not the 370 he's looking for, but that thing was trucking.
Yeah, dropped the cylinder on the right-hand side of the engine, so might have been just turning the tyres a little bit down there. It was dropped the cylinder, robbed it of a little bit of horsepower, only 305 miles per hour. Make some noise, Willowbank Raceway. That's an impressive weekend.
The thing was very stout off the line, despite what you're saying, and it was down the middle as we look through the sun haze. This is a better look at it. You can see what you're talking about on that right side of the car just then, and that actually drives it across to the left, so it kind of requires a pretty aggressive driving style to keep it in the lane.
You won that one.
Thanks, Wade. Look, what did we do? 6 runs down A to B.
It's a bracket car, mate.
5 in the 80s and 1 in the 90s. But, yeah, look, we'll go back and have a bit of a look at the data. And, look, we've been sucking pretty bad and been working pretty hard. Got to really, you got to work hard if you want to beat them Rapasada boys. So that's what we need to do. And looks like we've got a bit of a car that we can work with now, but just got to learn how to go fast. And we'll get there. We'll get there.
Good job, mate.
Oh, what is going on here in the left-hand lane?
I'm hoping that's just a bit of overflow from Wayne Newby out of the breather on the fuel tank, because if they do jump on the brakes a little bit too hard, sometimes it is Wayne Newby. Sometimes the fuel can spill out through the breather. Looks like it's okay. I don't see any consistent leak. It's only where he's just jumped on the brakes down there. So I think he's going to be okay.
The Broom boys in drag racing work harder than any NBA game. I'll tell you that right now.
Absolutely. The A final coming your way for Top Fuel here at the Gulf Western All Winter Nationals. These two are not going to be holding anything back. Remember, Wayne Newby leading the championship at the moment. Damien Harris, he needs to win this. He absolutely needs to win this race.
He needs ET and he needs speed overall, because there are bonus points on top for that as well. Wherever you might be tuned in, it's a Rapasada final, just like it was in January. Left-hand lane, Wayne Newby, the championship leader. Damien Harris, the defending champ. Can Newbs get it done, or will it be the West Aussie? Newbs is going to pedal it. Damien's going to follow him, but there was no way Newbs was not going to lift. Look at the start line, everybody. The Newbie team are all about it. It was UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. Ugly, but he got it done, Rusty.
Hey, there's no such thing as an ugly win.
Let's have a look at your gear wrench replay.
Yeah, didn't even move a metre for Damien Harris. He just bombed the tyres. He pedalled it twice to try and get the thing to hook up and get it down the racetrack. Let's count it. First hit, 1, 2, 3. In fact, there's a lot of experience on offer there for Wayne Newby. He actually rolled into the throttle, which you don't see very often with a Top Fuel car when they're pedaling it. That's experience. He knew that the tyre wasn't landed. He rolls into the throttle. You can see the butterflies on the top of the engine. They didn't just slap back open, and Wayne Newby chalked that one up to experience.
Everyone's favourite Top Fuel Teletubby. You just ran a 455, but you just won the Winter Nationals.
Oh, mate, it rattled the tyres pretty hard there, and I had to pedal it, and then it got crossed off, and then I had to steer it, and I didn't see Damien. Hey, Damo, I won! Mate, that's killer. Can't thank my crew enough. Santino, Brandon, Ali, Dennis, Danny, Jack, Harley, John, Alec, all of them. Love yous, Jess. Love yous. So Renee, don't forget anybody, but thanks Sando and the whole family. Like to thank our sponsors, Wild Ink, Atlantic Oils, and Sando's Cranes, of course. Love yous all.
Oh, well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, it was a very happy Wayne Newby at Willowbank Raceway, and it's a very happy Wayne Newby here this afternoon, because off the back of that Winter Nationals win, he now has wrapped up the Australian Top Fuel Championship, including the Stan Sainty Trophy, which is just, or the Stan Sainty Cup, I should say. So we have a look at some of our more furry friends down there at the top end of the racetrack. There's quite a few kangaroos at the top end of the racetrack tonight, so we'll have to make sure that we do look after our animal friends down there. Obviously just trying to get a good look at the action, and it's certainly shaping up to be a interesting last round of racing. A fantastic fitting way to end off this Top Fuel and X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car Championship. It's all going to be on the other side of this. This is the Nitro Nationals presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. We'll be back with more very, very shortly.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com. The Stan Sainty Cup is the holy grail.
We are basically set for a start for the remainder of our Sportsman finals, the Aeroflow Sportsman All-Stars here this evening. It has been a fantastic day of racing, and we are certainly pulling towards the pointy end of things. That looks like a pretty good ride down there. The Joey's jumped in the pouch and hitching a ride. We got some faster rides coming up, though, because I can see the Super Sedan final pulling through the tunnel. I can see Sean Murray and I can see Supercharged Outlaws as well out there. So we're not too far away from jumping into it. But before we get to that, it is going to be Super Street, and this is a fitting way to finish things off. That is the Australia 1, Luke Tex Griffiths. The Plymouth Satellite, hailing from French's Forest in New South Wales, taking on Richard Matasevich. So 2 New South Wales races, 2 local races, and 2 guys who have done plenty of racing on the national circuit, that is for sure. Matasevich going to be dialing in 10.67 this time around. Tex Griffiths a 10.48. So only half a light difference on the Christmas tree, and we're set for a good race here, Steve.
That we are, Rusty. Number 3 and number 2 qualifier on the start line. Griffiths was the quicker of the 2 qualifiers, but it's all about this run right now, the next 30 seconds.
Coolest thing about this is the trophies that these guys are going to get. I don't know if you've seen them, but they are the Aeroflow rocket trophies. So they're heavy, I can tell you that, because we carried them down to the scrutineering shed. But that is what the winners are going to take home, and as well as that, they're sharing $25,000 in prize money on offer for the Sportsman as well.
Isn't that fantastic to see?
It's going to be a tough one if the interstate racers need to try and explain that when they're checking it into their luggage at the airport, why they have a rocket-shaped trophy in their bag. Anyway.
That's not our problem, Rusty.
That's not my problem.
No.
Good luck to you if you win one. It'll be worth it. Tex Griffiths, 10.48 on the boards, 10.67 for Matasevich. Good race. We got a race on our hands. 9,000ths of a second difference between the start line. Who is going to get there at the stripe? I think Matasevich is in front, but it's going to be a breakout. 10.63 on the 10.67. Tex Griffiths takes a 10.50 on a 10.48, and he's going to get one of those rocket trophies, Bushy.
Yeah, it's another one of those races, Rusty, that is decided by 600ths of a second. That seems to be a very, very common number here tonight. Congratulations to Luke Tex Griffiths.
So it's another good race, this one. Sean Marr taking on Michael Vlasakis from Point Cook in Victoria. Has done a lot of racing this year all over the countryside and has taken home plenty of win lights, that is for sure. Sean Marr, you can't take anything away from him, out of Megaton in New South Wales. Down there in the beautiful part of the world, and this little Tirana is Sean knows this car inside out. He has been running it for so long now, and I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but it is just so consistent. Every single time it rolls out, Sean knows what to dial in. 925 is up on the boards this time around. He could just about paint that on the side of the car.
Just about, and a very, very good racer on the start line as well. Has his system, goes about it every time because it works. The Camaro just bumping into pre-stage.
He's going in as shallow as he possibly can.
All right.
Vlasikakis, the Camaro, 861. He's going to have to be patient on the start line.
Clean green, Rusty, only 4,000s in it.
This is going to be good. Mars out in front. I think he's going to hold him. He breaks out. 921 on the 925. I talked him up and the commentator's curse hits. A 921 on a 925. That's uncharacteristic for him. But Vlasikakis, I should say, gets a win 868 on an 861. A solid pass, and he earned it. He made his way to the final, and he earned it.
Exactly right, Rusty. We saw the gap there visibly on the cameras, but that's very easy for us to sit up here and say there was a gap. But Sean Maher deserved a runner-up as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's going to be the modified bike final round time now. Mitchell Woodford taking on Sean Ricketts. Don't forget, if you're down there in the pits and you want to get a good vantage point for the last round of the Nitro cars, the last round of the season for the Nitro cars, this is their grand final. Make sure you get up to the grandstand now, because it is about to go down. Those cars are just about all warmed up, fired up, and we'll be seeing them pulling into the lanes in the not-too-distant future. And Mitchell Woodford dialing in 950 this time around. Sean Ricketts, a 941, doing the chasing, Bushy.
Yeah, Ricketts racing for Heavy Duty Magazine. He has a bunch of trophies to his name, not only locally, but on the national circuit as well. Just one final check around the machine before he moves into stage. Woodford to leave first.
But he didn't.
Ricketts,
dead late.
Yeah, unfortunately for a final, that is not a very good reaction time. Ricketts out of the throttle. 9:49 with a 0. Sure. He is visibly excited, as you would expect.
He is absolutely pumped with that. Look at him psyching himself up down there. Somebody should tell him that he won. It almost looks like he's beating himself up, like he thinks he lost. He is absolutely pumped down there, Sean Ricketts. And it is time now, one more final round for our Aeroflow Sportsman All-Stars. In fact, two more. This is the Performance Bike final round, and then we will have the Supercharged Outlaws final. And then it's all Nitro all the time from here on out.
Yes, that is correct. So we're drawing to a close. But what a fantastic race meeting has been so far. Wally Hoster in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 880. Australian number 1, Ken Collin in the Rocket lane, dialed in with a 762. 1.2 seconds the head start, going to Wally Hoster, closest to camera. 3,000's in the start line here, Rusty. It'll be anybody's race at the finish line. It'll be whoever runs closest to the index.
Oh, what a race. What a race. Wally Hoster will get there. 877 on the 880 index, 762 on a 762 index for Ken Collin. He couldn't quite get there. He just ran out of real estate. I reckon another 5 metres or so, Ken Collin would have ridden around him. But Wally Hoster will take the W this time out.
Well, looking at that there, Rusty, he's 3 mile an hour quicker than the national record for his class, and a little bit under the index as well. So definitely the machine working for him. Congratulations to Wally Hoster as we watch the crew pour the fuel down the injector hat for Jeffrey Sargent in that Chevy Camaro on screen. Dialed in with a 690. He's taking on Peter Lay in the Peter Lay Custom Imports Chevy Nova funny car. Dialed in with a 658.
So a couple of 6-second cars to finish things off here this evening. And Jeff Sargent, as you touched on, Steve. Dialing in with a 6.90. He went 6.89, I think it was, in the last round of racing. He's taking on Peter Lay. With that 526 Hemi-powered Nova funny car, super bad, as it's known. And once we do get through this race, we will be having a bit of a track prep to make sure the track is in tip-top condition before we move into the final round of the Australian Top Fuel Championship and the X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car Championship as well. So, the question is, who's going to come out on top in Supercharged Outlaws? Is it the super consistent funny car that has just been doing everything right all day? Or can Jeff Sargent cause a little bit of an upset here?
Well, I think the sport is a sport of upsets, isn't it, Rusty?
It is a sport of upsets.
It's one of those things we've seen a couple tonight where we thought a particular racer might have seen the win light come on, but didn't. Sargent improving each and every time he leaves that start line in this car. Peter Lay with a vast amount of experience in blown alcohol racing.
Well, now Jeff Sargent put it up on the chip very early there. Lay's second off the start line, and that's very close to the wall. I don't think he got it, but he's still going to get the win. He's late on the chutes. He's got his hands full in the Nova. I don't know how he kept that off the concrete. 6.89 for Jeff Sargent is a breakout on the 6.90, only by 0.07 of a second. Peter Lay is 6.79. It's one of his slowest runs of the day, but still gets the win courtesy of the breakout from Jeff Sargent. I have to see the replay on this one.
Here we go. Here's your chance, Rusty.
This was close. Keep your eye on the funny car. It had eyes from the wall for the get-go. He got close, but he didn't get it. Looking at that, I don't think he got it. I'm not the meeting director. I don't get to make the decision. This will be the definitive angle. Now, if any part of the car touches the concrete wall, if any part of it is disqualification, it looks like he's clean there, and he is going to retain the victory, I would say. So, Peter Lay, congratulations. He will be your winner in Supercharged Outlaws here this afternoon. Wow, what a way to finish the Aeroflow All-Stars Sportsman Racing here at the Nitro Nationals, presented by PW Brakes and Racer Industries. We are not too far away. Nitro time coming your way on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
G'day everyone, Jack from Racer Industries here. A little bit more about ourselves. We're your one-stop shop for all motorsport and performance product needs. We're based in 2 sites across southeast Queensland and Melbourne with dedicated sales staff on the phone. Even visit in store or visit our website racerindustries.com.au.
The November issue of Street Machine is on sale now. Our cover star this month is the HX Holden Ute of AFL great Charlie Dixon. Charlie has treated his granddad's old work ute to a stunning restoration and repowered it with a 1,000 horsepower Nissan RB30. We also take a deep dive into an incredible Aston Martin built by the Ring brothers, as well as Dylan Orton's stunning Datsun 1600. The Datto is powered by a Kelly Racing VK56 Nissan V8 for time attack warfare. We visit the iconic Red Centre Nats event in Alice Springs and talk to the gurus at BG Engines about how to get the most out of your Holden V8s. Other goodies include a stunning XW Falcon powered by the Wizards at Dandy Engines, the return of the iconic Satnav FC Holden, and heaps more. Street Machine is available in all good supermarkets and news agencies, or head to streetmachine.com.au to score a discount subscription.
Welcome Welcome back to Sydney Dragway. We are framing up for what is going to be one of the biggest final sessions of the season here at the Nitro Nationals. We've got the track prep going on, making sure that the racetrack is in tip-top shape. We've got spectators of all shapes and sizes, including the furry variety at the top end of the racetrack. But before we get into it, we're going to take a look back at the final round of racing from the Winter Nationals for X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car. Check it out. We'll be back shortly.
So, can't wait to see what either one of these two will run here. Sun reflecting off the racetrack as, oh man, boy, that thing was violent.
Oh yeah, it got up on the revs very, very quickly. So this is the B final, Justin Walsh versus Damon Payton. And although the Sun, if you're sitting on the left-hand side of the racetrack, you're probably thinking, man, how are they driving into this?
Correct.
Well, the drivers are actually not quite driving into it. Their perspective is almost off to the left-hand side. The only time it's going to come into it is when the driver on the left-hand side of the racetrack is trying to stage the car. Now, Damon Payton with a very, very short burnout.
He didn't want to hold him out.
He didn't want to hold up Justin Walsh because it looks like they had a little bit of an issue firing that car up. For a guy who hasn't made a lot of laps in a fuel funny car, he is a heads-up driver.
And you know what? The longer you sit there, the more it affects the balance of the race car as well, because they're burning fuel at an alarming rate. You think they burn it when you stand on the gas. Well, watch, just sitting there, it's doing the same thing. You just saw Justin, he had his hand up to his eyes. Yep. So to what you said before, the Sun is definitely down at a level. They flop the bodies back down, turn on the T-handles, and this guy out of North Queensland, PDS, Payton Diesel Services, they manually push the cars in to minimise the work on the clutch.
It's all about minimising the heat distribution into the clutch. You want to try and keep them as cool as possible because it allows you to have consistency. Consistency is what it's all about in the way you do your burnout, the way you stage the car, the way you bring it up to the start line. As a man with the most famous bucket hat in all of drag racing, Gareth Rogers brings in his driver to stage. Damon Payton versus Justin Walsh, B final, X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car.
Time to get after it at the Winters. Are we in? Yeah! Walsh nearly got the wall. He did. He scraped the wall. I think he definitely scraped the wall. Justin Walsh, oh my goodness me.
Flat, looks like he's flattened the headers there. So I don't think he got it with the body, but he definitely got it with the headers. Now,
but where did he get the wall?
That's the question. 490 gets the win to a 494. It was actually a pretty good race when you look at it. 4,000ths of a difference in the reaction times. But there's got to be some witness marks on the car. If he got the wall, there will be a witness mark. So looking at it, it was very, very close. This is going to be a pretty good shot that will tell us. Keep your eye on the car on the right.
Oh,
yeah, I think
the car definitely turned hard there, and that's an instant disqualification. That is a foot outside the boundary line.
Now, where did he get it though? That's the question.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, he looks to me like he got it, and it looks like he got it before the 1,000-foot marker. So it's not up to us. It's not up to us. It will be up to the meeting director to make that call. But looking at all the information that we've got available to us, it looks to me like he almost certainly got the wall there. It wasn't with the body, though. It was with the headers. So, could be worse. Could have done a lot more damage.
So, we're going to the try, no try line here at the moment. But Justin, let's go to the replay for the officials. This is your A final for the X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Cars. Spud is in full Spud mode. As we get ready to launch, the boss comes up to him and he'll leap into the air and say, "Give it!" through a haze of nitro and smoke.
We do also have the official word that Justin Walsh has been disqualified. For hitting the outside boundary, in this case the wall. And we're going to go down to Benny at the top end of the racetrack.
It's official, DP. You get the B final win. Well done. Thank you. Not the way we like to win, but yeah, we'll take it. That's our first win since being in this season. So yeah, big thanks to Graham and Wendy, the X-Pro by Aeroflow Funny Car. All of them have been killer this weekend. Unfortunately, it quit on me. Be a safety device, I'd say, that got it. But yeah, keen for the next round. Well done, mate. Thank you.
So this for all the marbles. Josh Lay desperately needs to win this. Championship-wise, he needs to win this. Morris has been on a hat-trick. He wants to go four-peat.
Josh needs the points back when we head to Sydney for the final round on August 23.
And you're going to be able to do it. But here's the thing. Morris McMillan's gone 392 this weekend. Josh Lay's gone 393 today. So this is going to be a good race. If these guys can go to their potential, this will be a side-by-side, knock them down, drag them out kind of drag race.
Indicative of what we've seen all day, New Zealand versus the rest of the world. It's Gold Coast, living in Urara.
The Kiwi Nationals.
In ACT, what a shot. One bad Kiwi. Look at Monza McMillan. We look into the sun. Josh Lay v. Morris McMillan. Oh, Lay looks really good. Oh, what a drag race that is.
Wow.
The win to McMillan at 98.
Margin of victory, 5/10,000ths of a second.
Stacks on the left-hand lane. There is plenty of bromance going on. Kids, look away. This might get very heated.
Margin of victory to Morris McMillan, 0.0005 of a second. Make some noise, Willowbank Raceway.
Mind you, don't tell Josh Lay it was only 0.0005 a second, because it won't make much difference to him.
Well, look, he was first off the start line, 0.49 to 0.89. He did his job on the start line. The car just went away a little bit at the other end of the racetrack. Morris McMillan, he'd shut it off early, only went 276. The closing speed for Josh Lay, 309.
That's a great shot there of the two wives, actually. That was Kelsey Lay together with Monique.
Well, if we can get another couple of races like that one to round out tonight, it is going to be a sensational way to finish the evening. Top Fuel is in the lanes. We are not too far away from firing them up. But before we do, let's catch your Hydrolink heads up down there with Bryony at the top end of the racetrack.
Yeah, thanks, Rusty. In case you've missed the first two rounds, let's just take a recap. And first out, it was Wayne Newby against Phil Lamartina. Newby getting the win there with a 3.99. So a great run from Wayne Newby. He was just on the cusp of claiming the championship at this point. Next up, it was Damien Harris and a win over Phil Reid there for Harris. He had to do everything he could to stay in contention for the championship. A win kept him in contention in that first round. And then finally, it was Shane Olive in the third Rapisada entry who won with a 3.90. So fantastic results there. Now heading into round two was Damien Harris, who defeated Phil Lamartina there. So keeping his slim championship hopes alive. Then up next, Shane Olive defeated Phil Reid. Shane Olive doing a fantastic job, and he hasn't been in the seat for very long. So he's looking strong for this final round. And of course, the last matchup, well, it was Wayne Newby who still stole the win over Steve Reid to claim the championship. What an effort by Wayne. The emotions were running high throughout the team, down here in the deep end as well. So great to see Wayne crowned as the 2025 Australian Championship. But that is not all, of course. We've got the Nitro Funny Cars coming up as well. Let's get the action underway. Wade and Rusty.
Wow, what a great shot. What a great shot of Jim Reid, folks. That's a legend right there. Good to see you, Jimmy. Always wonderful to have him down here, looking very proud. And why wouldn't he be? He, of course, was pivotal in creating this outstanding facility. Jim, you got to be proud when you look at that crowd up there in the way that they have supported Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Car action, that is for sure. And it's so good to still see such a great crowd here tonight that have stuck around for the final, because let's face it, Nitro Candles, oh, hello, Skippy, you stay right there.
There's more than a few of them around tonight as well. So we would love to keep them up on the hill. I'm sure once we fire the Nitro cars, that'll be enough to scare them.
Well, let's just hope it scares them away. Well, there's a very quick break for us, and we'll be back with the finals, a Top Fuel. Boy, it's going to be wild.
Street Machine Drag Challenge celebrated its 10th anniversary last week, touring South Australia and Victoria with the largest field in the event's history. Of the 250 cars that started at Dragway at the Bend, 200 managed to complete the event 5 days later. To be deemed a survivor, all entrants need to compete in 5 race days and cover over 1,400 kilometres on the road, driving under their own steam and without the aid of support vehicles.
I can't wait. And the other side of the coin, I'm kind of a bit sad, really, because this is our last go-around for what has been an amazing National Drag Racing Championship breakout year, 24-25. Next year, we switch to a calendar year. So the event does not cross over years. We don't go 25-26. It's all held in 2026. I've seen some little flirtatious teasers of what the schedule looks like, and first round, it's got all sorts of interesting things attached to it, if that's what I'm hearing.
It certainly does. Certainly does, and we will tick that off when we can let you know. But you can't get much more Australian than that. We got the Aussie Raider rolling out in the not too distant future. We got the Kangaroos at the top end of the racetrack. We got the Stan Sainty Cup, the icon of Australian drag racing. We're giving that out tonight as well. It's Australia all round.
So I'd like to set something up for when the field cars come out here in a moment, and it's a good chance for us just to warm things up. I know you've all got your phones in your hand. Oh, man, it's awfully close, isn't it? I know you've all got your phones in your hands. Can you do me a favour and light up the screens for us for a second, or turn your light on? And if you don't know how to do that, ask a little kid next to you. They will tell you immediately. Now, what I want you to do, we're going to do this for everybody, so I want everyone to do it. So light them all up. We're going to get you on screen doing this, but at a certain point, I'm going to get you to turn them, not yet, but we're going to turn them towards the tunnel. So when the guys roll through, they can actually see you. But we need some more, all right? So I need a few more. Just tap the person next to you, say, come on, you've been on Tinder all night. Surely got some battery left. And just make sure, now we're starting.
Now we're cooking.
Good. Still need some more, but we are looking good. So left-hand lane as well. We're not forgetting about you guys. They're starting to look very, very good. Oh, there's looking. I mean, we're not quite at a, Coldplay. Oh, can we do some Coldplays? Can we please do some Coldplays?
I'm leaving that alone.
Oh, come on. Grab someone next to you, give them a cuddle, and then drop them like a hot rock.
If you can get Phil Reed and Wayne Newby to do.
Oh, wait till you see what. Never mind, I can't say too much, but there's something coming up. All right, so hold your phones straight up for a second. Point them down at your feet. And 1, 2, 3, up. Oh, nice. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Shake them around. Good work. You're looking very good, Sydney. So point them to the ground, but when they come up, you're going to turn them towards the tunnel, okay? So point them at your feet, and on the count of 3, you're going to swing them towards the tunnel so the fuel teams can see you, okay? You ready? 1, 2, 3, up. Oh, that looks pretty.
That does.
That looks very pretty. All right, so you can turn them off for a sec. But as soon as those cars roll down, we are going to light this place up, literally and figuratively, for the final of the finals of the Nitro Nationals, thanks to PW Brakes and Racer Industries. I've got to say, massive on you to the fans. Can I just say as well, Rusty, don't bother trying to get out quickly.
No,
it's not going to happen.
It's going to be a process tonight. Obviously, the single lane road getting out of here on Ferrers Road always deals with traffic in the way you would expect it to. So, yeah, please make sure you are considerate of everybody else as well. Please be patient. Please be kind to each other. And, yeah, it's
going to take time. You might as well wander the pits, go and meet some of the stars, just enjoy. And, of course, we're doing the presentations directly after this as well. Now, as soon as you hear the fuel cars fire up, that's when I want you all to bring your lights up, okay? So as soon as you hear that fuel car fire up, that's when we do the lights. All right, Phil Reid. What does he have to prove? Nothing. What does he want to prove?
Everything.
Everything.
100%. He put it this way. When we started this championship season, remember, he won the first round of the championship. He reset the Australian record. Quickest run in Australian history at the time. Since then, that's been eclipsed a number of times.
Yeah.
But he started so strong. This car has got the capacity to do it. The crew's got the capacity. And obviously, given the way the rest of the season's gone, he'd really like to make a statement and end it on a high.
The two Phils, about to get after it. Lamatina just there as they plug in. Dean Rossiter, the young crew chief, off to the right-hand side. That's Luca, Phil's son, over to the far left-hand side as well. And Roscoe will be down there as well. I'm pretty sure that... So... This is Phil Reid, a bit of a look back at the fourth fastest run that we have in Australian history.
I think as well, and that was where we got him back in a 379 or somewhere.
So here's a look back at Bruce just banging his hand on
that.
top. Banging on the fingers then.
Absolutely love that.
He was pumped that night.
It's almost like he doesn't like the car, isn't it? He wants to beat it on its way down the racetrack.
Well, he was fired up, wasn't he? It was one of the fourth quickest runs in Australian 1,000-foot history. Lights up, everyone.
Nice.
Yeah, they're on it. They're on it, Sydney. That's what a 371 with a 2 looks like. Come on, Sydney, everybody now. Turn them towards the cars and shake them around. Holy cow, someone's got a hell of a light down there.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see it from here.
That looks sick.
That looks absolutely wicked.
Or as Bryony would say, IRL, in real life. That's the shot we wanted. Forget your Coldplay. It's Nitro time at night. Oh, that didn't sound good at all.
Sounded like he almost didn't have enough travel in the throttle to actually get it up on the tyres.
Man, that did not sound good at all.
No, but the car's still fired down there. It's backing up. It's going through the process. And the team will obviously try and make sure that everything is okay, make whatever adjustments they can. For Phil Lamatina, it's really a case of what might have been this season, because the car hasn't been bad. Phil hasn't been bad. Hasn't been the quickest on the premises in any way, but he's been pretty consistent, particularly in the back half of the season. They've been creeping up on the combination, finding their feet, and I think they're just setting themselves up for a good championship run next season.
And look, don't forget, they didn't start till the Western Nationals, Rusty, right? They had the first third of the season. They didn't even race, and Phil admitted he hasn't been in a good place mentally for probably 2 years now.
Yep.
So he came back with a lot more passion. It is Movember. It is about men's health, and Phil will gladly tell you to ask your mates if you're okay. And when they say yes, so no, I said, are you okay? Really? He said that's what it took the second time someone said it to him. Time, Sydney. Time to light the sky. Time to light some Nitro candles. See, final. Oh, man, I thought for a second there that Felipe was going all the way. Still a 4:08, and it shut off early.
Yeah, way early. 222 miles per hour at the finish line. At the 8th mile mark, it was already doing 257, so it was well shut down early. It looked like both cars were on a pretty good run, but then it's hard to say at night because you can't really see as clearly in real time as to exactly what happened. But there was a definite pedal from Phil Lamatina's lane. How about the light? 016 for Phil Lamatina. He was on it today. Pretty clean on the front half, but yeah, buzzed the tyres for Phil Lamatina. Just went up in tyre smoke, had a couple of stabs at it and said, no, that's it. And for Phil Reid, didn't really look like anything went too wrong down there. It just went quiet.
Well, it was a 4:08, so it was still a stout run. Front wheels carried off the ground in that Hydrolink Black Mamba.
There was a hint of a green flame early on for Phil Reid, right about there. There was a hint of a green flame, maybe nipping up a head gasket or something like that, but, you know, didn't look like there was visually anything too wrong with the run, so not quite sure why they shut it off early, or why he shut it off early.
Phil Lamatina just jiggling himself out of the safety gear just then. And we'll find out from him how things have been going. Bruce Reid, giving some loves down there as well to the RAI guys. That's the final run for that team this year. Would you please put your hands together for Jim Reid Racing and for Lamatina Top Fuel Racing for their commitment to the NDRC this year.
And we're about to fire up Damien Harris. When they fire, get those lights up. The second you hear them fire, everybody hold them up and turn them to the boys.
Now, this is probably not the place where Damien Harris expected to find himself. Coming into this event, he knew he needed to make the A final and win it to have any hope, and hope that Newbie fell over. We know what's happened. We know Newbie's locked away that Stan Sainty Cup. For Damien Harris, with nothing else on the line here, expect to see him swinging for the fences.
You know what? If you think Damien Harris is surprised to be in the final, ask Pommy Reed.
Yes.
He's a little bit more surprised as well. Uplift Cranes, Atlantic Oils, the RAI, Sandoz on the second bottle of Grey Goose.
Take nothing away from Steve Reed. He's been good. The car has been doing the job in very challenging conditions without a lot of data on this car and team as well.
Consistency.
100% consistency is king, and in a lot of the times in Nitro racing, consistency is going to win your races. Right now, Damien Harris, so he's a little bit perturbed, I think. He's got that bee in his bonnet. He wants to make a statement.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, he wants to make a statement coming out of the final race of the year and I guess set himself up for a Christmas where he's not stewing on it too much.
So, what you're saying is going to run a 360.
I'm not saying that, but
that's what you're saying.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised to see low ET of the weekend pop up on the boards right now.
Right.
That wouldn't surprise me.
The little bloke in the next one might do the same thing. What a shot that is. Those two have been absolutely mind-bendingly good for the last 3 years in particular. Junior taps the wing. They go back to line up. Pommy Steve Reed up against the defending and outgoing champion. What a job from the Pom. Damien. Oh, my goodness. But you know what? Win light goes to Pommy Steve Reed. It's an inferno. But he'll win the B final.
Well, that's winning and being spectacular there for Steve Reed. That was a pretty big barbecue. The team has still got a smile on their face, which is always a good thing. You can see the fire just licking around the back of the Supercharger. The fire crew will be on it. Damien Harris looked like he was on a really stout run, 8.54 to the 60-foot timers. In fact, that's actually just the catch can that's on fire there. That's not actually the engine. But if the catch can's full, that means that something's happened inside the engine. So,
hey, what about a round of applause for Pommy Steve Reed, everybody? B final winner. How good is that? This is going to be a spectacular gear wrench replay.
There was sparks coming out of Damien Harris's car early on. I think it was already chewing up something in the engine very early on in the piece. I don't know whether it was maybe a piece of valve or a spark plug or something. You'll see the sparklers coming out of the car on the left-hand side there. And it just started buzzing the tyres, and he said, you know what, we're not going to learn anything here. Rolled out of the throttle. For Steve Reed, that's a little more serious there. You can see probably a couple of rods out of the side of the block on the left-hand side. You can see all that smoke from underneath the exhaust pipe and a fair bit of fire on board as well. It was actually the fire from the block that actually lit up the catch can at the back. It wasn't the other way around. So for Steve Reed, a 4:38, I think that's his quickest run so far of the weekend. He'll take it. And let's be honest, in Nitro racing, if you're not on fire every now and then, you really, you're not a Nitro racer.
I'm going to say he's a 4:38, his quickest run in 1,000-foot competition.
It'd be pretty close, I think.
I would say it is. There's going to be an optimistic and I think a pretty entertaining interview with Bryony at some point as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what a moment this is. This is going to be super, super cool to see.
I'm just casting my eye down here.
The shirt?
The crew have thrown on some shirts down here. Hawaiian shirts with Wayne Newby's face on it.
That's Brandon Gosbell right there. Gozzy, you look fantastic, mate. Could you flex? Look at this. Look at the shirts.
I have a feeling Wayne Newby did not know about this.
You know what's scary is someone at the deep end has got one on as well. That is super, super cool.
That's amazing.
Hey, how about Shane Olive? Let's give some love to the Sholive right now. That man from Rudy Hill getting it done tonight so far.
100% he is. He's been very, very good. And we're going to go down to Bryony at the top end of the racetrack.
Yes, thanks, guys. Well, not only did you just win your B final, Steve, but you're helping to push the car out of the way. Congratulations. What an outstanding effort from you. Tell us what that run was like. When you catch your breath. Let them push it for a bit. You come over here. Come here. Oh, okay.
Go straight.
He's going to steer it.
Well, the problem
we didn't have time to start the car. We hurt the cylinder head on the run before. So we didn't even start the car in the pits because we were running late. So we didn't know what it was going to do. But we've been making some changes. And where the car's been moving at the top end is it was spinning a tyre. And we noticed then on the last run before, with the clutch flows, we had a whole heap of clutch come in at about 3 seconds, which is when it tried to spin the tyre and start doing this. So we calmed that down and we calmed everything else down, and it went down there this time. I don't know what the little fire was about, but we'll fix it afterwards.
You know what?
Worry.
It doesn't matter because you won the B final. Congratulations. So great to have you here for this round, and we'll see you again soon, hopefully.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
When my popper was 72, he was not pushing his top field dragster at the end of a 4:38 run. Just going to point that out there.
It's bad enough. When you see these guys jump out at the other end, they get out of the car, take their helmets off. They're out of breath normally, let alone when you push the car down and around the corner, trying to do an interview while you're doing it. I'm sure he really appreciated that, Brian.
Sydney, get all your lights. I want everyone. You got 2 Sydney cars here for the final. Every light in the place. Come on, not just one, not just 2. We're going to light the candles all around this place. You know what? I'm leaning towards Sholov on this.
This is a tough one. This is a tough one. Shane Olive coming from the bottom half of the field, the number 4 qualifying spot. He's taking on the number 1 qualifier and also, just quietly, the new champion, the new holder of the Stan Sadie Cup.
There's so many newbie faces down there, I'm terrified. They hit it. Newbie in the left-hand lane, Shane Olive in the right, and what a return to competition. And if I was Sholov, I'd be whispering sweet nothings in Santa Reposada's ear about 2 o'clock this morning, handing him another bottle of vodka and saying, you know what? You need an olive in that vodka.
Yeah. I see what you did there. Wayne Newby, the dragster. Believe it or not, this car is over 10 years old now, built back in 2014. To touch on what you were saying earlier on.
There's no 2025 spec chassis.
No. So these are older spec cars, but the one thing that goes with that is you've got plenty of data on the cars. You know what it takes to get these cars down the racetrack. For Shane Olive, this is his first event of the season. He is a former event winner in Top Fuel, a guy who's made a lot of laps in Nitro cars over the years. But I reckon if he could win here, this would be the sweetest one as we see Phil Reed with the newbie shirt at the other end of the racetrack.
Time for all the marbles. The final race, the final round of the Top Fuel Australia Championship for the National Drag Racing Championship. And the Stan Sainty Cup is going to be lifted by a bloke who's just only slightly taller than it. Newbie and Olive for Raposada Autosport International. Oh, let's go all the way, boys. Hello, 381 with a 2, and Noobs goes exclamation point.
Yep.
Come on, Sydney, put your hands together. What about that? A pair of 3.8s?
Nothing wrong with that to end the season for Top Fuel. 381 beats a 388. Shane Olive was second off the start line. He was second to the finish line. Newbie wanted that one bad.
388 for Sholov. That is stout. Dude, I feel like I'm tripping. There are so many newbie heads out there.
There is a lot of newbies.
Frightening.
When is too much newbie?
Could they have used a decent photo? I probably had to look for a while.
Let's break this run down for your gear inch replay. It was clean on both sides. There's actually not a lot to talk about because both cars were straight down the centre of the lane. Looked like Shane Olive's car moved around a little bit at the big end just there. Started moving around, shut it off a touch before the finish line, only 276 miles per hour. But for Wayne Newby, takes the win, takes the number 1 qualifier, takes the championship, takes low ET and top speed of the weekend. And I think Wayne Newby, that is just about a career best weekend for him.
Come on, Felipe, give him a kiss. They're about the same height for a change, actually. That's a great shot right now. Bryony, there are so many Wayne Newbies. Who, the real Wayne Newby, please stand up. Please stand up.
Well, Wayne, I'm not sure what to ask about first, the run or the shirts. I'm going to start with the shirts. Phil, come on in. What on earth? What do you think about that?
Oh, that was the 50th birthday party we had not so long ago, but...
Which we don't talk about.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later, maybe.
Nah, killer run for the team. To go out there and go 80 and 80 again, low 80s in the conditions. Can't thank the team enough. Santino and Brandon done an awesome job with the tune-up. party on.
And you didn't have the weight of the championship on you for that run. Did that help? Did that relax you? Did you just get after it?
Yeah, just got after it a little bit then, you know, that run beforehand where we were going for the championship, we told that the pond wasn't going to come out, and the next minute he's there, so it's like changing game plan halfway through, but real happy for everyone, and just have a good night, eh?
Final question. Do you have a shirt with Phil Reed's face on it?
I'm sure I have somewhere.
No,
Probably
God, no.
undies.
He does.
He does?
Picture 50 shirts on a cruise ship singing There's Only One Way Newbie, led by Tino, drunk, highly intoxicated.
All right, this is getting out of control down here, guys. I'm going to congratulate you. We'll see you up at the presentation.
Thank you very much.
And we are doing the presentations, folks, right on the burnout pad at the end of Funny Cars. So please stick around. We'd love to have you. Let's face it, you're going nowhere. You're going to be stuck in the car for the next hour, I'm pretty sure at least.
I'm just wondering how Santino got stitched up in all that.
Oh, he was best on ground on the cruise, apparently.
Okay.
Apparently, Tino was absolutely best on ground. So, boy, now let's turn our attention to X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Cars. And who would have thought that we would have Walsh and McMillan in the B final? Quick break for us, and we'll be back to see the Kiwi up against the Gold Coaster. Look at these two idiots.
Great career choice. Stop thinking and just go for it.
Back in the late 80s, this was the car that put Australian drag racing on the map. Runner-up at the 87 Winter Nationals, and the first, and still the only Aussie car to make waves in the top-level USA drag racing by making the final of an NHRA event.
Out on the line, again, Funny Cars. Australia's Graham Cowan versus Tim Gross.
For me, carrying these colours
To give you an idea of the swings and roundabouts of Nitro Funny Car competition, in the B final, you've got the defending champion and the champion incoming.
Yeah.
So that just gives you an idea of how things can dramatically swift in momentum like that. You got Justin Walsh facing Morris McMillan. Boy, there's going to be some shenanigans around that team tonight.
Yes, it's certainly going to be.
Shirt's cool too. They've done a great job. There's Mars.
They have.
The Wild Ink guys have done a wonderful job with all of the Rapasada merch. It does look stout.
Yeah, Party On is on in
Mate,
the
Santo was
RAI
already.
kits.
Did you see Santo already in the driver's lounge? He's on the Grey Goose, or probably more expensive than that. But there is Brittany Olive giving him a cuddle as well, and Sholive down there as well. You got Jess. There's a lot of races in this team.
There really is, and I think you can see how much the other racers in Top Fuel are happy for Wayne Newby, because he is just one of those guys. He will help everyone out. It doesn't matter who you are, what class you race, whatever. If he can help you, he will. And a lot of the time, that karma comes back to you in situations like this. Just the sheer joy that everyone's got on their face, seeing Wayne Newby take home that championship.
Do you know what would be cool next year? And you and I have no bearing on this at all, but a retro round. Like when you look at what these guys have done with their crew shirts and with the colour scheme, wouldn't it be cool if we did a retro round where somebody did exactly what they've done there?
Well, we have seen the track burner dragster as well out of the Rapasada team, so it's not outside the realms of possibility. I mean, challenge has been issued, guys.
There's probably not going to be a red and yellow with a big W something down the side of Phil Reed's car, but how good was the Bathurst footage? Did you see that?
Yes.
That was cool, wasn't it?
Very much so.
There's a lot of hugging going on down there. Brandon Gospel as well, giving Noobs the big loves. Boy, they're going to take him out of here in a helicopter tonight, I'm pretty sure.
Well, before we do that, it's time to go racing with our current champion and our new champion, Justin Walsh and Morris McMillan. I did not expect to see Morris McMillan in the B final. I did not expect to see Morris McMillan without a win after the first 2 rounds of racing.
Morris McMillan did not expect to see Morris McMillan in the B final either. Boy, we just haven't seen the best of Justin Walsh this year. He's had a bit of a brutal run. He missed an entire round at Dragway at the Bend with influenza. And we just haven't seen the best of him. He's a tremendously important character in the sport of drag racing. He's dry, it's good fun, he's a real car enthusiast. They tell me he's got a 1960 Cadillac that'll bring tears to your eyes. We just want to see him break into the threes, get that confidence, get that rooster strut back. Maybe next year will be his year again. Monza, she's a story on her own. Monique McMillan.
Has the confidence, Ramon. That's what I love about it. There is no question mark about what she's doing. She knows exactly what her job is. She gets in there and she does it, just like everybody on these fuel cars.
Kiwis are fairly confident, mate. Especially when they live in Sydney.
Yeah.
So here we go. Walsh up against McMillan. Morris has already wrapped up the championship, regardless of what happens here. But Justin would love to go out. Come on, Walshy, what about a 3? I know I shouldn't set that bar, but dang it, I will. Get us a 3, J-Dub.
That is just mint, that Aussie Raider. There's no other word for it. You wouldn't think a Mustang would look so good as a Pontiac. Morris McMillan, Justin Walsh. Who's going to come out on top? B final, Nitro Nationals. Whoa!
Oh, man, Justin got the wall. The win goes to McMillan at 444, but Walshy tagged the wall.
Yes, he did. Pretty hard down there, and I think it's actually done a bit of damage in the steering. You can see the front end really shaking around a lot down there. So hopefully everything is A-OK. Obviously, still some steering inputs from Justin, so he is obviously still in control of that car, but that is not the way you want to finish the season. That was a fairly hefty whack as well. Keep your eye on the car right of screen. It looked like it was pretty clean on both sides of the racetrack. Right there, started spinning the tyres, and yeah, just kicked out. Maybe stayed with it just a touch longer than what you would have expected him to, and just got over in the wall. It actually, on the replay, it looks a little bit softer than what it did in real life.
And we actually could see, if you're new to drag racing, this is your first night, and there's a lot of people that are, those orange points just there are actually the finish line.
Yeah.
Because the drivers can't see the finish line, those on the side give them some kind of idea when to shut off.
That was a pretty good drive job in hindsight. Stayed with it, just trying to keep the momentum. And if you remember, cast your mind back to the second round of racing, he drove through that tyre smoke, drove all the way to the finish line with the tyre smoke. He tried to do the same thing here so he didn't have to pedal it. He was out in front of Morris McMillan, but just when it started lighting up the tyres, you can see those exhaust pipes go really fluffy, the flames. And yeah, just all those sparks, that is the header pipes flattening against the wall, and I think it did definitely catch the body down there as well. So in the meantime, Morris McMillan was second off the start line, I think, for the third time today. And that's not something that we've said very often at all. 444, only 199 miles per hour. I still didn't actually catch what happened to Morris. We were so focused on what happened with Justin Walsh. Have a look at the witness marks down the side of the Hart's Paint Supplies Dodge Charger. There's a big mark all the way down from about where the door would be through to the quarter panel. But look, hopefully everything is A-OK and they can get that thing fixed up for next season, which I'm sure they will.
I'll bet you $500 that Morris McMillan does not have a Wayne Newby shirt on.
Yes, I think that's probably a safe bet.
So the boys are getting set. This is a great battle. The two youngest in the field, Damon Payton and Josh Lay in the A final. How good is that? What a concept.
This is just cool. So you talk about two guys who have taken very different paths to get to where they are. You know, Damon Payton, before we talk about that, let's talk about the witness mark. You can see the big scuff mark all the way up the side. In terms of damage after hitting the wall, that's relatively minor. You can see it's flattened the header pipes against the side of the body there as well. The white paint from the concrete wall. But in terms of when you hit a wall, that's on the lighter side of things when you come out of it.
A little bit of track maintenance, I think, just going on. A little bit of a track work situation as Walshy climbs clear. It's an immaculate hot rod. Tiana Ellis is actually down usually in that team as well. Does a lot of PR and helps out. And her partner, Jack Danaher, has that spectacular Corvette indoor slammer. Tiana's just bought a race car too. She's going racing as well. So cool to see so many girls getting into drag racing. Let's go down to Bryony with the always fascinating Justin Walsh.
Interesting choice of words there, Wade. Justin, first of all, you are right.
Yeah, I'm good as gold. That's just a classic lesson in how you don't drive a funny car. Got to half track and it felt like it had a cylinder out and I was pulling left, but unfortunately, you know, you're kind of going, oh, I still want to win the race, and you know you're getting over close. But yeah, that was just, pardon the French, that was a shit-house job of driving. You know, sometimes you just shouldn't drive a funny car, and that there's an example of what you don't do.
Okay, so apart from this, you know, this witness mark here, anything else that you've noticed or anything that you felt in the car?
Oh, the only thing you really feel is the whack on the header. If you have a look down there, she's flattened over her header. That's probably about $5,000 worth of pipes, but... Like I said, these things will break your heart in 2 seconds. You can go from hero to zero in literally 2 seconds. And I just went to about -10.
Oh, man, we were all rooting for a sub 4-second pass from you too.
Yeah, there was a really rush. Look, there's no excuse other than shit driving. That's all it comes down to. That's, you know, can vanilla it all you want, but that's the cold hard fact of it.
No, I'm really sorry that this is the way that your night ended, but good to see you've got a bit of a sense of humour about it.
Yeah, look, fortunately I sell plenty of paint so we can touch her up and have her ready for next season. She'll be all good.
Hey, Brian.
Well, if there's any positive to come from that.
Don't let him go,
yes,
Brian. He owes you a couple of words. He was supposed to say something tonight, and I don't think he said it. Yes.
Justin, you apparently Wade said you owe me a couple
There's a word
of words.
challenge.
Was a word challenge? Did you?
Oh, I think what he wanted to do me say something about a chicken nugget, maybe.
Yeah.
Chicken nugget?
About as happy as a kid with a hot chicken nugget.
So that was from one of his grandkids, Brian. One of his
I love that. I
said
love that.
He had to work chicken nuggets into the conversation.
Well, there we go. He worked it in tick. That's probably the only thing he's achieved.
Wow, Bryony.
Hey, Morris, I brought you a hat, but you've already got one. Congratulations. B final winner. Obviously, who would have thought that we'd see yourself and Justin Walsh in the B final? Let's come back in because we want to get the beautiful livery in shot. Congratulations, I guess.
Yeah, look, we started the year with a shock of a round, and we finished the year with a shock of a round. Again, just to drive this car it means so much, and I'm super disappointed for not putting on those passes that we're used to doing. We're at the winners running low 390s, and like anything, I can't help myself, and we kept changing the combination, trying to develop it, but it just didn't work out tonight. And it's showing great signs. Like I'm real happy with the progress, but yeah, when you got the Aussie Raider and Graham Cowan's name on the side of the car, you kind of want to do a bit better.
But you are the champion for this year. Let's not forget, it's not all doom and gloom. You did have that already sealed up, so you didn't have to worry about that this round, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah, no, exactly. And we took a bit of a risk knowing that. Otherwise, we would have stayed with the tried and true. But this one's all about the boys, and it's not just these guys, the whole team. These boys that work at the workshop they work so hard, and we get to jump in and be superheroes for a day. And it was 35 degrees, and these boys the whole team just spanned it away so good. And track was tricky, but man, what a year to take 4 in a row for the Aeroflow boosted Aussie Raider team. We seem to change paint jobs more than we change parts on this thing, but yeah, what a year. So proud of everyone, and man, I can't wait for next year.
What are we going to do? Is this livery, is it going to stay? It's so popular. We're going to see it again.
Well, I reckon we'll probably have to tour it once to at least every track.
I think so. I think that's a great idea.
Maybe jump on the socials. We'll put a vote up of where we take it to next.
Perfect. There you go, everyone. Jump on the socials and say if you want to see this livery back. Congratulations on a fantastic championship, if nothing else. We'll see you next year.
Thank you very much. And yeah, thanks everyone for watching, and keep on watching next year because it's going to be another good one.
That team is not new to the concept of spectacular liveries. When you think back to their funny car competition where they had Time Bandits and, all those One Bad Kiwis and, right, you know what I mean? Red Devil and, all that sort of stuff. So, you know what I mean? Stormtrooper.
Yeah, it's not unusual
They
to
set
see
the benchmark for that stuff.
Not unusual to see a gorgeous race car come out of that stable. But look, on that note, not the way you would have wanted to finish it. Let's have a look at one more time on the gear wrench replay. Morris McMillan was pretty good, but it looked like it maybe just started spinning the tyres a little bit further down racetrack. He was actually behind Justin Walsh at that point. When Walsh got out of shape and whacked the wall, he was actually well behind. So a little bit of a get out of jail free card there. Either way, still got the championship. Now let's look at what we've got in front of us. Josh Lay, who is a long-time racer, third-generation racer, has been part of the Aeroflow Rocket family for a long time, driving their cars. Got an opportunity as a young bloke. He's now a slightly older young bloke who's driving one of the best cars in the country for Graham and Wendy Cowan. Damon Patton, on the other hand, self-made businessman. You know, he jumped into this and said, I want to go nitro racing. What's the best way to do it? Well, you learn from the best when it comes to funny cars, and that's where the Rocket Aeroflow team come into it.
I said to him earlier tonight, the body was off. I'm like, you know what, we should do a couple runs without the body work. He said, I'm actually building an altered. So he's got that passion for it. There's no doubt about that.
Okay.
So don't adjust your set. You're not seeing double. It's black and yellow and black. Now, I got to tell you, I would love to see Damon Payton get it done. And the only reason I say that is because Josh Slay has a round win to his credit.
He does.
At the Spring Nationals event.
Talking about Damon Payton as well, this is actually his first A final, full stop. He's made three B finals so far this season. He's won 2 of them. So he's no stranger to winning rounds, but an A final, gold Christmas tree on the line, the Nitro Nationals, this is a different thing altogether.
And this will be the perfect night when you think about it, right? Number 1 qualifier, win, maybe win. Maybe you want to throw a 3 in there as well. Am I just starting to get too silly now?
Well, look, if anything can happen, it can happen tonight. We've already seen that. We've seen so much across the board from all of our categories, from Top Fuel, Funny Car, and also all of our Aeroflow Sportsman All-Stars. It's been a hell of an event. We got one more run to do.
And this is exactly what Graham Cowan wanted from this, you know. These young kids starting to develop. I say young kids, but these younger drivers in the A final. GC and Wendy will think this is pretty cool. Lay, he's been in the 3 several times, in the 3.9s. Damon Payton has come very, very close. Brody Pilkington slams down on the bonnet. Gareth Rogers does the same thing, and look at Morris. There he is. He is invested in every way possible for this. The CEO of Rocket, the man that tunes all these cars. Oh, it's all Lay, all the way.
Oh, 401, 299. I think that's low ET of the weekend. 401 at just a tick under 483 kilometres per hour. Damon Payton, he was right there with him. Reaction times, nothing in it, only 0.07 of a second on the start line. But unfortunately, shook the tyres loose for Damon Payton, and Josh Lay will get the win, his 2nd of the season. And for Damon Payton, he's going to have to wait till next year at least to get his first win.
Oh, man, but the signs are there, aren't they? The car just got loose right from the start. He never really had a chance at that. Folks, we are doing the presentations here shortly, so please stick around. A little bit of a green tinge in that lane, the left-hand lane coming towards us just then, but Josh Lay bookends the season.
Yep.
He had a win in the first round, and he won the final round as well. So that $1 million smile will well and truly be on show here shortly.
Absolutely. Good light from Josh Lay as well, 067. He drove that thing all the way to the stripe. 270 mile an hour at half track as well. That thing was absolutely trucking. Maybe clipped it just a little bit before the finish line, only 299 miles per hour. But either way, that's low ET, and I think it's also top speed for Josh Lay this weekend. So, you know, nothing to complain about, especially when you take home the gold Christmas tree at the end of it.
How good looking is that thing? I love the black wheels on the front as well. Josh will be absolutely ecstatic. He's only been in the game a year. Got to remember that, right? This is effectively his rookie season. And great hug from the boss. Morris is saying, you're doing a good job, kid. Just stop beating me.
Yeah.
That's what his eyes were telling him. But Morris will be happy. He knows that there's a big game plan with this whole deal. And Josh will be very, very happy, as will his beautiful wife. Kelsey told me she was crying before. She said, I ugly cried. He said, it's going too fast. Well, that's all part of it. Oh, Spud. Bit of Spud love as well. Everyone loves some carbs.
Yeah. This is going to be a good interview, I'm sure, because Josh Lay is he gets emotional as well.
He's an ex-pro.
Exactly, he's an ex-pro. Down to you, Bri.
Thank you, guys. Such a pleasure to be down here to say congratulations. You've taken a gold Christmas tree home, the winner of the A final, a 401. Congratulations.
Doesn't get any better than that, I tell you what. Oh, man. It's been not an easy day, but that win is icing on the cake. We've had some struggles here and there, but to get down that run, oh, man, unreal. And Damon and his boys are doing an excellent job too. So we couldn't be more stoked with that, honestly.
Absolutely. Damon, come on over, because I think for Damon making his first A final, what a matchup between you two.
That was good to watch.
Damon, commiserations, but gee, what an achievement just to make it to the A final. You guys rock.
I'm stoked. I'm going home with a trophy. That's my first pro Christmas tree. So, yeah, it's a good day for us. Before this event, we had one win, and yeah, we won 3 times today. So, well, top qualifier and 2 rounds. So, yeah, watch out, Morris and Walshy. The young guns are coming next year.
There we go. Well, congratulations again, Josh. We'll see you up at the presentations. But again, a fantastic job. It was such a pleasure to watch you guys all weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Bryony, and thanks to all the fans that stayed out to watch us tonight. Like, you guys are what keep us coming back. So, yeah, really appreciate it.
Well done, guys.
Absolutely love it. And for all of the fans that are heading home at the moment, make sure you do hang around for the presentations as well. They will
be happening in the not too distant future, and if you are travelling to get home tonight, please make sure you do drive safe. We'll see you here next time at Sydney Dragway. Right now though, it is all about the young guns in X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car. Josh Lay taking the win here over Damon Payton. One more gear wrench replay, and there is not a lot wrong with this run for Josh Lay. A couple of sparklers out at the other end of the racetrack, maybe a tinge of green flame, but all, in terms of nitro racing, that is about as
clean as you will find it, and a very, very solid pass for Josh Lay, as I'm sure in those driving suits it's very, very warm down there, so definitely taking in the waters before the big pack-up begins, and then they can start to celebrate the season that has been here this weekend. We are going to be going down to Wade very shortly for our presentations. I can see that the top fuel guys are already racked and stacked down there, but also for our Aeroflow Sportsman All-Stars, we will be doing the presentations down at the scrutineering shed, or possibly across at the cafe very shortly after the conclusion of racing. Wade, you're down there. It's still a balmy night out there, but certainly what a way to finish off this Nitro Championship season.
Yeah, look, absolutely, guys. Thank you for sticking around. You might as well, because the traffic's going to be, well, tricky, to say the least. So we'll get our top fuel guys over here as well, so we can start with our, effectively our event winner, which is Wayne Newby. Shane Olive did a tremendous job, and then we'll be presenting Wayne. Also with Damien Harris as the runner-up in our NDRC Top Fuel Australia Championship, and then we'll be doing the same with our X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Cars as well. So we'll just grab our guys and bring them over here and make our way into presentations here in just a moment. Still very warm. Quite amazing just how warm it's been. Well, even Julie Reed's got the newbie shirt on. They do look very cool, don't they? Just watch your back here as we're going to bring the Justin Walsh car through. Good job, Chicken Nugget. He got dared by his grandson to use the word chicken nugget in a sentence somehow. So I think the boys are still partying over there. We'll try and bring them over. Mark Sainty is here as well. So we need to just quickly hustle Noobs, and also Damien, if he's down here as well. Can we get you guys to the presentation, please? So Noobs and Sholiv and Damien. Got a couple of trophies for Damien Harris as runner-up at the championship. What would you like, Phil? Would you like a trophy?
Participation awards that go these days, isn't it?
You can have a medal. You can have a medal, Phil. A ribbon. All right, we're going to get our championship runner-up trophies here as well. Can't complain about the staff, because there isn't any. Please put your hands together for the time being, folks, while I grab Damien Harris, runner-up in the Australian Top Fuel Championship. Was it a tough day, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it's been a tough day. It hasn't gone to plan as far as doing good clean laps, but that's okay. We'll work out where we went wrong and go from there.
So what do you rebuild already? Do you start thinking about that now, or you spend a couple of months enjoying Christmas and doing normal things?
I think there'll be a bit of relaxing, enjoying some normal things. I think Santo Junior's already gone back to the workshop to start his boat up and head for the coast. I think that'll be his plan for the next few months.
All right, so I'm sure you want to thank this incredible team. And where is your shirt?
Oh, yeah, no. I missed the memo for the Wayne shirt, so I've got one of those sitting at home. But yeah, no, look, I want to thank all my guys, the Rapisada family, Atlanta Oil, Suzanne and those guys and all their help keeping us clean and lubricated. So yeah, again, thank you to everyone. They work really hard, and we'll have another go next year.
You've been a worthy and an incredible champion the last 2 years, Damien, so thank you for being the ambassador you are.
Thank you very much.
Damien Harris, everybody, your outgoing Australian champion. We'll give you a trophy here, Damo. We're going to second in the event itself. How about Shane Olive? This is for Damien, just checking. There you go, mate. You can take that silver one and put that on top of the truck. I know you love these.
No, it'll go back to the shop now and in pride of place.
Really, mate. I'll see you for a drink later on. Okay, so we're going to move to runner-up in the event here, I'm sure, at the moment here as well. All right, let's bring in Shane Olive, everybody. How good was Shane-O? Woo! Look at you go. Mate, what a day. Did you ever dream it could have been... I mean, you almost knocked him off.
Yeah, look, I didn't see him for a bit and then the belt came off. So, look, it was a close race. It was good to have 2 Rapisada cars in the A finals. So, see if we can do a bit more next year.
For a guy that's not race fit in terms of not doing laps, you settled back in?
Yeah, I was a bit behind early, but yeah, settled back in. Again, track was hot. Wasn't as quick as what they were in the cool weather. So, anyway.
It's a nice suit. You going to use it again?
Hope so.
I have a feeling you might be doing that as well. Congratulations to you, mate. Who do you want to thank?
Rapisada family, all the boys back at the shop that do a lot of work, Atlantic Oils, and everyone that came out today.
On your Sholly. Well done, mate. Nice job. And Mia was even here. That's cool. There you go, mate. Nice silver Christmas tree right there. Now let's move on to your winner of the event. Please put your hands together for Wayne Newby. You can kiss him if you like. Hand that over, Kevin. Man, you're just greedy now. You just want all the trophies.
Yeah, Damien's had it for the last 3 years, I think. But my turn this time. No, I'd just like to thank all the spectators for hanging around. It's been a hot day and it's been a trying day for everybody. But hats off to all you guys. You made the event what it was. And thanks for coming.
Mate, unbelievable day. I know you thought a lot of pressure felt coming into it and all those things, but it worked out.
Worked out for the best. Everything that we come here to do this weekend, we done. Santino and the crew just worked unbelievable all weekend. I'm just a lucky guy to get to drive it.
Well, you did a hell of a job, mate. Don't underrate how well you've done. I want you to put that trophy on the concrete wall there. Big round of applause for Wayne Newby, everyone. Because this... Now, where's Marg? Marg's here. So, you two know each other pretty well, I'm pretty sure. You want to give a bit of a cuddle there to Arnie Marg or get out of the way? All right. Now he's going to cry. You want to hold that one up first? Your Australian Top Fuel champion for 24-25, Wayne Newby. All right, I'll swap you. Put that one down. Santino, can you come over, please? Santino. Santino. Come over here and do as you're told. You're going to hold this one. Congratulations, Tino. Now, you can get that little one right there. That is the Stan Sainty that you get to take with you. But the big one here I want you to hold on to. So, Kevin, you want to bring this over? I know you waited a while to get this one, Noobs.
What I wanted, man. What I wanted.
So, Marg, I'm going to jump in here. Hang on. Marg, come over this way, please, young lady. I know it's very special for you, for him to get this.
Sorry, I'm treading on something. I'm beyond honoured to be presenting it to you, Wayne, on behalf of the Sainties family and my beautiful son, Terry, who's not with us today, and my daughter and my brother-in-law, Norm. I'm really proud to be giving it to you, and I know it means a lot to you. It means a lot to me too. Thank you. So you can carry that one too.
Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. Are you going to... All right, now let's get Marg out of the way here for a second. I don't want to get her to get...
Who's going to launch this thing? Get in there together. Come on, are you doing it? Come on. Somebody do this. All right, noobs. Get ready, everyone. 3 cheers for Wayne Newby. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. What a weapon. Congratulations to you, noobs. All right, rack off. We're going to do some funny car stuff. Yeah, funny car stuff is what I said, noobs. All right, so let's move into our funny car presentations here. We'll do our photos at the end of this. In just a moment, we'll do our funny car presentations, so we can have our funny car teams if they're not already here. Let's do our funny car runner-up, Damon Payton, everyone. Right, Damo. Pato. Is he coming off the long run? Come on, Pato, you got to run. Or we get to do a redraw. Josh is walking down. So I can get Damon Payton as well. Looks like the car's coming down with him right now, so we'll hand that over. So we'll just grab Damon real quick. We'll get Morris to come over as well, and also to Josh. How good was Damon Payton today, everybody? Round of applause for him. Runner-up in the Nitro Nationals. KP has got your silver Christmas tree. You haven't got one of these yet.
Not a pro one.
No, that's exactly right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man, I thought you had every chance.
Oh, we had the momentum. It was a good day. We went from no wins previously to plenty today, but yeah, it wasn't meant to be, but I told Josh we'll meet up later. We'll do it again.
Oh, so the young boys are taking over.
That's the plan. Yeah, the other two have got a championship, so it's our turn now.
Oh, I like where you're thinking. Who do you want to say thank you to, Damo?
Lots of people. My crew, they haven't missed a beat this whole season. It's good to get some silverware for them. The Rocket and Aeroflow family, not only the race shop, everyone back at the warehouse and whatnot, they all make this happen. My guys, Payton Diesel Services, back in Mackay, and the ones here on the crew. Without them, we wouldn't be here either. All the volunteers, Sydney Dragway, NDRC. Yeah, I can't wait to do it again.
Mate, well done. And the Pato girls go all right too.
Yeah, they do. They've enjoyed their day.
Congratulations, bud. Well done.
Thank you.
Damon Payton, everybody, great job. Runner-up. So runner-up. Congratulations to you. Now, taking the win for the event for Nitro Nationals. Put your hands together for Josh Lay. There he is. Slide in there, grab that gold Christmas tree off KP. What a way to book in the season. How's your life going right now?
There's ups and downs, but yeah, this is just unreal. We didn't think we'd come in to win the gold today, honestly. I told you it was A to B.
Yeah.
That's what we did the last run.
Well, you did a hell of a job, mate, and you bookended the season. I know there's a bloke that had an NHRA ring that would have been pretty proud of today as well, mate. When you think back on it, Roland would have been pretty stoked.
Yeah, look, I know he's always with me. He's got my race number on the side of the car, so I love having his 605 on there, and it's pretty special that the whole deal is a family sport. So I tell you time and time again, but it really is true. So this whole Aeroflow family are doing a great job. It's the same at Rocket Industries as well. GC, Wendy, Morris, everyone do such a great job and support me. I really, really appreciate it.
Become a dad, got your beautiful wifey always shooting all the content and smiling over there with that beautiful smile. You got a pretty good thing rolling these days.
I couldn't do it without Kelsey as well. She knows that though.
She sells more shirts than you. That's okay, you're okay with that. And runner-up in the championship as well, another silver Christmas tree as well. So the Kiwi got around you, but you gave him plenty to think about. Well done.
Yeah, look, he's been a thorn on my side a little bit this championship. We tried to come out the gate strong, but it is what it is. And to come runner-up in my second season in these cars is unreal. So, yeah, I still am so grateful.
Congratulations, bud.
Thanks, Wade.
Well done. How about Josh Lay? Tremendous effort from him. Well, he had a bit of a frown on his face, but he got the championship done. Please put your hands together for your new X-Pro by Aeroflow Australian Funny Car champion, Morris McMillan. Get that big gold Christmas tree off KP. I know, I can see it on your face. You wanted the win for the car, didn't you?
Oh, we won it tonight just for that car and the guy that makes this all happen, that allows us to do this. And, you know, we're so proud to run that car. But, look, this isn't me. I just want to bring the shop boys up here.
All you black and yellow shirts and purple shirts. And are we bringing everybody up here? Like, how many are we doing? All right, kneel down. Everyone kneel down here. Come on, Gareth, kneel down.
Stand up. This trophy is these boys. While we're wearing a different shirt tonight, these boys are the ones that make it happen. So stand up, Spudley. Wait. Stand up. Hoist this thing, brother.
Woo! Oh, I'm out of here. Oh, and it's cold too. Please put your hands together, everybody, for your X-Pro by Aeroflow Australian Funny Car champion, Morris McMillan. Well, what a spectacular day of competition in front of an enormous crowd. Some heroics on the mechanical side of things just to glue these cars down, and the driving, the crews. Everybody has done such an amazing job here at Sydney Dragway as well. Please be careful on the roads. It's going to be a slow path out of here. Hope you've enjoyed the NDRC. Well done to all of our team, the NDRC, all the venues that we got to race at. It's been an amazing championship. Can't wait for next year. Please be careful on the way home. We look forward to seeing you next year for the NDRC. Good night. Leave the speeding to us.